Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 751. No one can keep baby in the corner. 2 days later, Patrick Swayze's ankle was no longer a problem for filming dance scenes. Ronald's budget was also starting to dry up, and the dance hall set up at the spa resort finally welcomed its final series of dance scenes. Dr. Houseman was still angry with his youngest daughter, Baby. On their last day at the Kellerman Resort, during their farewell party, Baby sat alone in a corner, largely ignored by Dr. Houseman. Baby didn't speak, watching her sister Lisa singing on stage. Her lover, Johnny, had been fired, and his dancer friends had been stripped of the opportunity to perform at each farewell party, forced to stand in the back of the ballroom. Baby sat alone at the round table in the corner, sullen and unhappy. Only her mother, the attentive Mrs. Houseman, occasionally checked on her. Summer is ending, autumn is beginning, tonight memories will resurface, fluttering in my heart. Ronald continued filming a few more shots, the doctor's eldest daughter, Lisa, and the hotel owner's son singing the last song of the holiday on stage. It was the theme song from the Kellerman Hotel in the script, Kellerman's Happy Hour. The choir, composed of guests and staff, sang terribly, especially Lisa, whose voice sounded like a hen being slaughtered. Very good, you all did a very good job, Ronald specifically thanked Jane Brooke, who played Lisa. She herself had a good voice and could deliberately portray a tone-deaf girl, thanks to her solid foundation on Broadway. After filming this movie, Ronald grew to like these Broadway actors more and more. They had solid fundamentals and could play supporting roles very well. And they weren't afraid to play unlikable characters. Their philosophy was that they wouldn't slack off just because a role wasn't attractive. So these actors could truly make every supporting role believable to the audience. Prepare for the next scene. The camera panned across the faces of the hotel staff, giving each person a half-second close-up. This was a shot not in the script, added by Ronald to show everyone's reluctance to say goodbye to the guests this holiday season. Of course, the real reason was that Ronald wanted to give these excellent supporting actors a chance to shine. All the previous scenes had been on the sidelines, dressed as waiters, serving tea and water. Even with close-ups, the audience's attention wouldn't linger on them, but rather on the main characters' stories. But these actors from off-Broadway, even those on off-Broadway, performed with incredible diligence and meticulousness, even as background figures and extras. The audience never felt they looked like waiters and felt out of place. To thank these dedicated supporting actors and extras, Ronald decided to give them a reward towards the end of filming. Cut. Great performance, thank you. I really liked your smile, thank you. We'll need you for the final dance scene later. It'll be filming very late. Ronald shook hands with each of them, thanking them profusely, deeply moving them. Who doesn't know the value of a single shot on screen? A close-up on screen means appearing in the final credits. From now on, when agents help me find new jobs, they can add a line about film experience to the resume on the back of my audition photo. Action. Filming continues. The waiter who plays the woman who gets Penny pregnant and later has an affair with Vivian, the wealthy businessman's wife, walks in through the door. Jerry Auerbach, playing Dr. Houseman, stands up, calls out to him, takes a check from his jacket pocket, and hands it to him. Good luck in medical school, my child. Dr. Houseman is a man of faith who practices President Kennedy's philosophy. Ask not what your country has done for you, ask what you have done for your country. So Dr. Houseman, seeing this waiter who had saved up enough tuition to finally attend Yale Medical School, greatly admired him. He wrote a check to help with the boy's tuition. Thank you, and I also want to thank you for helping me with Penny's situation. She made a mess of everything. The waiter knew it was Dr. Houseman who had helped resolve Penny's surgery issue. What? Dr. Houseman was shocked, his brows furrowing, his expression shifting from admiration to confusion in an instant. The waiter hadn't expected Dr. Houseman to be unaware. I thought Baby told you. Actually I'm not really sure, you know, a woman like Penny, she could be with anyone. Dr. Houseman's expression changed from confusion to disgust. He snatched the check the waiter hadn't yet put in his pocket, put it back in his own, and returned to his seat. Cut. Ronald, watching from the sidelines, thoroughly enjoyed the scene. These veteran Broadway actors were a piece of cake for them. Their performances natural and fluid, the audience would love the character. The various crews began moving their equipment, focusing on the entrance to the ballroom. The plot had reached this point, the protagonist's story had sunk to its lowest point, and the audience was waiting for a major climax. The next shot represented the beginning of the major twist at the end. Ronald had to be careful. If filmed well, it could immediately propel the audience towards the climax of the drama. Action. 2 hours later, at the command, a long shot showed Johnny, Penny, and all the dancers appearing at the entrance. Prepare for the next scene. A hand gesture signaled everyone to stop clapping, and the camera was turned towards the lobby entrance. The upcoming scene would likely take a long time to film, so Ronald skipped the formal applause and focused on shooting the next scene. The interior was brightly lit, several large lights shining on the 2 large doors. A dark figure appeared outside the doors, reflected in the ivory-white curtains used to cover the glass of the doors. The doors suddenly opened, and Patrick Swayze, playing Johnny, reappeared in the Kellerman Hotel. Standing at the back of the lobby were the dancers who had been deprived of their performances. They greeted Johnny one by one. The chubby girl was beaming. Everyone knew Johnny and Baby were a couple, and they were all happy to see him back. Cut. Ronald was delighted that the shot had gone exactly as he'd envisioned, a shot he'd imitated from Willem Dafoe's entrance as the villain in Street Fighter. The audience had a nagging hope that Johnny and Baby would end up together, and the appearance of a shadowy figure on the door was a foreshadowing. Then, the truth would be revealed, and the emotions that had been suppressed by the earlier scene of their separation would rise rapidly again after this clever twist. All the developments in the film served the final climax. This was how the audience received their reward. Johnny, looking incredibly handsome in his black leather jacket, looked around and finally spotted Baby in the corner. He walked over and stood by the table. Baby, seeing her beloved return, beamed with joy. Cut. The crew began rearranging the cameras, preparing to zoom in for close-ups and extreme close-ups. While the lighting was being re-established, Patrick Swayze approached, saying he wanted to speak with Ronald alone. "What's wrong?" Ronald asked. "I feel a little awkward saying that line." "What's so awkward about saying it?" Ronald knew Swayze was referring to the line, "Nobody can put Baby in the corner. Don't you think that's too childish?" It sounds like something a high school student would say to their prom date. Ronald took a step back, not expecting Patrick Swayze to be waiting for him. Actually, he wasn't wrong. That line was indeed imitating the over-the-top tone of those hormone-fueled high school students at prom. Johnny is a mature and sophisticated dancer. It's very incongruous for him to say something like that. I think he should have a more masculine image, saying something more mature, like, "Baby, so you're here, Eleanor." Ronald didn't argue with him, turning to call over the screenwriter, Eleanor. He wanted to see how she would persuade this single-eyelid actor she admired. Actually, Ronald understood Swayze's dilemma. This line does sound like something a ninth grader would say, but this movie is meant to be a light-hearted, feel-good film for teenage girls. Doesn't this kind of confession resonate with him perfectly? Patrick Swayze might be worried that this iconic line will become incredibly memorable, and that it will likely stay with him for a long time. If he, already in his 30s, is remembered for such childish, ninth-grader language, how will he ever land a leading role in a serious, big-budget production? Patrick, you don't understand us women. Especially high school graduates. This line is sweeter than any other love confession. A lover leaves, can't let go, comes back to invite her for one last dance, and says something like this, making her the center of attention at a ball. Who could resist that? Eleanor panicked. How could she change the lines of her own teenage dream? This was the most important line of all. Wasn't her own teenage dream about her sweetheart coming to rescue her and becoming the queen of the ball? But I can't say that. Patrick Swayze was 34 after all, and this kind of line was just, how about this? Let's shoot one take according to Eleanor's idea, and then shoot one take according to your idea, and see which one is better. Ronald stepped in to smooth things over. This was a trick that directors often used. Actors are a group of emotional people, and sometimes, driven by emotions, they will insist on a certain idea on set, and it's hard to persuade them on the spot. But as time goes by, they often understand why the director wanted them to do it that way. But Ronald couldn't wait for Swayze to figure it out himself before shooting, so he could only coax him into shooting 2 takes. In post-production, which take to use would be up to the editor. An actor of Swayze's status would never go into the editing room to see his own shots. "Okay, I'll try both. No one can keep Baby in the corner," Johnny made a bold statement to Baby, and then raised his hand to invite Baby to dance with him. Dr. Houseman was about to explode when he saw that Johnny was ignoring his daughter. Johnny and Baby walked onto the stage together. Dr. Houseman stood up, intending to stop them. Fortunately, Mrs. Houseman realized they were just going to dance, not elope, and also stood up to stop her husband. Cut. Ronald laughed. Although Switz sounded awkward, as if he'd eaten something unpalatable, from an observer's perspective, it was very effective. Teen female audiences would definitely love it. Chapter 752 The Final Leap. The rest of the filming consisted entirely of dance sequences. A musical needs a grand dance to conclude the film. Ronald filmed some of the plot first. Dr. Houseman found Johnny and admitted he had misjudged him. The reason Penny had an unexpected pregnancy and surgery wasn't the most likely dance partner, but the shameless waiter who got into Yale Medical School. Johnny and Baby danced together in the end, the camera very close, filming their close-up conversation. "Johnny, I'm going to work for the Peace Corps soon, and you're going to continue your dance career. I'm scared. Everyone will say we're not a good match, and maybe we'll think so too. What should we do? We'll work even harder, we have to be together." Johnny hugged Baby, seemingly fearless. Baby smiled, this was the man she loved. "Let's fight for our future together." Cut. Your duet is coming up soon, go rest and prepare. The lights were pink, casting a joyful glow on their faces. The final dance was cheerful and delightful. This color really makes you happy from head to toe. Usually, we're the ones who dance the last dance of the Kellerman vacation season, but this year someone didn't want us to. So tonight we're going to dance our own dance. With a special lady. Because she taught me to stand up for others. She also showed me what kind of person I want to be. The two leads stepped onto the stage, and Johnny's tape was put into the recorder. Now, I found my moment in life. The theme song began, the deep baritone voice resonating. Johnny beckoned to Baby, and the two walked together. Ronald gestured to the lighting technician crouching high up. A spotlight shone onto the stage, illuminating Johnny and Baby. Swayze put his arm around Gray's waist, making her bend backward, then rotate her upper body around her waist. Jennifer Grey returned to the starting position, her face filled with a proud smile. For an actress with no dance background, being able to learn the challenging mambo dance so well under the guidance of Swayze and the choreographer during filming is something to be proud of. Ronald was also very happy. The camera unexpectedly captured Baby's expression, perfectly capturing the character's state of mind. The initial decision not to let Jennifer Grey learn to dance proved valuable at this moment. A natural performance is always the most moving for the audience. Because the actor's own reaction is always more natural than any acting. The theme song's rhythm suddenly picked up, accelerating to the mambo beat. Swayze flicked his wrist, sending Grey spinning out, only to be pulled back by Swayze. The specially tailored dance costume, with its many pleats, flew up under centrifugal force as Jennifer Grey spun, forming a circle. The two were sometimes side by side, sometimes facing each other. Guided by Swayze, Grey spun continuously, her skirt fluttering like a butterfly. I found my moment in life. As the song reached its climax, the two spun closer, their eyes meeting, their lips drawing nearer. Patrick Swayze waited 2 seconds, and just as they were about to kiss, he spun around, sending Grey flying, only to pull her back. Jennifer Grey, surprised by Swayze's gesture, burst into laughter. Cut. Ronald led the applause. The two actors, having weathered several storms, had now entered a very strange state. Like basketball players who often find themselves in a zone where they can make any shot, their focus was now incredibly high. Reaching a level of synergy they hadn't even achieved during rehearsals. They understood each other's intentions with every movement, and their dance moves were performed beyond their usual level. Next up was the male lead, Johnny, who, caught up in the moment, leaped down from the stage and joined the backup dancers. From below, he invited Baby to recreate the difficult move they had rehearsed in the lake. She jumped onto Johnny's arm, striking a flying pose. Your big jump needs to be as far and as graceful as possible, Ronald instructed Switz. Switz, a ballet dancer, was no stranger to this kind of jump. He had always done it very well. However, his recent ankle injury had made him a little worried. Despite this, He confidently assured him he would be fine. Ronald positioned the camera directly on the stage to film Schwitz's jump. This shot was very demanding. The dancer's entire face was exposed to the camera. To get the audience engaged and emotionally connected with the story, the actor had to film it himself. Using a stunt double would clearly show the lack of fluidity in the movements, making it difficult to elevate the audience's emotions to the final, soaring motion. Action. Schwitz leaped, jumping off the stage. Cut. Ronald looked over and saw that the jump wasn't far enough, and the movement wasn't graceful enough. I need a real big jump, a really far one. Just give it your all, I have faith in you. Ronald had witnessed the jumping ability of real male ballet dancers. Swayze was still holding back, perhaps afraid of aggravating his ankle injury, and couldn't muster his full strength. Action. Ronald filmed 3 takes, but Swayze still couldn't truly capture the power of a male ballet dancer. Ronald was getting anxious. This kind of movement was extremely physically demanding. Even on a ballet stage, male dancers couldn't perform continuously. It seemed Swayze was running out of energy. Would they have to extend the filming by another day, spending tens of thousands of dollars specifically for this shot of Swayze? Swayze was also anxious. Ronald was never satisfied, and besides his ankle, his knee was starting to ache. At 34, his battered body couldn't withstand any more abuse. He rested for a while, then had his assistant bring him a bottle of mineral water, which he drank in large gulps. Director, this is my last burst of energy. I'll jump with all my might this time. If it works, great. If not, this is it, okay? Don't feel pressured. Just give it your all. Ronald didn't want to show his anxiety and put more pressure on Schwitz. Action. With everything ready, Schwitz leaped onto the stage to the music. Good. Ronald knew he had succeeded as soon as he saw the jump. Sure enough, Schwitz jumped more than 2 meters and knelt on one knee. Cut. Schwitz was completely in character. He then performed a powerful solo dance, moving closer to the dancers. They lined up together, taking 3 turns with each step, extending an invitation to baby waiting on stage. The camera focused on the stage, filming Jennifer Grey's eyes crinkling with laughter as she shyly nodded, agreeing to her lover's flying lift and challenging her own limits. Cut. The second-to-last shot of the film was finished. Ronald sat in the director's chair, watching the crew move the camera to the aisle next to the seating area. Only the final lift remained. Ronald hoped to succeed on the first try. The numerous dance moves had already drained Swayze and Grey of most of their energy. They were currently in a certain range. If they couldn't finish filming this move quickly and get out of this state, it would be difficult to get back in. Everyone in position, one by one, the crew members signaled to Ronald that they were ready. Camera, full speed, recording, action. The script supervisor quickly ran over from the side, rapidly clapping the clapperboard in front of the camera. Showtime, scene XX, take XX action. The camera focused on Jennifer Grey, who was standing alone on the stage. She was lifted off the stage by 4 extras who had rushed to the front. The camera was less than a meter away from her side, capturing the action. Push. The director of photography silently mouthed to the head of the 4 laborers in the camera crew. The laborers' muscles bulged, and they used their strength to quickly start the heavy camera on the track, rapidly accelerating to the speed at which Jennifer Grey was running. This was a highly professional, well-coordinated camera crew capable of executing a rapid, sideways panning shot during a cold start. They had rehearsed it flawlessly before today's shoot. The camera closely followed Jennifer Grey's steps, capturing the entire baby run-up from the side. Jennifer Grey's run-up was quick and powerful. When she was 2 meters in front of Swayze, she abruptly stopped, both feet leaving the ground and landing simultaneously. Like a gymnast vaulting, she converted the forward run-up energy into upward energy. With a burst of power, she launched herself forward at a 45-degree angle. Patrick Swayze, already prepared, saw Grey jump and steadily supported her hips with both hands. Then, Swayze half-squatted, lifting Grey overhead like a barbell. He then slowly straightened up, continuing to lift Grey overhead. Jennifer Grey struggled to maintain her balance, her arms outstretched above Swayze's head, assuming a flying posture. Swayze's face flushed red as he squeezed out the last bit of energy, managing to lift Grey for over 6 or 7 seconds. Then he gently lowered Grey down. Jennifer Grey was also thrilled. After landing, she hugged Swayze's neck tightly. This was the most perfect performance they'd ever had in all the rehearsals. She felt she could never perform so perfectly again. Cut. Ronald hadn't expected it to be a one-take success. Looking at Patrick Swayze, who was slumped on the ground, his hands trembling slightly, Ronald knew there was no way to film another take. He looked at the director of photography, confirmed the film was working, and let out a long sigh. Facing Swayze and Gray, and the countless expectant eyes behind them, Ronald shouted, "I declare the spicy dance segment a done deal, hooray, hooray!" The dancers cheered, clapping and stomping their feet, and gradually all the performers and crew began to move to the synchronized rhythm. The tape recorder was turned up loud, and everyone started dancing wildly to the intense rhythm of the theme song, "The Time of My Life." Ronald was pulled into the crowd by Cynthia Rhodes, and they all danced joyfully together. "I've had the best time of my life. No, I've never felt like this before." What a joyful crew. Ronald also started to let loose and dance. The set became a sea of laughter. Chapter 753. You and I have the exact same thoughts. Cynthia Rhodes became very clingy, perhaps thinking about leaving the set the next day. She practically monopolized Ronald, dancing with him the whole time. Ronald's dancing skills weren't as superb as Patrick Swayze's, but fortunately, Mambo wasn't a particularly difficult dance, and with Cynthia's active guidance, the two danced quite well. Assistant director Emil, carrying a video camera, began filming the dance of Ronald, Cynthia and Patrick Eleanor, the two main couples, in the center of the crowd. This was an extra task Emil had besides being an assistant director. He also had to film several details of the filming process. Nowadays, film marketing often utilizes talk shows or interview programs. With these behind-the-scenes clips, edited segments can be played during appearances on television to pique the audience's curiosity, ideally with a touch of humor. Bang, bang, bottles of fine champagne, specially transported from the neighboring city in a refrigerated truck, were opened one by one. Everyone danced, sang, and drank, getting quite tipsy. Click, Ronald opened the door to his suite. Cynthia, beautiful and captivating, nestled in his arms, her warm, champagne-scented breath brushing against his face. Ronald had long been drawn to Cynthia's natural beauty. After their dance, he understood the Southern beauty's feelings. Snap, Ronald turned on the lights. Cynthia seemed a little embarrassed, a natural blush creeping onto her cheeks. Don't turn on the lights, Ronald turned them off. Tonight, the Hot Spring Resort Hotel had all the lights on to celebrate the completion of filming. The outside light seemed to seep in through the window, illuminating a bit of Cynthia's face. The real-life Cynthia didn't seem like Penny from the movie. Or rather, she wasn't as adept at responding to men and women as a Hollywood actress. Ronald, instead, rediscovered a youthful feeling, treating her gently, and suddenly the two were surprisingly compatible. An hour passed, and finally the outside lights went out, leaving only the soft moonlight streaming in, beautifully illuminating Cynthia's fair and radiant back. Ronald gently placed his hand on hers, and Cynthia only hummed in response, too exhausted to even open her eyes. Ronald then pulled her closer, and the two fell into deep sleep together. The next morning, Ronald's biological clock was still in filming mode. He woke up naturally at 5 o'clock. Seeing Cynthia Rhodes sleeping soundly beside him, Ronald first went to the living room to make a call, asking the kitchen to deliver a full breakfast to the room at 6 o'clock sharp. He then put on his running shoes and went for a run. After his run and a hot shower, Ronald waited for the hotel's full breakfast. Cynthia finally woke up. "I didn't know what you liked, so I ordered everything." Ronald pushed a breakfast cart into the room, just in time to see her stretching on the bed, her white legs together, toes pointed. Ballet girls always have such elegant postures. "Are you always so considerate to girls?" Cynthia smiled. "Not always, just flirting with pretty girls," Ronald joked. "If a boy were that attentive to me, I'd marry him." Cynthia laughed and rushed into the bathroom to wash up. "What, haven't you found someone like that yet?" Ronald asked her. Cynthia's voice came from inside. "Yes, I have, but he's younger than me. I don't think we'll necessarily grow old together." "Oh." Ronald waited for Cynthia to finish, then sat down at the table with her. He poured her a glass of milk and himself a glass of orange juice. "Sometimes, thinking too much isn't good. I used to know a ballerina. If two people can both be attracted to each other, that's rare. Who can say what the future holds?" The two said goodbye shortly after in the morning. Hollywood men and women are like butterflies and bees. When there's nectar, they gather together, and when they've collected it, they go their separate ways. After their last day in North Carolina, Ronald and Eddie, the daydreamer, returned to Los Angeles together, carrying all the equipment and sample footage. The film negatives were transported directly from the processing plant in the East to Paramount's film production department. Paramount had processing plants in several major regions across the country. Ronald, through his relationship with Ned Tanning, secured a preferential price. Not only was the film developed at the processing plant in the Southeast, but he also borrowed Paramount's film editing equipment and print production line. However, before that, he had an important task: to take the newly produced work prints to meet Walter Murch. "That's all? Your original film footage isn't very long." Murch, along with Ronald and assistant director Emil, moved all the film reels into the rented Paramount editing room. Counting the reels, Ronald's footage was less than that of directors like Coppola. "Yes, I used the new method this time." Many shots were filmed simultaneously during rehearsals. Often, the first take was even better than the actual filming, so it was very rare to shoot a scene more than 10 times, and overall, we even saved some film. Ronald opened a large bucket bag he had brought and took out the Murcher super editing tape that Bud had specially brought from the small factory on Staten Island. The new editing tape was now entirely produced by the small factory that Ronald and Murcher collaborated on, and even Murcher himself had to get his supplies from Ronald. This tape had a very good response in Hong Kong. Jackie Chan's demonstration effect there was excellent. As soon as he used this tape, many production studios discovered that with this new tape, the edited prints could be screened directly without having to make a new print, thus saving the cost of a print. So, they all bought it. With increased demand, Ronald could have his workers work every day to produce slowly, storing the tape in the warehouse during the off-season, and shipping more to sell when filming increased. This daily production also reduced the costs of raw materials and labor. Average costs could be reduced significantly. Lower costs allowed for price reductions, which in turn boosted sales in the American market. In America, Ronald's tape gradually became twice the retail price of older tapes, while the wholesale price for production companies like Roger Corman's could be even lower. Many studios shooting low-budget productions, wanting to save money on film prints, also started using this tape. Gradually, the reputation of Murcher super editing tape in America extended beyond a circle of a few high-level directors. Eventually, everyone in the industry started purchasing it. The quality from your factory is indeed quite good, very consistent. It's a little worse than my handmade tape, but its consistency is its advantage. If I didn't have that friend make it, the quality would be much worse, Walter Murcher said, picking up several rolls of tape and placing them on the editing table. "This year's bonus is pretty good, consider it my Christmas present for the kids." Ronald laughed. "Oh, no, this isn't it. This is something I just brought back from the crew. It's the kind of tape they use to stick different materials on set. It works really well. I didn't lose money on either of the two main location shoots." Ronald put the other rolls of tape back. Walter Murch shrugged, put the first roll of tape on the editing machine, and began comparing it with his pre-shooting estimate of shot durations. "Your thinking seems exactly the same as mine. My pre-shoot estimate of shot durations is very close to your final cut." Walter looked at it for a while and suddenly said to Ronald, "Really?" Ronald also became interested, looking at the lengths of a dozen or so shots, and indeed, they were very close to Murch's estimates. "Perhaps you're more influenced by the Coppola school. I've worked with them for a long time, and I also use their methods to estimate shot durations." Maybe, Ronald thought, wondering if his own learning of editing techniques might in turn influence his directing work. After all his editing skills came from Murch's teaching. He spent 2 days with Murch, and the two went through all the footage. After watching it all, they noticed that the dance scenes at the beginning and climax of several of Ronald's shots differed significantly in length from Murch's estimates. "I didn't expect you to shoot like this," Murch exclaimed in surprise. "Your dance scenes are quite different from your breakdancing. They're more like the fight scenes in old westerns and Hong Kong action films. They emphasize seamless coordination to showcase the beauty of the dance itself. Plus, the chemistry between the two leads is clearly visible. Technically, it's a good film, so you're watching Hong Kong movies too." Ronald chuckled. He hadn't thought that way when he was filming. Perhaps subconsciously he had used some techniques from those films. A lot of people are watching, and they think their approach is very interesting, quite different from Hollywood. Many people say that Jackie something or other looks a lot like Buster Keaton from the early silent films. "Jackie Chan? That's my buddy," Ronald laughed. "He's also our tape distributor there. I'll introduce you to sometime. I'll get the audio-visual synchronization right away." Then prepare the sound design. We'll start editing together when you get back from your vacation, Mert nodded to Ronald. You can do a rough cut first. Don't wait for me to come back, you taught me all my editing skills. Besides, you said our approaches are similar. We can fine-tune it when I get back. With Mert at the helm, Ronald was happy to have some free time. He left his assistant, Emil, in the editing room to study while he went on vacation to relax. Chapter 754 The Unlucky Actress. Mental exhaustion is far more debilitating than physical exhaustion. After a month of battling various unexpected situations with the actors and on set, Ronald was severely mentally exhausted. He brought in Walter Murch because he didn't want to pour all his energy into editing Spicy Dance. In 2 months, preparations for filming Moonlight Twist would begin. If he couldn't recover his energy through rest and vacation, the filming of his next movie might face significant problems. Once on vacation, Ronald became lazy. He spent several days in Gail's hometown of Palm Springs, emptying his mind, only soaking in hot springs and getting new-style hot stone massages. There were also people there promoting a new so-called transcendental meditation, supposedly a method passed down from Indian gurus, using mantras to guide one into transcendental states. This is a very ancient meditation technique. Many people in Hollywood are learning it, and many directors have benefited greatly from it. It's said to be like dreaming. You can visualize the movies you want to shoot and even the finished product. What do you do in Hollywood? A young woman in a bikini approached Ronald, who was soaking in a hot spring, and promoted her meditation course. Oh, really? I'm a member of the Directors Guild of America. I shoot music videos and commercials. How do I learn it? Does your association charge a fee? Ronald became very interested when he heard about dreaming about a finished film. Wasn't this his greatest asset, his superior vision and filmmaking methods compared to his contemporaries? If this transcendental meditation could also induce dreams, could it be combined with his secrets to dream more frequently, or to dream of more vivid scenarios? I'm a certified instructor from the Los Angeles Transcendental Meditation Association. A 6-day course will only cost you $2,980. Since you're a member of the Hollywood Directors Guild, you can also enjoy a free trial class. The girl's voice was very pleasant. Ronald's hotel was expensive, and his food wasn't cheap either. He was a good customer. Hearing that Ronald was interested, she immediately changed her tune and began to enthusiastically promote the course. Oh? Is that so? Ronald thought it was quite expensive, but for the sake of dreaming about movies, this price was nothing. For customers like you, we also have an upgraded version of the course. We can provide you with our specially made herbal medicine 14 days in advance. Taking it before, during, and after the course will enhance the effects of transcendental meditation. The girl took out a cloth bag, opened it, and let Ronald smell the herbal scent. Ugh, what is this stuff? Take it away, Ronald asked, noticing a strange, foul smell. You don't want it? The girl was surprised that Ronald didn't like the smell. It's okay, we teach the same course content to all our clients. You can see, we are a legitimate teaching institution, and many Hollywood directors are our clients. The girl flipped through the beautifully designed course brochure and showed him several photos. David Lynch took our course, which is why he made such a critically acclaimed film as Blue Velvet. What the hell? Take it away, take it away. I'm not learning it. Ronald felt even more disgusted when he heard that it was something that weirdo David Lynch had studied. Was Blue Velvet something created by practicing this kind of transcendental meditation? The protagonist, Isabella Rossellini, has recently been under a lot of pressure in the media. Her mother, Ingrid Bergman, is an iconic figure in America's golden age of nostalgia. Although Bergman's infidelity caused public disgust in America at the time, since the 1960s, with social progress, she has gained public understanding. The Senate even issued a statement denying the attacks against her by conservative senators. After Bergman's death, the public's remembrance of her shifted entirely to her daughter, Isabella, an actress and model who most resembled her. In Blue Velvet, Isabella played a very lowly role with numerous nude scenes. The public was furious. How could they portray the beautiful woman they remembered in such a way? Unfortunately, instead of getting better opportunities because of this film, she almost lost her Lancôme endorsement. Really, I still have the videotape here. Director David Lynch certified it for us. I really don't like this. Find someone else. You're a member of the Directors Guild. Don't you want to be as successful as David Lynch? I fucking don't want to. Security, after dismissing the salesman, Ronald's leisurely vacation in Palm Springs was interrupted for long by an equally unfortunate actress. Seriously, they won't let me see the cut, Ronnie. I'm so scared that my first movie back in mainstream Hollywood will fail again. Can you help me figure out a way to get into the editing room and see how my scenes are? It was Diane who came to Ronald. Having just finished playing the female lead in Schwarzenegger's The Running Man, Diane always had an anxious expression on her face. She had just learned from her agent, Richard, that she had finished filming Spicy Dance and couldn't wait to come to him for help. You know, in Hollywood, the editing room is the director's prerogative. Even top male stars don't have the right to enter the editing room unless they have a signed agreement. I'm not familiar with the director or the lead actors of this movie, so I probably don't have any connections to get into the editing room, but Arnold has a lot of influence on the film. He can get into the editing room, I think. Diane clung to Ronald's arm and shook it. Oh, I'll go call him and try. Ronald couldn't refuse Diane's pleading and coaxing manner, which was like that of a younger sister. Ronald picked up the phone and dialed Richard, asking him to contact Schwarzenegger's agent. I asked, and Arnold agreed to let me see the cut and give my feedback. But you can't go in, that's the rule. Ronald spoke a few words with Schwarzenegger, who immediately guessed his meaning and invited Ronald, as a friend, to see a copy of the cut. Okay, thanks. Diane felt a little relieved, feeling like she was flattering Ronald. She started massaging his head. Somewhat surprisingly, Diane's scent was very relaxing, and Ronald's mental stress eased considerably. He even fell asleep on the recliner. When he woke up, it was already dark. Diane crawled out from beside him and had a waiter bring over a cart of food. I know you're a carnivore, so I ordered some sausages and bread, and a vegetable salad. Then Diane poured a glass of orange juice and handed it to Ronald. You can eat with me too. Ronald had slept comfortably, his mental fatigue had recovered considerably, and he had a hearty appetite. Little Bud will pick me up later. We'll go to Los Angeles, and I'll go see The Great Escape tomorrow. The next day, Ronald arrived at Columbia Pictures' editing room. Hi, Arnold. Thank you for inviting me to see your new film. Ronald was careful to give director Paul Michael Glaser a plausible excuse. After all, they were all members of the Directors Guild, and he didn't want Diane's request to break the unspoken rules among directors. Arnold's friend is my friend. Glaser didn't show much ego, and at least outwardly, he didn't seem to have much of an aversion to Ronald seeing the rough cut. I'm here to see my friend Arnold's performance. I heard this story is great, so I wanted to see it first. The rough cut of the entire film is complete. Ronald sat down and watched them play the edited copy. Diane plays a beautiful woman who works out regularly, is unfortunately kidnapped by Schwarzenegger, and ends up being thrown into a Running Man competition. She escapes the celebrity's pursuit with Schwarzenegger, and ultimately remembers the password given by the hacker, helping the resistance infiltrate the broadcast satellite and reveal the truth to the audience. In short, Diane looks great, her acting is flawless, and her chemistry with Schwarzenegger is quite good. She seems to have met all the requirements for the female lead in a sci-fi action film. However, Diane's concerns are valid, not about her performance with Schwarzenegger, but about the director. The whole film, how to put it? It's like a very low-budget TV show. Many sets are dark and lack the quality required for a film. The camera work is also very simple, just the shot-reverse shot technique commonly used in television dramas. Worse still, the lighting wasn't great either. It seemed the director himself didn't understand how to capture the details of a film, how to immerse the audience in the dream he'd created for them. So, what are your thoughts on my film? Director Glaser asked confidently after showing the rough cut. He felt his work wasn't much worse than Ronald's. After all, they both started out making music videos. Ah, very good. I'm still thinking about the plot. Will we all get our information from TV and believe everything on TV is the truth? Haha, that's also a theme I wanted to discuss about this film. By the way, what scene from my film impressed you the most? Director Glaser wasn't going to let Ronald off the hook. Ah, it's the dance in the opening of the Running Man TV show, right? Who choreographed it? That dance was a group dance. The dancers, under the lights, wore futuristic costumes and performed a very dynamic dance. Ronald was deeply impressed. It was completely different from the ambiguous style of the Spicy Dance movie he directed. It was full of futuristic technology. He was very curious about the choreography. It's Paula Abdul, the choreographer for Janet Jackson. This is her first film, not bad, right? Are there any other scenes? You wouldn't be most impressed by the dance sequences in a sci-fi movie, would you? Do you only focus on the song and dance scenes when you make musicals? Ronald, didn't you say you were going to introduce my new Harley? Schwarzenegger noticed that Ronald was in a bad mood because of director Glazer's aggressive words, so he made an excuse to leave with Ronald. Ronald, stop talking. This is also the first time I've seen the complete rough cut. I'm very frustrated right now. I felt something was wrong when we were filming. Schwarzenegger started complaining to Ronald. The close-ups of Diane didn't make her memorable. In fact, under the director's poor direction, her skin looked rather dark, nothing like the vibrant new Grace Kelly of yesteryear. SHHH. Why did Samsung hire a TV director like this? Ronald, seeing no one around, started ranting. He'd thought he could give Diane a chance to be remembered by the audience again. Nearly $30 million in budget, and they got this guy. He's a TV director, right? Yes, he was a TV actor before, then switched to TV directing. Schwarzenegger had felt the sets and props were off during filming, with a plasticky feel, unsuitable for a film that demanded detail and quality. No wonder it smells like a TV show. So dark, Ronald complained. Do you think there's any hope? Honestly, it's difficult. Even if you get Jim, you'll probably need a lot of reshoots to get a passable version. Ronald spoke the truth. Sigh, I should have insisted. Schwarzenegger, as the male lead who brought in funding for the film, actually had the right to ask the company to change directors. However, he was a foreign immigrant with no roots in Hollywood and didn't want to appear too assertive, lest people say he was using his wife, Maria Shriver, a descendant of the Kennedy family, to bully others, at least not in Hollywood. I'm sorry, I didn't expect this movie to be this bad. It's beyond saving. Ronald delivered the bad news to Diane, who was anxiously waiting for him at home. Diane looked disappointed. My new film is about middle-aged love, with only a few young female characters. Would you like to do a cameo? Okay, don't forget. Diane was a little worried. I turned down 2 small productions for this film, one of which was with my old partner Matt Dillon. Don't worry, with me here, you won't be without work. Ronald gently pulled Diane into his arms, combing her hair and comforting her. Diane was actually quite unlucky. Her last memorable film was The Bridge at Sunset, which she starred in as a child star. After her teenage years, she didn't have a single film that made a lasting impression on audiences. Coppola's The Outcasts, Rumblefish, and The Cotton Club all wasted her talent and crucial window of opportunity. Now, audiences find it hard to connect her with the innocent young girl she once was. Even the most beautiful actress needs 1 or 2 memorable roles to truly stand out. They don't remember your beauty or your charisma, but the radiant character you portrayed. Imagine if Vivien Leigh hadn't played Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind, or Elizabeth Taylor hadn't played Cleopatra. Would audiences still admire them as much? Oh, you're really comforting me, Ronnie. I know it's tough for actresses after this period. The competition is fierce. I've only been away from mainstream cinema for less than 2 years, and I'm already getting no good scripts. Or maybe I should just go into acting in TV dramas. Let's take it one step at a time. I think you're a very talented actor. You could act forever. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 755 An even more unlucky actress. The news of Ronald watching the film with Schwarzenegger reached his old friend Jim Cameron. Why don't you come over, Cameron, knowing Ronald was on vacation, called to invite him over for beer. I just finished filming a dance movie. I feel exhausted. I just wanted to find a secluded place to watch the sunrise and starry night. Let nature heal my emotional wounds. Did it work? It was okay at first, but then some guy selling some kind of transcendental meditation ruined it. I know them. They're really influential in Hollywood now. A bit sinister. The two tacitly avoided talking about movies. Work was all about movies, and talking about movies with friends felt a bit too boring. They chatted about motorcycles and sports cars, their pleasant beer time interrupted by Cameron's wife, Gail, returning home. Jim, what are you doing again? Oh, Ronald. You're here. Gail and Jim were preparing for their new movie. The longer they spent together, the more similar their hairstyles and expressions became. The three of them, just like in Roger Corman's New World, drank beer and chatted about industry gossip. "Do you remember my friend Martha Coolidge?" Gail asked. "Of course," Ronald replied, still quite impressed with a feminist pioneer. Her slated directorial debut, Some Kind of Wonderful, written by John Hughes, was replaced at the last minute. "She's so pitiful." After being fired, she met John Hughes on a plane. She wanted to regain her directing power, so she talked to Hughes for a long time on the plane, sharing some new ideas. It's about an unlucky girl trying to get home for Thanksgiving, but she has an annoying seatmate on the plane. Unexpectedly, the plane makes an emergency landing due to weather, and she has to travel with this awful person by train and bus before finally getting home. A couple of days ago, when Martha went to register the script with the Writers Guild and the Library of Congress, she discovered that Hughes had already registered her idea. The script is called Airplane, Train, and Car. It's certainly possible. John Hughes is a fast writer. I heard he can often write a first draft of a script in one night. Ronald felt that although this was only one side of the story, the possibility of it being true was not low. Hughes even wrote a movie based on a casual remark he made years ago. Who can be blamed for this? John Hughes, after all, was a director who had made several blockbuster films, while Martha Coolidge hadn't proven herself at the 7 major studios. There were only 2 people present on the plane. Unless Coolidge had audio evidence, he wouldn't even be able to get a signature. It's better to keep quiet and write down any good ideas first, rather than showing off in front of his colleagues. Once Ronald returned to Hollywood and met with people in the industry, news of his vacation was spread. Nissida started receiving more and more calls, mostly from industry professionals inquiring about his whereabouts and wanting to chat. There were a few he couldn't refuse. So, the next day, Ronald went to Paramount to meet with Ned Tannen, the de facto producer. "Ronald, I heard your new film is another masterpiece. Congratulations in advance. What, do you want to help me distribute it?" Ronald joked. Stop making fun of me. While this position looks glamorous, I've actually been carefully currying favor with artistic geniuses like you, and praying my film doesn't flop at the box office. We both understand the problems with Spicy Dance, so stop teasing me. Fine, I gave you a chance, don't regret it if you don't take it. Seeing Ronald's confident attitude towards his new film Spicy Dance, Ned Tannen hesitated for a moment. Now that only the 2 of them were present, the so-called Jewish reputation issue didn't need to be brought up. That's just the stubbornness of those old men. After thinking for a moment, Tannen poured Ronald a glass of fine XO brandy and decided to stick to the original plan. "It's not convenient for me to publicly support your new film, but when it's released, I can borrow some Paramount Media resources from you. I'd be very grateful," Ronald said, taking a sip of his drink. "What did you invite me here to discuss?" "Well, do you remember that new film John Hughes made with Paramount, Some Kind of Wonderful?" Ronald was a little surprised. "This is the second time I've heard about that film since I came back." "Who told you?" Tannen replied. "It doesn't matter, everyone's already talking about it. The film is in trouble now, they can't even find a female lead. I invited you here to ask you to intervene and save the film. After all, the film's initial inspiration was an idea you casually mentioned after watching Hughes's film. You even know that." Ronald was surprised that Tannen knew he was the original creator of the film's story. "Not only that, I also know that Hughes didn't initially write the story according to your ideas. Instead, he reversed the genders of the male and female leads, making it a pink beauty story of 2 men pursuing one woman. The audience reaction after the test screening was terrible, and he was forced to reshoot the ending where the female lead ends up with a rich man before he was convinced of your judgment and rewrote the story of 2 women pursuing one man. You even found out about this," Ronald thought. It seemed Tannen really wanted his help to solve the problem. "Of course, I didn't know it was your idea at first, otherwise I would have offered you a high price to be the producer, and this chaos wouldn't have happened." Tannen sighed, took another sip of wine, and recounted the problems with the unspeakable production team. After getting the director's job, Martha Coolidge thought it was a great opportunity to make a feminist film. So she overstepped her authority and began revising the script without permission. Unspeakable was originally a wonderful story of first love, an ugly duckling turning into a swan. The story revolves around Keith, the son of a white-collar worker who owns a car repair shop, and his crush on Amanda Jones, a girl who lives across the street. Amanda, on the other hand, is the girlfriend of Hardy, a wealthy young man. She is incredibly beautiful, the prettiest girl in school, but also comes from a poor neighborhood. She dates Hardy hoping to change her fate by meeting someone from high society. One day, Amanda catches Hardy kissing another girl in the act. In revenge, she accepts Keith's invitation to date the poor boy to spite Hardy. To make a good impression on his dream girl, Amanda, Keith enlists his help, asking his childhood friend, Watts, the girl next door, to drive him, arrange various activities, and even paint a portrait of Amanda Jones. Eventually, Amanda's impression of Keith changes, but still retains a kind heart. She returns the gemstone earrings that Keith bought with his savings for college tuition. Deciding to work hard herself and not rely on being a full-time girlfriend to earn money. Keith also discovers that he truly loves the tomboy Watts. Ultimately, the two get together. This seemingly fairy tale-like story, appealing to teenagers, was transformed into a dark tale by Martha Coolidge. Keith became a low-class voyeur, and Amanda and Watts were changed into vulgar, brainless beauties and a misogynistic feminist. This change was discovered by the producers, who immediately fired Martha Coolidge and brought back Howard Deutsch, the first director they had fired, to rewrite the script back to the original version. It must be said that while Martha Coolidge's taste wasn't great, she was very good at pleasing actors. After her dismissal, Hughes gave all the actors the option to resign as well, and the female lead immediately left with Coolidge. The male lead initially wanted to leave as well, but was persuaded to stay by the actress playing Watts. The entire crew was clearly not on the same page as director Deutsch and writer-producer Hughes. However, the time constraint of starting filming soon left them no time for recasting. So what do you want me to do? I can't solve this kind of thing either. Ronald found the whole story quite complicated. Besides, there was a subtle rivalry between him and John Hughes. Although things seemed amicable on the surface, he didn't want to get involved in this mess. Go to the set and show your face. Use your reputation to intimidate the actors. As long as you nod, they'll accept the current script. You know, these actors are poisoned by Martha's talk of realism and feminism. I have to refuse you, Ned. Ronald felt increasingly uneasy. The actors already disliked the director and the script. Going would be a thankless task. The director could scold anyone else on set for being inefficient or causing delays. But actors were the ones the director needed to protect. He couldn't solve problems with insults. If the director and actors had major conflicts and couldn't communicate, they absolutely couldn't work together to make a good film. If you ask me, you should recast. Why not let the new director choose his own team? It's too late. This movie was originally scheduled for release next February. If we recast, it will either be postponed or cancelled. I've thought about it, and all I can do is help you. Just your presence on set will command respect. One word from you is more effective than 10 from director Deutsch. I still don't think I can make that difference. Ronald thought for a moment and still refused. This kind of thing involves too many people. Why should he get involved? You should go, Ronald. You have a moral responsibility to the lead actor. If you don't go to the set to quell their conflict, you'll ruin his acting career. Seeing things weren't going well, Ned Tannin played the moral card again, hoping to sway Ronald. What does this have to do with me? Ronald was surprised. The lead actor's name is Eric Stahls. Oh, Ronald was speechless and began to seriously consider whether he should help him and then exchange it for the publicity resources Tannin had. Eric Stahls was the first actor Ronald played in a movie when he was filming Fast Pace. Later, he was even chosen to star in last year's sci-fi blockbuster Back to the Future. If it weren't for his insistence that Stoltz's acting style was problematic, and if Michael J. Fox had been cast instead, Stoltz could have been the lead actor in a box office champion film. Although Back to the Future probably wouldn't have been a box office champion even if he had continued acting, it was still a lead role in a major production, and his actions had indeed changed Stoltz's fate. You know, Ronald. When a film is released, especially your small-budget film, advanced screenings by critics are crucial for the opening weekend box office. If you agree to help me with this, Paramount's critic resources can be lent to you free of charge when Dirty Dancing is released. Of course, you'll have to handle those relationships yourself. I'll just make the connections. Ned Tannin, seeing the opportunity, offered an even better deal. I can try, but I can't guarantee anything. Ronald thought for a long time, still reluctant to give up Paramount's marketing network. If Dirty Dancing could secure such good terms before its release, the box office might increase by more than 20%. To boost box office sales, it wouldn't hurt to act as a mascot on set and help maintain order. And while we're at it, how about we help the crew with a female lead? Tannen and Ronald high-fived to signify a gentleman's agreement, then Tannen smiled and added an extra condition. "What do you think of Diane Lane?" Ronald, thinking of the unfortunate Diane, quickly offered his opinion. "Diane Lane? The little girl from The Bridge at Sunset, that's her. She also starred in 3 Coppola movies. Honestly, I shouldn't be rejecting your recommendation right now. But a large portion of this film's investment is bank loans. Kim Delaney's reputation, the original choice for the female lead, is used as collateral." Ned Tannen explained the bank financing process to Ronald. "Generally, such bridge loans require a distribution contract and 1 or 2 stars who can guarantee box office success as collateral." Kim Delaney was the lead actress in the early 1980s ABC soap opera My Children, a household name, and had received an Emmy nomination. She had just transitioned from television to film, and the fame she had built up in the series was seen by the bank as a box office guarantee. At least in terms of marketing and promotion, it could save a lot of costs. "So, the female lead in this movie also needs to be a household name?" Ronald asked. "Yes, and a face that the audience can remember." Delaney's fans were very loyal. After she left My Children last year, many fans stopped watching the show. Ronald was speechless. Ned Tannen was a rare find. The requirements for this kind of female lead were actually very high. Everyone had to recognize her, and she also had to fit the script's description of someone so beautiful that she could be instantly distinguished from other actresses. There were very few actresses in Hollywood history who could outshine everyone else. Moreover, the bank needed a female star with a fan base that the general audience would recognize, which immediately eliminated the actresses around Ronald. Diane Lane wasn't glamorous enough. Her most famous role was played when she was a 14-year-old girl, completely different from her current plump and voluptuous image. Without being reminded, one wouldn't recognize the little girl from The Bridge at Sunset. Helen Slater is undeniably beautiful, but she has few memorable roles. In The Wicked, audiences remember the short male lead and the obese female lead's performances more. What do you think of Diane Lane as Amanda Jones? What about Helen Slater? Ronald quickly met with director Howard Deutsch. He wanted to ask for his opinion, just in case he could recommend her. Director Deutsch looked embarrassed. Filming was about to begin, and the female lead was still undecided. He had been John Hughes' assistant director, and his first independent directorial effort, Pink, was a box office flop, causing a falling out between lead actress Molly Lindward and Hughes after filming due to differing opinions on the ending. This was his second directorial effort, and after being fired and returning to direct, he had virtually no authority among the veteran actors on set. Hughes is currently busy preparing for his new film Airplanes, Trains, and Cars, and also secretly vying with Paramount for his next film contract. He won't back down to Paramount for his own sake. Most of the difficulties this incredible film faces will have to be resolved by himself. Fortunately, Ronald has arrived. He had already agreed with Ronald's suggestion in the previous film, Pink, to have the female lead fall for a rich man instead of a poor one. If it weren't for Hughes' stubbornness, the box office might not have only reached $40 million. I think either of them would be fine, but if they fill in, Howard Deutsch understood that the production needed a star. Any of them will do, as long as you, Ronald, are willing to take on the missing investment. Tannen chimed in from the side. I was just asking. Ronald immediately declined when asked to invest. What a joke. His money was tied up in Sex and the City. If he had money to invest in a new script, he'd make a new film and promote it himself. He's not short of money, yet he's trying to piggyback on Paramount's resources. Let's meet the actors first, Deutsch said, carefully changing the subject when he noticed Ronald's unpleasant expression. Okay, let's meet them. The group arrived at the large office, where a group of actors were chatting on the sofa. This is Ronald, everyone knows him. He will be the co-producer for our production. Deutsch walked into the office and introduced Ronald to everyone. Then he introduced the actors to Ronald. This is Eric, long time no see. Ronald took the initiative to step forward and hug Eric Stoltz. Hello, Ronald. Stoltz clearly still had some issues with Ronald, but his eyes were mostly positive and expectant as he looked at Ronald. With a box office guarantee like Ronald joining the production, his acting career should have a chance to turn around. This is the second female lead, Mary Stuart Masterson, who plays Watts. Your hair. Ronald saw a short-haired beauty, quite like Watts' tomboyish character in the script. Her hair was originally dark brown with blonde tops, but now it was messy. I was supposed to have my hair dyed blonde for my previous role, But my natural hair color has grown back, so I haven't dyed it yet, Masterson said, delighted to see Ronald, whose new role seemed to have been upgraded. He generously stepped forward to introduce him. Don't dye it, okay? This hairstyle suits What's tomboyish personality quite well. What do you think? Ronald turned to ask Director Deutsch. That's what I thought too. After meeting everyone and introducing the new arrangements, Ronald made it clear that Howard Deutsch held the greatest creative authority on set, and all the actors had to follow his instructions. But Ronald, my understanding is that Keith in this script actually has some loser elements in his personality. I think it's best to treat him entirely as a fairy tale. Eric Stoltz raised his hand to speak, wanting to share his understanding of the character. Eric, stay behind. Everyone else, meeting adjourned. Be here on time tomorrow for costume fittings and script readings. Director Deutsch will be in charge. I won't be coming, Ronald abruptly interrupted Eric Stoltz's rambling, dismissing everyone. Bang! Ronald saw everyone off, including Director Deutsch, and closed the door. Only Eric Stoltz and Ned Tanning remained. Eric, do you still hold a grudge against me for suggesting to Mr. Spielberg that you be replaced in Back to the Future? I understand it was an artistic decision, but I did have different opinions on how to portray Marty. Very good. From this perspective, you're a professional actor. Ronald gestured for Stoltz to sit down, then asked Tanning to sit opposite him, staring intently at Stoltz to exert pressure. But my understanding of the character is my honest opinion. I truly believe it. Stoltz, unable to bear the pressure of two powerful figures staring at him silently, proactively explained his thoughts. Are you out of your mind? Ronald suddenly raised his hand, stopping the incessantly chattering Stoltz. Stoltz was uncomfortable with Ronald's sudden change in expression. I invited Mr. Ned Tanning here today because of you. He's very unhappy with your disobedience to Director Deutsch's artistic principles. He wants to fire you. Tanning cooperated with a serious expression, slowly raising his chin. Do you still insist on your creative ideas, kid? Ronald interrupted Stoltz before he could answer. I told Mr. Tanning that I understand you. It was the first time I gave you a small role in Fast Rhythm, and although it was a small role, you played it very well. I completely agree with Mr. Deutsch's understanding of the script. We're going to make a fairy tale. Would you like to join us and make a good story? Before Stoltz could answer, Ronald took another step closer and lowered his voice. You were replaced in Back to the Future, which must have had a significant impact on your acting career, right? Do you want to go through that again, getting fired by Paramount because of creative differences? Of course not. Stoltz's voice rose an octave and trembled slightly. You're a good actor. Try to keep an open mind and try to understand Director Deutsch's vision. If there are any problems you can't solve, you can call me. Okay? This time I'm on your side, and I'm sure you're perfect for the role of Keith. Thank you, I will. Eric Stoltz wasn't a star after all, and he was easily swayed by Ronald's combination of persuasion and pressure. He even assured Ned Tanning that he would fully cooperate on set. Good boy, I trust Ronald and his judgment. You'll be fine. Ronald sat back on the sofa. Great, Eric is very cooperative. Now all that's left is to choose the female lead. You guys haven't decided on the female lead yet? I have someone, Eric Stoltz, who is about to leave, said to Ronald. Who? Ronald and Ned Tanning asked together. Do you really think Lee Thompson is suitable? Ronald was driving his Ferrari, with Director Deutsch in the passenger seat, heading to Lee Thompson's house in the Beverly Hills upscale neighborhood. Which American audience doesn't know Marty's mother from Back to the Future, that hot and sexy Lorraine? But don't you think she's more suited to the role of the girl next door, or even Watts? She seems more convincing as Amanda Jones. She doesn't seem sexy enough. Ronald raised his doubts. From a bank financing perspective, perhaps Lee Thompson is the best choice. Because almost every audience member knows her from Back to the Future, and her film Howard the Duck, released just over 2 months ago, was a box office flop and received widespread criticism from critics, so her salary wouldn't be too high. Some even said her sex scene with the duck was the biggest disaster in history. Lee Thompson's acting is also quite good, but actors have a certain aura. She can be considered beautiful by her characters and can steal other people's boyfriends, but to say that she makes all the men in school swoon doesn't seem convincing to Ronald. Audiences wouldn't accept that. What are you talking about? Of course she's the most beautiful. Lee isn't just a girl next door, she's incredibly charming. You could say there are few actresses in Hollywood more beautiful than her. Oh, Ronald glanced at Deutsch. Did this guy have some peculiar taste in women, just liking Lee Thompson's type? Ding dong, Ronald rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, huh? I arranged to meet her agent, why isn't she here? Ronald asked curiously. He was the director who launched Thompson's career, surely she wouldn't stand him up? Although Lee Thompson's current apartment was much nicer than his. After a long while, Lee Thompson opened the door, wearing large sunglasses, and ushered Ronald and Deutsch into the room. This is director Howard Deutsch. He really wants you to star as Amanda Jones in his new film Wonderful Yes, Miss Thompson. I'm Howard. I contacted your agent before, and I like your acting style. This Amanda Jones is a stunningly beautiful girl in a public high school. You see, the name we gave her is the same as the Rolling Stones song of the same name, Amanda Jones. She was all alone at home, so beautiful, until someone asked her out. Deutsch was very excited to see Lee Thompson, explaining the origin of the character and even singing a few lines from the Rolling Stones song of the same name. Upon hearing these lyrics, Lee Thompson, thinking about being alone at home and no one asking her out, couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears. Hey, what's wrong? Ronald rushed over to comfort her, embracing Lee Thompson. Thompson was trembling violently, clearly emotional. Ronald glanced at Deutsch, a look that seemed to say, look what you've done. He looked around and grabbed the bottle of water from the refrigerator, handing it to Lee Thompson to help her calm down. I'm sorry, I was just emotional. Thompson gradually calmed down, and she quietly told Ronald about her predicament. It turned out that Thompson had beaten out Diane and a host of other actresses to win the role in George Lucas's new film, Howard the Duck, but the box office failure was truly devastating. Even with similar box office failures, the extent of investor losses varied greatly. George Lucas and, like Ronald, she self-financed all her films. This massive production and distribution budget, even with 3 Star Wars movies that brought him huge profits, resulted in significant losses for Lucas. Much criticism in the industry focused on Lee Thompson's performance as the female lead, criticizing the lack of chemistry between her and the special effects duck. Some industry insiders knew it was a problem with the special effects model. Using different buttons to control different mechanisms to create expressions made it look very stiff. However, many others felt it was a problem with Thompson's acting. Many scripts that had initially invited her to act were quietly withdrawn, or she wasn't invited to second or third rounds of auditions. I'm about to default on the mortgage on my newly bought house. Lee Thompson's promising acting career was dealt a devastating blow. The house she bought, based on her projected income from Back to the Future, was now beyond her means. Where's your boyfriend? Should he be here with you, Dennis? Dennis is filming abroad. He doesn't have any income to help me either. Okay, director Deutsch strongly recommends you play the lead role. What do you think? This is an opportunity. Ronald handed over the script. Howard Deutsch looked expectant. I agree in principle, Lee Thompson agreed after only a short look. Please discuss the rest with my agent. If she's okay with it, I'll take the role. Amanda Jones, the female lead, has a significant amount of screen time, and Thompson needed a role that would allow the audience to remember her positive image. Good, mission accomplished, Ronald muttered, finally fulfilling Ned Tannen's request and securing promotional resources for his spicy dance movie. Ronald, can you stay a moment? I have some questions for you. I'm still a bit unsure about the role. Lee Thompson stopped Ronald, leaving him at the mansion. Deutsch had to call a taxi himself. What, do you have any more questions? The male lead is Eric Stoltz. You two have worked together before, Ronald asked. The second female lead is also professional enough. I think you two will work well together on set. No, Ronald. Do you really think I'm suitable for Amanda Jones? I'm afraid I'm not pretty enough. Lee Thompson was very clear about her own conditions and acting skills, and she also had a good plan for her acting career. She agreed to take the role for her own income and to appear in front of the audience. But deep down she knew that she might not be the best choice to play a role like Amanda. So she quickly kept Ronald behind to ask for advice. HMPH, Ronald thought to himself, so Thompson also had concerns that her appearance wasn't suitable. But Deutsch seemed to really think she was suitable. He thought for a long time and said to Thompson, the director is very satisfied with your appearance, so I think he has his own considerations. Thompson nodded. However, if you want the audience to be convinced by your character and remember this character, you may need to consider the role more. Thompson's eyes were still red and swollen, but she immediately took out a pen and paper to write down Ronald's opinion. The audience remembers the characters in the story. Maybe your appearance isn't convincing enough, but the audience will fall in love with Amanda Jones because of the character's personality, in addition to her appearance. She didn't accept Keith's advances in the end because she realized that Keith didn't understand that he truly loved Watts. And Watts was willing to be Keith's driver to pick him up and take him to his date with Amanda in order to fulfill Keith's wish. So these three characters have one thing in common: they're all kind people. When her ex-boyfriend, the rich boy Hardy, bullied Keith, Amanda held a negative attitude. So you need to put more effort into this part. Think about what kind of person Amanda is, so that when she saw the oil portrait that Keith had spent months painting of her, even though she had already developed feelings for Keith, she still returned the expensive earrings, helping him to be together. I got it. Lee Thompson regained her composure and noted down Ronald's key points. Ronald meant that even if an actor isn't conventionally beautiful and has a striking presence, they should move the audience with their kindness. This advice, offered from the director's perspective of balancing the various characters, is crucial for the actor. Thank you. Thompson hugged Ronald tightly. Getting a role now was truly a rare privilege. Don't worry, American audiences won't forget your performance in Back to the Future. As long as you make a sequel to Back to the Future, you can turn things around no matter how many bad movies you make. Think of Princess Leia. Hey, Lee Thompson chuckled at Ronald's words, but director Zemeckis has repeatedly said he won't make a sequel. Ronald shrugged, walking down the long hallway to the entrance hall, a beautiful Mediterranean-style house with imported Italian marble floors and expensive wood doors with high-quality metal handles. He turned to Thompson, who was seeing him off, and said, "If you're short on cash, you might as well cancel the lease. I can't even afford a mansion like this now." "I will. I figured it out. Living here is torture." Thompson stepped forward and gently kissed Ronald on the lips. The two said goodbye and left. So, did she agree? Ronald, who had just stepped out into the parking lot, was startled by Deutsch next to the Ferrari. "I was worried she might change her mind, so I just waited for you here." Deutsch explained why he was there. She agreed. "Go prepare for the script reading." Ronald opened the car door. "I'll drive you to the foot of the mountain." Today's chapter has been combined into one. Chapter 756, The Lucky Actress. Another meeting Ronald couldn't refuse was an invitation from Joseph Farrow, vice president of 20th Century Fox. He was serving as executive producer on Mannequin, directed by Michael Gottlieb and starring Kim Carderall and Andrew McCarthy, which had finished filming and completed its first assembly after a rough cut on the editing room. As producer, Ronald had the authority to enter the editing room at this time, joining other senior executives to review the director's work. Since the collapse of the traditional studio system in the 1950s, directors had gradually gained artistic control over the editing of films. However, the production company was responsible for financing and final box office results, so a handover point was established. After the first rough cut, the producer would invite a group of people to an internal screening, and then, based on their experience and feedback from the audience, decide whether the film met requirements and make necessary modifications. "Ronald, I'm a little nervous. I've never been invited to an internal screening of a film I directed before," Kim Carderall said, sitting close to Ronald in the chair beside him. "Normally, actors have neither the right nor the need to attend internal screenings." Ronald heard from Nisida that Kim Carderall had worked incredibly hard during filming in Philadelphia, striving for a breakthrough in her first leading role at the age of 30. However, based on Ronald's understanding of the pre-production mindset, and considering it was the director's first time directing a feature film, he wasn't particularly optimistic about the film's quality. So, he invited Carderall to discuss his thoughts with her. The internal screenings were attended by Fox receptionists, secretaries, and crew members. They were used to these internal screenings and accustomed to film copies without opening and closing credits. Experienced secretaries would even bet on the film's box office performance based on gossip circulating within the studio. The opening sequence, with its waving lights in front of the 20th Century Fox Theater, hadn't even been installed yet. The film started without a title. It was inside a pharaoh's pyramid, and Carderall, playing Amy, the pharaoh's daughter, was wrapped in white cloth, disguised as a mummy, trying to avoid her mother's arranged marriage. Covered entirely in strips of cloth, revealing only her eyes, Carderall perfectly captured the mischievous urge to hide from her mother. Ronald turned to look at Carderall, realizing he had underestimated her acting skills and effort. Such a performance was far beyond what a blonde bombshell could achieve. Even without seeing her full face, the audience could discern Amy's personality from her eyes. Carter's entrance was quite unusual. "What do you think of my performance? This is the best role I've ever prepared for since my debut. My physique has also improved since I started working out. You'll see." Carter smiled brightly. "The wedding is ready. You rejected the pharaoh's jeweler, the grain merchant, and the pharaoh's food taster. Now there's only one choice. You must marry Hazara." "So, what does Hazara do?" Carter removed her veil, her expression a mixture of scrutiny and curiosity. "He's a fuel merchant, Mom." "Okay, he sells camel dung? Don't even think about it, don't even dream about it, you have to marry him." Then the queen spoke, explaining to her daughter that women had no power in this era. If women could do what they wanted, wouldn't a mother encourage her daughter to do it? Amy was still full of dreams. She prayed to the gods, hoping to go to an era where women also had the right to pursue their dreams. Then, blue light flashed inside the pyramid, the walls of the underground cave shook, and finally, a burst of ashes erupted, and Amy disappeared on the spot. Ronald turned to look at the director, Michael Gottlieb, on the other side. This scene was filmed skillfully and smoothly. The special effects were evident, the budget was low, but the effect was very good. Although the two actors' performances could not conform to ancient Egyptian customs, for the American teenagers, these lines and performances were exactly what they wanted to hear. Gottlieb felt the goodwill and appreciation in Ronald's eyes and nodded and smiled at him. "Seems pretty good," Ronald said, turning his gaze away. Gottlieb had managed to balance so many interests and produce a film with a promising start despite a limited budget. The opening theme song wasn't even finished yet when the camera cut to the modern era after a black screen. It focused on Andrew McCarthy, playing the protagonist Jonathan, riding a motorcycle. Jonathan was an unlucky guy, losing his job right away, and even when he picked up his girlfriend on his motorcycle, he was ridiculed by his colleagues. After being caught in a downpour, his girlfriend broke up with him. Ronald covered his face. He shouldn't praise him too soon. For some reason, Andrew McCarthy was completely lacking in his usual acting skills, appearing blank and only able to express the character's emotions through wide eyes, forced grins, and fake smiles. He recalled a time on the Philadelphia set when director Gottlieb tried to make everyone exaggerate their performances. But exaggeration aside, why was Andrew McCarthy acting so badly? What the hell is going on? How come Andrew is acting so badly? Ronald couldn't help himself. He leaned close to Carter's ear, covered his mouth with his hand, and whispered. "Andrew? He was drunk every day on set. I could smell the stench coming from his breath when I filmed scenes with him." Tisk. Ronald sighed. Throughout the rest of the film, whenever McCarthy was in a scene, he seemed completely out of place with the other characters. This also dragged down Catrill's acting. Several times, Ronald saw Catrill's face involuntarily show disgust when she hugged, got close to, and kissed McCarthy. It seemed this guy's gang member really did smell bad. But compared to Andrew McCarthy's overly exaggerated and fake performance as Jonathan, the exaggerated acting of the supporting cast didn't bother Ronald. It seemed the different roles gave different actors different tolerance levels for their performances. The protagonist, Jonathan, was a naive boy who believed that a wooden mannequin could come to life when he looked at it at night. So, for the audience to believe in such a character and immerse themselves in the story, Jonathan's behavior had to be believable. The audience had a lower tolerance for him. The supporting characters, the mall security guard, the treacherous manager, and the male and female lead's ally, were all exaggerated supporting characters from fairy tales. The audience was much more forgiving of them. They could be as bad, as strange, as exaggerated as possible without seeming abnormal. Ronald kept thinking about this while watching the film. Traditional fairy tales seem to follow this pattern. Supporting characters can be extremely eccentric, while the main characters must be believable. For example, Cinderella's two stepsisters and stepmother are abnormally evil, and Snow White's seven dwarfs are also very bizarre and exaggerated. After the test screening, someone collected audience feedback. Ronald asked Cattrall to wait outside while he, director Michael Gottlieb, and executive producer Joseph Farrell went into the meeting room to discuss further revisions. I said, "Michael, what's wrong with your film? Why are the characters so exaggerated? It doesn't feel like a live-action movie, it looks like those animated characters from Disney movies," said executive producer Joseph Farrell, who had specifically taken time to watch the internal screening. His own project offered a substantial share of the profits. If the final product retained this exaggerated quality, the distribution department would likely be very unhappy. They'd be terrified of poor distribution and theaters refusing to screen it, even during the traditional off-season. If someone raised objections and the distribution budget was reduced, they'd lose a significant portion of the profits. What do you mean by that? I've expressed my opinion for a long time. This kind of story is inherently hard to believe. Wooden mannequins turned into real people. Only this fairy tale-like storytelling can draw the audience in, otherwise, it will lose a lot of viewers. Director Gottlieb began to defend himself. I know, but you've gone a bit too far. I can already imagine how the critics will comment on the actors' performances. Not at all, no. Carterall's acting is excellent, and the supporting actors are all distinctive. After a somewhat heated exchange, Farrow finally remembered the silent Ronald. What do you think, Ronald? Whose opinion do you agree with? Actually, I agree a little with Joseph and a little with Michael. Ronald played hard to get. In fact, I also think that exaggerated acting in the supporting roles isn't necessarily a bad thing. Disney's moving little people also have exaggerated supporting characters. Ronald put quotation marks around the term moving little people by bending and stretching his fingers. Carterall's acting was very good, and she's maintained her figure very well. The shots of her changing with the wooden mannequins were convincing. But Andrew, he disappointed me a bit. The film's ability to draw the audience into the dream world is diminished by his expressions and movements. Andrew, the other two fell silent. What's wrong with him? I believe that if he could have delivered a normal performance like in Pink, the audience probably wouldn't have noticed the inconsistencies in the film. Ronald pressed. He was overwhelmed. Finally, Joseph Farrow spoke up. After all, Andrew McCarthy was the one he had brought in. It turns out that McCarthy, as a member of the Hollywood Brat Pack, is facing increasing criticism. Emilio Estevez, the group's leader, teamed up with another of Ronald's adversaries last year, Italian independent producer Dino De Laurentiis. Recognizing Estevez's potential, De Laurentiis signed him to a 3-film deal. The first film, Chariots of Fire, was released in July of this year by De Laurentiis's own company. The film was of mediocre quality. And given the general public's dislike of Estevez's group, characters of unprofessional teenage stars, it was pulled from theaters after only 2 weeks, failing to even cover its production costs. Another film he wrote, directed, and starred in, Wisdom, is also facing box office difficulties and is currently searching for a distributor in Hollywood. Meanwhile, another key member of the group, Rob Lowe, co-starred with Estevez's girlfriend, Demi Moore, in Last Night, which performed well at the box office. This film, directed by newcomer Edward Zwick, unexpectedly grossed $35 million after its recent theatrical run. However, Rob Lowe's career was also in jeopardy. He was linked to several actresses, and a large group of fans claimed to have had one-night stands with him. The nickname the boy band was quickly attached to these young actors. Regardless of whether their actions were any different from those of other actors, the audience's perception of them was very negative. The boy band's bad reputation also put a lot of pressure on Andrew McCarthy. Many scripts for good-looking characters were rejected, while many bad boy roles were offered to him. Coupled with the fact that his previous film, Pink, did not meet box office expectations, Andrew McCarthy almost developed clinical depression. He then distanced himself from Hollywood and returned to New York, where his parents lived. This resulted in even fewer scripts being sent to him, leading him to become addicted to alcohol and drink himself into a stupor every day. Sigh, the mentality of a loser, Ronald sighed inwardly. The best way to deal with this kind of public pressure was to fight back with a successful role, rather than staying at home in fear. Tom Cruise was initially caught up in the Boys Over Flowers media frenzy, but after Top Gun aired, no one considered him a member of the group anymore. How is he doing now? Ronald couldn't help but think that the acting industry really relied heavily on luck and was incredibly stressful. Plus, many actors are emotionally sensitive, making them prone to psychological problems. I've arranged for him to go to a rehab center. So, any suggestions? Executive producer Joseph Farrow flicked his wrist, revealing a gold watch beneath the sleeve of his fitted, handmade shirt. Ronald recognized it as a Rolex, but didn't know the model. He flicked his wrist, revealing his Casio digital watch. It's still early, how about we go to the editing room to discuss this in detail? My idea is, if we have the chance, we should get Andrew McCarthy to reshoot these close-up reaction shots. Let's see if the effect is better. If not, we'll delete them. Then cut some of the particularly awkward shots of him and Carterel together. This might lose half a minute of runtime, but it could reduce the number of times the audience feels strangely pulled out of the scene by 5 or 6 times. Ronald fast-forwarded and rewound on the editing machine, identifying a few shots he felt were subpar and offering suggestions to the director. Reshoots are always a last resort, as actors are unlikely to return to the state they were in during filming. Therefore, Ronald only offered suggestions on a few solo close-ups. HMPH, director Michael Gottlieb turned the knobs on the editing table several times, reluctantly admitting that Ronald's plan was correct. What do you think, Joseph? Is this all there is to it? I have no objections, you're the professional. Ronald, hey, Ronald hesitated, realizing Joseph Farrow's words seemed to imply that director Michael Gottlieb was an amateur. By the way, what about the opening and closing theme songs? Let's take a look. Ronald remembered a song he'd dreamed about, and thought it was quite catchy. Here it is. Director Michael Gottlieb found the recordings of the opening and closing theme songs, put them on a tape recorder, and played them for Ronald and the others. SHHH. You should have put this song on the test screening. Ronald confirmed that this was the song from the scene he'd dreamed about. The overall melody was very catchy, the two singers' voices were very magnetic, and the rhythm was upbeat and catchy. It might just be a chart-topping hit. You know what? I think we should find a singer, make a music video, and then play it repeatedly on MTV. You can film some scenes of the singer and then edit them together with the movie footage. Ronald was in high spirits. Having a catchy song turned the film would attract many viewers who came specifically to hear the music. He shared some of his experiences with the two men present. I think that's a great idea. Director Michael Gottlieb nodded repeatedly. Let's do it. I'll ask the distribution and marketing department to increase the budget. Joseph Farrow was pleased, having more excuses to increase the budget. Who would have thought that a 47-year-old rock vocalist, Grace Slick, could sing a song like this? Joseph Farrow exclaimed. Will there be a lot of marketing resources invested before the film's release? Like, will the lead actor have any TV interviews? Or newspaper interviews? Seeing that Ronald was in a good mood, he began to subtly hint at his intentions. Of course. I'll arrange it. Joseph Farrow understood Ronald's meaning. Fox will try to find the best on-screen opportunities for television interviews, and Andrew McCarthy has to go to rehab, so we'll put all our resources on Miss Carterel. After all, she's the reason many viewers go to the cinema. We'll also find Miss Carterel for newspaper interviews, to share the workload with Michael. After the release next February, we'll see if we can add more resources. King will be happy. Ronald shook hands with Joseph Farrow. She deserves it. We've all seen her talent and hard work. Let's go, Kim. Mr. Farrow has promised you plenty of television interview opportunities. Right before the release next year, Ronald came out and beckoned Carterel, who was anxiously waiting nearby, to come over and tell her the good news. Really? Carterel happily kissed Ronald on the spot and then hugged him tightly. You'll get used to it. The movie's great, you'll have lots of interview opportunities. If you need anything, I can find a PR firm to give you some media training. You're so kind, Ronald. Carterel hugged him tighter, making Ronald feel her gratitude fully. What a beauty. Ronald perked up a bit. He picked up Carterel's coat from the chair, draped it over her shoulders, and then helped her pull her blonde hair out from under the collar. He casually put his arm around Carterel's waist. A warmth emanated from her silk dress. This woman was naturally passionate. Let's go, Ronald said, leading Carterel toward the door, the feel of her skin making his heart flutter. Isn't my waist strong? I maintained my daily workout routine for this movie, even after filming was over. So what you see now is my best condition, Carterel whispered in Ronald's ear. Who could stand this? Ronald felt a rush of blood to his head, a buzzing sound filling his ears. During filming, the costume designer even complimented me, saying my figure was better than those 6 sculptures. Ronald suddenly turned to look at Carterel. Caught off guard, Carterel twisted his waist and leaned against Ronald, his eyes as expressive as in the opening scene of a movie, as if asking, did you feel it? No, wait, where are your sculptures? In the warehouse at 20th Century Fox. I don't know. 6 sculptures, in different poses. Some are sitting, some are standing, and some are half sitting looking back. They were all specially made for a certain shot. You'd better take them all back, Ronald whispered in Carterel's ear. Why? Carterel asked, puzzled. My house is too small to fit them. You don't want some men to take home those sculptures that look just like you after the movie is released, and then, oh, Carterel understood and quickly dragged Ronald to the warehouse to retrieve his sculptures. 1, 2, 3, 4, why are there only 4? Sure enough, when they arrived at the 20th Century Fox production warehouse, of the 6 sculptures Ronald's friend A. Young had made for Carterel, only 4 remained on the floor. I don't know, I'm just a warehouse keeper, I only work the day shift. The warehouse keeper was a white man with a stubble beard and a strong smell of beer. Okay, we'll take the rest. If you have any news about the 2 missing ones, you have to let us know. These are 20th Century Fox's assets. The warehouse keeper was reluctant. Such lifelike sculptures were rare even in movie props. If you have any questions, call Joseph Farrow. Ronald had Carterel sign a confirmation, then borrowed a handcart and moved the sculptures to the parking lot. Bud, in the Mercedes, quickly got out to take the statues. Oh, is this Miss Carterel's statue? It's very beautiful, thank you, Bud. I'm taking it home. Could you please deliver it to my apartment? Here's the address. The concierge will handle it, no problem, I'll take care of it with the concierge. Bud placed the 3 statues in the back seat and passenger seat, then fastened their seatbelts. This one can go in the back seat of my Ferrari, Ronald said, carrying the last statue, the one in a half-sitting, forward-leaning posture with its eyes looking back. He placed it in the back seat of the Ferrari and adjusted its position. Carterel got into the car, and Ronald drove her to the Beverly Hilton Hotel. A Hilton hotel doorman opened the car door. Good afternoon, Mr. Lee. Hello. Ronald got out first, taking Carterel's hand, and waited at the door. Miss, aren't you getting out? The doorman said to the statue in the back seat. Oh, SHXT, this is a mannequin. Ha ha ha. Ronald and Carterel burst into laughter. Thank you. Bring us a bottle of champagne and a plate of strawberries in an hour. Ronald handed the doorman a $20 tip, then helped place the statue on the sofa. Okay, sir, thank you, sir, the doorman said happily, closing the door behind him. Turning around, Ronald saw that Carterel had taken off her coat and was now sitting on the sofa in a red dress. Carterel leaned forward, looking back at Ronald. Who do you think is sexier, me or the statue? For a moment, Ronald felt a little dazed. As if there were 2 Carterels in front of him. This scene was too similar to the scene in the movie where Carterel transforms from a statue into a real person. Kim, Ronald pulled Carterel up. You don't have to do this. In my eyes, you will always be a hard-working, brave, and very talented actress. I like hearing you say that. Go on. Carterel hugged Ronald, feeling a warm current flow into her heart as she was held in his arms. You have a great figure and you're very beautiful, but in the opening scene with the mummy, the audience was captivated by your charisma even before they saw your face. That's rare for an actress. Oh. Ronald, Carterel became increasingly happy, grabbing Ronald's hair and grabbing it wildly, then suddenly jerking her head back, a wave of dizziness washing over her. Will I ever see you again? After working out, Carterel had excellent stamina. She lay in bed drinking champagne and eating strawberries, the 2 aromas blended together, creating a wonderfully pleasant scent that brought a sense of happiness. Of course, you know I really admired your performance in the film. You can call my agent anytime. I'm usually very busy, so if you need anything, just talk to Nisida or Richard. Ronald understood what Carterel meant. Their contract was about to expire, and they both had their own projects to work on afterward. Carterel liked Ronald's performance and also wanted to hold on to this young, blockbuster director. Don't worry, I won't bother you. I'm just afraid I won't be able to forget you later. Carterel picked a high-quality strawberry and fed it to Ronald. Ronald's mouth, which was chewing on strawberries, was sealed again by Carterel, and a fragrance mingled with champagne wafted over. The next day, the internal screening scores for The Magnificent One reached Ronald's hands. Out of a total score of 10, the more than 120th Century Fox employees gave it an 8.3. What level is this score in an internal screening? Ronald didn't understand the scoring criteria for internal screenings, so he consulted his agent, Nisida. I'm not entirely sure about the specific criteria, but it's roughly equivalent to a cinema score of B to B+. For reference, Emilio Estevez's new film Wisdom only received a 6.2 score in its internal screening at Fox. It's nothing compared to that Hunchback, Ronald said, gradually feeling relieved after hearing the comparison. It seemed that The Magnificent One wouldn't do too badly at the box office, and his famous eye for choosing movies wouldn't be challenged for the time being. Michael Douglas called. He just finished filming Fatal Attraction and wants to talk to you. Let's talk after my new film is finished editing. Can you explain to him for me that I'll talk to him when I'm done? Ronald roughly guessed Douglas's purpose and set the meeting time after the editing of Spicy Dance was completed. Spielberg called from Zujiahu Film Studio, saying that your friends, assistant director Wang and Xiao Yan, helped him a lot and expressed their gratitude. Remind me to call him back. Or could you send me a telegram first? International calls there are hard to get through. After dealing with some things that had accumulated during filming and his vacation, Ronald was about to leave Nisita's office. Rick, the door opened, and Paula Wagner walked in. Oh, Ronald, you're here too. Paula hugged him, then handed her husband Nisita a piece of paper. Nisita looked at it. The two seemed to have something to discuss. I was just about to leave, Ronald said, noticing she seemed to have something to discuss with her husband. By the way, Ronald, do you still have stock investments? Nisita suddenly called out to Ronald. I was planning to talk to you about this new legislation. The tax cut bill that the president strongly advocated will be passed by both houses of Congress. The new provisions treat income from long-term stock investments as the same as other income, subject to the highest tax rate. It also eliminates the 60% tax exemption on long-term asset income. You should contact your accountant immediately. If you don't sell this year, the new tax law will apply next year. Rick and I, as well as all the stars under our management, need to be notified, Paula continued to explain. Huh? Ronald hadn't expected the new tax law to have such a twist. Did the president say he supported tax cuts? Why are taxes increasing? It's a tax reform bill, not the tax cut bill that the newspapers are making up. Paula Wagner was holding a concise explanation of the clauses in the new tax law that had a significant impact on celebrities, which she had obtained from the accounting firm. The top federal individual income tax rate has been lowered from 28% to 20%, which is good news. However, previously, if you bought a house or stocks and made money by holding the assets for more than a year and then selling them, you only needed to calculate the profit as taxable income at a discounted rate. With various incentives, only about 30% of long-term capital income was actually taxable. Thus, the effective tax rate for investing in stocks and real estate was only 10%. The tax reform bill touted by the media as a tax cut actually more than doubled the tax rate for these high-income earners. Moreover, the new bill eliminated many previous tax exemptions, such as the tax deferral benefit for repurchased assets. Profits from selling them would now be taxed. Therefore, celebrities need to reassess their assets to avoid significant losses under the new tax law. Luckily, I sold all my stocks, Ronald thought to himself, making a cross. Otherwise, wouldn't I have had to pay millions in back taxes? And that doesn't even account for the inevitable stock price drop due to the increased taxes. Chapter 757 Understanding is Natural. After a period of extended leave, Ronald finally regained his composure. That day, he received a call from Walter Murch. The rough cut and first assembly of the film were complete, and he could come to the editing room to discuss the details. Walter, how's my new film? I feel it's the film with the best coordinated acting I've ever done. What's your opinion? Ronald saw Murch at the editing table and couldn't help but ask for his opinion on the film he had invested in. Since Murch began teaching him editing in San Francisco, he had directed many blockbuster films, and it was time for his mentor, Murch, to evaluate his progress over the years. The dance scenes are excellent, unlike anything I've ever seen. The casting is perhaps one of the best I've ever worked on, besides Coppola as the Godfather, Murch said, happily standing up to hug Ronald and offering him a seat at the editing table. However, the editing for your film lacks a bit of fun, so I really wanted you to come and discuss it with me. Fun? Ronald asked. The rough cut of the entire film is 2 hours and 10 minutes long. Each shot you shot is actually quite similar. I didn't have many options, unlike some directors whose rough cuts exceed the final runtime by more than double. And for many shots, often only the first take is the best. Editing for you is like completing a high school student's homework, it's all multiple choice questions, huh? Ronald laughed. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? From a producer's perspective, it shows the director has his own vision for the final film and can complete filming on time. From a director's perspective, there might be less improvisation from the actors on set. But from an editing perspective, I think it lacks a bit of challenge. Unlike when I edit for other directors, I often have to push the limits, cutting seemingly impossible scenes together. Ha ha ha, I'll take that as a compliment, the two joked, starting from the beginning and slowly reviewing all the shots. After 2 days, Ronald gradually got into the swing of things and began expressing his ideas to Murch regarding the handling of certain shots. The two shared similar editing methodologies and often quickly agreed on each other's opinions. Ronald knew little about sound design, so Murch took the lead in that area and even tutored Ronald in his spare time. The daily editing progressed at a visible pace, omitting a second or two of transitional shots in favor of more interesting connecting methods. The film's runtime gradually decreased from over 2 hours to 1 hour and 50 minutes, and was steadily moving towards the planned target of 1 hour and 40 minutes. One afternoon, the two were discussing a shot on the editing room. Ronald and Walter Murch both stuck to their ideas, and after a long discussion without reaching a conclusion, they took a break to replenish their caffeine. Murch, watching Ronald drinking the strange beverage of goji berry black tea, asked a question he had long wanted to ask. I heard those higher-ranking Jewish people are giving you trouble. Yes, they even sent Michael Douglas to meet with me. They just don't want a wealthy Jewish girl dating a poor Irish guy, and then abandoning the Jewish rich kid to get together with a dancer. So what are you planning to do? Our current version has lots of intimate scenes between Baby and Johnny, and scenes where they clear up misunderstandings and look forward to their future together. I have my ways. Ronald smiled and replied to Murch. You're not thinking of doing this secretly, are you? That won't do, it'll cause big problems. Ronald, Murch pulled Ronald to the table, you're still young. By the time you enter this industry, those Jewish figures in Hollywood will have already retired from the limelight. You might not know how ruthless they are. If you try to fool those old Jewish men by making a dual copy, you'll be in big trouble. Not to mention, the MPAA, which handles film ratings, is full of Jews. They can hold you back there and give you a bad rating. Even if you get a good MPAA rating, or find a way to bypass them and release the film in theaters yourself, it's still very risky. Don't forget, the person who's approaching you is the son of the Douglas family. What about the son of the Douglas family? Ronald didn't answer Murch's question. Instead, he was curious about his comments about Michael Douglas's family, as if he had some gossip. Well, I didn't live through the days when Jewish gangs dominated Hollywood. I've heard from older folks that before the 1960s, Jewish gangs had a more fearsome reputation than Italian gangs. Legend has it that Michael's father, Kirk, was a mouthpiece for the Jewish gangs in Hollywood. Do you know the actress Natalie Wood who tragically passed away a few years ago? Of course, I saw him at the Golden Globe Awards, Ronald replied. Legend has it that she was forced by Kirk Douglas in her early days in Hollywood. He was a Hollywood sexual predator really? Ronald raised an eyebrow at this gossip. He was familiar with Hollywood. Relationships with actresses were always consensual, communicated through agents, and everyone got what they wanted. He'd never heard of any coercion. Why make it so ugly? Unless it was those non-union approved projects, some small production companies releasing films directly to the video market, he'd heard of such things. Michelle Canold, the distribution director Ronald had recruited from Weston Studios to Daydream Studios, had talked about the chaos of those small projects. Weston Pictures used to specialize in shooting NC-17 rated videotapes. Hollywood is a new place now. But when I was in college, it was a chaotic mess. Many actors didn't have makeup artists and had to do their own makeup. Actresses often had to hire their brothers as assistants to protect them on set. I've also heard that Kirk Douglas, in Hollywood in the late 1940s, got a minor actress named Jean Spangler pregnant. The very night she went to meet with Kirk to negotiate, she disappeared. Later, her body and handbag were found on the way from her house to Kirk Douglas's house, along with an unfinished note with Kirk's name on it. Really? What? Ronald had never heard of such gossip. Then why do people think of the Italian-American mafia when they talk about gangsters? And why doesn't anyone mention Jewish gangsters? You can figure it out yourself. There are two reasons. On the one hand, Jews have gradually taken over the upper echelons of Hollywood, and they are unwilling to make movies and TV series about Jewish gangsters. On the other hand, Italian-American directors love to make gangster stories. Now, most of the stereotypes about ethnicity among the American public come from movies and TV shows. With so many of these movies made, it has gradually become a symbol of Italian-Americans, and many ignorant Italian-Americans are even proud of it. That makes sense. Ronald touched his ear. After Coppola made The Godfather, many of the mafia characters in movies had Italian-American appearances. Although The Godfather was essentially a family film, the background story of the mafia led many gangsters to start imitating the behavior in the movies. This further deepened the stereotypes of Italian-Americans among other ethnic groups. Thinking of this, Ronald smiled at Murch. The other party was obviously very concerned about him, which was why he was telling these gossips. "It's alright, Walter, I know what I'm doing. When I invested in this film, I knew the old Jewish men wouldn't say anything about it." Ronald whispered his thoughts in Walter Murch's ear. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. If the Jews still cause me trouble this way, then any action they take will actually reinforce the audience's impression of the Jewish girl's story. So the best way is to pretend we don't see it." Some time passed. The rough cut of the film was complete. After the film reels were assembled into a complete copy for the second time, Ronald called Michael Douglas, who had previously helped relay messages, to come and see what the finished film looked like. "You were filming this movie in Virginia, right?" "I was filming Fatal Attraction in New York at the time, and I returned to Hollywood around the same time as you." Michael Douglas, still dressed like a wealthy young man, looked very smart and hugged Ronald as soon as he entered. "Oh, how was working with director Adrian Lane? I was on his set for Flashdance. He's a really talented guy. It was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. He's a great actor's director. He doesn't restrict us too much. As actors, working with a director like him is the most comfortable. Glenn often tells me how lucky he is to work with Adrian." Glenn, the lead actress, Glenn Close, she's a great actress, playing a slightly neurotic lover who's trying to break up my family. "Have you met her?" "Oh, it's her. Met her once, at the party on The Big Chill." Kevin Costner originally had a lot of scenes, but they were all cut. Ronald chatted with Douglas for a while, then invited him into the screening room to watch the already musically recorded Spicy dance with him. Boom, boom boom, the mambo drum beats began, and the screen showed an aged dance sequence, several dancers performing a provocative dance in a basement, the seductive shots presented in slow motion. "This is what you call a provocative dance." Douglas stroked his chin, seemingly quite interested. The copy was 1 hour and 40 minutes long, without the end credits. After watching the entire film, Michael Douglas looked at Ronald. "You changed the ethnicity of the female lead, baby? Or more accurately, you hid it, right? I didn't hear anyone mention they were Jewish throughout the entire film." Johnny's ethnicity wasn't mentioned much either, only briefly mentioned when the two were dancing together in the crowd at the end. "If you've gone along with this, I think those old men won't have any problems." "But doesn't this hinder your creative freedom?" Michael Douglas asked Ronald politely. "Michael, you lived in Los Angeles when you were a child, right?" Ronald didn't answer, but instead asked him a question. "No, after my parents divorced, I lived with my mother in New York. I went to school there from a young age until I went to college in New Jersey." "What? Then how come you don't know that the Kellerman Resort Hotel in the movie is based on the Catskills? Those resorts exclusively for Jews, aren't they called Borscht resorts by you? Borscht is also featured in the movie. They're all resorts that only Jews go to. Any Jewish child there would recognize that, right?" "Oh, actually, my mother isn't Jewish, she's of Irish descent. So when I was little, I didn't go to those Jewish-only resorts. We went to Long Island, New York for our holidays." PFFT, Ronald almost burst out laughing. No wonder Michael Douglas didn't react to the ethnicity hidden in the story's background. This kind of unspoken, implied ethnicity was a way Ronald came up with to deal with Jewish influence. The movie never once mentioned that Baby's Houseman family was Jewish. And none of the actors he chose for the Houseman family had a particularly obvious Jewish nose, like Barbara Streisand. Even the lead actress, Jennifer Grey, has a much smaller nose than another candidate, Sarah Jessica Parker. Only Jewish viewers would find a hint of familiarity in the subtle details. They wouldn't notice Jennifer Grey's nose, which, while not obvious, clearly reflects her ethnicity. Throughout the film, Ronald never mentions a single word related to Judaism, yet the story's background permeates the narrative, telling a Jewish story. This divides the audience into two groups, non-Jews who are completely unaware, and Jewish viewers who know it's about their own story. This is the so-called those who understand will understand, and those who don't won't. If Jewish leaders want to cause trouble, they will inevitably mention in the media Ronald's films any anti-Semitic tendencies, deliberately portraying Jewish girls as lacking self-respect, or having their virginity taken by a lewd Irishman. Once they bring up these implications, those viewers who didn't initially realize Ronald was telling a story about a Jewish girl will suddenly understand. American society as a whole doesn't have much goodwill towards Jews to begin with, and for these conservative Jewish elders to dare to promote such outdated, racist ideas is bound to draw a barrage of attacks from the mainstream media. Therefore, Ronald's clever storytelling approach has actually put those old fogies who oppose making this story into a dilemma. If your media only hints, people won't understand what you're saying. If you're explicit, it will provoke even more resentment. It's better to keep a low profile. As long as the media marketing doesn't deliberately promote it as a Jewish story, there won't be a problem. So, you won't deliberately mention it's a Jewish story in your marketing, will you? Michael Douglas understood Ronald's approach and nodded in approval. Then he asked Ronald for a guarantee. I'm not stupid. Why would I deliberately provoke the old men's perceptions? Besides, Jews make up less than 3% of the American youth population. I invested in this film myself, of course I want to make money. I don't need to give up a bigger market, right? You convinced me. Michael Douglas nodded in agreement. Ronald chuckled, took a cigar given to him by Paramount president Ned Tanning from beside his seat, cut it, and lit it for Douglas courteously. He hadn't known before that Michael Douglas's maternal lineage included Irish ancestry. This made things easier. He had lived with his mother after his parents' divorce and was closer to his Irish heritage. So he was less likely to object to this kind of storyline. I'll pass on the message and put in a good word for you. Michael Douglas took a deep drag on his cigar and slowly exhaled the smoke. It's top-notch stuff. A friend gave it to me. It's a Fuente Hemingway series from the Dominican Republic. Ronald took out a new wooden box and handed it to Michael Douglas. Take this and test its quality for me. I know you're an expert. Thanks, I will, Michael Douglas said, taking it into his pocket. But those old men will be a bit stubborn. They don't understand the current situation in America. In their view, everyone should respect Jewish culture and religion. They probably don't understand that most Americans don't even know that the Catskill is a Jewish-only resort. If you have better evidence that the audience won't realize this is a Jewish story, I think they'll be more at ease. How about I hold a preview screening and then do an audience survey? Ronald thought for a moment and asked. I think it's fine. Once you've got it done, send the results to my agent. I'll schedule a time with my father. Great. Ronald was also satisfied with Douglas's help, squinting his eyes as he joined him in puffing on a cigarette. I'll be going now. It's been a lot of fun chatting with you. Michael Douglas enjoyed the moment for a while before getting up to leave. I'll see you out, Ronald said, rising to see him off. Also, at the door, Michael Douglas turned around and said, could we cut the last scene, the one where Johnny and Baby are looking to the future? I've been thinking, and it might be the only thing that makes the old folks uncomfortable. Why? I didn't say Baby was Jewish. I just said she joined the Peace Corps, and Johnny was going to be a dancer, and that their long-distance relationship made them uncertain about the future. Ronald was a little confused by this request. I just think the old men might not be too happy about a rich girl and a poor boy being together not just for a short-term relationship, but for a long-term commitment. You know, they're all wealthy, and they might be even more worried about this than racial differences. Oh, I'll think about it, Ronald frowned. It turned out these old men were thinking about not only racial tensions, but also the gap between rich and poor. But this movie is a love story that transcends race and class. If it doesn't have a happy ending, wouldn't the audience feel unsatisfied? Also, we shouldn't be constrained by Baby's ethnicity, but on the other hand, we shouldn't bring stereotypes about poor Irish people into the film. What do you think? It turned out Michael Douglas had considered this himself. He didn't want his mother's Irish heritage to be stereotyped as poor, only able to earn money through physical labor and skills, like dancing, and not through intelligence. Ronald's mind raced. Now he needed Michael Douglas to act as a middleman, relaying messages to the Jewish old men. Besides, this wasn't really a necessary plot point. On another note, perhaps leaving Baby and Johnny's future unresolved is a good approach. It leaves the audience with suspense. Haha, yes, we could even make a sequel. You're a really interesting person. We should keep in touch. I'll invite you to any parties. Michael Douglas, also a producer, knew Ronald wanted a sequel as soon as he heard this. So, you're going to cut this scene that explains the male lead's future story? About 20 seconds, Walter Murch, sitting in the editing room, heard Ronald's new idea. What do you think? I got feedback from Michael Douglas that theaters might have some reservations about this part. I'm thinking of leaving it unresolved to avoid controversy. Leaving it unresolved, Walter Murch cut the scene, then rewound a few minutes and watched the entire sequence several times. Leaving things open is a good approach. Baby and Johnny might face the future together. Or perhaps Johnny returns to give Baby a well-deserved dance to make her the center of attention before breaking up with her, just to give her a beautiful memory. This is a more sophisticated method. It allows the audience to participate in the film's creation. Walter Murch then shared another of his film theories. After several stages of creation, script writing, acting, filming, editing, the director loses control of the film. Ultimately, whether the audience likes the film depends on their impressions after watching it in the theater. Often, about 10% of a film's content is a combination of the audience's imagination and impressions, not necessarily shown in the film. Great, let's finalize the cut like this, then organize an internal screening, conduct an audience survey, and see how many people realize it's a Jewish story. The distributor needs this information. Then we can submit it for MPAA rating. Ronald hoped for a PG-13 rating. With such a rating, all teenagers could watch it themselves. And with the name Dirty Dancing, wouldn't that cause a frenzy? Ha ha ha, Ronald laughed heartily in the editing room, his mind pounding with excitement. The internal screening was scheduled for a few days later. All the participants were recruited by Ronald from high schools and universities near Hollywood. He wasn't entirely convinced by the method of having film company secretaries attend screenings. These people were just employees, and there was a possibility they might say nice things to save face for their bosses. Selecting from his target audience was more realistic. Ronald called his distribution team, Michelle Canold's team, General Manager Eddie, and 2 agents to the screening. The audience's reaction gave those directly involved in distribution and marketing a direct impression, which was extremely beneficial. Sometimes, even the best audience ratings couldn't compare to the impact of seeing a live audience erupt in applause. It boosted their confidence in their work. Ronald remembered how his film Breakdance had been like that. Seeing the audience's enthusiasm after the film's release, their frenzied attempts to learn breakdancing on set and even blocking the actors from leaving, Minahan Golan confidently took over the distribution work himself. Boom, boom boom, the familiar rhythm rang out, and the audience, watching the deliberately aged visuals and the loving dance moves depicted, elicited cheers from the young. The film opens with a Houseman family visiting the Kellerman Resort. The audience was quickly drawn into the story by the upbeat rhythm. When Baby witnesses Johnny and Penny's perfect teamwork at the dance party, and accidentally wanders into the dancers' rest area, witnessing their blush-inducing dance, the audience falls silent, punctuated only by swallowing hard. The story continues, with Baby and Johnny gradually falling in love. Their practice of lifts in the lake elicits envious gasps from both male and female audience members. Finally, Johnny overcomes the obstacles, returns to the Kellerman Hotel, and invites Baby to dance on stage. By this point, the audience was barely containing their excitement, whispering amongst themselves. The music for the dance, "I Found My Moment in Life," began to play, and some started clapping along. Finally, Baby completed her breathtaking leap, lifted into the air by Johnny like a bird. The audience, whose emotions had been heightened for over an hour and a half, were reaching their breaking point. Seeing this scene, they erupted, clapping and cheering wildly. A woman in the front row, dissatisfied with her quiet clapping, began stomping her feet. This immediately triggered a chain reaction. Everyone in the audience started imitating her, making the theater floor thump loudly. The theater manager, thinking something was wrong, rushed in to investigate. "Thank you, please fill out a questionnaire for us, we have a gift for you." At the exit, Michelle Canold's team began distributing surveys to the audience. The questionnaires contained numerous questions. What score would you give this movie? Would you recommend this movie to a friend? Do you know what Baby's ethnicity is? Do you know what Johnny's ethnicity is? Do you know what illness Penny has? Michelle Canold was very excited after collecting all the audience survey responses and returned to report to Ronald. The film received an A rating. 94% of the audience said they would recommend it to their friends, and 92% of the audience said they would like to watch it again if they had the chance. Good. What about the knowledge section? Less than 20% of the audience realized that Baby is Jewish. In fact, some people only remembered this after seeing other people's answers. Only 30% of the audience knew that Penny was pregnant. We filmed it quite subtly. Unless someone they knew had experienced pregnancy or had a similar experience themselves, most people just thought Penny had a stomachache. The proportion of people who thought she had appendicitis was much higher than the proportion who thought she was pregnant. Very good, send a copy to Michael Douglas. Ronald instructed his agent Richard to handle this matter. Where's Nisida? Ronald asked when he didn't see Nisida around. Rick is talking to the marketing manager of Procter & Gamble. He insisted on watching the finished film. Oh, Ronald looked into the distance and saw Nisida's figure in her light-colored suit. He was talking to another man, who was also in a suit. Your worries are unnecessary. We handled it perfectly. You can see the market research report there, Nisida insisted to the Procter & Gamble manager across the street. I don't think so. The two ladies sitting next to me clearly used that word. What's wrong? Ronald joined the discussion and asked Nisida. This is Procter & Gamble's marketing manager. He feels that the movie has a scene about abortion, and their acne cream product is mainly aimed at teenage girls. He doesn't want to take the risk and wants to withdraw the product placement. What? Ronald hadn't expected this. We handled it very carefully, sir. You see, our market research we just conducted shows that less than 30% of the audience noticed Penny's physical problems. I understand, Director Ronald. I personally support Roe v. Wade, the Supreme Court's ruling. But our product's target market is teenage girls. I can't risk that after the movie is released. Some conservative group will organize protests and associate our company name with. This is Procter & Gamble's consistent policy. Please understand, but you signed a contract with us, but the contract has a force majeure clause, the other party insisted. If I understand correctly, force majeure refers to natural disasters like earthquakes, right? This doesn't fall under the category of force majeure, Ronald retorted. How? The other party laughed. P&G's legal team is composed of the elite from all over America. We also have top 10 law firms in several major cities across the country, ready to serve us at any time. Therefore, P&G believes this constitutes force majeure. U.S.H.X.T. Ronald was speechless with anger. His daydream company was a small company without a strong legal team. Fighting this kind of lawsuit against a multinational corporation seemed like a losing proposition. Then I'll be going now, Director Ronald. P&G's legal department will submit the termination documents to you. We will pay the penalty according to the terms. Damn Jews, Ronald cursed inwardly, looking at the other party's large, curved nose. I'm sorry, Ronald, I didn't expect them to have this idea, Nisida apologized. It's all right, Ronald waved his hand, indicating it wasn't Nisida's fault. It was simply a matter of diverting a portion of the distribution budget to cover P&G's withdrawal of product placement. I'm not taking any more P&G acne cream ads. But I might consider their competitor, Unilever. Ronald pulled Nisida aside and whispered, you need to find me some advertising work, the quick and easy kind. Your finances, no problem right now, but the distribution costs, I'll arrange it right away and ask our old clients for their opinions. Suddenly short of hundreds of thousands of dollars, Ronald had no choice but to temporarily pick up advertising work he'd already given up on. He hoped to find 2 well-paid advertising productions that could be completed quickly to replenish his bank account. Chapter 758 Unconventional Advertising. So, your opinion is that we need a story to highlight Diet Pepsi's selling points? Right, asked Ronald's old friend, creative director Darcy McGuire. Yes, I've seen all the recent Diet Pepsi ads. You've hired a lot of Hollywood stars, but you always emphasize the star's personal glamour. The general public doesn't really understand Diet Pepsi. Why not highlight the product itself, the features that appeal to young people? Ronald replied. Nisida contacted Ronald's old partner, Darcy McGuire, who was delighted to learn of Ronald's return to the industry. He immediately contacted the Pepsi project, asking him to direct a small television commercial. Her current major client is Pepsi. Pepsi recently fired its old marketing director and began restructuring its advertising strategy, selecting a new advertising agency. She really wanted to retain this major client. Which star do you think would be suitable, Ronald? They hired Billy Crystal last year, McGuire asked. I heard Pepsi's slogan is the choice of a new generation? Why a middle-aged comedian? Wait, they have big budgets for celebrities in ads, don't they? Ronald suddenly realized the problem. Haha, yes. Pepsi is really putting Coca-Cola on the line right now, and they want to increase their advertising budget to truly become the winner of the cola war. This is a good opportunity, Ronald. If you're willing to lend a hand, My chances of getting the new season's advertising contract are very high. Of course, we've known each other for a long time, so I'll be frank. Right now, the cash flow for the new movie's distribution budget is a bit tight, and I hope to get payment as soon as possible. It turns out that last year, Coca-Cola launched a new flavor of cola, which saw sales rise in the first few months, but then began to decline overall. The new cola's formula has a smoother, milder sweetness, and this new flavor has been well received by regular cola drinkers in major cities like New York and Los Angeles. Market research shows that their willingness to buy the new cola is not much different from that of the old cola. However, in the southern states, the new Coke suffered a major sales slump, with Pepsi significantly capturing its previously stable market share. The Chicago Tribune, where film critic Gene Sisco works, even published a special report detailing the cultural resistance the new Coke flavor faced in the southern states. These states were part of the Confederate States of America during the Civil War, and the Atlanta-based Coca-Cola Company was traditionally seen by Southerners as one of the few products capable of conquering the Yankees of the North. The new Coke flavor was seen by Southerners as a surrender to the Yankees' tastes. Many consumers in the southern states already considered Coca-Cola to represent the South, while Pepsi, headquartered in New York, represented the North. The increased sweetness of the new flavor was seen as Pepsi imitating the Yankees, a surrender to the Yankees, and another conquest of the South by the Yankees. This is ridiculous. How can Coke be associated with the Civil War? Ronald didn't particularly like the new Coke either, but he was simply used to the old flavor. What did it have to do with the North-South conflict or cultural heritage? And there's more. Some Southerners even think it's a Cuban conspiracy. Huh? What's going on? Ronald was dumbfounded. Apparently, the new Coca-Cola flavor greatly displeased residents of small southern towns. Unlike residents of big cities like New York and Los Angeles, who frequently drink other flavors and are more accepting of innovative flavors, these small-town residents had only ever drunk Coca-Cola their entire lives. After their lifelong favorite flavor was replaced, they felt something was wrong, and many conspiracy theories surfaced. The person in charge of this flavor change at the Coca-Cola Company was its chairman and CEO, Roberto Gazuda, a descendant of Cuban immigrants. His father had fled to Florida with his family to escape Fidel Castro. Therefore, residents of states near the Caribbean began to spread rumors that this was a conspiracy by Cuban leader Fidel Castro to undermine America's capitalist traditions. The Coca-Cola Company had a hotline to handle orders and complaints. After the new flavor was launched, the number of complaints increased from 400 to 1,500 per day. Some people were reportedly so emotional, as if a family member had died, weeping bitterly over new Coke's perceived betrayal of American tradition. Those people really love conspiracy theories, Ronald said, shaking his head. In the Deep South, the conservative evangelical religious movement was growing rapidly. Many farmers and small-town residents, scornfully called rednecks by big cities, lacked cable television and popular magazines. Isolated from information, they often attributed incomprehensible things to Antichrist conspiracies. It's ridiculous, Ronald said, that Fidel of Cuba even publicly stated he disliked the taste of new Coke, calling it a sign of American decadence, and that Coca-Cola, once one of the few things people liked in this imperialist country, had been completely destroyed. Then Pepsi made a killing, of course, Darcy McGuire said. Otherwise, why would they have placed a full-page front-page ad in the New York Times saying Pepsi had won the decades-long Coke war? Ronald laughed out loud as he read the newspaper. The above is Roger Enrico, PepsiCo's North American business head, announcing a company-wide holiday to celebrate winning the Coca-Cola war. Pepsi's sales are up 14% year-over-year, so they want to ramp up their investment to crush Coca-Cola. This year, they're focusing on promoting Diet Pepsi, a new trend in big cities these past 2 years. It addresses weight issues through diet. Pepsi's slogan is the choice of a new generation. In short, Billy Crystal can't be used anymore. We need to find a star who represents young people for the ads. Your advertising agency should have survey data on who the most influential star among young people has been these past 2 years. Of course, it's Michael J. Fox, but he's a movie star now, and movie stars don't do ads, McGuire replied. He added that advertising agencies had contacted Fox to leverage his influence among teenagers, but without exception, his agent rejected the offer. Wait a minute, don't say no so quickly. Let me call him. Hey, Ronald, how are you? I heard your new film has finished editing. Michael J. Fox and Ronald were good friends. His breakthrough role in Back to the Future was given to him by Ronald, who suggested replacing him. After receiving the call, he made a point of meeting with Ronald. Not bad, Ronald exchanged a few pleasantries with him. I'm here to try and persuade you to participate in the Pepsi commercial. Well, I don't really care about these things. Pepsi offered a very good price, but my agent said that commercials would affect my personal image and be detrimental to future film roles. So I've been declining all television commercials. Why? Even though everyone says so, Ronald knew he had to challenge this old Hollywood rule this time, otherwise Michael J. Fox wouldn't agree. Isn't it the same old thing? A movie actor's image should be used in movies. If they appear on TV too often, the audience will know too much about their image, which has a negative effect on their film performance. Michael, this reason might hold true for others, but it doesn't hold true for you at all. Why? Now it was Fox's turn to ask? You're a TV actor, have you forgotten? Good heavens. The audience sees you on TV every day. Your image is already fixed as an independent, intelligent young man with street smarts who's struggling in a big city. Haha, that's true. Michael J. Fox laughed. He first became famous for his role in the TV series Family Ties, and Back to the Future came later. There used to be a saying in Hollywood that you can't act in TV dramas if you act in movies, and vice versa. The two acting styles are very different, and actors can't do both. But haven't you achieved great success in both movies and television? You're absolutely right. Michael J. Fox took out a new cigarette and lit the old one. I can agree, Ronald. But you have to promise that you'll direct it yourself. I don't want to shoot those simple, repetitive commercials. I want a commercial with a story, similar to my screen image, like Marty in Back to the Future. Fox stubbed out the nearly burnt cigarette on the sole of Ronald's shoe, where he was leaning back. He smoked heavily, one cigarette after another, a consequence of rushing to film the TV series. I'm all ready. Here's the script. Take a look. Ronald looked down at the burn mark on the sole of his shoe from the cigarette butt. Thankfully no one could see it. Ha. Michael J. Fox finished reading the short 3 pages of the script, quite pleased. Ronald had written the script based on his own star image, and it also aligned with Pepsi's younger generation's philosophy. I'll take it. The script is very interesting. It's basically a short version of The Secret to Success. No problem. Fox took another drag of his cigarette. By the way, who are you planning to cast as the female lead? Are you going to ask your girlfriend, Helen? That would be great. It's like a promotional ad for our movie. Ronald hadn't expected Fox to mention Helen, but he couldn't deny that he wanted to cast her. After all, he had used the guise of his girlfriend to get Michael J. Fox to help him get the role when Helen Slater replaced the female lead. I'll call Helen. Ronald, how did you come up with the idea of me for this ad? Helen received Ronald's call and arrived at his apartment that evening, her large blue eyes gazing at him intently. Don't you know that movie actors don't do TV commercials? Helen pointed at Ronald with her finger. I know, Are you regretting not having directed a movie with me and want to make up for it with this ad? Ronald could only stroke his beard. He certainly couldn't deny it. You're so romantic, Ronald, Helen said happily, wrapping her arms around his neck. I know you're actually quite disappointed that you didn't direct The Secret to Success, right? Even though I'm a film actress, but if you say it, I'm willing to do it. Ronald glanced at Helen. Helen's acting potential was limited anyway. After a few films, Ronald had basically concluded that she could only play roles that suited her personality. Although she talked a lot about Broadway and acting theory, and even started an experimental theater troupe with her best friend Helen Hunt, her actual acting skills were far from what she knew. Well, anyway, this role is similar to your screen image, Ronald replied. Yes, I want to try some different roles. My acting has improved quite a bit. But since the character in this commercial is similar to The Secret to Success, I'll just consider it a warm-up for the movie's release, Helen replied. Okay, Ronald swallowed the words he was about to say. Helen was quite ambitious. But it didn't matter. A minute and a half of commercial, Helen could always find a way to handle it. Moreover, the female lead he wrote was more of a decorative figure. As for the height difference between Helen and Michael J. Fox, he had already considered that Fox was always shorter than the actresses, and when he was working on the storyboard, he tried his best to avoid having him and the female lead appear in the same shot. Ronald, in your script, there are no shots of me and Fox together. Did you write the script based on my appearance to avoid me having to bend over and step into a ditch to be the same height as him? Right. Well, Maybe, perhaps, that's how it is. I never thought someone would be so romantic to me. Helen closed her eyes, indulging in her own imagination, and then she moved closer to Ronald, imitating a dance move from Spicy Dance, rubbing her hips against Ronald's waist. This is your reward, darling. Oh, Ronald also imitated the male lead, and a minute later, he couldn't resist the teasing any longer and picked Helen up and carried her into the bedroom. By the way, who are you planning to use for the ending actress? Helen asked Ronald, lying on her side, her face flushed and her breathing a little rapid. Ronald lay leisurely to the side. Let's see a audition. Many new actors and models would be willing. Soon, Pepsi chose a weekend to begin shooting the commercial. Michael J. Fox was only available on weekends, not filming his TV series, and Ronald had prepared everything else in advance. There was only one day on the weekend to shoot all the scenes. This is Christy, and this is director Ronald Lee. Nisita led a tall, beautiful woman to Ronald. Ronald stepped forward and shook hands with his second female lead in the commercial. This was Christy Durrington, the final choice selected after auditions by the advertising agency, Pepsi, and CAA, who had just signed with an elite New York modeling agency. Very good. Is your hair naturally dark brown? Ronald lifted her hair to look at it. Under the light, it had a slight golden red sheen. Yes, I dyed it blonde before. I can dye it back as requested, Christy Durrington quickly replied, not wanting to lose this opportunity because of a detail like her hair color. Have the hairstylist and the director of photography confirm. If it won't look too golden red on film, then it's fine. The entire advertisement has two female leads. Helen Slater has always been blonde since playing Supergirl, so the second beauty needs to have brown hair to balance things out. Hi. Honey. Ronald dismissed Christy Durrington and turned to greet Helen Slater, who had finished her makeup. This morning we'll mainly shoot indoor scenes. Your outfit and makeup should be close to the secret to success. Try to get into the movie feel while acting. Okay, action. Knock knock. There was a knock on the wooden door of the studio. Michael J. Fox, wearing a white shirt and gray wool vest, jeans and running shoes, sported a dapper style very similar to his look in the movie The Secret to Success. Fox opened the door a crack, and a beautiful blonde face peeked in from outside. The camera retracted along its parlayed track, continuously filming close-ups of Helen's face as she slipped through the crack in the door. Hi, I'm the new next-door neighbor. I was wondering if you could lend me a can of Diet Pepsi. Helen's voice was very pleasant, and the recording boom above her captured her entire conversation. Cut, Ronald called out, stepping forward to whisper in Helen's ear, you made a mistake. You need to speak to Fox, not the camera. Oh, I thought it was a close-up of her face. Helen knew Ronald was trying to protect her. It's okay, let's do it again. After filming several scenes of Helen indoors, Ronald asked Michael J. Fox to go to the dressing room for touch-ups. Christy, Ronald called Christy Durrington over. Take her to the dressing room after Michael says that Danny line, then you slip in from behind the door. Christy Durrington seemed a little nervous but nodded in agreement. Pay attention to your appearance. Imagine the camera is your favorite fashion designer. Show him your runway walking skills, understand? Try it. Ronald, seeing her a little nervous, quickly stepped forward to explain how to allocate her attention. As long as this young, beautiful model had enough imagination, she could create a good visual effect. Anyway, she was in a long shot, so more advanced acting skills weren't necessary. Action. Michael J. Fox, his head soaked from the dressing room spray, as if he'd been caught in the rain, appeared in front of Helen, panting, holding a can of Diet Pepsi, and handed it to her. Your Diet Pepsi. Knock knock. Another knock came at the door. That must be my roommate, Danny. Helen gently took the Diet Pepsi and said to Fox. Danny. Michael J. Fox looked embarrassed. Could it be that all the trouble he went through to find his beautiful neighbor Pepsi was because she was living with her boyfriend Danny? Hi, my name is Danielle. Christy Durrington swaggered in, one hand on her hip, a classic catwalk pose. Do you still have Diet Pepsi? Of course. Michael J. Fox's expression immediately brightened. Cut, Ronald called out. Great, let's do it again. Soon, all the scenes for the two actresses were filmed that morning. While Ronald was discussing the next part of the shoot with Michael J. Fox, Helen came to say goodbye. Honey, I have to go now. I have an acting class this afternoon. Okay, I'll see you off. Ronald said goodbye to Fox and escorted Helen out of the set. The two kissed goodbye, and Helen got into Bud's car and drove away. Ronald turned around and saw Christy Durrington standing nearby. Christy Durrington smiled when she saw Ronald looking at her. She was different from the other models, her demeanor suggested a better upbringing. "Are you waiting for a car?" Ronald smiled back when she smiled. "Yes, I called a taxi. Taxis in Los Angeles are quite expensive. I'll have the crew assistant take you." Ronald turned and went into the studio to continue filming Michael J. Fox's action scenes. The crew moved to another studio next door, the windows and roof covered with black cloth, simulating a nighttime street scene. Michael J. Fox had only one large bottle of Diet Pepsi in his refrigerator. To avoid embarrassing his female neighbor, he opened the window and climbed down the fire escape. Action. In the dim light, the set simulated a street, and the camera filmed from behind Michael J. Fox, showing a Pepsi vending machine across the street. Then Fox overcame the traffic, leaping and climbing across the road from the roof of a car. After jumping off the roof, a dog stuck its head out of a car window, barking wildly at him. Cut. Ronald raised his hand, indicating that the animal trainer had done a good job. The set crew began to move all the cars away from the road, and the motorcyclists began to prepare. A time machine from Back to the Future, with a DeLorean sports car pushed behind it as a background element, served as a small Easter egg. Then Fox encountered a group of thugs and delinquent-looking women in leather jackets, emerging from the steam on motorcycles. It had the feel of a noir street film like Ghetto Justice. Michael J. Fox, despite his fear, ran through them, walked to the vending machine, inserted coins, and bought a can of Diet Pepsi. Cut. Thanks to thorough preparation, Ronald filmed all the commercial footage in one day. "I'm looking forward to seeing your finished product. It looks like a lot of fun." Michael J. Fox said goodbye and left. The next day, the film copies were developed, and they went back to the editing room. Ronald and several assistants began editing the Pepsi commercial. Here's a scene where Fox, filled with a sense of triumph, is about to buy Diet Pepsi for his beautiful neighbor. It seems a bit like the mood in Top Gun. Ronald picks up the phone and contacts composer Kenny Loggins. "I have a Pepsi commercial that needs your danger zone. Are you okay with that?" "Okay, I'll have them contact your agent and buy the rights." Thump, 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 thump. The familiar background music from the Top Gun opening scene, where F-14A fighter jets take off from the aircraft carrier, is used again in the scene where Fox goes to buy Pepsi. It's quite humorous. This is the 90-second version, this is the 60-second version, this is the 30-second version. Ronald transfers the edited footage to videotape and shows it to creative director Darcy McGuire. "Wow, what you shot is practically a movie trailer." McGuire is very satisfied with Ronald's work. "I agree, so I tried to incorporate elements from popular movies." Luckily, Michael J. Fox himself starred in Back to the Future and The Secret to Success, so using those elements was no problem, and you're also the director of Top Gun. Pepsi really got a good deal on this. I'll go show it to Pepsi's marketing director right now. "Okay, I'm waiting for your check." Ha ha ha. Soon, news came from Pepsi headquarters. Ronald's ad received rave reviews there. Everyone felt that finding Ronald and persuading two well-known movie actors to agree to shoot the ad was a huge bargain. So payment was made very quickly. The next day, Ronald received the check, a great supplement to the lost product placement, solving a large part of the problem. Fox and Helen's fees have been paid, Pepsi is very happy, and this 90-second ad will premiere at this year's Super Bowl. Then it will start playing 60-second and 30-second versions on various public television networks. Great, I'm very satisfied too. Michael J. Fox and his good friend John Candy are both Super Bowl fans. You can make some arrangements. Having received Ronald's hint, Darcy McGuire immediately went to discuss with Pepsi about giving the two Canadian actors good seats at the Super Bowl, so that after the ad aired during halftime, the camera could cut to Fox for a crossover. A very good collaboration. "Ronald, do you want to shoot any other ads? I also have McDonald's, Burger King, Wrigley's, Unilever, P&G." "Except for P&G," Ronald interrupted. He needed cash right now, and with quick and easy projects, why not make some money? "Ronald," Nisita knocked on the door and came in, interrupting Ronald and Darcy McGuire's money-making plan. "What's wrong?" Ronald asked, noticing his furrowed brow. "There's a problem with the rating. Eddie's already taken care of it." "You need to be prepared," Nisita whispered in Ronald's ear. Ronald frowned as well, turning back to Nisita and asking, "Is it some old Jewish geezer's doing? I'm leaving now. We can talk about further cooperation when you're free." Darcy McGuire said, seeing their expressions and knowing something important had come up, tactfully offering to leave. Okay, thanks. I'll contact you again if I hear anything. Ronald, after seeing McGuire off, returned and closed the door, immediately asking, what's going on? Who's behind this? Any news from Michael Douglas? Don't worry, I spoke to Michael Douglas on the phone. He said his father, Kirk, hasn't made any moves. It's not necessarily the Jews' doing. It's common for the MPAA to bully small producers and distribution companies. It's just a bit unexpected that you were so careful this time, with no explicit scenes, and still got an R rating. We still have the chance to appeal. Damn it, how can we, an independent production and distribution company, be bullied like this? It's also hard to determine if it's the Jews using their influence. That evening, Ronald convened a meeting with Eddie, the general manager of Daydream, Michelle Canold, the distribution manager, and others to discuss countermeasures. What if we cut some of the explicit sex scenes? Michelle Canold asked. Don't be naive, Eddie replied. Yeah, I was in a movie called Endless Love before, when Brooke Shields was at the height of her fame, and it was rejected 5 times in a row because the distributor was Polly Graham, a newcomer to the industry. Have you ever thought that an R rating might be a gimmick to attract audiences? Michelle Canold chimed in. Everyone turned to look at Ronald. Not a good idea. Ronald thought for a moment and rejected the suggestion. Using an R rating to attract audiences works for movies that are specifically targeted at adults. But our spicy dance is aimed at teenage girls aged 14 to 18. It won't work if it's not PG-13. If a movie aimed at teenagers is rated R, it almost certainly means that the box office will be halved. In many big city cinemas, many teenagers find R-rated movies that require adult supervision too tedious and won't go to see them. Why is that? I watched Spielberg's Indiana Jones, and it had a lot of inappropriate scenes, but it was still rated PG, right? Later they added a PG-13 rating specifically for films with suggestive content that doesn't explicitly show nudity. Michelle Canold's assistant, Dolly Bernstein, interjected. That's different. Universal and Columbia, they have connections in the MPAA, Nisida explained, clarifying that this distribution team from Weston was used to the video market and was still learning and figuring out traditional theatrical distribution, often speaking like laymen. So, do we have connections there? Dolly Bernstein asked Ronald. Yes, I have connections too. Ronald suddenly realized why he hadn't used those connections beforehand. It seemed he was still too unfamiliar with film distribution. Let me make a few calls. Chapter 759 Ronald's Trump Card. Oh, I see. It's nothing, thanks anyway. Ronald hung up the phone. Again, distribution manager Michelle Canold cautiously asked, noticing Ronald's expression. Seeing Ronald nod, general manager Eddie, distribution assistant Dolly Bernstein, and others let out a chorus of hey. However, they knew they couldn't complain about their boss, Ronald. After only half a hey, they immediately fell silent, pretending not to care much about the failure. Ronald had already made 3 calls from his office, Ned Tannen of Paramount, Weintraub of MGM, and Joseph Farrow, vice president of 20th Century Fox. All 3 were very enthusiastic towards Ronald, but upon hearing it was about the MPAA rating, they all said they couldn't help. Their reason was simple: the MPAA ratings were handled by its subordinate rating committee, and to maintain objectivity, member film companies generally wouldn't interfere with the ratings of copies submitted by other film companies. Ronald, this will take time. How about we do it in 2 steps? On one hand, we can cut some scenes and resubmit for review. On the other hand, we need to find some influential people to speak on your behalf. Nisida, having worked in the industry the longest, knew that influencing the MPAA rating agency required time and very careful maneuvering. It was perfectly normal that Ronald didn't get an immediate response to his call. Yes, Rick is right. Even if they want to help you, they can't use their company's connections to help another company's film. I'll schedule a time with their secretary to see if we can talk outside the office during their break. Richard immediately agreed and went to the adjacent office to make the call. Okay, please schedule another time with them for me. Ronald nodded. Then I'll inform Mr. Murch to address the low-scoring scenes from the first rating review and see if we can produce a revised version. General Manager Eddie indicated he would also handle the re-editing. Then let's contact the MPAA's rating department and talk to them again, find out if there are any other reasons for the R rating. Those foul passages listed in the documents might not be the real reason, Two people from the distribution department also went to their offices to contact the department to resubmit the application. Ronald sat in his chair, silent for a while. He didn't seem angry or frustrated, but rather calm. However, outward calm doesn't necessarily mean there's no inner frustration. Nishida was the last person left in Ronald's office. He knew this young client had always had a smooth life, and it was admirable that he could keep his feelings hidden despite encountering a minor setback. Ronald was very good to his subordinates and never spoke to them condescendingly. Therefore, the employees always liked their boss. Since Ronald's connections hadn't worked on this rating issue, they didn't want to embarrass him and chose to pretend they hadn't heard the phone calls. The group of people in the office silently packed up their documents and belongings and quietly left. They tried to make as little noise as possible as they left. As if afraid of disturbing Ronald, who was deep in thought behind his desk, Nishida, seeing that her subordinates had all left, came over and pressed Ronald's shoulders. "Relax, this is just a temporary setback. I think you can handle it. Close the door and lock it," Ronald suddenly spoke to Nishida. Then abruptly leaned forward from his reclining position, moving his chair to the desk. He then took out a key from his briefcase, opened a safe at the bottom of the desk, and began searching inside. Okay, Nishida realized she had underestimated Ronald's composure. This guy really didn't take setbacks seriously. His earlier ease and naturalness now seemed genuine. After the door closed, Ronald nodded, gestured for Nishida to sit down, and then took out a beautifully bound address book from the drawer. Ronald began flipping through it. It contained only a few contact details. "I don't want anyone else to know this contact, so I'll only include you." Ronald found the phone number he needed and began dialing. "Hello, is this Wendy?" "Hello, this is Ronald Lee. We met when I accompanied Mr. Jack Valentine to the other side of the Pacific." Yes, the director who made the breakdancing film. I first met him in Cannes, Germany. Is Mr. Valentine available? I need to discuss something with him." "Okay, thank you, Wendy." Ronald wrote down the agreed meeting time in his notebook. He was going to the Motion Picture Association of America, MPAA, the following morning to meet the president, Jack Valentine. "You know Jack Valentine?" Nishida jumped up from her chair upon hearing the name. "Yes, I accompanied him to the other side of the Pacific. He owes me a small favor. I'll go talk to him." Ronald winked at Nishida. "Keep it a secret. This is my trump card." The MPAA's headquarters in Los Angeles is not far from the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and not far from New World, founded by Roger Coleman. Jack Valentine left his position as an assistant to President Lyndon Johnson in 1966 to join Hollywood as president of the MPAA, a self-regulatory organization for the film industry, a post he has held for 20 years. During his tenure, Valentine has done much to promote the MPAA and benefit the industry, earning him the reputation of Hollywood's top salesman. Valentine's latest goal is to open up other film markets worldwide, especially that ancient country across the Pacific. Ronald has a very good reputation there. His delegation with the Gregory Peck was highly praised. For a young director capable of representing Hollywood and building good relations with overseas film markets, Valentine personally came to the gate to greet him. "Hi, Ronald. You're still so energetic. Seeing a young person like you always makes me feel old." Mr. Valentine, I envy your energy. Last time you visited the Great Wall, you climbed faster than me." Ronald went up to shake hands and hug Valentine. This president, who has been with the MPAA for 20 years, is 65 years old, but his face shows few wrinkles. His hair, though already gray, was meticulously combed. Valenti, of Italian descent, was exceptionally warm to everyone. Nishida had told Ronald that if he hadn't been persuaded by the then president of Universal to join the Motion Picture Association of America, MPAA, his qualifications would have been more than enough to make him a politician. This is an early photo of the MPAA. This man is the famous Hayes, the Hayes from the Hayes Code. Back then, the association was called the MPPA, the Association of Motion Picture Producers and Distributors. After the war, the association hired Eric Johnson, the former Secretary of Commerce, and began to change its name to the Motion Picture Association of America, MPAA. This is Secretary Johnson. Jack Valenti first took Ronald to visit the MPAA's historical exhibition. Many of the old photos, explained by the current president, gave him a real sense of witnessing history. This is a photo of me being interviewed by reporters when I took office in 1966. At that time, Hollywood had lost a lot of market share to television series, and many industry professionals were demanding the abolition of rigid clauses like the Hays Code, giving creators more freedom to make the movies they wanted. We instead adopted a rating system, giving parents full information, and films were rated R, specifying which parts were unsuitable for minors to watch alone. Then we introduced a PG-13 rating, giving more leeway to some less outrageous scenes, Ronald kept echoing, and this president's first major achievement upon taking office was to loosen restrictions on Hollywood, which made the New Hollywood movement technically possible. Otherwise, Roger Corman's New Hollywood precursor, The Wild Angels, would never have been released. And there would have been no Easy Rider, which reflects the stories of marginalized hippies, and Bonnie and Clyde, which features bank robbers from the Great Depression. Thank you, Wendy. After touring the MPAA history building and settling into Jack Valentine's office, Jack Valentine thanked Wendy, the secretary who served him coffee, and looked at Ronald with bright eyes, asking, "So, Ronald, what brings you here? Are you trying to sell your film across the Pacific? There's a quota of 10 films a year, haha, no. My film isn't really suitable for that side. I'm here because a new film my production company is making is having some issues with its MPAA rating, so I wanted to ask you for details." How? Jack Valentine chuckled. "I didn't realize you'd already started your own production company and are making your own films. Is it your own investment? What's it called? Dirty Dancing, a romantic comedy about a Jewish girl who falls in love with a dancer at a resort in the 1960s. For this kind of thing, you should go through the objection process, fill out a form, and apply for a re-rating." Jack Valentine said this, but still pressed the intercom. "Wendy, please send the documents from Ronald Company, Daydream regarding the rating of Daydream Productions Dancing to my office. What do you want, Ronald? We've known each other for a long time, you can be honest with me, and I'll help where I can. But you can't change the rating from R to PG-13. I'm just an MPAA president responsible to everyone in Hollywood, producers, distributors, theater owners, and moviegoers nationwide. I have to be fair. I can only tell you where and what changes you can make to maximize your chances of getting the rating you want." Jack Valentine's opening remarks were, as expected of a master salesman hailed as Hollywood's top salesman. Every word he spoke was impeccable, making the other person feel good, as if Valentine was on his side and the one who cared most for him. "Fairness, I just want fair treatment, nothing else," Ronald quickly interjected upon hearing the mention of fairness. Oh, just then, his secretary Wendy brought in the documents for the sex dance. Jack Valentine, seeing Ronald's confident demeanor, as if he had only received an R rating and had been treated unfairly, became somewhat suspicious. He took out his reading glasses and began to carefully examine the documents. "You made the daughter of a Jewish surgeon in New York fall in love with a poor Irish dancer. Ha ha ha." Jack Valentine laughed, having seen the synopsis and also starting to chuckle. "I think Hollywood directors and actors always have their own creative freedom. Our First Amendment." "Stop it, I just want to see the expressions on those Jewish faces." Jack Valentine didn't want to hear Ronald, a young man roughly the same age as his grandchildren, preaching about the First Amendment. Mr. Valenti, you can look at those rating opinions. Nudity on the back, a few kisses, and some dance scenes. Isn't that perfectly normal PG-13 content in Hollywood? Some big studios even get PG. Jack Valenti gestured to stop Ronald from continuing to complain about the unfair rating. "I'll have someone re-examine the film." He also felt the R rating was a bit excessive. It seemed those Jews were secretly manipulating the MPAA. "Why are you telling me this? Your distributor should handle it." "Which distributor did you contact? Ambassador Films? Or Orion? Are they newcomers in America? I'll have someone look into it." No, this is a film that my Daydream self-distributes." "What?" Jack Valenti looked up at Ronald in surprise, quickly flipping to the first page of the document for the synopsis. Sure enough, it showed that neither the Big Seven nor any mid-sized companies had handled Ronald's distribution. No wonder this young man came to complain. Distribution is a very risky business. Judging from the synopsis, it seems to be a movie aimed at teenagers, yet it's rated R. Daydream Films, a newcomer to the industry, probably can't even find many theaters willing to screen it. Mr. Valentine, I don't want to compare it to the films of the Big Seven distributors. As you said, mid-sized distribution companies like Orion and Ambassador Films don't suffer such unfair treatment. All I'm asking for is relatively fair treatment." Tap tap. Jack Valentine tapped his fingers repeatedly on the table. Ronald, we're good friends. You helped me a lot in Canon over there, giving me a lot of leverage in the market opening agreement negotiations. So I'm being frank with you, laying all the factors affecting your new film's rating on the table. Thank you, Mr. Valenti. Well, this year, 3 mid-sized production and distribution companies joined the MPAA, becoming full members of the Film Association. They are Ambassador Films, Orion Films, and De Laurentiis Films, which I just mentioned. Before becoming members, they all underwent rigorous rating reviews. Going through 3 to 5 years, Valenti was interrupted by Ronald, who raised his voice and began to berate Valenti loudly. What is this? The American Film Institute would rather favor that Neapolitan Dino De Laurentiis than give my American company fair treatment. What about Naples? Jack Valenti was a little confused by Ronald's anger. Did he discriminate against Italians? No way. When I was chatting with Capella, he was quite impressed with Ronald. Dino is a scoundrel. He had my private life exposed, published my ex-girlfriends in the newspapers, causing a very bad impact. Some of them had boyfriends or were already married at the time. Oh, Valenti understood the source of the young man's anger. It was a personal grudge. Ronald, let's not talk about Dino. I'm just explaining the rating process to you. Can you patiently listen to me? Of course. I'm sorry, Mr. Valenti. Please continue. Ronald immediately calmed down, transforming into a sincere and receptive demeanor. This Ronald, his acting is quite good too. Jack Valenti suddenly felt a sense of kinship. Rating is a very complex process. Our experts have written guidelines, but regulations always lag behind the boundless imagination of artists. A California Supreme Court judge once said, I don't know how to clearly determine which film scenes are X-rated, but when I see them, I know. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Please continue, Mr. Valentine. Ronald appeared very humble. For a newly established production company, the MPAA rating committee needs a process of mutual understanding. After 3 to 5 years, when the new company has submitted dozens of films, then we can build some mutual trust, and we can put it on the fast track for rating. Some scenes are for artistic storytelling, not just simple sensory stimulation that could corrupt children. You understand? I understand. So when rating the first few films from a new company, our committee experts may be a little stricter because trust hasn't been established yet. I understand what you're saying, but I think, ultimately, the appropriate rating for a film should be determined from the audience's perspective. Mr. Valenti, you can watch these scenes. They're all for the sake of narrative and emotional impact. There's no scene where the thrill is merely for the sake of thrills. Besides, the film concludes with a very positive attitude towards life. Love and life are decisions you make yourself, and you bear the consequences. Can't this kind of film offer some lessons for today's young audience? In short, I think it's highly inappropriate for Sex and the Beast to be rated R. Why is it inappropriate? Jack Valenti, listening to Ronald's angry expression, almost laughed. I can point to a similar film, Maximum Overdrive, made by De Laurentiis. The horrific scenes there seem like deliberate offenses to the audience, and an actor even went blind after being stabbed in the eye with a blade during filming. Only a film that resorts to violence is rated R? Does that mean 2 young people dancing, hugging, and kissing are comparable? Jack Valentine tried to stop Ronald. He didn't want to discuss specific cases, but Ronald's angry speech came at a rapid pace, like a machine gun. And then there's Blue Velvet, also by De Laurentiis. It so offended America, no, humanity's shared values, and it was rated R? Does that mean a 10-second frontal nudity during kidnapping, rape, and imprisonment is the same as a fleeting glimpse of a young couple's bare back during a beautiful first love, or a perfectly timed kiss? What kind of values and lessons can you expect from the audience watching these 2 films? I can see you have a strong sense of justice, Ronald, Jack Valentine interjected. Ronald, caught up in his tirade, having already hurled insults at several enemies with whom he had personal grudges, suddenly felt a bit stifled by this remark. He wasn't an idealist like Henry Fonda, nor a defender of the American spirit like John Wayne. Ultimately, it was all about money. Yes, I love our country. My grandfather and great-grandfather both sacrificed their lives on the European battlefields of both world wars for America and world peace. They were both fighter pilots. So I cherish my life now. I'm fortunate enough to have achieved a little success. And I want to promote these values of self-reliance and strength. to make sure that what my grandfather and great-grandfather sacrificed their lives to protect was worth their sacrifice, Ronald grabbed his now cold coffee and downed it in one gulp. His quick thinking, bringing up his ancestor to vouch for him, felt a bit forced, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Your grandfather died piloting a fighter plane in World War II? Jack Valentine seemed oblivious to Ronald's awkwardness, instead inquiring about his grandfather. Oh, yes, my grandfather, James Lee, flew a P-47 fighter, escorting bombers bombing German-occupied Europe. On his last mission, while covering the bomber's return, he single-handedly drew away German fighters and disappeared over the Atlantic. Jack Valentine remained silent for a long time. He got up and took a bottle of fine whiskey and 2 glasses from the liquor cabinet. He poured Ronald a glass. After they drank the whiskey, Jack Valentine slowly said, I also served in the U.S. Army Air Corps during World War II. I flew B-25 bombers and carried out over 50 bombing missions. I encountered situations like your grandfather's several times. When I was on the mission, there were indeed fighter pilots who risked their lives to block those damned German planes for us. Jack Valentine hadn't talked about the past in a long time. He recounted some adventures and heroic tales from back then, and the two shared a few drinks. Mr. Valentine, please help me. I just wanted to make a story that would move everyone. I had no bad intentions. For a film like this, if there are any reasonable requirements regarding the rating, we can continue to revise it, but we can't ruin the overall tone and narrative of the film. Ronald, seeing that his emotional appeal had worked, quickly pressed his advantage. Jack Valentine raised his hand to stop Ronald from discussing the details further. Have your distribution manager revise it again according to the rating comments and send it over. Mr. Valentine, I have a question. If we cut out that exposed back shot according to the MPAA's requirements, what are the chances of getting a PG-13 rating? If you revise it according to the association's requirements, some things can be arranged. Jack Valentine remained impeccable. Then thank you very much, Mr. Valentine. Ronald quickly poured a glass of wine and raised it to Jack Valentine. I'm doing this so that the American audience can enjoy your new film, Ronald. Jack Valentine happily took a sip. By the way, according to the synopsis, this is about JFK's time. Yes, it's about when JFK was still president, before he was assassinated. Back then, everyone was full of ideals and hopes for the future. Apollo moon landing, the Cuban Missile Crisis. You might not know, but when JFK was assassinated, I was in Dallas. And when Lyndon Johnson was inaugurated as president in the presence of Jacqueline Kennedy, I was on Air Force One, right next to them. The two chatted about the past for a while, and then Ronald wanted to take his leave. Ronald, we're friends, and friends should help each other. I happen to have something I need your help with. What is it? I'll do my best to help. Great, you'll be coming with me to the other side of the Pacific. Huh? Ronald hadn't expected Jack Valentine to make this request. Over there are still a lot of doubts about opening the film market. They want to continue communicating with us and introduce new technology and equipment, but on the other hand, they want to maintain their dominance. Ronald nodded. The ambitions of large and small countries are different. That country belonged to one with a solid foundation of ambition. Specifically, how can I help you? I heard you have a lighting equipment factory there, exporting equipment to America. Yes, with a machine that simulates lightning effects, those long arc halogen lamps, only they and the Civil Alliance can produce them. If you could come with me as a representative of the American Film Institute, the equipment manufacturer, and give them a world-class certification, our negotiations with them would be much more proactive. Always importing equipment from America would hurt their pride. If there's one piece of equipment we have to import from them, then it's a mutually beneficial arrangement between friends. Ronald calculated the days and could only nod in agreement. Okay, but I can't stay for too long. Very good. You just need to stay with me for the meeting with them, and then you can leave. It won't take more than a week. No problem. I can also go to Zhujiahu to see some old friends. I think Spielberg is filming a new movie there too. Ronald, the MPAA's rating committee called us proactively, asking us to revise a few shots and submit them for a second rating as soon as possible. On Monday, distribution manager Michel Canold received a call from the MPAA. He was a little incredulous. The MPAA proactively offered revisions and urged a second submission. Great, Michel, you discuss it with Mr. Walter Murch. Once he says it's okay, you can submit it. I'll be going abroad for a while. Contact my agent if anything comes up. What a mysterious young man. Distribution manager Michelle Canold put down the phone and chatted with Dolly Bernstein about the dramatic developments in the ratings. I heard. Dolly Bernstein glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then quietly lowered her voice to her boss, Canold, that our boss, Ronald, is related to the first and second spouses in the White House. His Top Gun even received personal praise from the president. Oh, I see. No wonder. The staff at Daydream Studios, from the general manager to the clerks, were all surprised by this strange treatment. That's how it is in America. Capable bosses are admired by employees, who feel proud to be working for a promising company. Various rumors about Ronald's background were spreading throughout the company. Meanwhile, Ronald had already boarded a plane to the other side of the Pacific, joining Jack Valentine to once again try and open up the Hollywood market on another continent. Chapter 760. Their system has many merits. Jack Valentine returned to the other side of the Pacific. For Hollywood, the main focus now wasn't making money, but cultivating the market. If they imported 10 Hollywood films from the agreements each year, they could cultivate a movie-loving population among young people. Once the economy here took off, Hollywood would have another large market. Good job, Ronald. At the meeting, you highly praised the long arc halogen lamps manufactured here, and said that Hollywood and the film industry here should learn from each other. That made the leaders laugh heartily and very happy. We're being treated much better this year than before. Their foreign exchange reserves are limited, but this year they're no longer importing old films and are starting to focus on new films released 2 or 3 years ago. We've made great progress this time. You're absolutely right, Mr. Valentine. I think they are truly a nation suited to film art. Look at the Hollywood films they import. They even have the actors dub, paying meticulous attention to detail, even the lip movements. The pacing was meticulously crafted to match the original text. The voice actors for each character were also chosen to embody the original actors' personalities. They are a refined people, deeply nurtured by culture. Completely different from those fools of the Soviet Union. Those Russians just had one person translate everyone's lines simultaneously and record it as voiceover. Haha, you're right. After participating in the host's activities tomorrow, you can go to Zhujiahu and see your lighting factory. Ronald accompanied Jack Valentine, having spent several days here talking with the other side's leaders, finally achieving the effect Valentine hoped for. Most of the time, Ronald acted as a mascot, only offering flattery when an artist representative was needed, which proved quite effective. The leader liked Ronald very much and, through the translator, learned about Ronald's background. Knowing he was an orphan, he repeatedly praised Ronald as a model of self-reliance. However, he also pointed out that here, the government would definitely provide for the veteran's descendants, instead of having his aunt work as a waitress to support them. Ronald was most satisfied with the authentic Chinese food he ate. The chefs at the hotels catering to foreign guests and the restaurants where the leaders were entertained were very skilled. On the last day, Ronald, as arranged by his hosts, visited the Palace Museum with Valenti and his entourage. The leaders had other business and did not accompany them. Ronald and his group came to the Palace Museum with a translator. At the entrance, Ronald and Valenti were stopped and told that ordinary tourists were not allowed to enter that day because of filming. They would have to wait until the filming was finished before they could visit the Palace Museum. The translator calmly produced a letter of introduction stamped with an official seal. After the translator looked at it, they were allowed to enter. So you're guests from the bureau. You should have said so earlier. The translator began to move the wooden railing to let them in. Ronald asked the translator and was told that during this time, the Italian left-wing director Bertolucci was using the Palace Museum as a set to film The Last Emperor. Ronald couldn't help but think of Jeremy Thomas, whom he had met in London. It seemed that this independent filmmaker had said he was going to film the story of The Last Emperor. It seems he's doing quite well. Even the Forbidden City has lent him space for filming. Hey, you're not with them. You can't go in. Them? They have letters of introduction from the bureau, do you? You're an actor? Where's your pass? No pass, no entry. Have you seen Lenin's pass? Ronald had already gone quite a distance into the Forbidden City when he heard the gatekeeper arguing with another foreigner. The man seemed not to understand Chinese, and the two were struggling to communicate. Ronald gestured for the translator to help find out what was going on. He's saying he's from the British cinema, Peter O'Toole, an actor in the film crew. See? He doesn't seem to be lying, the translator said to the gatekeeper after a few words with the foreigner. Hey, We don't know anything about this. Foreigners' names are too complicated, we can't remember them, the gatekeeper said dismissively. Besides, what foreigner rides a bicycle? I bet he's some tourist trying to sneak in. I really am an actor. Have you seen Lawrence of Arabia? I have scenes to film today. No means no. Don't even mention you. The Queen of Britain came recently and couldn't get in either. We're filming right now. Who's going to be responsible if we're delayed? Seeing that the translator was still stalling, Ronald took 2 steps forward. The foreigner who was stopped outside saw Ronald, who was clearly Western, wearing a leather jacket. He shielded his eyes from the sun and looked at him, then called out, "Ronald, is that you?" "I'm Peter." "Tell them I have scenes to film today, Peter." "Mr. O'Toole." Ronald recognized him and quickly called Jack Valentine forward. The group vouched for the gatekeeper, confirming that this man was indeed a professional actor. Peter O'Toole, pushing his bicycle, remarked, "There's a scene in this movie where the last emperor learns to ride a bicycle." To make it possible, they even sawed through all the thresholds of the Forbidden City. The two chatted about old times filming Supergirl at the Songland Studios, then walked inside together. Inside the Forbidden City, the square in front of the 3 main halls was bustling with activity. Thousands of extras were sitting on the ground getting their makeup done. They all lined up in an orderly fashion, and when it was their turn, they went to get their makeup done and put on wigs. What an orderly people. Hollywood would be so happy to have such obedient extras, Ronald joked with Peter O'Toole. They're really good. Their acting is also quite good. I talked to a supporting actor who played a beggar. He's an actor with decades of acting experience. The morning sun was bright. In a corner of the Forbidden City Square, under a large camera crane, a man who looked like a director, wearing an old-fashioned top hat, was directing 3 Chinese actors. When you come out from that spot, the extras will salute you. John Lone, don't show any reaction to them. Then, walk out confidently with your 2 wives. Is this the director, Bertolucci? Ronald asked in a low voice. Yes, it is. Listen, he's about to switch to Italian, Peter O'Toole replied. Sure enough, Bertolucci's English was slow and heavily accented. Seeing that the lead actors were having difficulty understanding, he eventually switched to Italian, with a translator relaying the message. Ronald stopped. He didn't particularly like Bertolucci's meticulous directing style, where every movement, expression, and detail was dictated to the actors. It was tantamount to depriving actors of their creative space, treating them like puppets. I'll introduce you later, Peter O'Toole said. He knew that once Bertolucci started explaining the scene, it could easily take half an hour or an hour. He was very slow in making films, meticulous in his work, and unwilling to compromise on any detail. Even the scenes depicting the death of Empress Dowager Cixi and the young emperor's entry into the palace were filmed with real llamas, as they couldn't be touched by women. Male makeup artists and costume designers were also specially hired to serve them. Forget it, I think director Bertolucci is very busy. We can just look around. Ronald stopped O'Toole's idea. He didn't want to wait an hour on set just to hear about these trivial matters. Valenti was still waiting to discuss the details of his collaboration with Bertolucci, so Ronald left the translator with him and wandered around the Palace Museum alone. Because of filming, many exhibits were closed. After wandering around for a while, Ronald felt bored and left, taking a taxi to the Temple of Heaven and the Summer Palace. The driver, seeing that Ronald, a foreigner, could speak Chinese, assumed he was a student and chatted with him about world affairs, including the romance of the 3 kingdoms. This gave Ronald a good understanding of the quality of citizens of major powers. Even taxi drivers were knowledgeable about international politics. Drivers in Washington, D.C., didn't have this level of expertise. Ronald, where have you been? That evening, Ronald returned to the Jianguo Hotel, where Jack Valentine finally found him. Your film has caught the attention of the leadership and has been added to next year's import list. Huh? I only make commercial films. They'll import them too. Ronald was very surprised. He made films catering to American audiences. How could they be importing them? Shouldn't they be looking for films with artistic merit? The leadership had specifically mentioned Oscar-winning films in a previous meeting. They highly regarded the artistic quality of Oscar-winning films. Yes, among your films, they plan to import breakdance. Look, this is their list of Hollywood films they intend to import. This is breakdance. The translator showed Ronald a Chinese list, pointing to the last film's Chinese title on the list, explaining that it was Ronald's film. Ronald was even more surprised. Importing other films would be understandable, but Breakdance was a low-budget dance film. How could they like it? Was it a promotion for the breakdancing demonstration at the Olympic closing ceremony? This film reflects racial tensions and wealth inequality in America. It reflects the dilapidated state of the slums in Los Angeles. It reflects the discrimination and unfair treatment faced by lower-class black people and the poor in America from the upper class. It's a film that profoundly reflects the social realities of America, exposing the escalating social contradictions. Ronald's gaze fell on the section for the reasons for import. PFFT, Ronald almost couldn't help but chuckle. When I was making this, I never thought about these things, I just wanted a reason to get them to dance. Will my film also be dubbed? Ronald remembered the dubbed version he'd seen in his dream. The translator glanced at the document. Yes, this film will likely be assigned to the dubbing studio in Zujiahu. Thank you, please thank the leaders for their concern. I really hope my film can be seen by your people, Ronald said to the translator. Perhaps it's just because Cannonball Studios offered a low price for the prints. The 7 major studios don't want to sell their films from the last 2 years at such a low price, Jack Valentine told Ronald after the translator left, sharing his speculation. That's good too. At least I can say that my film is being seen by people on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. A day later, Jack Valentine and Ronald flew to Hongqiao again to check on the progress of Hollywood director Steven Spielberg filming Empire of the Sun on the Bund. With the supportive leadership, the collaboration with The Last Emperor was going very smoothly. But the Zujiahu Film Studio was a different place, and as the president of the Film Association, he felt obligated to check on it. Under the Weibeidou Bridge, the white dividing lines on the road had been painted black, and the barbed wire separating the concessions from the Chinese-controlled areas had been re-erected. Ronald and Jack Valentine had arrived at the Suzhou Creek that morning, watching Spielberg from afar as he rehearsed a scene with a 13 or 14-year-old actor in a red uniform. Chris, you need to start here. The refugees behind you are rushing towards you. You haven't seen them, so you need to show a mix of surprise and tension. Understand? Understood. I didn't know what was happening, so I was startled by the refugees rushing towards me. The child was a bit thin, but he seemed to have good comprehension and a bright spirit. Ronald stood on the edge of a large circle enclosed by ropes at the filming location. The local residents were very curious about a large group of foreigners filming. The ropes were surrounded by layers of people in uniforms guarding them. Stephen and Bertolucci both explained scenes, but their methods are quite different, Ronald thought to himself. As a director, he rarely had the opportunity to observe other directors' film crews on set, but actors had many opportunities to see different directors' methods. Bertolucci meticulously specified every detail of the performance, while Spielberg inspired the actors, explaining the background and atmosphere of the scene to them, allowing the actors to figure out their own performance methods. Very good, that's it, remember that feeling. Spielberg was satisfied with the child's understanding, had him demonstrate a few expressions and gestures, then waved for the makeup artists. A hairstylist brought a wig for the child to wear, while another makeup artist came over and painted dirt on the child's teeth. Spielberg then picked up the megaphone and began shouting to the surrounding Chinese extras, "We'll now go through the steps according to the assistant director's orders." A translator translated Spielberg's orders into Chinese. Ronald recognized the man as Xiao Yan, the son of Lao Yan, his partner at the Lightning Light Factory. And the woman demonstrating the running route to the extras was the female director he had met on his last visit, Assistant Director Wang. It seemed that the two people Ronald had introduced to Spielberg were working quite well for him, now serving as assistants on the film set. "Hi. Are you American or British?" an elderly man who had been watching the commotion asked Ronald in fluent English. Ronald, seeing that he could speak English, felt a sense of kinship and offered him his Hongho cigarette he had brought from the Forbidden City, lighting it for him with a match. "We Americans?" Ronald asked, pointing to an actor dressed as a Japanese officer among the extras. "Do you hate the Japs? Do you feel uncomfortable seeing them here again in uniform?" "Actually, I was 24 when the war started, and what I saw that day was the same as now." "Ah, what a truly wicked bunch. But this is a movie. I used to watch Hollywood movies all the time." Ronald chatted with the old man for a few moments, not bothering Spielberg. The translator, Xiao Yan, however, had sharp eyes and spotted Ronald standing on the periphery of the film set. He immediately waved to himself, then turned and whispered in Spielberg's ear, "Hey, Ronald, Mr. Valentine." Spielberg, wearing a baseball cap that read Empire of the Sun, walked over and greeted Jack Valentine and Ronald, who had been ushered into the filming area by Xiao Yan, with a hug. "We're here to cheer you on. Don't worry about us, don't disturb your work." Jack Valentine knew the director was very busy on set and asked Spielberg to go ahead with his filming. "No problem, Ronald is a good actor too, he can help me, of course, I can help you maintain order among the extras." Ronald laughed heartily. The wait for the official filming was long, and the little boy playing the lead role of Jim started running around to warm up. He kept breathing heavily, squatting and standing up, deliberately making himself a little out of breath. "Where did you find an actor like this? He's a genius. Did he come up with this method himself?" Ronald was surprised. Using physical activity to simulate panting due to emotion was a very clever acting technique. Ordinary viewers couldn't tell if you were just tired from running or if it was due to tension from seeing the Japanese soldiers. He learned it himself from the veteran actors. John Malkovich taught him. Spielberg laughed. "You're really good at training child actors," Jack Valentine remarked. "Spielberg is undoubtedly one of the best directors in Hollywood at training child stars." "No, I'm just lucky, I often pick the most talented kids." Christian was chosen from over 4,000 children, and he happens to be Welsh, the same background as the lead actor. Ronald secretly noted this down. These were good methods for handling problems. Teaching children to act is almost an impossible task. Spielberg's advantage over other directors lies in his ability to select the widest range of suitable actors. At this moment, Assistant Director Wong came to speak to Spielberg again. Ronald simply nodded in greeting, and Assistant Director Wong pulled Xiao Yan aside to report to Spielberg. "These soldiers playing soldiers don't understand how to act after being shot. Our approach here is quite different from Hollywood." It turned out that apart from a few Japanese actors, the rest of the extras were soldiers from the military. They didn't know how to act, but they followed the director's instructions and imitated the characters quite well. Hollywood actors really do die differently than anywhere else. Watch me demonstrate. Only Hollywood actors die like this. Spielberg clutched his chest, then swayed from side to side, struggling for 2 seconds before collapsing to the ground. He still wanted to live, so even though he was shot and wounded on the ground, he tried his best to crawl out of the street and to the side so the Japanese wouldn't find him. Spielberg then demonstrated crawling motions on the ground, using one hand and one foot. "Got it? You try it, let Wong see." Spielberg got busy again, while Ronald hid behind the camera at the monitor, not interfering with the work. All departments, action. After working for more than half an hour, Spielberg finally got all departments in order and then ordered filming to begin. Action. 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 Assistant Director Wong's megaphone was even louder than Spielberg's. She repeated Spielberg's orders in Chinese, and most people on set could only understand her Chinese commands. The young actor named Christian walked towards the scene from a distance on the road. The Japanese soldiers behind him accelerated and bumped into him. Christian feigned surprise and then sped off to the side of the road. "Cut," Spielberg called out, then went to the monitor. The new director's monitor was connected to a video recorder, which could record the scene on tape and then play it back for the director. "Very good, let's move on to the next shot." Spielberg was satisfied. Xiao Yan translated his order and relayed it, and everyone applauded. Filming continued until sunset, and the scheduled shooting time had ended. The rush hour began, and many people were hurrying home on bicycles. The blocked intersection was about to reopen, but the onlookers remained gathered in a circle. Ronald helped Spielberg direct the extras to wrap up, and then began dismantling the barbed wire fence to restore traffic flow on the Way-Beta Bridge. "Hey, what comic are you reading?" Spielberg, exhausted from a day of filming, noticed a child reading a comic book and happily struck up a conversation. Ronald glanced at the cover and saw a large black and white cat in a police uniform. "Captain Blackcat," Xiao Yan explained to Spielberg. "Captain Blackcat, is he a superhero?" Spielberg loved children. He had been separated from his son for over a month to film this movie, and he always felt a warm glow around kids. The little girl said shyly, then ran away. Everyone burst into laughter. That evening, Director Su of the Zhujiahu Film Studio hosted a banquet for their Hollywood colleagues. Since the next day was a rest day, and filming would continue in Qingpu, Spielberg, along with several actors, Ronald, Valentine, and others, attended the banquet. The film studio's restaurant had several round tables set up to accommodate the Empire of the Sun crew. Director Su, well-traveled and knowledgeable, knew Spielberg's status in Hollywood. This time, He chose to adapt the novel Empire of the Sun, which tells the story of Jim, a young boy, and his extraordinary experiences after the 1941 attack on Pearl Harbor, when British expatriates were imprisoned in concentration camps by the Japanese army. Jim is a pampered boy who loves airplanes. On the eve of Pearl Harbor, he accidentally discovers a Japanese Zero fighter plane crashed in Tsujiahu, learning that the Japanese army is about to attack the concession. During his escape, he gets separated from his parents and is captured by the Japanese army. He surrenders to the Japanese with his hands raised. After enduring many hardships in the concentration camp, American P-51 Mustang fighter planes attack the camp where foreign expatriates are held. Jim finds food dropped by the Americans, surrenders to the Americans again, and is finally reunited with his parents. Director Sue understands that Spielberg is making this epic film with Oscar in mind. It creates a competitive situation with The Last Emperor, which was filmed on location in the Forbidden City. Both films have the gimmick of being the first to be filmed on location, both are epic films, and both are adaptations of best-selling autobiographies. This competition was also related to the competitive direction of the two film studios in the North and South, so director Sue attached great importance to it. He strived to ensure that everything was to Spielberg's satisfaction. Those are the best extras I've ever seen, outstanding. I always feel that your technical strength is no less than Hollywood's. Spielberg, being a shrewd person, began to praise Tsujiahu. Ha ha ha, the leaders from the department just called and said that Ronald said the same thing. We are still not far behind the world's advanced level in some aspects. At this time, Ronald was chatting with John Malkovich, who was playing an American businessman, at the same table. Malkovich asked Ronald if he knew how to say crazy in Chinese. Probably crazy, you're wrong, I learned it from my Chinese teacher, it's called deep. Well, PFFT, Ronald laughed loudly. The few child actors next to him didn't know what was going on, but they were infected by Ronald's laughter and laughed along with him. What's your name? I think you acted very well. My name is Christian Bale. The slightly thin male lead introduced himself to Ronald. I really liked your Top Gun. Me too, I love war movies like this. Another slightly chubby child actor, not to be outdone, struck a pose of seniority and took the initiative to speak to Ronald. I really liked that you like my movie. What's your name? Ronald found it quite amusing to be with this group of child actors. Call me Ben Stiller. The chubby boy looked smug. Let me tell you, actors are actually a bit narcissistic. Many of the actors in our crew who played soldiers became very arrogant after the previous training. Their egos became very big, as if they were real veterans who had been on the battlefield. I want to be a director like you someday, and I want to direct a movie that satirizes these self-important actors. Oh, that's very interesting, I'm looking forward to it. At this moment, Spielberg and director Sue finished their conversation and returned to their seats at the table. Director Spielberg, please try these Zaya Long Bao soup dumplings. We borrowed a chef from Green Wave Gallery to make them. Even the Queen of Britain tasted them there when she visited. Zhao Yan enthusiastically introduced the new dish to Spielberg. That's the downside of filming here. I don't know what I ate, but I have some mouth ulcers that haven't healed for a long time. It hurts whenever I eat. Spielberg, being more casual in front of Ronald, began to complain about the harsh conditions. Mainly, he wasn't used to Chinese food. Director Wang, Zhao Yan, go ask if they have any herbal jelly. Get a few servings for Director Spielberg. He's a little, well, you know, Ronald gestured to them, covering his mouth. He's got a sore throat. Yes, a sore throat. I'll go ask the head chef to get a few servings. Zhao Yan went to make the arrangements. Director Ronald, I'm filming a movie now too, Assistant Director Wang announced to Ronald with a beaming smile. Oh, congratulations. What kind of film is it? It's a women's film. I watched some of the videotapes you sent. Many Hollywood movies are very interesting. I like Cameron's Terminator. The power of women in it inspired me, so I made a film about opera actors. In our local opera, there's a type where female actors play male roles, which I find very interesting. Great. Do you have a copy? I'd love to see your work. At this moment, Zhao Yan, accompanied by a waiter, brought over several bowls of black, jelly-like desserts. She brought them to Spielberg's table. Steven, try this, it'll help your mouth ulcers. Spielberg tried it with a spoon and found that it was cool and refreshing, and it seemed to help his ulcers. He quickly gave a thumbs up. It seems to be working. What's it called? Turtle jelly. Another bowl for the director. That evening, Ronald took Spielberg back to the Huading Hotel to rest, then went out to find assistant director Wong and Xiao Yan, and together they went to the small screening room at the film studio to watch director Wong's film. After the studio logo appeared, a title written in calligraphy, Human Ghost Love, appeared on the screen. Then, 3 bowls of paint, white, black, and red, were laid out on a table. A spirited actress sat in front of the mirror, painting her face with the 3 colors. What's this? Ronald felt a sense of familiarity with this art form. This is called painted face. This opera actress plays Zhang Kui from mythology, a ghost hunter. She plays Zhang Kui marrying off his sister, but because of her career, she herself doesn't marry. Ronald watched with great interest. The film's story wasn't very coherent, but the various techniques and metaphors clearly showed Hollywood influence. I saw a very good women's film, told from a female perspective, portraying a woman's story. After the screening, Ronald congratulated director Wong. Is that actress playing Zhang Kui really the female lead? Those opera performances seem to require a long period of training to achieve, Ronald thought, noting that the movements were even more skillful than those of the dancers he had just filmed in the dance film. No, those were performed by real opera actors, and they're based on the story. Ronald congratulated director Wong, noting that such films are very rare even in Hollywood. It would be great if it could be shown in America. What movie? Showing in America. A middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses approached from behind and asked director Wong. Ah, Director Z, what brings you here? I came to see your debut film. Is there anything wrong? You're someone I mentored. I haven't introduced you yet. This is my teacher, Director Z. This is Director Luo from Hollywood. Hello, Director Z. Ronald shook hands with the middle-aged director. You're the one who sent Xiao Wang the latest videotape? Thank you so much. We have to borrow our copies from Hong Kong. Many are already outdated. Not at all. Xiao Yan, Director Wang, and I are good friends from the start. Filmmaking is the most troublesome thing. You have to be careful in every aspect. You've given her many opportunities to learn from Hollywood directors. I always say that filmmaking is like scooping water with your hands. If the gaps between your fingers are even slightly large, it will leak. If you're careless here and there, by the time you present it to the audience, all the good stuff will have leaked out. That's why I always encourage them to learn more. After exchanging a few pleasantries and discussing artistic creation, Assistant Director Wong interjected, my teacher is currently filming a big production, just like Empire of the Sun, with all the exterior scenes in Kingpu. Would you like to go check it out? I heard Director Z is their best commercial film director, always achieving the highest box office, and the leading actors and actresses frequently win their Oscars. Yes, the Golden Rooster Awards. The next day, Ronald and Spielberg went to the filming location in Kingpu, where Ronald accompanied Spielberg to inspect the concentration camp set, the runway, model airplanes, and other facilities needed for filming. Spielberg's team was the most professional in Hollywood, so he had no problems. At this point, Ronald suggested that he visit the filming location of his colleagues at the Zhujiahu Film Studio. Spielberg's ulcers had completely healed after taking turtle jelly, and he had also developed an interest in the mysterious East, so he went with Ronald to see the filming location in Kingpu, where Director Zhu was also filming. The filming location of this crew was even more magnificent than that of Empire of the Sun. It completely replicated an old road and a quaint old town, with bluestone slabs that had both an antique charm and an old-fashioned patchwork technique. Even the moss on them was perfectly reproduced. Ronald noticed a problem. He squatted down to examine the material. It looked almost identical to real bluestone slabs, with a textured surface and a perfectly aged finish. Even the light and shadow, the colors and shades of the moss, were realistically reproduced on camera. How was this done? Ronald wondered. I don't know, it's truly amazing. I have to ask, Hollywood doesn't have this kind of technology. 2 Hollywood directors went to the set, found Xiao Yan, and took them to Director Z's place to ask who made the bluestone slab prop. They wanted to learn from him. Ronald even considered poaching someone. If the prop-making technique could be introduced to Hollywood, he'd have another small business opportunity. His unique technique would definitely be the first choice for future period drama productions. You asked me who made the bluestone slab prop. Director Z was discussing the creative process with the 2 lead actors. Hearing Ronald's question, he replied, yes, even Hollywood doesn't have this kind of technology. Ronald thought to himself, Director Z is truly skilled. Even the props are so well reproduced. It's bound to be a great movie. I didn't have any props. I just moved them directly from a small town in western Hunan. Huh? Ronald and Spielberg exchanged a glance, both looking incredulous. Yes, I submitted a report and had the local government coordinate to have every single bluestone slab on the road in that town numbered and then the whole thing packed up and moved here. Director Z adjusted his glasses, speaking casually, as if it were no big deal. Ronald and Spielberg were stunned by this extravagant gesture. How much would that cost in Hollywood? Neither of them wanted to continue the conversation. Their systems were different, and this kind of thing couldn't be replicated. Hey, Director Z is amazing. He's impressed even the Hollywood guys. The male lead gave the female lead a thumbs up, praising his director highly. Of course, if he's not good, who is? But to make money, you still have to go abroad. Look at that Xiao Chen, she was learning English and wanted to go abroad when she was filming with me. This time she came back and filmed in the Forbidden City. Her speech and dress are so sophisticated, and she even lets people call her by her English name, Joan Chen. When do you think we can make that much money? The female lead replied. Ronald and Spielberg slowly walked back to the filming location along the path. Stepping onto the bluestone pavement again, they looked at each other without saying a word. They also wanted to make this kind of movie. Ronald, you know, their system really does have its merits, Spielberg said, squatting down and carefully touching the bluestone pavement, a little unwilling. Yet, making movies like this, regardless of cost, how could it not be good? Ronald also squatted down, touching the bluestone with his right hand. Real things are definitely better than fake props. Their system really has its merits. The support is really strong. When I was filming Top Gun, the Navy only let me fire 2 air-to-air missiles. Sigh, the two stood up and sighed with envy. Chapter 761 Minahan Golan may be going to get dementia. Spielberg had very high expectations for Empire of the Sun. This region had just opened its doors to filmmakers worldwide, and he and Bertolucci were among the first 2 Western directors to film on location. Hollywood sometimes follows trends, and in the past 2 years, there's been a growing sense that films set against this backdrop would be the next big thing. Not only are American citizens lining up to travel and experience the ancient landscape, but Oscar voters also want to film here. Those who try first are most likely to become Oscar contenders. Empire of the Sun and The Last Emperor are both epic films, depicting the transformation of a great era through the lens of a single character. Since the Oscars are based on voting, Hollywood is currently pursuing foreign themes, and the success of Crocodile Dundee has further fueled this fascination. This year, both films were shot in the ancient East, perfectly aligning with the American audience's desire to see the scenery. Spielberg, always adept at capturing trends, desperately wanted to win the long-awaited Best Director Oscar with this film. Last time, with Purple, the Oscar judges deliberately didn't nominate him for Best Director, prompting Spielberg to give a television interview criticizing it. Now, everyone feels a bit guilty towards him. Perhaps his dream will come true. Spielberg also told Ronald that this was the first time he'd filmed a story about children leaving innocence and growing into adults. He abandoned his previous methods of filming the pure emotions of children, wanting to break conventions and seek a breakthrough. Seeing Spielberg's dedication to the film, Ronald left the crew and didn't bother him anymore. After the visit, Ronald treated his collaborator, Lao Yan, to dinner. Lao Yan had been researching some new inventions recently, but without success. His son, Xiao Yan, had gained some experience accompanying Spielberg and could start his studies in America next year. I'm entrusting my son to you, Xiao Yan. Son, when you get there, you must listen to your brother. He can represent me and help you, understand? After drinking some rice wine, Lao Yan formally entrusted his son to Ronald. That's pretty much it for me in this life. You have to live up to expectations and work hard over there. Old Yan poured his son a glass of wine and toasted him. I think you, Old Yan, also have a chance to go to America. You're working now, so I can invite you to visit and inspect there. When you retire, you can travel there, or even settle down. Ronald saw the atmosphere was a bit somber and tried to persuade Old Yan. Yes, with Director Luo looking after us there, and little Yan working so hard, you'll be enjoying your retirement, Old Yan. Director Wong was also invited to dinner by Ronald. These guys were Ronald's closest friends here. I'll take your movie Ghost Love on a special videotape to Hollywood and see if anyone's willing to import it. After all, it's a Chinese film, And it's about opera that's very unfamiliar to American audiences. Maybe the best outcome will be a small-scale screening in some Chinatown theaters, I understand. I'd be happy to have the opportunity. Ronald then chatted with director Wong about her plans to study in Hollywood. Now, when they go abroad, they need an invitation letter from the foreign party and approval from their superiors. Ronald planned to show the videotape of this film to Gail to see if their Hollywood Women Professionals Club would be interested in extending an invitation to the female director who made this excellent women's film for a discussion. Finally, Ronald visited the lightning lamp factory in Minhang District. The exported long arc halogen lamp tubes were of good quality and stability. In addition, with the city government's attention and its proximity to the countryside, there was an ample supply of various supporting non-staple foods and light industrial products, and the workers were very motivated. Ronald finally took a group photo with the workshop director and other cotters in the factory manager's office, under the export-oriented foreign exchange earning model unit certificate on the wall. "Hello, Mr. Lee, the plane is about to land." The middle-aged flight attendant in business class woke Ronald up. After another long flight, he returned to Los Angeles with the high-quality goji berries and tea that factory manager Sue had helped him buy. Little Bud drove to the airport to lend him the car, while his agent Richard took the opportunity to report on what had happened during his absence. The news from Paramount is that Top Gun's box office is still going strong, and the company has decided to speed up the release of the videotapes. Pepsi thinks the commercial you shot for their Diet Pepsi was very effective and wants to know if you could reshoot the Top Gun commercial yourself for the videotape. They're willing to pay a high price. "I'm busy, I'm about to start working on Moonstruck." Besides, are they not satisfied with a commercial with Catherine Bigelow? Ronald asked. No, they're quite satisfied. It's just that since Michael J. Fox starred in the commercial, they're also thinking of getting Tom Cruise to do one too. Have you talked to Paula? She's not too keen. Tom Cruise is now trying to find roles with famous directors and excellent scripts, and doesn't want to be typecast as a fighter pilot. Then it's off, Ronald replied. Mr. Weintraub at MGM didn't return my calls. There are rumors in the industry that he and the boss, Cockerill, have some issues, and it seems Cockerill didn't honor the stock options he promised. Oh? Won't that affect my film's preparation? No, I contacted Mr. Cockerill's secretary. She said Mr. Cockerill is very keen on MGM's first film after resuming production, and he'd like to meet you. No rush. Find Weintraub first, and I'll talk to him. After dealing with a backlog of issues, Ronald remembered the breakdancing matter and said to Richard, "Contact Minahan at Cannonball for me. I need to discuss something with him." Minahan Golan had gained some weight. His belly was noticeably more protruding than the last time I saw him. Ronald, ha. You've come at the perfect time. I was just about to go to the screening room to see copies of 2 movies. Come on over, we can watch and talk. Of course, I came to talk to you about breakdance. Ronald knew that Minahan was now the president of a big company, and his work was much busier than before. Breakdance? What, you're willing to make a third one? I'll invest. Minahan jumped more than a foot up, patting Ronald on the back excitedly. If we work together, we're sure to make a blockbuster. No, I went to the other side of the Pacific, and they decided to import breakdance, so I came to you. Could you give them a low price? No problem. This movie has basically sold worldwide. It's a good thing that we can break into emerging markets that even Hollywood struggles to penetrate in a few years. Minahan's intuition for the international market was quite good. His movies always did well at the box office in Britain, where there was even a Cannonball fan club. They had to see every new Cannonball movie. This is the new movie we got Stallone to make. Yoram, Ronald's here. Let's all watch it together. Projectionist, start. Minahan's voice was still loud, his head turning rapidly from side to side as he greeted everyone loudly. A group of crew members, probably delivering the edited copy for the day, stood up respectfully to greet him. Sit down, everyone sit down. Let's watch Stallone's new movie Over the Top first, then I'll watch yours. The Canon logo flashed on the screen, and the title Over the Top began to appear. This movie was directed by Minahan Golan, written by Stallone, and starred him. The main story is about Lincoln, a divorced truck driver father, who, after his ex-wife is hospitalized, takes his son on a journey through various bars to participate in arm wrestling tournaments. He eventually wins the National Arm Wrestling Championship and improves his relationship with his son. The moment Ronald saw the names of the director and screenwriter in the opening credits, He felt a sense of impending doom wash over him. Sure enough, the film clumsily imitated the Rocky storyline, turning the boxing match into a bizarre arm wrestling contest. It changed the girlfriend's emotional journey into improving her relationship with her estranged son. Different storylines, but using the same structure, made it feel very comedic. Ronald struggled to hold back his laughter during the various strange arm wrestling scenes in the bars. But when Stallone, on the verge of losing to a giant 2 heads taller, suddenly found himself winning with a single glance from his son, Ronald couldn't help but break down and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, isn't that ending fantastic? I specially commissioned the Italian-American Giorgio Moroder to compose the music. After he composed the score for your Top Gun, his price more than doubled. Haha, yes, that score is truly excellent. Even just closing my eyes and imagining the battle on screen makes my blood boil. Ronald had nothing else to praise, so he could only praise the score. He didn't say that if he opened his eyes, he'd definitely burst out laughing again. Minahan Golan was about to continue praising himself when his cousin, Yoram, pointed to his watch, reminding him that time was running out. Minahan waved to the back, still not quite finished, signaling to start the next film. Hey you, didn't you have some documents for me to sign? Hurry up and bring them here. Minahan called his waiting assistant over, grabbed the documents, and started signing. The name appearing on the screen was Alan Quartman and the Lost City of Gold. Ronald recognized the male lead as Richard Chamberlain, the sequel to King Solomon's Treasure, a knockoff of Indiana Jones co-starring Sharon Stone. This knockoff is so unoriginal, even the naming rules are copied, Ronald thought, stroking his chin. This Minahan, he really went all out. From the second Indiana Jones film onwards, Harrison Ford's Indiana Jones was included in the title, forming the protagonist plus adventure plus treasure method. This is blatant plagiarism by Minahan. Ronald couldn't sit still from the very first scene. This sequel was so cringe-worthy it made him want to close his eyes. All the scenes lacked any special effects, they were just made do. The protagonist, Richard Chamberlain, could casually throw around a revolver and still manage to take on dozens of enemies wielding machine guns. Only if the enemies were completely clueless could he win. He wondered how much money Minahan had invested in this film, and how much had been embezzled. Was Minahan making too many films now, and couldn't keep track of everything? If he had been in charge of the crew during the time he and Minahan were working together on breakdancing, this would never have happened. Sharon Stone's performance was also incredibly exaggerated. Ronald thought that even Helen Slater, whose acting was 10 times worse, couldn't have done this well playing the Virgin Mary giving birth to Jesus in a school drama festival. Ugh, tooey, Ronald overheard an actress in the corner, echoing his own disdain for the lead actress's performance. Ronald and she shared the same sentiment, exchanging a knowing smile. Having endured over an hour of a terrible movie, Ronald stood up to leave. Watching another film like this would surely give him a stomachache. Minahan stood up and called over the director. What kind of crap is this? Didn't I tell you, these queens are supposed to be ugly? Ugly? How did you make them all so beautiful? The director stammered, bewildered by Minahan's words. My movie is called Invaders of Mars, about a group of insect queens, not invaders of the Playboy Mansion. How come the female villain is so beautiful too? What kind of movie is this? Director Ronald, hello, I'm the female villain in the movie, Cassandra Peterson. Ronald was still confused as to why Minahan called the movie Invaders of Mars. The actress who had just expressed her disdain for the lead actress's acting jumped up from her seat, blocking Ronald's path, wanting to talk to him. Hello, it really is you. Your makeup in the movie and the stunts done by the stunt doubles were really good. Ronald gave a perfunctory reply and was about to leave. I'm a dancer by training. The special effects for this movie only cost $2.35. I had to do all the stunts myself. That green lake, I jumped in myself. Cassandra Peterson, unwilling to miss the opportunity, rattled off the reasons for both the good and bad aspects of her performance. It turned out that besides the fact that the production team's money was nowhere to be found, forcing Cassandra to film many dangerous scenes herself, the lead actress, Sharon Stone, was also a nuisance. In the scene where she was captured by cannibals and about to be cooked in a giant pot, this blonde woman even urinated in the prop pot. Afterwards, she proudly proclaimed it to everyone, and in the end, no one was willing to rearrange that stinky and disgusting black pot. The final cut was that one scene, and the whole performance was exceptionally bad. I thought she was a smart actress. How could she do this? Ronald couldn't help but wonder if the lead actress was mentally unstable. a lunatic. She's actually quite intelligent, a smart person, but on set, she tells everyone how smart she is every day. Ronald felt this actress had it tough. She performed admirably alongside such a leading lady in the film, and she even went all out with the dangerous stunts. He took out a business card with only an office phone number and handed it to her. Cassandra Peterson, right? Call this number and tell them it's my business card. They'll contact you for auditions if there are suitable roles. Oh, thank you, thank you. Cassandra Peterson had a large bust and fair skin, but without heavy makeup, she had a sweet appearance, not the glamorous villainous type she played in movies. She was very happy to receive the business card and kept thanking Ronald. Ronald, aren't you going to watch the next movie with me? It's an American Ninja story. Minahan came over to persuade her to stay. I really have to go. Ronald quickly declined. Okay, I know you're busy. I'll arrange the breakdancing. Also, give me a call when you have time, we can talk about the collaboration. Okay, Minahan was incredibly busy, and another person came to ask for his autograph. The next crew members, led by the director, also approached and sat down to wait with him to watch the sample footage. Minahan was still scolding that unfortunate director. How many times have I told you, the queen and the maids need to be uglier? Minahan probably got our movie title wrong. He thinks he's watching Invaders of Mars, not the Lost City of Gold, Cassandra Peterson whispered to Ronald. Ronald looked at her in surprise. How many movies has Cannonball made this year? I don't know. 30? 35. Ronald looked at Minahan, who even got a movie title wrong, and felt a little bad. Is managing a film studio really that difficult? This tough Israeli man was almost driven to madness by the stress. The next day, Ronald returned to his office and heard good news. After submitting their spicy dance film for review a second time, and with 10 seconds of nudity cut, the MPAA, as expected, politely re-rated it PG-13. Distribution manager Michelle Canold was overjoyed, and gained a deeper understanding of Ronald's unfathomable network of connections. We plan to market it state by state. Since we missed the Las Vegas Film Festival where theaters came to us, we'll proactively go door to door, promoting it to theaters in every state and every town. Spicy dance is of high quality. I believe those theater managers will be captivated by the exciting plot and alluring dance, and we've even got a PG-13 rating, Michelle Canold said enthusiastically. Then I'll have to trouble you. While I'm away, if you need anything, just contact Eddie. We can discuss any difficulties. After all, this is Daydream's first film under their leadership. Distribution was unfamiliar territory, and the two leading managers didn't have much experience. Everything had to be learned through trial and error. Ronald was quite satisfied with starting the distribution work at the end of the year. He figured he could perhaps cover several southern states before Christmas and adjust accordingly. Another day passed, and after adjusting to the time difference, Weintraub, who had been missing for a long time, called to invite Ronald to his home for a detailed discussion. Ronald, come on over. Long time no see. How's business in Zujihu? How's Spielberg's new film going? Weintraub, still sitting on his long leather sofa, greeted Ronald with a smile. A beautiful woman in a bikini walked past the door. Ronald raised an eyebrow, looked at the woman, and then questioned Weintraub with his eyes. My wife Jane went to Washington, D.C. The vice president's wife, Barbara, wanted her to join the gathering. I had something to do, so I stayed in Los Angeles. Ronald thought to himself, no wonder Weintraub wasn't afraid of $1 million fine. It turned out his wife was away on business. Things are going well there. I couldn't get in touch with you for the past few days, sigh. I went to Las Vegas. Weintraub sighed, took out a bottle of brandy, and poured some for Ronald and himself. That old bastard Cochran. It turned out that Weintraub had been tricked by Cochran, the real owner of MGM, the big boss of the MGM Grand Hotel in Las Vegas, a master of using others to his advantage. He hadn't gotten the real CEO position, and Cochran had appointed someone else as co-CEO, ostensibly to ensure the smooth operation of both MGM and United Artists. Moreover, Cochran's original plan to grant Weintraub stock options and make him a second-largest shareholder was now facing legal technical issues due to the new tax law, and was on the verge of collapse. Weintraub had reorganized MGM's senior management for Cochran, integrating the teams from both companies, and after basically finishing all the dirty work, he was kicked aside by Cochran. Now he had essentially only gotten a shell CEO position at United Artists. So you're just going to swallow this? Ronald asked. What can we do? All his operations are technically legal. I underestimated the difficulty of his business in Las Vegas. He's not an easy person to deal with. Fortunately, we Jews have a good tradition. We don't dwell on past grievances. If we suffer a loss, we learn from it and start over. Weintraub, a former Singer's manager, still had considerable reservations about casino tycoons like Cochran. He didn't get the power he wanted, so he reluctantly resigned, accepting his large salary and bonuses, and started his own small company, Weintraub Productions. Fortunately, he hadn't been idle while at MGM. Leveraging MGM's platform, he connected with Canada's largest syndicated theater chain, Schönblack Theatres. Weintraub partnered with them, found their old partner Columbia Pictures, and signed a 20-year distribution contract. All films produced by Weintraub Productions would be distributed by Columbia. Ronald, upon hearing this news, was a little worried about his new film. With Weintraub gone, would there be problems with cooperation with MGM? As if sensing Ronald's concerns, Weintraub said to him, "Don't worry about your new film Moonstruck, not to mention I'll be staying there until the end of February next year. I've also spoken with Cochran, he'll invest resources in the release of your new film. You're one of the highest-earning directors in Hollywood right now, and this is MGM's first film since they resumed production. He's a man who knows what's important, honey." A bikini-clad woman outside the door waved to Weintraub, her eyes constantly scanning Ronald, even throwing him a flirtatious wink. "She's a Playboy model in the latest issue, recommended by Hugh Hefner. Want to try her out?" Weintraub nudged the table. Ronald waved his hand, indicating no interest. "Haha, you don't have to worry about that. I invited you here today because I want to continue our collaboration. I'll be in charge of my own production company, and Susan will handle the day-to-day operations. How about we work together again? Let's talk about it after I finish my current film." Ronald declined. "I know you have your own small production company. What's the point of making those small productions? This time, I've secured a real, big investment from Schönblack Theatres and Columbia Pictures. Whatever movie you want to make, whoever you want to direct it, I can make it happen. How about it? Think about it." "Oh? You got a big investment?" Ronald felt this sounded familiar. Someone had said something similar before. "I'm only telling you this once. Don't tell anyone before February next year. It's still a secret. It's a huge investment that will shake up Hollywood." Weintraub lowered his voice, bowing his head slightly, as if to avoid being overheard by the bikini-clad woman. "How much?" Ronald couldn't help but lean forward as well, their heads almost touching. $450 million, $450 million. Ronald was half reclined on the back seat of Bud's car, still a little overwhelmed. These Wall Street people, why do they all seem to treat money like it's nothing? Eisner from Disney got $300 million, Cannonball got $400 million, and now Weintraub has gotten $450 million. He was worried about not being able to raise money for his small-budget film. What made these people so much better than him? They acted like they could just casually take hundreds of millions of dollars. It wasn't something he could easily discuss with others, so Ronald made a special trip to New York to meet his childhood friend, Douglas Hanson. Both were stunned by Wall Street's extravagant spending and talked for a long time in Douglas's mansion. "I've carefully reviewed the information disclosed in these two deals. It's clear that Wall Street has absolutely no idea what kind of movies can make money. Right now, with loose monetary policy, the Fed's low interest rates have been maintained for several years, and even with a slight rate hike last year, the economy has reacted smoothly. It's a golden age of excellent liquidity. That's why they can easily raise $400 or $500 million, whether it's from the junk bond market, like Cannonball, or from private equity funds raising money from wealthy individuals, like Eisner for Disney, or this time Weintraub with a 20-year long-term distribution contract, collateralized by private investors. The only advantage they have over Daydream Pictures is that they have their own distribution channels. Those idiots on Wall Street only know how to use formulas to explain profits. Because their movies are big hits, they have a keen eye and strong distribution channels. Why are their movies successful? Precisely because of their keen eye and strong distribution channels. I've read many analysts' reports, and they're all just this kind of circular reasoning garbage. As long as our spicy dance is successful, I think Wall Street's money will definitely come to us. Yes, you still need your own distribution channels to be respected, Ronald agreed. Doing business isn't like making a movie. In filmmaking, the production, acquisition, distribution, and marketing processes can't have any major weaknesses, otherwise, investors won't be interested. After determining the company's direction, Douglas treated Ronald to steak. His chef was Italian, but today's steak was Irish style, incredibly tender and juicy, which Ronald thoroughly enjoyed. How long are you staying this time? Are you going back to Los Angeles right away? Is the new film about to start pre-production? Douglas also ate quickly. Both of them had wrestling experience and were carnivores. I'll be staying here for a while. The new film needs careful casting. They're all Italian Americans from Brooklyn, New York. I'm planning to go to the casting studio I used to work for and ask them for help. This film really relies on acting skills and the perfect fit between the actor and the role. Hollywood casting directors aren't really suitable. I need a personality fit, not just a physical one. We also need a group audition to determine chemistry. These are the casting studio's strengths. Ideally, the studio owner, Julia Taylor, would do the casting. She has a keen eye and specializes in casting Woody Allen. Unfortunately, she only works with Woody Allen, so I'll have to ask her subordinates for help. By the way, didn't you used to be their photographer, taking audition photos? Little Douglas recalled the past. Yes, now I'm working with them in a different capacity. These casting ladies definitely have a knack for choosing actors. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 762 Woody Allen's Go-To Casting Director. Hey, Ronald. Long time no see. Back at the casting studio on East 31st Street in Manhattan, New York, it was the same old black door with a few steps leading up to it. The same burly black doorman was there too. He remembered Ronald, who used to work there. Hey, long time no see, how are you? Ronald gave him a warm hug. I'm fine, Miss Julia Taylor is waiting for you. The black doorman was pleased that Ronald still treated him as an equal, and quietly hinted to Ronald, she's a little upset. You? Never mind, Ronald's a big director now, they should be the ones trying to please him. The black doorman had originally intended to remind Ronald not to upset General Manager Julia Taylor, but then realized things had changed. What happened? Who upset her? Ronald hadn't seen these old friends for years, and seeing them again felt like time hadn't passed, as if he'd just taken a break for coffee. I heard she has some disagreements with director Woody Allen, but she doesn't talk to us much. We can all tell she's a bit unhappy. Thank you. Ronald patted the doorman on the shoulder, handing him a bag of snacks as a small reward for the tip, just like before. Meow, a white cat meowed at Ronald, seemingly recognizing the young man who had worked as a photographer here for a year, and then jumped onto the reception desk. Director Ronald, Miss Taylor is waiting for you. The receptionist was a different young woman. Ronald nodded to her and went into Julia Taylor's office. Oh, Ronald, ha, it's so nice to see you. Julia came out from behind her desk to hug and greet Ronald. After exchanging pleasantries, they chatted about the recent situations of mutual friends. Julia herself was Woody Allen's go-to casting director, consistently directing 1 or 2 films a year. Recently, her Hannah sisters had received unanimous praise from film critics. Margaret, who used to be a casting director at Famous, has gradually become a key figure in the casting studio. While Julia was busy working with Woody Allen, Margaret oversaw the studio's work. So, Ronald, how can I help you? Julia Taylor's demeanor hadn't changed much, she was still a trustworthy middle-aged beauty. She quickly got to the point, asking about Ronald's purpose. I have a film, different from the popcorn movies I've made before. It's a very good romantic comedy with a significant supporting role. I'd prefer to steal you away from Woody Allen for a while. If you don't have enough time, please recommend a casting director familiar with theatrical performances. Ronald explained his purpose, took a copy of the script from his briefcase, and handed it to Julia Taylor. Julia took it and began to read. She was very happy for Ronald sitting opposite her. Back in the casting studio, Ronald had been a very perceptive cinematographer. After achieving fame in Hollywood, he made several commercial films over the years. Finally, this promising young director from New York was also beginning to shift towards drama films that emphasize acting and plot. Casting studios in New York City cater to directors skilled in drama films. Many Hollywood commercial films don't focus on chemistry between actors, but rather on physical resemblance. As a result, casting experts like Julia Taylor, despite her exceptional talent, have long only collaborated with Woody Allen in film production. Outside the New York film industry, not many people know her abilities. "Who are you going to cast for Loretta?" Julia quickly finished reviewing the script and asked Ronald right away. "Cher," Ronald immediately replied. "She's already agreed." "Why?" Julia Taylor pulled out her notebook, staring at Ronald, ready to jot down his opinion. Oh, wait a minute, you mean you're willing to take the time to cast for my film?" Ronald was somewhat skeptical. "Yes, why not? Being able to direct the casting for your film would be a really good addition to my resume." HMPH, Ronald found Julia Taylor's words intriguing. She seemed to have other ideas. "I think I said something similar when I came here for a job before." Ha, Ronald replied. "When does Woody Allen's new film start shooting?" "Will our films overlap? He should be doing well, but I'm no longer casting for him." Julia Taylor shrugged and laughed. "Great, then I'll make a call and have someone from my company sign you." "Should it be under your name or the casting studio?" "Under my personal name." Julia Taylor looked around, clearly reluctant to leave the place where she had started her career. After Ronald finished his call, he returned to continue talking to Julia. "It's actually quite simple. Cher is famous enough, and the budget for this production isn't large, so I need to find a star with a fan base to play the female lead. And Cher happens to be the kind of woman who, upon first glance, makes you think she could be crazy enough to fall in love with her disabled brother while preparing for her brother's wedding." Julia Taylor nodded. "And what about the male lead, Johnny? It's not an easy role to play. He hates his brother for causing him to lose a hand, then meets his brother's fiancée and immediately falls in love with her, even inviting her to the opera. This kind of role is easy to make the audience feel it's too fake. It requires an actor with explosive energy. I'm going to get Nicolas Cage to play the role, and he's agreed," Ronald said. "You know him, right?" "I have his file." "Wait a moment." Julia Taylor went to the filing cabinet where the audition photos of the actors were kept and found the audition photos and resumes of the two male and female leads in the section starting with C. "Do you have any other candidates in mind? Or did the screenwriter have that actor's image in mind when writing the script? We can try them out." "No, I have no idea who else is suitable, which is why I came to you for help. Casting for this film is a huge challenge for me." "Why do you say that?" "I talked to the screenwriter, Shanley. Each of his characters is based on a childhood friend of his, and many scenes take place in the kitchen, where a large family is gathered around a big table for a meal. This really tests the chemistry between the characters. I don't know anyone who has that ability." "You've been in New York for a long time and often go to Broadway shows, right?" "Bingo, you're right, Ronald. This film absolutely needs to be cast on Broadway." Julia Taylor nodded in agreement. "That's the best way to put it. I was wondering how to convince you to cast Broadway actors. Don't just look at the actors' appearances, you also need to see their chemistry together. You taught me that before." Ronald laughed heartily. Ever since filming Spicy Dance, he had been quite impressed with the professionalism and efficiency of Broadway actors, and had long intended to utilize this in Moonlight Seduction. "Okay, let's meet with screenwriter Mr. Shanley first, then talk to the female lead, Cher, and the male lead, Cage, starting with their chemistry. I want to make it clear beforehand that if their chemistry isn't good, I will offer my opinions, and I'm a person who sticks to my convictions. Of course, I came to you hoping you could give me more professional advice. This film isn't the kind where you can just cast any TV actor. There's a lot of dialogue, a lot of indoor dining scenes. If the acting doesn't have the ability to make the audience feel truly engaged, the film could easily become very boring." "No problem. I have many actors who have been on Broadway for over 20 years, and your supporting roles are all middle-aged." Julia Taylor was confident she could help Ronald find the most suitable actors. The two went through the character list at the beginning of the script, one by one. Julia Taylor took notes on Ronald's understanding of the characters and asked many questions. "I'll look for a suitable candidate first, and then we'll schedule an interview when I have news. There's one more thing I need your careful attention to." Ronald held Julia's hand. "Not many people in Hollywood know this, but the lead actress, Cher, has severe dyslexia, so you need to find an actress who can speak a standard Brooklyn Italian accent, read her lines aloud, and then have her memorize them. That's not a big problem. Brooklyn accent, Italian, middle-aged, female." Julia noted down the requirements in detail. "Don't worry, this situation is not uncommon. I know how to handle it. Okay, let's go to the Ukrainian restaurant next door for lunch. We can sign the contract then." Ronald pulled Julia Taylor to the Ukrainian restaurant near their old apartment, ordered a lot of dishes, and ate and chatted. "I think I need to learn more about Italian-American family life. Do you have any candidates I could visit at their homes, have dinner with them, drink wine, and listen to their complaints? That's easy to arrange. There are many Italian-Americans on Broadway. If you're willing to let them play a few small roles, they'll be warmly received." "No problem." Ronald wiped his mouth. Just then, his colleague from Daydream Studios brought the contract with Julia Taylor, and the two signed it in the restaurant, hiring her as the casting director for Moonstruck. "By the way, I haven't asked you yet, why aren't you casting for Woody Allen's new film anymore?" "It's nothing really. I've worked with him for a long time, and he needs some new faces to motivate himself to make changes," Julia Taylor said. "Isn't there any other reason?" Ronald frowned. "Casting isn't a filming role. What creative ideas would require a change in personnel to spark? This is a secret between us, and I won't tell anyone what happened when I was casting you," Julia Taylor laughed. "Maybe when I'm old, I'll write a memoir and tell you all about it. Ha ha ha. Even if you don't want to tell, I'll make you. I'm planning to hire a documentary director to film some behind-the-scenes footage for marketing purposes." Ronald, in Zujiahu, saw Spielberg's Empire of the Sun crew, with several people carrying video cameras and constantly filming him working on set. He thought this method was great and planned to do the same when he made his new film. "Sure, I rarely appear on screen," Julia chuckled. "Actually, Woody and I don't have any major conflicts. It's just that I'm a little uncomfortable with his working methods and some aspects of his personal life. I also want to focus more on being a casting director, rather than a casting studio manager." "Working methods? Could you elaborate?" "I recently visited Spielberg's set, and I realized I rarely have the opportunity to see how other directors work, so my progress is slower. If it's convenient for you, could you tell me about Woody's working methods? I can tell you some things that most people in the industry know." Julia ordered a coffee and stirred it slowly. "Woody has a habit of filming in places he's familiar with." Ronald listened intently to what Julia Taylor might say that he could learn from. His film Hannah and the Sisters was filmed in the house he and Maya Farrow lived in. And Maya plays his character's ex-wife in that film. Isn't that exposing too much of his private life? Ronald sensed something was off. He certainly couldn't possibly film a movie in his own living room and bedroom. Yet, Woody always uses filmmaking as a form of therapy, but it inevitably involves his private life on screen, which always makes me very uncomfortable. Julia, once she started, couldn't stop, listing many things she was unhappy with about working with Woody Allen. "And that script, I also..." Julia finally frowned, a hint of disgust on her face. "What's wrong with this script? Have you seen the movie?" "I've seen the Hannah Sisters. It's very well made. I didn't see anything wrong with this script, except for the excessive middle-class hesitation. Do you remember the ex-brother-in-law Woody Allen played, who was infertile?" "Yes, in the end, after he and the second sister got together, the second sister got pregnant. A very interesting arrangement. Woody's characters are usually based on his own real-life experiences," Julia suddenly blurted out. "He and Maya also adopted a child?" "Huh?" Ronald felt even more uncomfortable. He would never make a movie about such a private matter and announce it to everyone. "That's why I don't want to take on too much Hollywood work, like yours." "Ha ha ha. I have something to do today, only 4,000 words, we'll resume tomorrow." Chapter 763. Two Crazy Protagonists. Julia Taylor officially left the all-female casting studio to start her own business. Her first project was Ronald's Moonstruck. Known for her efficient work ethic, she immediately began reviewing audition photos of all the Broadway actors she deemed suitable, analyzing their backgrounds and acting abilities to determine who was best suited for the film. Julia Taylor is a protege of Marian Dolores, who pioneered a new method of Hollywood casting. Dolores is a former Paramount executive and currently the vice president of casting at Warner Brothers. Therefore, Julia regularly attends off-Broadway performances and has a thorough understanding of the actors' abilities. Instead of recommending 5 actors at once for Ronald to choose from, she incorporated Ronald and screenwriter John Patrick Shanley's ideas about the script, then selected the actor she deemed the most suitable. If the audition was unsuccessful and the actor was rejected, she would recommend the next most suitable candidate. Of course, before that, Julia Taylor met with Ronald first, along with the lead actress Cher and the lead actor Nicolas Cage. Cher still had the air of a superstar, She wore a white embroidered shirt, had long, wavy black hair, and a pair of stylish sunglasses. I really fell for your trick. I agreed to play an Italian woman, a middle-aged widow, and I even had to make my hair gray and mixed. As soon as Cher entered the audition room, she patted Ronald and started complaining. Stop complaining. That's only at the beginning of the movie. In the second half, you'll become a very beautiful and feminine woman. Besides, you've already signed the contract, it's too late to regret it now. Oh, ha ha ha. So I've been tricked by you. That's really terrible. Ronald and Cher were already quite familiar with each other, and they started joking as soon as they met. Screenwriter Stanley Shanley and casting director Julia Taylor, of course, didn't know that the two were close friends joking around, and they laughed along. But seriously, is the male lead you found for me any good? Do we match? Cherry had just sat down, taken off her sunglasses, and was jokingly winking at Ronald. Ronald saw that she was in good spirits and didn't seem tired from filming The Witches of Easttown, but rather full of energy. So he joked, of course, Nick is an actor I've known for a long time. He has great explosive power, and all the actresses who have worked with him think they have great chemistry. I think you two will have great chemistry. On screen, standing next to each other, he'll be as perfect as you and Tom Cruise. By the way, I haven't seen Tom in a long time. How is he? Cherry was clearly delighted. Oh, I definitely have to try. I'm really looking forward to falling in love with a handsome guy on screen. I haven't had a proper romantic movie role in Hollywood yet. As for Tom, I think he should be good. After all, I haven't seen him in a long time either. After saying that, she put her sunglasses back on. She took out an expensive imported mineral water from her bag and began to sip it. You and Tom. Ronald noticed something was off about her tone and tentatively asked in her ear. We broke up. I feel like his agent, Paula, is like his nanny. I suspect she's constantly trying to sabotage our dates. I'm still happy with Tom, but, Cher made a helpless expression. That's how it is with actors, their love is more intense than ordinary people's. But the long-distance lifestyle makes them more prone to breaking up. Especially when there's a dramatic reversal in their star status. Tom Cruise is becoming increasingly popular, while Cher's singing career seems to have reached a dead end. Having risen to fame in the 1960s, her new songs don't seem to have the same appeal to today's audiences. Ronald looked at Cher. Her current upbeat spirit was probably because she had entered a fighting spirit after the breakup. Plus, having just finished filming The Witches of Easttown, she still carried some of the energy from that fantasy drama. Cher was actually quite self-reliant and independent, a model of American women's struggle for freedom. Her father was a gambling truck driver, and her mother was a retired model. Her parents divorced when she was very young, and her mother later remarried and had children with her stepfather. Cher became independent early, working as a waitress while trying to study acting and singing. At 16, she dropped out of high school to pursue a singing career, meeting producer Sonny Bono, who helped her achieve instant fame. She then became Sonny Bono's girlfriend. Sonny initially wanted to develop Cher into a solo artist, but Cher suffered from severe dyslexia and stage fright, leading her to form the duo Sonny and Cher. This was the peak of Sonny and Cher's popularity. Their hit song I Got You Babe became a popular wedding song nationwide. In the 1970s, the couple ventured into television, starring together in Sonny and Cher's Hour of Comedy, which won them a Golden Globe Award. After Sonny's affair and their divorce, Cher's singing career was swept by a new wave of pop culture, and she gradually returned to her original interest, film acting. Following her divorce, she had a string of high-profile boyfriends. These included a much younger male model, British pop singer David Bowie, and record company boss David Geffen, who, despite being gay, fell for her at first sight. David Geffen and she had a very messy breakup. The deeper the love, the deeper the hate. This Jewish man, in a very undignified manner, sent a lawyer's letter demanding the return of all the jewelry and gifts he had given Cher during their relationship. Cher, displaying the independent spirit of a hippie-era woman, nonchalantly threw the jewelry back at David Geffen and publicly denounced him as a miser. Despite this dramatic breakup, Cher remained unfazed, continuing her hunt for young male stars in Hollywood into the 1980s. Perhaps it was her unique charm that was so attractive to fledgling young men. She then hooked up with 3 more Hollywood heartthrobs, Val Kilmer, Eric Stoltz, and Tom Cruise. Each one a handsome man who would make American girls swoon. Yet, none of them could resist the charm of Cher, who could be their aunt. Perhaps this breakup with Tom Cruise had rekindled Cher's hippie spirit, unleashing a powerful fighting spirit. With just a little dressing up, she radiated boundless charm. Ronald inwardly admired her. This kind of spirit was perfect for playing the transformed Loretta. Now, all he needed to do was guide her to portray the same state of mind she had as the unfortunate widow, and the film would become incredibly convincing. "It's okay, our male lead is enough to make you forget Tom," Ronald said, giving Cher a sense of anticipation. Nicolas Cage was coming to audition soon, and it was crucial that Cher made a good impression on him. Ronald had called Cage beforehand, instructing him to bring out all his talents and ensure Cher was excited about the filming. "Hi, Ronald." "Hello, Cher, I'm your fan." Just then, a disheveled young man in a leather jacket and jeans walked in and greeted everyone. Ronald's face turned red with anger at the sight of him. Nicolas Cage's hair was parted into 3 sections, each section standing straight up. Coupled with his exaggerated way of speaking, he looked like a drug-addicted, mentally unstable homeless man who had just rummaged through a trash can for leftover cakes to present to the beautiful Cher. What the hell is going on? Ronald clearly remembered that he had asked Cage to bring out everything to make a lasting impression on Cher. "Ah! Ha 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 ha!" Cher burst into a deafening laugh upon seeing Cage's appearance. A professional singer's laughter has its own vocal techniques, penetrating the distance and reaching Ronald's ears directly. Ronald listened, his mind reeling. A rush of blood shot through his ears to his brain, and he felt a buzzing in his ears, as if announcing a major failure for the Moonlight Seduction production team. "What the hell is this?" Ronald yelled at Cage, his ears burning red. "Well, didn't I give you my all, my complete solution?" Cage continued in his exaggerated German expressionist style, tilting his head and widening his eyes, seemingly still smugly awaiting Ronald's praise. "Ha ha ha, really good. A complete solution indeed," Cherry interjected, surprisingly admiring Cage. "I had someone read the script through for me. In my mind, Ronnie is just that kind of bakery owner, full of repressed passion. That's exactly how he is, I told you, Ronald. Cherry will definitely love my acting style. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. Finally, a female star appreciates my acting." Ha ha ha. The two hit it off immediately and began discussing their understanding of the character. Ronald immediately calmed down. Sometimes actors have really strange chemistry. Two people who are both a bit crazy can actually be very harmonious together. It's like a crazy ant opening the door for a crazy person, and the crazy person has arrived home. "Do you know why I insisted on having Cage play Ronnie?" Ronald talked to Cher about his casting experience. "Ronnie's character is inherently a bit crazy. His brother came to visit him at the bakery, and he accidentally cut off his hand while talking to him. He's been hating his brother Johnny ever since. When Johnny sends Loretta to inform him of his wedding, he wants revenge on his brother for getting his dream girl, and ends up having a relationship with Loretta. When Loretta wants to forget everything and live a good life with Johnny, Ronnie takes her to the opera, rekindling the spark of feminine love that hasn't been extinguished within her. Finally, when Johnny's mother recovers from her terminal illness and he wants to break off his engagement with the widow Loretta, considered unlucky in Italian culture, he proposes to her again. All these events make Ronnie seem incredibly crazy. I need an actor who can portray madness in a way that the audience can accept. Nick was my first choice, and I'm glad you like him too. Of course, I feel very comfortable acting alongside him." Cherry put her sunglasses back on and began to size up Cage, who was now fully embracing his madness. "I'm so happy. My last film, acting alongside a very conventional actress like Catherine Turner, was absolutely painful." The two began rehearsing some scenes together. The audition results were, of course, excellent. Julia Taylor told Ronald, "It seems all that you learned in the casting studio has paid off. You're a natural for dramas, Ronald." These two actors set a great tone for the film, and I'm just adding other materials on top of that. You're really amazing, Ronald. When I was writing the script, Sally Field was my first choice for the lead, but now, Cher's even better than I imagined. Screenwriter Shanley also highly praised Ronald's casting. "Ah, ha ha ha," Ronald chuckled. If he hadn't dreamt about these two actresses, he probably wouldn't have remembered them at all. They were so eccentric, yet their chemistry was so amazing. This is Julie Boyceau, a Broadway and film actress, a very good actress. And she happens to be of Italian descent from Brooklyn, so I'm planning to cast her as Loretta's aunt, Rita. Julia Taylor, the first supporting actress Ronald introduced to, was the aunt. "Please take photos from the front and side," Then turn around in front of the camera. Ronald politely asked Julie Boyceau to do a standard audition. She was a little thick-waisted, and her eyes were a little protruding, but she looked like the kind aunt who was very caring towards younger family members, always speaking with a smile, as if every American family had one like that. "Thank you." Ronald asked her to sit down so they could chat more. "I hear your accent. It's a very authentic Brooklyn Italian accent. All the Italians I've met are like that. Even Marty Scorsese's Brooklyn accent isn't as authentic as yours. How did you manage that?" Ronald chatted with her about her background and the role for a bit, but he was particularly interested in her accent. It's actually quite simple. The key to the Brooklyn accent is that special rhythm. They have a lot of connected speech, and the stress is quite different from other parts of New York. And the most interesting thing is that they're not ashamed of this accent. They proudly display their origins. There's a saying, isn't there? You can take a boy out of Brooklyn, but you can't take Brooklyn out of him. As for the Italian accent, it's mainly because Italian ends in vowels, so the Italian accent emphasizes the vowels at the end of each sentence and adds stress skillfully. These two methods combined create the famous Brooklyn Italian accent. Julie Boyceau showed Ronald several different ethnic accents from Brooklyn. For this veteran actor who had been immersed in Broadway for decades, having the opportunity to showcase his linguistic talent was a very interesting thing. "Julie, I have an idea. Besides asking you to play Aunt Rita, I'd like to give you an extra salary to teach and correct the accents of the other non-Italian actors in the crew. I need them all to speak like you." No problem. But that would mean I'd be on set from beginning to end. "Is that the actor's salary?" "Of course. I'll have them negotiate a per-episode contract with your agent. Your actor's fee will be paid based on your total time on set." "Hey, of course, no problem." Julie Boyceau was delighted. Broadway actors aren't like Hollywood actors. Apart from a few famous leading roles, actors like her who often play supporting roles don't earn high salaries. They come to act in movies mainly because Julia Taylor recommended them, saying the film was unusual. And the director was a box office winner and wouldn't be stingy with pay. The last time she received a large paycheck for a film was for John Travolta's Dragon in Phoenix. Her role as Travolta's mother in the previous film, Saturday Night Fever, allowed her to command a good price for the sequel. This is the dilemma faced by middle-aged and older female supporting actresses. No matter how well they perform, it doesn't necessarily lead to a significant increase in their pay. The fact that Ronald was offering double pay this time was already a pleasant surprise. In addition, you'll need to sign a non-disclosure agreement, and we'll also give you a confidentiality allowance, Ronald continued. "What confidentiality?" Julie Boyceau asked Ronald, her eyes wide. After Julie Beauvoir signed the contract, Ronald said, "Because the lead actress, Cher, has dyslexia, we need someone to read her lines aloud so she can learn them using a recording. Otherwise, she won't be able to memorize so many lines. Since you can be her accent coach, I'd like you to read all her lines aloud in a standard Brooklyn Italian accent." "Oh, poor thing," Ronald replied. "I've seen people like that before when I was in the experimental theater company. Excellent acting, a genius actor, but unfortunately, they get dizzy and their eyes blurry when reading a script. It takes them a minute to understand what a line means. That means they can't play lead roles with lots of lines at all, which is a real shame. Don't worry, I'll do my best." Julie Beauvoir recorded all of Cher's lines for Loretta overnight. Ronald was very satisfied after listening to it and gave it to Cher. From then on, Cher always wore headphones while learning Julie Beauvoir's accent, no matter what she was doing. After imitating for a long time, she naturally memorized all the lines. "You're a language genius." 3 days later, Cherry was able to perform long passages of Loretta's lines for Ronald. And her Brooklyn Italian accent was perfect. Ronald was astonished, looking at her and exclaiming how amazing she was. "It's not difficult. I'm a singer. The way lyrics are pronounced involves a lot of rhythm, pauses, and emphasis techniques. I just treat it like a song, and I master it quickly." "Very good. Once we find the supporting cast, we can start rehearsing." "When? Next weekend?" "I need to ask for leave, Ronald. I'm going to be on David Letterman's Late Show, and I have to memorize my lines for those 2 days. You know, dyslexia." "No problem, we can start after you finish. I still have several supporting roles to fill. Just make time after your show." Thanks to one for the Silver Alliance donation. Thank you for the encouragement. Only one update today. Chapter 764 Because You're an Assassin. The second confirmed important supporting actress is Rose Castorni, who plays Loretta's mother, played by Cher. In contrast to Loretta's carefree nature and her father Cosmo's cunning, Rose is the backbone of the Castorni family. After marrying Cosmo, she is a typical good Italian wife, always shouldering the greatest responsibility for the family. She cares for the grandfather who lives with them and provides the best support for her daughter. After Loretta's husband's unexpected death, she always wanted to leave the house to her poor daughter. Besides being responsible, she is also very wise. She was the first family member to realize that her daughter had fallen in love with someone else, and also the first to discover her husband's extramarital affair. However, for the sake of the Italian family, she endured it all and did not expose her husband's infidelity. After discovering that her husband went to the opera with his lover without her, Rose was filled with confusion. During dinner, she met Perry, a university professor she found very congenial. After enjoying an intellectual conversation in the company of a man of high social standing, she again did not violate family morality, sending Perry away and returning home alone. This character is arguably the key figure connecting all the stories. If your performance is unconvincing, the story's structure will fall apart. Julia Taylor's first recommendation was Olympia Dukakis, a struggling Broadway actress. She's not Italian-American, is she? Ronald looked at the resume behind the photo and handed it to screenwriter Shanley. No, she's Greek-American. One good thing is you don't have to worry about her familiarity with the atmosphere of large Italian-American families. Greek-Americans are also known for their large families. Julia Taylor tapped the table. Oh, she played the Dragon Stranger in 1974, even before you started in the industry. Screenwriter Shanley studied Dukakis's resume line by line, exclaiming in surprise. Then why hasn't she become famous in Hollywood after all these years? Ronald also leaned over to take a look. Julia Taylor pointed to her face and then gestured a spherical shape on her chest. She has a face that's too mature, and her figure isn't the type Hollywood likes. So, although she's always been loved by film critics, she doesn't get any leading roles. When she's not acting in movies or TV shows, she spends a lot of time in New York, where her husband is also a Broadway actor. They both do bit parts on Broadway. John and Mary, Shanley seem to have discovered some amazing secret. Is it the romantic comedy Dustin Hoffman and Mia Farrow starred in? She's about the same age as Dustin, right? And she played Dustin's mother. She was only 38 back then, and she played the mother of 32-year-old Dustin Hoffman. Ronald secretly calculated the age difference between the two when John and Mary was filmed in 1969. Looks like she's a professional mother. I'm even more interested now. You must let her try. Ronald became interested, and Julia Taylor happily called Dukakis, urging her to come quickly. I'm of Greek descent, not Italian. Olympia Dukakis has an ordinary face, but she looks intelligent. Ronald had her film an audition scene and was very satisfied with her appearance. He also talked to her about the role and had to admit that Julia Taylor's eye for casting was far superior to his own. Dukakis not only had an outstanding appearance, but her personality and inner qualities also shared a lot with the character of Ross. It's okay, Cher, who plays your daughter, is Armenian. And our screenwriter, Mr. Shanley, said that after a certain age, everyone is Italian-American. Ha 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 ha. Olympia Dukakis put the back of her hand to her mouth and laughed heartily. Ronald was even more pleased with this gesture. It was a common gesture used by women with an old-fashioned education to cover their mouths when laughing. It perfectly matched Ross's background in the script. If you're willing to come, I won't audition for any other actors. Julia highly recommends you, and after meeting you, I agree she's right. You're a perfect fit for this role. Interesting. I must say, I never imagined you were this kind of director, Ronald. Olympia Dukakis couldn't help but recall her doubts about Ronald when she discussed this opportunity with her husband at home. After all, he was a director who started out making music videos and low-budget exploitation films. Although he was commercially very successful, and his blockbuster Top Gun was still showing in theaters and was about to become the year's box office champion, Dukakis was, after all, a serious theatrical actress. She wasn't really interested in playing those popcorn movie roles. Her husband was a Croatian immigrant, and after marrying Dukakis, they couldn't afford a house in Manhattan and settled in New Jersey. Even after learning that it was Julia Taylor calling, her husband still strongly urged her to audition. Julia's casting director for Woody Allen, she wouldn't recommend a bad role for no reason. And I've heard Ronald and Marty Scorsese are on good terms? He's not the kind of director who'll always be making exploitation films, but Dukakis tried to back down, still finding Broadway roles more appealing. Honey, our eldest daughter Christina is starting college next year. Can you really bear to use your credit cards to pay her tuition? Even if we manage to scrape together the tuition next year with both of our credit cards, what about our eldest son Peter the year after? And our youngest, Stephen? Oh, don't say any more, I'll sell my soul once. Olympia Dukakis and her husband are both aspiring actors, but in this day and age, their income isn't enough. Their combined income, after paying off their mortgage, is barely enough to raise their 3 children. College tuition is expensive these days, and with 3 children coming of age one after another, they truly feel they have more to do than they can. This time, Julia Taylor said that Ronald's film budget wasn't large, but the script had high requirements for supporting roles, and the price Ronald offered seemed very generous for a supporting role. Julia knew Dukakis was the most suitable candidate and that she was short of money, so she specifically asked her to audition first. The couple had a deep relationship, and for the sake of their children's future, Olympia Dukakis made a decision that went against her professional aspirations, wanting to succumb to the allure of money and act in an exploitation film. She hadn't expected Ronald to value her so highly when casting. This method of selecting actors based on charisma and first impression was similar to that of Broadway directors who pursue the highest level of acting skill. Dukakis suddenly felt that the tens of thousands of dollars in salary didn't seem so bad for the god of acting. I originally thought you were a typical Hollywood director. Haha, Hollywood directors are very strict. You need to hurry. You should know Julie Boyceau, right? Yes, she plays your sister, and she'll also be the accent coach for the crew. I hope to see you speak fluent Brooklyn Italian accent soon. Next, they needed to confirm the role of the father, Cosmo Castorni. Ronald looked at Julia Taylor. Vincent Gardner, this time it's a real Italian actor. He used to star in The Prisoner of 2nd Avenue on Broadway, and won a Tony Award for Best Actor. Taylor placed a photo on the table and handed it to Ronald. Ha ha ha, hiring you is definitely the best decision I've made so far for this movie. Ronald burst out laughing as soon as he saw the man in the photo. This casting was brilliant. Vincent Gardner had a particularly interesting face. At first glance, he looked honest and kind, but the slight smile that appeared on his face added a touch of cunning. Seeing him immediately reminded one of the hardware store owner in the neighborhood, seemingly reliable, but when selling you something, he often tries to push things that look good but you don't need. When Ronald met him in person, he felt the casting was even better. In real life, Vincent Gardner, in addition to that natural blend of cunning and honesty, also possessed a lecherousness typical of Italian men. He wasn't just a lecherous man who would pursue any beautiful woman he saw, he was the Italian type, the kind who would relentlessly pursue and harass any woman he met, all while boasting and exaggerating his own abilities. His slightly chubby face also gave him a somewhat lecherous look. Oh, Ronald, why do you want me to play Cosmo? When I was younger, I always played leading roles. Couldn't you let me play Cher's fiancé, Johnny? Ha ha ha, no way. I just think you're perfect for her father. Oh, you really hurt my feelings. Vincent Gardner feigned sadness at Ronald's words. I think I can still do it 1 or 2 more times. Ronald was quite satisfied. These few lines he improvised perfectly captured Cosmo's character. No, you'll play Cosmo. Let's discuss it. How about I play that hypocritical college professor? At least I can have a romance with my mother, Rose. Look at me, such a handsome young man. It's such a waste not to have a romance with a female lead. Cosmo, you'll have a lover to act opposite, and besides, you'll play Rose's husband in the movie. Isn't that better? How is that the same? How can romance and marriage be the same thing? Ronald was very insistent. Julia Taylor had a good eye for this guy. He had a slick, oily air about him. A natural choice for Cosmo. Vincent Gardner chatted for a few more minutes, half-jokingly. Seeing that Ronald was determined, he dropped his Italian-American style. When do I need to join the crew? There are some non-Italian actors who are still learning their accents. You can join when we start script readings and rehearsals. Hearing that Ronald had arranged rehearsal time, Vincent Gardner was even more satisfied. Many Hollywood movies don't have rehearsal sessions, the performances are handled on set. Although most actors are only in it for the paycheck, no actor wants a film where they can't showcase their acting skills. Next, the role of the university professor was filled by a seemingly respectable actor, John Mahoney. Julia Taylor also found very suitable replacements for several other supporting roles. Of the remaining main supporting roles, only Lauretta's grandfather was left, and the old man was a challenge. This character is usually muddle-headed but becomes shrewd in crucial moments. He keeps a large pack of dogs and often secretly feeds them the steaks Rose cooks for him. It's a very distinctive character, and having an older Italian actor would add a wonderful touch to the film. This role requires a high level of acting skill and a unique physical appearance. Ronald had great faith in Julia Taylor's casting skills. Julia, who did you find for me this time? Which Italian-American actor? No, I found you a Russian-American, Fedor Shalyapin. Ah, a Russian-American. Ronald met the Russian-American actor. He was very thin, but it was clear he must have been handsome in his youth. Ronald learned from Julia that Fedor Shalyapin's father was one of the most renowned basses in the opera world of the 1920s. He was also a prominent Russian nobleman during World War I. Although his property and land were confiscated afterward, he didn't harbor much hatred for the leaders of the time, instead maintaining sympathy for the workers and peasants. Unlike his father, Fedor Shalyapin primarily worked as an actor, appearing in many films in Europe. This year, Fedor Shalyapin was 81 years old and his legs were a little weak. Ronald asked him to sit down and then wanted to chat with him for a bit to see how it went. I noticed you've made quite a few films in Italy, and even worked with Fellini. Ronald immediately mentioned one of Fellini's greatest achievements, his collaboration with the legendary Italian director. What did you say? Fedor Shalyapin asked, puzzled. I said, did you work with Fellini? Ronald had to raise his voice. Ah, yes, I've acted in quite a few films with him. He's a very talented director, just like you. Fedor Shalyapin's voice was already weak, and he warmed his hands onto his coffee cup. And what's your Italian accent like? Italian accent? Ronald had no choice. He had to speak loudly for the other man to hear him, even for simple questions. Ah, Italian accent, I'm alright, though not as good as native Italian. Fedor Shalyapin strained to bring one ear closer. His hearing had deteriorated significantly, and he could only hear clearly when very close. Thank you for coming today, Mr. Fedor Shalyapin. After exchanging a few questions, Ronald had to stand up to see him off. His agent, a young man, helped him to his feet. As Fedor Shalyapin turned away, he gave Ronald a slight smile. That smile, Ronald had originally planned to recast the role. With such hearing impairment, it would be difficult to cast him. But that final smile was so reminiscent of those elderly people who are sometimes lucid and sometimes confused. Their wisdom is unfathomable, but because of their age and frailty, they sometimes feign confusion to avoid causing too much resentment among younger generations and adding inconvenience to their lives. How about it? Isn't he perfect for the role of the old man? Julia Taylor had chosen Fedor Shalyapin precisely because of this quality. But his hearing is so poor, that's not a serious problem. He doesn't have many scenes, but every scene is important. Ronald and Julia Taylor disagreed on casting for the first time. Next, Ronald asked Julia to recommend several older actors. But none possessed Fedor Shalyapin's characteristic blend of occasional scatterbrainedness and occasional wisdom. He really wanted to cast Fedor Shalyapin, but the actor's hearing impairment made him hesitate. Nisida, how did Marlene Madeline, the lead actress in The Child Out of Favor with God, act? How do deaf actors act opposite each other? Ronald asked his agent, Nisida, who had come to see him. This film, depicting the life of a deaf girl, featured many roles played by real deaf people. It had just been released in New York, and Ronald had gone to see it. The story and the acting were both excellent. I heard that the male lead, William Hurt, has a deaf mother, so he knows sign language. He and Marlene communicate through sign language. I also heard that they met through the film and started living together. Nisida shared what she knew. Film acting is essentially about responding to the other person's reactions. The two leads spent a long time getting to know each other before filming, communicating in sign language every day. When filming began, a natural rapport developed between them, allowing them to react instinctively to each other's subtle body language and expressions. This made their portrayal of a couple in the film exceptionally believable. Ronald felt the character's temperament, especially deaf characters, was remarkably quick and volatile. You're worried about Fedor Shalyapin's hearing? Has he been in any movies lately? Yes, he has. Ronald suddenly remembered that Fedor Shalyapin had been frequently appearing in films recently. If deafness truly affected his acting, he shouldn't have been out of work for a while. He wondered how long he'd been severely deaf. Why don't you ask the directors or actors he's worked with? Nisida suggested. I don't know them. Do you? Ronald thought that a private conversation with a colleague from his previous film might reveal the truth. I know him. He was in the last movie, Wars of the Palace, co-starring with Sean Connery. And Sean was our CAA's #1 star. Nisida pulled out her phone book and dialed back to Los Angeles to contact Ronald. The so-called #1 star didn't refer to Sean Connery's fame, but rather that when Michael Ovitz, the then chairman of CAA, started his business, Sean Connery was the first actor he signed. A large office was reserved for Connery in the CAA offices. Hello, Ronald, I heard from Michael that you have something to ask me. Sean Connery spoke with a heavy Scottish accent and an arrogant manner. It wasn't that he couldn't speak other, more understandable accents, he was deliberately showing off his Scottish origins by speaking this less understood dialect. Yes, Mr. Connery. I wanted to ask if you're familiar with Fedor Shalyapin? I'd like to cast him in a film, but I'm worried about his hearing. Young man, if you're asking me, my answer is, sign him right away. Why? Ronald barely understood Connery's opinion, but what he really wanted were some details about Fedor Shalyapin on set, not a definitive judgment. Don't you believe me, young man, I just want more details. This role is crucial to the film, and I need a good actor, let me tell you. Sign him quickly, he's old and deaf, but the moment he appears in front of the camera, he steals all my scenes. Sean Connery didn't provide any details, and after saying this, he urged Ronald to sign Fedor Shalyapin before hanging up. Mr. Bond is a man with a bad temper. But he's already given his opinion, hasn't he? Nisida, who had overheard the entire conversation, nodded to Ronald, indicating that although Connery was a jerk, he was always honest about acting. This bald Bond, who relied on wearing a wig to act, was quite arrogant about his acting skills, so it wasn't easy for him to say such praise about someone else's acting. Ronald went to the cinema again to watch War of the Palace, which was still showing. Sure enough, in this film made last year, Fedor Shalyapin's acting was outstanding, completely overshadowing Sean Connery. Given this, Ronald agreed with Julia's assessment and signed the last major supporting actor, Fedor Shalyapin. Al Shalyapin signed on. With all the important roles finalized, Ronald took a half-day off over the weekend, waiting for the first script reading before starting to practice and correct his Brooklyn Italian accent with Julie Boyceau's help. Diane Lane returned to New York and came to see Ronald. The two sat together watching TV in the hotel. Ronald needed this kind of everyday life to relax his tense nerves during filming. I always feel like I'm a bit like Loretta, the lead actress in this movie, like I'm cursed with bad luck. Every time there's a big production, if I'm in it, the box office isn't very good. Diane draped Ronald's arm around her neck, then leaned against him, one leg propped up on the back of the sofa. When no one else was around, Diane never sat properly. Don't say that. If you think like that too much, it might actually happen. Quick, knock on the wood to get rid of the bad luck. Ronald knocked on the wooden coffee table twice for Diane. Why didn't you cast me in this movie? There aren't any suitable roles. It's a love story about middle-aged people. Ronald thought for a moment. There's only one scene where Ronnie works in a bakery, and there's a young girl who also works in the bakery and has a crush on Ronnie. Would you like to have a cameo role? No, I don't have any roles to play. Diane shifted a couple of times on the sofa and picked up the remote to change the channel. That's how Hollywood is. The less successful you are at making blockbuster movies, the less good scripts you get. Check out this evening's show. Cher will be on David Letterman's show tonight. Ronald stopped Diane and watched NBC's evening show with her. His friend Letterman was having Cher as a guest tonight. After a round of applause, Cher, wearing a white crew neck top, black leggings, and a conservative hairstyle, hugged David Letterman. The two sat down separately, and after the applause subsided, Letterman would usually ask an icebreaker question to help the guest relax and get into the mood. You're the guest I've most wanted to invite since my show started. You've refused to be on the show for so long, so why did you finally agree to come on the late night show after we've been inviting you for 4.5 years? David Letterman asked Cher, following his prepared script. Hey, Cher suddenly burst into laughter. I don't know, I think there might be a reason. I need to pay my hotel bill. The audience was amused by Cher's humor. David Letterman continued, you mean, you're currently staying in a hotel in New York, but you don't have enough cash to pay your hotel bill? Well, yes, because the bill is huge. Cher sat up straight and answered very formally. Hey, David Letterman was a little surprised. Cher's answer was unexpected. So, I thought, why not go meet this handsome young man, and then, Cher continued. David Letterman was unsure whether Cher was serious or joking. Well, if you expect a late-night show to pay your hotel bill, I think you've been greatly misled, David Letterman frowned, formally rejecting the idea. Like I said, our previous time slot, Johnny Carson's Tonight Show, was very wealthy. They could spend money on guests however they wanted. But our late-night show is very poor. We even reuse a paperclip. The audience laughed again. David Letterman cleverly made the audience laugh, but then quietly told Cher that he really couldn't afford the so-called sky-high hotel bill. So, are you currently traveling between California and New York? He changed the subject. No, I mainly live in California. But I've been staying in hotels in New York for the past few months, and I just got back. You wanted me on the show, so I flew here, Cher continued, half-jokingly trying to get the production team to reimburse her. So, our production team agreed to reimburse your airfare? David Letterman asked the staff below. Of course, Cher nodded to Letterman on stage. No, we didn't agree, the staff below answered, which drew another murmur from the audience. Oh my god, this is going to be bad. Ronald looked at Cher's changed expression. Was she really short of money? Did she take on 3 movie roles in quick succession to make money as soon as possible? David Letterman, of course, also sensed something was wrong and needed to get back to the point. Put the jokes aside for now, I want to ask, you must have some reason why we've been looking for you for 4.5 years and you still won't be on my show. You must have changed your mind, right? No, actually, I've always thought I would never be on your show. Cher's tone was already very bad. Why? David Letterman thought Cher had some clever idea and quickly followed up. Because you're a big jerk, asshole. Hey, David Letterman's face immediately fell. He lit his cigar and took 2 deep drags. Hey, the audience isn't booing me, they're cheering for Cher. A full 10 seconds of awkward silence passed, but David Letterman's professionalism kept him on the show. If the viewers at home didn't hear me, I'll repeat it again. Cher thinks I'm a great guy, yay. Cher, famous singer, actress. Everyone, applause. David Letterman was still angry. He didn't give Cher a chance to continue and abruptly ended the show. Rick, did you watch TV? What's wrong with Cher? Ronald quickly picked up the phone and dialed his agent, Nisida. His wife, Paula Wagner, had, to some extent, allied with Cher's agent to break up Cher and Tom Cruise, and might know something about the situation. Cher was the most important character in Moonlight Seduction, and whatever her outburst tonight was bad news for the production team. Chapter 765 An Unexpected Encounter. She is indeed having financial trouble. I've spoken with her management team and David Letterman's agent, and confirmed it's true. Nisida had a long phone conversation with his wife Paula, confirming the news through several channels. Cher was indeed short of money. I remember Cher was a singer a long time ago. How could she be short of a hotel room? Ronald was a little puzzled. Her financial situation is indeed a bit problematic. Her hit songs were all released before the 1980s. And at that time, her producer and manager was her ex-husband, Sonny Bono. You know, the best way for a man to control a popular female singer is to marry her. So when Cher was very popular, she received very limited revenue from those songs. And most of Cher's new songs released in the late 1970s were commercially unsuccessful. She hasn't had a new song in the top 10 of the charts for 7 or 8 years, but even if her ex-husband took most of the profits, she shouldn't be unable to afford a few tens of thousands of dollars in rent, right? It was tens of thousands of dollars, wasn't it? $28,000. Nisida got the exact figure from David Letterman. You have no idea about the entourage of female celebrities, Ronald. Cher has a huge personal team to support, a personal makeup artist, a personal hairstylist, and a whole bunch of assistants. I don't quite believe it. Even so, she's a big star. Ronald's calculations didn't add up. Not to mention anything else, Cher could easily make tens of thousands of dollars just by going somewhere to hold a concert, right? Of course. She once performed at Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas, and her weekly fee was $300,000. As an agent, Nisida was very sensitive to such fees. But you might underestimate how fast a female celebrity can spend money. She invests a little in a friend's restaurant here, buys some stocks recommended by a singer there, and bang. 6 months later, a spell, and her wealth vanishes. Besides, Cher's attempts to switch to disco and rock both ultimately failed. After that, she chose to become an actress. But studios aren't willing to pay much, and these past few years she's essentially been living off her savings. In addition, she's a single mother of two, with a difficult mother who's counting on her. She also has several young and ambitious boyfriends wanting to make it in Hollywood, except for Tom, of course. It's possible she's temporarily short of cash. Well, I didn't know her financial situation was so bad. Michael May's fee for her wasn't very high, only a little over $100,000. Then Ronald asked Nisita, "What's going on with Letterman? Why wouldn't he pay Cher? $28,000 isn't that expensive for inviting Cher to appear, is it?" You might not understand talk shows. These kinds of shows allow you to discuss fees privately or exchange benefits, but you can't say it publicly on the show. Since Cher said that, Letterman only had one option: to deny it. He had hinted at it to Cher multiple times, but she wouldn't take the bait. It turned out that Letterman's team, in order to get Cher to appear and boost ratings, had indeed agreed to her request, promising to pay her $28,000 for accommodation and reimburse her airfare. But for some reason, Cher had a strong grudge against David Letterman, and the two couldn't coordinate their lines. Letterman immediately asked Cher why she had refused invitations so many times before. And Cher seemed to lose control and revealed the real reason. This created a vicious cycle. David Letterman couldn't admit to paying in front of the entire live stream audience, otherwise it would encourage other guests to follow suit, causing the budget to spiral out of control. On the other hand, when Letterman denied it to her face, Cheryl assumed he genuinely didn't want to pay and was going back on his word, further deepening her prejudice against him until she uttered, "You're a big jerk." Their subsequent conversation was a complete disaster. Letterman quickly ended the conversation, and Cheryl didn't take the check, going straight back to the hotel. Ring 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 ring, the phone suddenly rang. Nisita answered, said a few words, and handed it to Ronald. "It's David Letterman." "David, hello, what's wrong with you today?" Ronald picked up the phone, comforting the poor Letterman. "Ronald, I won't say much. Your agent just called and said you're about to cast Cher in your movie. I urgently need you to pass on a message to Cher and explain my predicament. If I publicly admit on the show that I paid for her hotel room, my show's budget simply won't be able to support the guests I want to invite. What do you want, David?" Ronald covered the microphone and gave Nisita a look for his opinion. Nisita looked puzzled. He didn't know why Letterman wanted to see him. "It's simple. I want her to come back to my late-night show after some time, once the impact has subsided. As long as she doesn't bring it up again and we can finish the show normally, everyone will take what she said last night as a little joke. I'll see what I can do." Ronald didn't completely agree, speaking vaguely. "Let me be frank, the ratings for the show just now skyrocketed after Cheryl insulted me. I don't hate her, but what she did confused me. I didn't make things difficult for her, right? I'm a bit worse with some of the other guests. It's just standard practice for late-night talk shows. I'll pass on your message." "Great. Also, she hasn't taken the check I gave her. We'll offer a reasonable price next time." Ronald hung up the phone, a smile on his face. David Letterman, who had been publicly humiliated and almost lost his temper during the live broadcast, now, with the improved ratings, was proactively making up the money and even inviting him to appear on the show again. It seems the pressure of these TV professionals is no less than that of making movies. Meanwhile, Nisita had managed to find Cheryl's hotel phone number and handed the receiver to Ronald after connecting the call. "Cher, this is Ronald. I just saw your performance on NBC's Letterman show." "Oh, it seems everyone knows." "I don't care. That bad guy deserved it. Someone should have called him out a long time ago." "So he really didn't reimburse you for your room?" "Yes, the hotel manager saw the show too, and he's trying to persuade me to leave on my own, to put the existing debt on hold." Listen to the faces of these people. After saying that, Cher and the manager pointed the microphone at the manager. "Hello, are you the hotel manager? I'm Ronald Lee, the director of Cher's next movie. She needs to move out? You don't need to rush, I'm coming right now. I'll take care of her bill." Ronald changed into his coat, called Bud, and went to NBC Letterman to get Cher's check. Then he drove to the hotel room where Cher was staying. The manager was still politely telling Cher that he couldn't do anything about it. She had to leave the hotel. "Ronald, you're here. Look at these people. Do they think I can't afford the room? Don't bother me." "Yes, I'll take care of her bill." Ronald pulled out a check and handed it to Cher, instructing her to sign it off on the room fee. Great, Ms. Cher can stay here indefinitely. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. No, she doesn't want to stay here anymore. Ronald directed Littlebutt and Cher's assistant to begin packing her things. Hey, Ronald, what are you doing? Rehearsals are about to start, and I want you to prepare in a better environment. Rest is important during rehearsals, and good service is essential. I think the service here is terrible, to say the least. Hearing that the new place would be better, Cher didn't say anything and even helped pack some of her clothes. Soon, Ronald picked up Cher and her first batch of luggage and arrived at a 58-story building on 5th Avenue. The bottom 8 floors were a shopping mall, the upper floors were offices, and the top 39 floors were hotel apartments. After meeting up with Nisida, who had come earlier to prepare, Ronald went to the hotel lobby in the center of the Golden Building and booked a 1-month apartment suite for Cher. $10,000, thank you, the receptionist quoted the price, and Ronald signed to confirm. This money was part of the treatment the production team was supposed to pay to star Cher, according to the contract. This place is really nice, but the colors are a bit too tacky. Cher received very respectful treatment here. Her room was on a high floor very close to the attic. Walking in, she felt the privacy was good. Just as she was about to reach her room, a handsome young man knocked on the door of another suite around the corner. Demi, listen to me, I want to know what's going on between us. What am I to you? Both of them glanced at him. Ronald felt that boy looked familiar. He seemed to be the male lead in John Hughes's Pink Lady, the one who ended up with Molly Lindward's character, but whose tragic ending was cut due to poor audience reaction. Ronald ignored him and, along with a large group of people, escorted Cher to her room. I really like it here. You're right, it's much better than the hotels I used to stay in, and the facilities are very new. The large executive suite and spacious dressing room pleased her greatly. I heard the occupancy rate here is very high. A friend of mine used to stay here for $8,000 a month, Ronald said. After tipping the waiter, Ronald asked them to bring up some drinks. Why don't you like David Letterman? What did he do that made you so unhappy with him? After calming down, Ronald asked Cheryl what had happened at the scene. HMPH, actually I don't dislike Letterman. He has a good sense of humor, and sometimes when I can't sleep at night, I look forward to watching his evening show, Cheryl said to Ronald, taking a sip of her drink. Then why? Because I don't like how Letterman treats some of the weaker guests. Sometimes he's really awful to the guests on TV, often attacking their weaknesses, telling very indecent jokes, and even making fun of things that upset them. Oh, it shouldn't be like that, Ronald shook his head. These artists get emotional. He denied the conditions he promised me, and I started thinking about how he used to bully those less famous guests. I felt like he was going to do the same to me next. So, you just wanted to strike first, right? Ronald knew that artists were always full of emotion, and sometimes when they got carried away, they didn't think things through. He just called me, asking me to deliver the check you forgot to take. He also said your impromptu reactions are top-notch, making you a rare gem among his talk show guests since its inception. He hopes you can come on his show again in a while, and this time he won't ask why you agreed. Haha, actually, it seems he's not so bad after all. If you'd like, how about you appear on our evening show next year before our movie's release, as a way to promote it, as you wish. Ha ha ha. Cherry was in a good mood. She had a nice place to live, and someone was paying for it. She hugged Ronald tightly to express her gratitude. No wonder so many young stars are captivated by her. She still has such a great figure at her age. Ronald said goodbye and left, still savoring Cherry's ageless figure and the unique scent of her perfume, which he heard she designed herself and was planning to have it produced and marketed. John, I've already said it, we were just playing around. I slept with you, that's all. I already have a boyfriend. Turning the corner, Ronald headed towards the elevator and heard a familiar, husky voice again. He turned around and saw the boy, adopting a pleading posture, begging a beautiful woman to change her mind. Oh, how should I put it? We just find each other attractive. I'm a woman who's easily tempted, you know? Emilio and I are already engaged, but you clearly postponed your wedding with Emilio Estevez? I saw it in the Hollywood Reporter. That was just because my Broadway show Early Bird had extended run. Last week I was with Emilio, his brother Carlos, celebrating his parents Martin and Janet's 25th wedding anniversary. Stop bothering me, I don't want to cause any misunderstandings. You don't want to ruin my wedding, do you? Oh, no. I hate you, Demi. John Clare, the handsome young man in pink, who was dumped by Molly Lindward's character, was also being played by a beautiful woman in real life. He turned away sadly, brushed past Ronald, and rushed into the elevator. Oh, right, Ronald saw that it was indeed Demi Moore, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Could it be that subconsciously he was still hoping to reunite with Demi, who lived in this building? However, hearing that she was going to marry that annoying Emilio, Ronald felt annoyed and turned to leave. Ronald, Demi saw John Clare get off the elevator, rushed up, grabbed Ronald, and pulled him into the room. Demi Moore gestured for Ronald's henchman to leave first. She wanted to catch up with Ronald. Bang! After the door slammed shut, Demi immediately hugged Ronald and began to confess. I was just making things up to get rid of him quickly. That guy acted in a movie with me and has been bothering me for years. Emilio Estevez and I have broken off our engagement. I'm free. Demi knew that Ronald didn't like being with married men or women in committed relationships, so she made it clear from the start that she was single. Did you get engaged to Emilio? I read Variety too. Ronald chuckled, removing Demi's arm from his body. Well, I did it for his movie wisdom. Even though Emilio's a bit of a fool, and his talent isn't even a tenth of yours, it's still a movie that affects a lot of people's futures. I know it's a bad movie, but I still have to do my best in marketing it. I don't want the actors and crew behind the scenes to lose further opportunities because of my lack of effort in promotion. Demi Moore clearly understood Ronald. Hearing her say this, Ronald was impressed by this actress who, despite her extravagant private life, was incredibly dedicated to her film career. After some time away, Demi Moore's career seemed to be gaining momentum, even surpassing that of her boyfriend, Emilio. In interviews and when defending her boyfriend's film reputation, Demi displayed the poise of a mature star in front of the media. I'm so glad. I saw your last movie, last night, with Rob Lowe. Your acting has improved a lot. Hell, your praise makes me happier than all the praise from film critics. Demi looked at Ronald with her almond-shaped eyes, a charming air about her. This woman, having undergone rigorous training on Broadway and in Hollywood, had indeed grown a lot since she was a small-time actress when her acting flowed naturally. Broadway has definitely changed you. Yes, it's a different world here. Although I have some reputation, if I don't rehearse well here, and my dialogue isn't smooth enough, my colleagues will look down on me. They're full of hostility towards actors from Hollywood, hoping we'll make a fool of ourselves. Besides, there's an understudy who's always eyeing us. Demi touched her hair. She just wanted to find topics that Ronald was interested in and talk about them more. Aren't you going to ask me why I broke up with Emilio? Demi pulled her collar down a little. That's your private matter, Ronald replied, not wanting to get involved. But deep down, Ronald had other thoughts. Everyone knew that the film Emilio wrote, directed, and starred in, with Demi Moore in the lead role and Dino De Laurentiis as the producer, was terrible. For Demi, Emilio's usefulness had reached its limit. Maintaining their engagement wouldn't bring her any further benefits. The only reason they hadn't officially announced the cancellation of their engagement was that Demi didn't want to bear the stigma of dumping her fiancé. Maybe in a few months, let me tell you, Emilio never considered me his official girlfriend. While we were officially dating, he was still seeing a Latino woman and had 2 children with her. Oh, Ronald thought to himself, now it won't be a few months. Emilio made a fool of himself by handing this dirt on Demi. It looks like we'll soon see Emilio's secret lover revealed in the gossip media. Don't you really want to stay and catch up with me? Demi had drunk some wine, and her face was getting increasingly flushed. I'm sorry, rehearsals for the new film have to start right away. I have to go. I know. That old woman, Cher, who you sent as the lead actress. I often collect news about you in the media. It's a movie similar to a Broadway play. You're going to switch to making the kind of movies the Oscars like. It's a middle-aged romance film. I know. It's Mr. Shanley's first screenplay after moving from Broadway to Hollywood. We're all looking forward to it. Demi stepped forward and gave Ronald a deep, Francois-style kiss. That's wonderful. I thought I'd forgotten how intoxicating your kisses are. Demi's hand brushed against Ronald's. She was quite pleased with her charm. I really have to go. Ronald wasn't very confident in his willpower to resist this beauty's allure. Demi's demeanor and temperament had matured, and combined with her figure and face, it was easy to fall for her. When you're done with this, when we're both free, Demi smiled, if you're willing, it's better to leave something to look forward to. Bye, Ronald. Demi let Ronald out of the room. After opening the door, she saw Nishida waiting outside. She mischievously grabbed Ronald's collar, gave him a deep kiss, and then smiled at Nishida behind Ronald. "Very good, you really remembered what I kept emphasizing. Whatever happens with a beautiful actress, it must be somewhere you can control." Nishida and Ronald got off the elevator together, and only after getting into the car did she confide in Ronald. These days, Japanese video recorders and tape recorders are made very small, and as a famous director, Ronald had to be careful not to have affairs outside the home. What? Ronald was lost in thought, startled by Nishida's words. "Demi is a smart girl. I just caught up with her and asked about the current situation," Ronald explained to his agent. He was still thinking about what Demi Moore had just said, the pervasive hostility Broadway actors have towards Hollywood. They always felt that Hollywood actors lacked acting skills but received much higher salaries. Ronald thought he needed to prepare for the upcoming rehearsals, and start by putting those top Broadway supporting actors in his place. Chapter 766 Supporting Ronald. Beyond Broadway, there are many theaters that screen new plays for emerging playwrights. This area is generally called Off-Broadway. Outside Off-Broadway, there are theaters that serve as a stage for those with dreams who haven't yet had a play screened. This area is called Off-Broadway. Tickets are cheaper here, but serious theater critics, theater enthusiasts, and casting directors frequently come here. Besides those outlandish plays that can't find a place to play, there are also rising stars and avant-garde plays. Some of Hollywood's biggest actors also came from here. Most famously, Meryl Streep and Diane Lane, who acted with her when she was 4 or 5, are examples. Ronald rented a spacious and bright house here using MGM's budget. He directed all his assistants to push long tables together to form a huge table. On it were various snacks Ronald had found in Chinatown, and next to it were steaming carts like those from Cantonese restaurants, ready to be replenished. There were also piles of Coke, coffee machines, black tea, and some light alcoholic beverages on the table. Ronald arrived early to organize a script reading. He sat at the head of the table, next to his cinematographer, David Watkins. Ronald and Watkins had met on the set of Endless Love, when Watkins was the one directing the close-ups of Brooke Shields' face during her sex scene. Watkins had also won an Academy Award for Best Cinematography for Out of Africa. He was particularly adept at transforming ordinary cityscapes into epic, dramatic scenes. MGM took Ronald's first film in over a year very seriously, assembling the best people in the industry to assist him. To Ronald's right was another Academy Award winner, Philip Rosenberg, winner of Best Production Design at the 1979 Jazz Seasons. This film also won the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival, and Rosenberg's art direction style also transformed mundane street scenes into postcard-perfect travelogues. The two titans settled in and began discussing set design and location scouting. Philip Rosenberg would occasionally pull out a photo album, letting Ronald choose which scenes would fit into the film. Opposite him were the MGM hired crew shooting behind-the-scenes footage and several documentary crews from MGM Television. They set up their cameras and began filming in the corner, facing the table. One by one, the actors arrived, and seeing this setup, everyone clearly felt the importance MGM placed on the film. "Hi, Olympia. Hi, Julie." Ronald would always step aside to hug and greet them. On the Broadway stage, there were strict rules about who could greet the director and what kind of greetings they could receive. Only actors approved by the director could enjoy hugs and kisses. Ordinary actors and those with poor performances would be demoted and only allowed handshakes. Knowing the sensitivity of these actors who had spent a long time on Broadway, although he wasn't a hug enthusiast, Ronald meticulously followed the rules. "Hi, Nick." This time it was the male lead, Nicolas Cage, who entered. Ronald deliberately stepped aside and intercepted him as he entered. And they greeted him first. Among a group of experienced Broadway actors, Nicolas Cage looked a bit green, so Ronald deliberately showed the lead actor the privilege of being treated like a protégé, letting everyone know that Nick was one of his men. Sure enough, although Cage was still a rookie in the Broadway hierarchy, Olympia Dukakis, Vincent Gardner, and others also stood up to greet him. Over here, a noisy sound came from outside the door. It's Cher. Ronald recognized the voice of one of her assistants. The assistant helped open the door, and Cher walked in with a large group of people. "Ronnie, it's so nice to see you." Cher glanced up and saw Ronald. She greeted Ronald first, and then introduced Ronald, and more importantly, the actors present, to several important members of her entourage. This is my personal hairstylist, this is my personal stylist, this is the driver, this is my assistant, and finally, this is my personal pastry chef, Rob Camilleri, whose bagels are my favorite. An actor suddenly spoke up, stopping the pastry chef Rob Camilleri, who wanted to sit next to Cherry. The young man was handsome. He glanced at the assistant, then at Cherry. "Darling, wait for me in the back a moment, and bring out your bagels so everyone can have a taste." Cherry knew this was against the rules, but still asked the pastry chef for some bagels and sat down next to the hairdresser. Ronald saw a plate of donut-like breads on the table, but without icing. Ronald always liked all sorts of snacks, so he grabbed one and started eating. Ugh, the smell of German pretzel bread hit his nostrils, catching Ronald off guard. Fortunately, the tomatoes and vegetables in it were okay, and he managed to eat it. Now, with the concept of dieting and health taking hold, the American market is invading. As long as a food is low in calories, it can sell no matter how bad it tastes. Ronald glanced at Cherry's new boyfriend, who sat there looking around. Apart from being handsome and knowing how to bake bagels, he seemed out of place in this place. The grand entourage of Hollywood stars also made a Broadway character actor somewhat dissatisfied. Broadway actors value rehearsals and the guidance of directors and writers. In the theater world, it's a rule that directors know more than actors. But in Hollywood, between a director and a star, who has the final say on the set is a very interesting question. Ronald had done Cheryl a great favor, but she was, after all, a seasoned singer and star accustomed to grand entourages. Bringing several assistants around was normal practice for her. She could simply keep the bagel baking boy with her if she liked it, enjoying his homemade treats. Besides, Rob was of Italian descent. If he didn't understand Italian customs, he could always ask him on the spot. However, this behavior, especially Rob's oblivious desire to sit in the front row for the sacred script reading, drew some dissatisfaction from the Broadway actors around them. Olympia Dukakis, who played Cheryl's mother, was the one who had just been unable to bear it and had told Rob's baker to move to the back. On Broadway, these unrelated people wouldn't even be allowed into the rehearsal room. "Shall we start the script reading?" Dukakis asked Ronald. "Just a little while," Ronald replied, looking towards the door. "Waiting for whom?" "Your donut maker," Dukakis muttered a complaint under her breath. Broadway actors absolutely respected the director's rules, preventing her from continuing. "The person I've been waiting for has arrived," Ronald said, standing up with a smile. A short, Italian-American man with black-rimmed glasses pushed open the door and barged in. "Ronald, it's really nice to see you." "Am I late?" "No, welcome to my script reading." Marty, the visitor, was none other than Martin Scorsese, a highly respected figure in New York theater and film circles. He was the outsider Ronald had brought in to help him establish himself on his first day. I just came to see you. I'm so glad to hear you've finally returned to traditional theater." Pauline Kael, a renowned film critic in New York, also said she'd be paying attention to you this time. She feels your talent has been wasted on those commercial popcorn movies. This is the path you should be on. After saying this, Scorsese began greeting the actors, talking about his childhood growing up in an Italian family that ran a dry cleaner in Brooklyn, New York, and his understanding of Italian-American families. He told Cher that he had seen her in the Skywood Affair and felt she had no problem portraying such an Italian woman. He also greeted screenwriter Shanley, praising him for his more detailed and realistic observations of Italians, despite being of Irish descent. Perhaps only an outsider could capture such a delicate and exquisite Italian atmosphere. He then encouraged Nicolas Cage, saying that when he was a child, there was a bakery on the corner, and the baker there greatly inspired him. At one point, he didn't want to iron clothes but instead became interested in baking bread. Scorsese picked up a bagel, took a couple of bites, and put it down. The bread from the Italian-owned bakery where he grew up was far superior. Ronald chatted with Scorsese for a while, then invited him to have a cameo role in one of his films. Scorsese said he'd consider it if it were a lead role. However, his mother had never appeared in a film. Ronald, of course, immediately invited his mother to make a cameo appearance, specifically in the bakery scene that Scorsese had been longing to see. "Let's begin," Ronald said, seeing Scorsese off and turning back to announce the start of the script reading. The Broadway actors now looked at Ronald with a slightly different gaze than before. Scorsese, as an Italian-American film director, directed films that centered on dramatic conflict. His high regard for Ronald suggests that Ronald either has a deep understanding of the play or is a theatrical prodigy. Everyone knows the reputation of film critic Pauline Carr, who is known for her harsh criticism of directors. Her sudden expression of anticipation for Ronald's new work makes them feel that Moonstruck might indeed be a film with great potential. On the other hand, the film's cast also changed their opinions of Ronald. Cher felt that of the 3 films she was shooting in the latter half of the year, Ronald's might be her only hope for a comeback. Cher's memorization skills were quite good, perhaps it was God's compensation for her dyslexia. Thanks to actress Julie's cassette tape, she recited every line accurately. Nicolas Cage, who played the male lead, also greatly admired Cher's Italian accent. When they read the scene from the night of Moonstruck to the morning after the events of the previous day, where Cher slapped Cage across the face, Cage thought it was quite good. "You can hit harder, Miss Cher," Cage told her. "I think your emotion is spot on. Come back when we start filming," Cherry said, surprised by Cage's request. A script reading is essentially a group of actors sitting in a circle, each reading their characters' lines. It's a way for actors to familiarize themselves with their roles and their co-stars. In New York, a city with a strong theatrical atmosphere, there are even college students playing classic scripts with their classmates like a game. Ha, everyone liked Nicolas Cage's highly dedicated approach to his role. They accepted the 2 Hollywood actors, and during a break, Julie, who played the aunt, quietly told Ronald that she rarely saw such a compatible male and female lead. The next day, both the Broadway and Hollywood camps had a better understanding of each other's abilities. They abandoned any initial underestimation and began seriously reading and cooperating with each other's performances. Cherry also dropped the entourage, not bringing her entourage, especially the bagel baker, Little Sweetheart. Her rehearsals with Dukakis were starting to improve. The other actors also felt that Cher's delivery of lines was worthy of her Best Supporting Actress Oscar nomination from the previous year. They all admired the casting director Ronald had chosen. Julia Taylor's Broadway team effectively captured the authenticity of the Castorni family. Audiences who had actually interacted with the Italian-American community in Brooklyn, New York, would quickly see familiar traits from their daily lives reflected on screen. Even those who hadn't met a Brooklyn Italian-American family, having been exposed to films like The Godfather and harboring stereotypes about Italian-Americans, would find this performance satisfying. Ronald gradually came to understand each actor's strengths and began redesigning scenes based on their performances. What surprised Ronald most was Olympia Dukakis' portrayal of the mother, Rose. Her timing for every reaction was incredibly precise, hitting the optimal point perfectly. Ronald felt that Dukakis should have the nickname The Staple, her precise timing putting many Hollywood actors considered to have superb acting skills to shame. This special ability isn't innate. It's the result of decades of meticulous observation and learning. If she were to act in comedy, she would be an excellent choice. Especially in her scenes with Cher, where the mother, Rose, asks her daughter Loretta the same question twice: does she love that man? The first time, Loretta faces various Johnny proposals, and she answers no. Dukakis' eyes show a brief moment of melancholy and pity for her unfortunate daughter. But as a mother, she immediately says yes, encouraging her daughter, saying that a marriage without love is more likely to last. The second time, Loretta faces her brother Ronnie, and she naturally admits she loves him. Dukakis exclaims, "I knew it," but her eyes also reveal a hint of relief that her daughter has found love. These 2 questions and their subsequent reactions are separated by mere fractions of a second, a fraction of a second, and the audience would lose sight of the complex emotions behind the lines. However, Dukakis' precise timing allowed the emotion to be accurately conveyed to Cher, making her response even more brilliant. "That's the reaction I wanted, excellent," Ronald praised, pointing to Dukakis. Having such an outstanding actor on set could indeed subtly elevate the performances of others. Soon, the final continuous reading began. Everyone had to go through the entire script from beginning to end without stopping, identifying their own emotional baseline and weaknesses in their coordination. Ronald couldn't help but worry about the veteran actor Fedor Cheriapin. His hearing loss was severe, and he often missed his co-star's lines. How would Cheriapin manage such continuous readings? Sean Connery had mentioned that Cheriapin had stolen his spotlight during the filming of his last movie. Ronald wondered if Sean Connery's acting was simply too poor, or if he had misheard his heavy Scottish accent. When it came to Cheriapin's scenes, Ronald paid close attention to his performance. To Ronald's surprise, Sharapin delivered his lines flawlessly. Before Ronald could even look over, Sharapin smiled slightly at him, as if to say, "See, Dad can still act." Ronald was quite surprised and quietly remarked, "Very good." However, perhaps he had been too quiet this time, as Sharapin seemed not to hear him at all. The old man's got some skills. He hears what he's supposed to hear, and he doesn't hear what he's supposed to hear. Chapter 767, New Challenges Brought by Long Takes with Multiple People. During script rehearsals, Ronald again employed a technique he'd learned from Capella, having all rehearsed dialogue recorded on video. That night, Ronald and the cinematographer reviewed the footage, analyzing potential problems during filming. The film's challenge lay in ensuring seamless chemistry between the numerous actors. Dramas grip the audience's attention primarily through tension, keeping them eager to know what happens next until the very end. Ronald's biggest takeaway from reviewing the footage was that the more actors in a scene, the more difficult it became to position the cameras and guide the actors to deliver outstanding performances. A scene between two actors, if their chemistry and emotions were strong, would move the audience. However, a scene with 3 actors presented 6 times more challenges. The chemistry between A and B, B and C and A all needed to be perfect. Furthermore, the camera movements between the 3 characters had to be precisely coordinated, a daunting prospect for Ronald. Stanley Shanley, when writing the script, hadn't considered how to present such complex actor coordination on screen. After all, this was his first film. Ronald had previously only dealt with the complex coordination of large props, such as the F-14 Tomcat fighter jet. With the assistance of the manufacturer's engineers, they could always find a way to move those large machines in the shot according to Ronald's vision. However, managing people was far more difficult than managing massive machinery. How to handle these multi-person scenes was a huge challenge for the director. Another issue was camera placement. This film has a large number of indoor scenes. When shooting in confined indoor spaces with more than 2 people, the camera positions had to be determined on set. For several scenes involving 2 or 3 people, Ronald quickly discussed suitable camera positions with cinematographer David Watkins based on the actors' chemistry, and then marked them on the set photos taken by art director Philip Rosenberg. Over 90% of the scenes in the script could be completed with simple design, but the remaining scenes were very difficult, and Ronald, the cinematographer, and the art director all found them challenging. The 2 ensemble scenes were particularly difficult. The first scene is after Johnny's successful proposal to Loretta, played by Cher. Loretta goes to the bakery where Johnny's long-lost brother, Ronnie, works to invite him to the wedding. In this scene, Ronnie, played by Nicolas Cage, makes his entrance, requiring a powerful performance from him to quickly establish his tragic past, a man who, distracted while talking to his brother, accidentally cut off half his hand. This allows the audience to understand his hatred for Ronnie and his sudden love for Loretta. Not only must the audience fully appreciate this disheveled Italian youth, but they must also see Loretta's attraction to his sudden passion. If this scene is poorly executed, and the audience only finds Cage's Ronnie repulsive, then the later scene where Loretta spends the night with him under the influence of the supermoon will lack credibility. Therefore, Cage's almost manic performance style is well suited to this scene, but the challenge lies in its open-plan setting. In the bakery, Diane, playing a saleswoman, leads Loretta, the audience's view, into the bakery's baking area. Then, an elderly Italian couple comes to buy bread. Ronald agreed to have Martin Scorsese's parents make cameo appearances. Clearly establishing the relationships between these characters and ensuring the continuity of the 2 lead scenes placed high demands on camera work, positioning, and acting. In the bakery at the corner of 502 Henry Street in Brooklyn, as long as a few edits are done well, the audience's visual continuity won't be a problem. Even so, Ronald was very worried about the transitions and pacing between the multiple actors. He specifically went to the real bakery and spent a long time looking through the director's viewfinder. Several actors were still obstructed by the large bread ovens and fermentation equipment. However, building a set in a studio wouldn't be able to recreate this realistic scene. Especially this shot, and the shot of the female lead pushing the door open from the outside. Shooting on location would save countless troubles compared to building a set. If the bakery scene was the only thing causing Ronald concern. Another scene, the final round-table meal in Loretta's kitchen, left Ronald with lingering worries and an instinctive resistance to dealing with it. This is 19 Climberry Street in Brooklyn Heights, A typical Brooklyn house situated at the intersection of the Italian and Irish neighborhoods. The two-story building, red exterior, and the iron gate with its railings are instantly recognizable as Brooklyn. While Ronald had some ideas in the previous scene, this one was completely devoid of them. Initially, only Loretta and her mother, Rose, were talking in the kitchen. Rose, sensing her daughter's entanglement in love, sighed deeply. Then her father joined in, discussing her marriage with her daughter, when his lover was unexpectedly exposed. Next, Loretta's aunt and uncle arrived to see the cash she had taken the day before, which hadn't been deposited. The rest of the family joined the discussion, followed by Ronnie, who had seen the opera La Boheme with Loretta and was now meeting his girlfriend's family for the first time. Finally, the grandfather came downstairs and resolved his son's affair. Then, they happened to run into Loretta's fiancé, Johnny, returning from Italy. Because his dying mother had recovered after seeing him, Johnny believed he was cursed by Loretta's bad luck and wanted to break off their engagement. Many characters appear in the entire film, and many plot lines develop along multiple threads, all resolved in a powerful ending. How do we arrange the camera positions? Ronald looked at the director of photography, and the two stared at each other for a long time, completely baffled. This scene, all the scenes, were written by screenwriter Shanley according to the rhythm of a Broadway play. But a film isn't a play, it can't be shown in a single shot. Ronald inevitably had to use multiple cameras to capture close-ups of each character, over-the-shoulder shots of dialogue scenes, and some overall exposition. However, even a slight error in camera angle would inevitably result in continuity errors, showing other cameras. And if the angles were strictly according to the design, even a slight improvisation by the actors would cause them to appear out of frame or in other cameras. Ronald played the rehearsal videotapes on set. He stood left and right, trying to find a suitable angle to cover everything. Moreover, with so many characters in this ensemble scene, it was impossible for each actor to perfectly execute the design step by step. If an actor was too concerned about their position or angle, the smooth interaction and emotional flow between them would be disrupted. In short, was it better to make mistakes for the sake of a good performance, or to prioritize quality and forego the most believable, improvisational style? Ronald had to make a difficult decision. Finally, David Watkins, the cinematographer who won the Oscar for Best Cinematography for Out of Africa, spoke up. "Ronald, I think you should focus on finding the actors' chemistry and the rhythm of their dialogue first, and then we can design the camera positions." "Why?" Ronald grimaced, squatting on the floor, trying to find a camera angle from the long Italian-style dining table that was level with the eyes of the actors sitting around it. "Yet, that's life. We always have to find something we can hold on to first. Rather than trying to have it both ways, it's better to find one first. Anyway, the effect of your ending scene is mainly brought about by the actors' performances." "David, you're absolutely right." Ronald put down the viewfinder. He understood that Watkins' approach was correct. First, rehearse on set to get everyone in their best performance state, and then design different camera positions based on their movements. However, Ronald's shooting method has always been to work backward from the dream scene to the actual shooting. He always prepares the storyboard for each scene at the beginning of filming. This approach of not preparing storyboards beforehand and then deciding on shooting and editing details on set based on the actors' performances always felt a little unsafe to him. "Listen to me, Sidney Pollack does this all the time when he's filming. Dustin Hoffman and Jessica Lange, Meryl Streep and Robert Redford, I've seen him countless times half an hour before shooting, and he still hasn't decided on the camera positions and blocking." David Watkins was referring to two of Sidney Pollack's critically and commercially successful films, My Fair Lady and Out of Africa. Neither of these films had a grand concept. Instead, they relied on the plot and the actors' brilliant performances to immerse the audience, ultimately winning them Oscars. That's it. Ronald was at a loss. This was a scene beyond his directing experience. What was that wise old saying again? If you drive to the foot of the mountain, you'll find the road over it. The day for filming to begin arrived in the blink of an eye. Ronald looked at the Metropolitan Opera House at Lincoln Center, at the intersection of Columbia Avenue and 61st Avenue. Ronald had rented the location for a day and a half of filming. The film opens with Cher's appearance. She's a part-time accountant who does tax filing. Middle-aged, her husband died in a car accident. In Italian culture, widows are considered very unlucky, and men with other options generally don't formally date them. She's at a small company outside the Metropolitan Opera House, doing tax filing for her boss. The opening shot shows the opera house exterior plastered with posters for the newly released opera La Bohème. The Italian-owned truck drivers union is showing trucks unloading cargo at the opera house's back door. Loretta, with her gray hair and weathered face, looks like a single woman forced to work hard to support herself, with no time for grooming. The part-time florist gave Loretta a bouquet of unsold red roses. Loretta, played by Cheryl, looked at the red roses, and although she was still sarcastic, she still showed the smile typical of a woman seeing red roses, picked up the flower and smelled it first. Cut. On the first day of filming, Ronald didn't arrange any particularly difficult shots. He simply had the team and actors start with easier shots to get a feel for the work and establish team cohesion. During breaks, Cher had her personal hairstylist tidy up her graying hair. Everyone else could leave it at home, but the hairstylist was a must. Cher was proud of her long, black, lustrous hair and wanted her personal hairstylist's attention at all times. The hairstylist Ronald found couldn't touch it. He could only tell her the desired effect and let Cher's personal hairstylist handle it. Only he could touch Cher's hair. Next, they were moving to film a shot of Cher walking like a withered old woman on the road outside the opera house. The opera was La Bohème, the very opera that made Pavarotti famous, which Ronald had come to know. Loretta later went to see this opera with Ronald. David Watkins, Philip Rosenberg, set designer. Julia Taylor, stage director. Ronald Lee, lighting operator. Besides the large title Bohemian, the poster also featured the names of various crew members on the opera poster. This was Ronald's arrangement, giving those who wouldn't appear on screen a chance to proudly point at the screen and shout to their families, "That's my name." However, these crew members' roles were given special importance, ensuring their families' happiness. To complement this, Ronald changed his own position to the inconspicuous lighting operator, a self-deprecating joke that also promoted his flagship product. "Hey, have you worked with Ronald before?" Cherry asked Olympia Dukakis, who played her mother, during a break in filming. "No, why?" Dukakis was surprised. On Broadway, directors held even greater authority. He'd never heard of such open gossip about a director on set. "I feel like I've made a mistake. My last movie, Eastbound Witch, was with Jack Nicholson. My next movie stars Liam Neeson and Dennis Quaid, both handsome men. And this movie, look at Nick's messy hair, ha ha ha." Dukakis laughed heartily. Nicolas Cage's appearance truly resembled a fool. He even wore dentures for the role, typical Italian-style rotten teeth. The two played mother and daughter on set, though only a little over 10 years apart in age, and they got along very well. "Hey, have you ever acted in a Ronald Cage movie before?" "I felt like he didn't really guide our acting," Cher whispered to Dukakis. This was the real question she wanted to discuss. "No, but the director is the one who understands a script the most. We just need to cooperate with the director and act out the character's reactions well." Olympia Dukakis had an old-school Broadway style. The director was always right. "I'm afraid we'll make a bad movie. My performance isn't as thoughtful as in the last film, where every shot was specially designed. Here, it seems like I'm just acting casually, and Ronald has already shouted it out." Dukakis shrugged helplessly. This was also where she was a little dissatisfied with Ronald. There wasn't a meticulous crafting of each shot. It seemed like he could meet his requirements by just acting casually. "Very good, your directing method is really natural. Cher hardly needs to act. Your casting is really excellent. The effect of a natural performance is very good." Meanwhile, cinematographer David Watkins was praising Ronald, saying he truly deserved to be Scorsese's protégé, emphasizing that casting was 100 times more important than acting when making a film. This was Scorsese's creed. If the right person wasn't available, he often wouldn't shoot at all. "Haha, I also think Julia Taylor is very talented." Hey, this is marble, imported from Italy. "Tell your people to be careful," the Metropolitan Opera manager said, noticing Ronald's staff starting to tear down posters from the wall. The tape they were using to hold the posters seemed to leave an unsightly mark on the marble. "How can this be? Don't you know you need different tapes for different surfaces to avoid leaving marks?" Ronald pulled the props manager aside and asked what was going on. "The Metropolitan Opera is just making a mountain out of a molehill. We've always done it this way. Any areas that need cleaning are already included in the rent, aren't they? Okay, call this number." Ronald suddenly had an idea. He told the head of the props department to contact Daydream's prop experts. They discovered at a hardware chain store that different types of tape were needed to handle different materials. It was a small market anyway. They could simply purchase tape made from similar raw materials, produce specific types, and brand them with their own company. Hollywood film studios would definitely appreciate the categorized tapes. In this small market, their production capacity could supply everyone, and a slightly higher price would please the high purchasing managers. After all, editing tape is tape, and prop tape is tape. They might even be able to create a small monopoly. Soon, Daydream staff delivered a list of tapes with clearly marked labels, categorized by type. The props department found it very useful. When dismantling sets, they simply tore the tapes off. Chapter 768 Why Do Men Love Women? Moonlight Seduction takes place in Brooklyn, New York, a much less safe area than Manhattan. MGM applied to City Hall for permission to film on location. 2 NYPD officers arrived, dressed in loosely tailored uniforms that looked unionized. Compared to Fame, filmed in Manhattan 6 or 7 years prior, the support from the city government here was clearly much weaker. Of course, MGM wouldn't rely solely on the NYPD for the crew's safety and order. Following industry practice, they informed the Italian-American gang in Brooklyn. After watching a few scenes filmed, their underlings realized it was a romantic comedy, and that the lead actress, Cher, had outdated makeup and clothing lacked any feminine charm. They quickly lost interest in the production, only hiring a few henchmen to keep watch. A film lacking the gangster drama of The Godfather and featuring no attractive young women held no appeal for the Italian-American thugs. Furthermore, with the 5 major families of New York being heavily targeted by the Southern District Attorney Rudy, even the lower-class people were feeling down. Why would men love a woman, especially a widow like that? A thug muttered under his breath, finding the movie's plot utterly absurd. In Italian-American culture, widows whose husbands have died unexpectedly are considered unfortunate. Men might have casual flings with such widows, but they're unlikely to marry them. Hollywood makes all sorts of ridiculous movies. Who wants to watch this story about middle-aged women? I think the director is an idiot. They should stick with The Godfather. That's the best movie in the world. Exactly. It would be great if they could get John Travolta and some beautiful women for a musical number. Now he's been called in by the boss to watch the show. He has nothing to brag about to his girlfriend. While they were criticizing Ronald, in a department store around the corner, a film crew was shooting a scene where Cher goes to buy drinks to celebrate after her boyfriend, Johnny, proposes. Action. Standing on the street outside, Zouir wore a gray coat and black boots. The only exception was her graying hair. She looked more like a boring accountant than a beautiful woman who would inspire admiration. The camera was inside the department store, filming the scene outside. Ring ring. Zouir opened the door, ringing the wind chimes. Inside, the elderly couple who owned the store were still complaining to each other. The owner got up and greeted Zouir, who was playing Loretta. Good evening, don't try to get away with this with nonsense. I saw the way you looked at her. What were you thinking when you looked at her like that? The proprietress continued to berate her husband. He had glanced at the pretty woman who came to buy wine a few times and even chatted with her, which had triggered her anger. What do you want to buy? The owner chuckled dryly, then continued with his business. Champagne, Loretta said, handing the owner $20. The boss turned and went to the refrigerator behind him, grabbed a bottle of cheap champagne, and joked with his wife, so tell me, what do I think when I look at her? Like a wolf, the wife retorted fiercely. The camera then focused on Cher on the other side of the counter, a close-up of her face. This was the second time the crew had filmed this scene, this time mainly focusing on close-ups of several actors. The supporting actress, the landlady, who acted opposite Cher, was also a veteran Broadway actress. Her jealous and resentful gaze was perfectly executed. These Broadway actors certainly satisfied Ronald, even when they were acting alongside the lead, standing behind the camera, cooperating with the main character, delivering their lines, and giving the lead a reasonable reaction. The supporting actress still meticulously performed her role. Her eyes and facial expressions clearly presented 2 layers. Initially, jealousy of the woman who had stolen her husband's attention, then, dissatisfaction with her husband ignoring her feelings. Although her face had aged and her waist was thick, the way she acted coquettishly in front of her husband still made her seem like a girl in her early 20s. Cher, playing Loretta, looked into the eyes of the actress behind the camera and perfectly sensed the emotions conveyed. Under the camera's gaze, when she heard the line, "You see her like a wolf," Cher suddenly looked up, her eyes seemingly indifferent as she glanced towards the landlady. Ronald saw this look behind the camera and was pleased. Cher's performance was restrained yet precise. Perhaps it was her natural talent for acting, perhaps she shared some common feelings with the protagonist, Loretta, or perhaps some mysterious reason, but Cher's performance in this scene was outstanding. One of the most challenging aspects of the script in the first act was why Loretta, after accepting her boyfriend Johnny's engagement, would still have a passionate affair with his brother, Ronnie. This required a very subtle performance. If not handled well, the audience would wonder why a middle-aged widow would act this way. They'll become confused, asking themselves this question, which pulls them away from the story and is detrimental to the sustained audience attention required for a good film. Or worse, the audience might accept this part of the plot but lose sympathy for Loretta's plight. If Loretta becomes a promiscuous or confused woman in the eyes of the audience, then all the subsequent stories lose their foundation. If the protagonist cannot evoke empathy in the audience for her plight, then the entire film will collapse. Ronald specifically arranged this scene for this reason. Men's attraction to beautiful women is innate, which is the true meaning of the landlady's line, "You are a wolf." Even though the two are bickering now, during their honeymoon, they must have been deeply in love, with an undeniable possessiveness when looking at each other. You can definitely see this burning passion in the eyes of someone you love. And this is precisely the key missing between Loretta and her fiancé Johnny. This glance reveals naked jealousy and envy towards the landlady. Loretta's proposal wasn't something Johnny could orchestrate. It happened during a meal when Johnny mentioned his mother was seriously ill and he needed to fly back to Italy to see her one last time. In the same restaurant, a university professor, Perry, was preparing to propose to his female student. The waiters had prepared various scenarios, including a wedding ring served on a plate. However, Professor Perry and the students had a huge argument and parted on bad terms. The student even threw a glass of water at the professor. The waiters then started celebrating, saying that if Professor Perry didn't get married, he would continue to dine at the restaurant. At this point, Loretta, moved by the situation, impulsively suggested that her boyfriend Johnny propose on the spur of the moment. Moreover, Johnny was completely unprepared, and the casual proposal greatly displeased Loretta. She wouldn't accept a proposal without a ring. Finally, Johnny removed the ring from his pinky finger, and the proposal was accepted. This experience lacked any romance. Instead, before the proposal even began, the couple already had a mindset of simply settling down. Seeing the grocery store owner and his wife, both around the same age, and feeling intense envy and admiration, Loretta felt a surge of longing for that kind of life. Like a wolf, the owner picked up a champagne bottle, put it in a paper bag, wrapped it up, and handed it to Loretta. This was a new development brought about by the no drinking for minors law strongly promoted by the current president and First Lady Nancy 2 years ago. The law passed by Congress didn't automatically mandate its implementation in states. It only stipulated at the federal level that any state that didn't pass a no drinking for minors, under 21, law would not receive a series of federal education grants. Soon, New York State, considered relatively progressive, passed its own state law and began to tighten restrictions on various forms of drinking. One significant difference was that after buying alcohol, it couldn't be openly displayed in public or left in a car. It had to be wrapped in a paper bag to indicate that you wouldn't drink in public or while driving, to avoid negatively influencing minors. What, wolf? You've never seen the eyes of a living wolf in your life, the owner began to tease his wife. The elderly couple started joking around. I've seen the eyes of a wolf. I've seen that look in every man's eyes, especially in yours just now. Loretta took her change and put it in her purse. She harbored a secret, unspoken desire. She wanted to see that wolf's look in Johnny's eyes too. Oh, do you know what I saw in your eyes? The shopkeeper continued teasing his wife. What? The shopkeeper's wife was still a little sullen. I saw the girl I married when I was newlywed. Oh, the shopkeeper's wife's anger turned to joy. She was quite pleased with her husband's deliberate sweet talk and smiled, giving him a kiss. Loretta saw this and smiled too, saying goodbye and walking out of the shop. Cut. Ronald watched Cheryl's performance on the videotape projected by the camera. He was quite satisfied, except for that smile. Cheryl could have done better. You did very well, very well. Now, can we try a different approach? Ronald and Cheryl discussed her performance methods. Cheryl is a star, so you can't use the usual methods you would with an actor to talk to her about acting. Because stars tend to have a high level of self-confidence, Ronald had to take a roundabout approach, first praising her abilities, and then suggesting a more suitable acting method. "I'm sorry, Ronald, today's time is up. You've already extended the shooting time by half an hour, and according to the Screen Actors Guild's regulations, you cannot continue filming today." "What?" Miss Cheryl didn't object. "So what are you saying?" Ronald was almost convinced Cheryl to do another take when the Screen Actors Guild representative suddenly appeared, rudely citing guild rules and laws, demanding that today's filming end immediately. "This is union policy. If you are dissatisfied with my actions, you can appeal to the Screen Actors Guild's New York office. But now, I must say, it's time to rest. The Screen Actors Guild is for the well-being of all registered actors. Even if the lead actress agrees, you have to consider all the supporting actors who are working with her, as well as the cinematographers, sound engineers, lighting technicians, and so on, who are also working under difficult conditions. If you don't stop filming, I will come next time with their union representative." Hearing the union representative's threat, the numerous camera, sound, and lighting crew members immediately began packing up their equipment. Moonlight Twister was an MGM project, officially registered with all the major unions. New York is one of the cities with the strongest influence among the film and television industry unions, and they couldn't afford to offend these professional union leaders. They weren't actual actors or film and television industry personnel, but rather full-time professionals dedicated to union affairs. No Hollywood production crew dared to offend them. Ronald felt helpless. This scene could have been filmed in 1 or 2 more takes to achieve the best effect. But with this interruption, reshooting tomorrow or later would require the actors to rediscover their groove, and there's a chance they might never find that same level of performance again. Plus, this scene was filmed in the evening, and reshoots tomorrow would also have to be done in the evening, with only a few takes left before the union's designated end time. Time was tight. This isn't a 9-to-5 office job, this is filmmaking. Is it really necessary to strictly adhere to that 8-hour workday? Ronald felt indignant as he looked at the time he'd wasted another day. You've been in New York for a long time. When they were filming in the studio, do the union staff also time things so precisely? Ronald asked his cinematographer, David Watkins. That's true. There are so many Broadway actors in New York. When auditioning for a single role, there are often over 100 actors trying out. If it weren't for the strict protection of the union, they would be at a huge disadvantage. That's why New York has always been one of the 2 cities where the Screen Actors Union is the most powerful. Even in the studio on Long Island, you can't escape the keen senses of these union members. This won't do, Ronald thought. His 2 long takes, especially the ending scene at the dining table, clearly required a lot of rehearsals and reshoots. Actors needed a lot of practice and experience to overcome this biggest challenge of the film. If the union members called a halt when the actors were just getting into character, Ronald would be devastated. I have to have a meeting with the MGM executives. I have to move the later interior scenes to a place where the union's influence is weak. That evening, Ronald found a senior executive at MGM, Weintraub's subordinate in charge of production, and made his request. There are only 2 suitable places. One is Virginia or New Jersey, where the buildings are old-fashioned neoclassical in style, similar to New York, so it won't look out of place. The unions in these 2 states are also relatively weak. The other is Toronto, Canada. The streetscape there is very similar to America's, and the interior designs of the houses also have similarities to New York. Many contemporary films are now shot in Toronto or Montreal, Canada, by the 7 major studios. And when the unions find out you're not shooting in a New York studio, they probably won't immediately suspect you've gone to our northern neighbor. You'll take care of this for me, okay, Ronald thought. With such good places, why not go right away? After all, with shipping costs, hotel expenses, and the cost of rebuilding sets in the studio, all that money would be better spent on working overtime as much as possible to save on costs. After all, in the film industry, the most important thing is to stick to the schedule. Shooting off plan is the biggest waste of budget. MGM was very supportive of the film, quickly airlifting the set crew and materials to Toronto. There, they rented a large studio and began constructing Loretta's large house, her fiancé's brother Ronnie's apartment on the 2nd floor of the bakery, and other interior scenes. They expected to complete all the sets in 3 weeks. They were actually quite pleased. It was common knowledge in the industry that shooting studio scenes in Toronto could save 20–30% of the time due to the ability to work overtime. This time saving resulted in a significant reduction in personnel salaries and equipment rental costs. Compared to this, some shipping costs and the additional costs of building new sets were negligible. The timing was perfect. By the time the sets were finished, Ronald could also complete the location shooting in New York and then move to Toronto with the rest of the crew after the Christmas holidays. Until then, filming of street scenes in various New York locations continued. The scene being shot that day was at Loretta's house. Loretta brought home champagne from the grocery store, wanting to share the good news with her family. But once home, she found everyone had their own troubles, and no one seemed happy for her remarriage. The first person she encountered was an old man on the wooden stairs to the second floor. Fedor Shalyapin's old eyes were somewhat cloudy, perfectly portraying him as a slightly senile grandfather on camera. He saw Cher, playing Loretta, return home, said nothing to her, and instead barked loudly at the dogs behind her. A moment later, they all rushed past Loretta, up the stairs, and went to the room with the old man. Cut. Ronald never interfered with Fedor Shalyapin's performances. He didn't need any prompting to know the best way to act out a scene. If it weren't for his severe hearing loss, Ronald would have liked to discuss the acting of some difficult scenes with him. However, the old man sometimes took several attempts to understand Ronald's questions, so Ronald gave up on that idea. As long as Fedor Shalyapin could play his role well, he wouldn't ask for anything extra. It's really strange. Whenever he acts with Cher or Olympia Dukashki, it's like he's not deaf at all. He has to strain to talk to me. Ronald saw a live black and white clip on the small monitor behind the camera. It was the result of the previous take being played back on the recorder. Ronald's mutterings were still heard by the director of photography, David Watkins. These actors have a kind of magic. Once you call action, they seem to have a sixth sense, able to perceive the every move of their co-star. David Watkins, always the cinematographer for these kinds of demanding scenes, gave Ronald an answer that wasn't really an answer. That makes sense. Ronald scratched his head, but he must have some secret. The camera pans to the second floor, where Vincent Gardner, who plays Cosmo, is sitting in a corner lounge chair, wearing striped pajamas and thick glasses, listening to old songs on a record. Then the phone rang, and I jumped up. As I grabbed the phone, I prayed it was him. Oh dear God, it had to be him, or I'd die, or I'd die. Dad, why are you sleeping here? Where's Mom? Loretta enters the frame, sitting next to her father, Cosmo. Her question startles Cosmo, who is listening to Vicky Carl's It Must Be Him. I can't sleep, I might be dying, I can't even sleep. Dad, I have some news to announce. Okay. Let's go to the kitchen. Cosmo looks shocked. The last time his daughter said she had news was when her ex-husband was in a car accident. Loretta opens a champagne glass and pours 2 glasses. Cosmo puts a sugar cube in each glass, waits for the bubbles to rise, and clinks glasses with his daughter. I'm getting married. Seeing the atmosphere was right, Loretta announced the good news. Again, Cosmo seemed more surprised than anything else. Yes, didn't you get married before? It didn't work out. That's because my husband died. What killed him? He was hit by a bus. Loretta had anticipated her father's reaction, so she remained calm. No. He wasn't hit by a car, he just had bad luck. Cosmo waved his hands excitedly, palms up, fingers together. Your mother and I were married for 52 years, and neither of us died. What about you? You were married for 2 years, and your husband died. You're not suited for marriage, don't get married. Who are you going to marry? Seeing his daughter's insistence, Cosmo offered another reason. Johnny Camarelli, Loretta said, revealing her fiancé's name. Johnny? Johnny, her father, Cosmo, was excited. He's still a child himself. By the way, why didn't he come to tell me about this? Because his mother is dying, he wants to go back to Sicily to see her. Loretta was also anxious. Her father, Cosmo, was trying to avoid paying for the wedding. She quickened her pace, raising her hands and gesturing with her fingers together. Look, bad luck again. You're not suited for marriage, you have to give me a wedding, send me off to my new home. You didn't send me off last time. If you had, maybe I wouldn't be having this bad luck. And Johnny even knelt down to propose. He knelt down? Where's the ring? Her father, Cosmo, was still looking for something out of place. He didn't want his daughter to get married. Americans, especially those of Italian descent, were responsible for all the expenses of their daughters' weddings. This was a huge expense for a middle-class family, especially for Cosmo, who ran a small hardware business. Yes, look, is this the ring? This is the engagement ring? This is a pinky ring that Italian men wear. It's a toy. It's temporary. He'll get a better one when he gets back. It's temporary. Everything in the world is temporary, including marriage. HMPH, HMPH. Go talk to your mother. The father and daughter parted on bad terms. Cut. Ronald called a halt to filming. The two actors had rehearsed this scene for a long time, delivering their lines quickly and urgently, full of emotion. It was like two fish chasing each other's tails. As soon as one finished a line, the other would immediately interrupt, cutting off the other's words. Aside from Shanley's brilliant script, Cher and Vincent Gardner didn't rely entirely on rehearsals to achieve this demanding rhythm. They were completely immersed in their roles, performing the scene based on human instinct. Of course, the foundation for their performance lay with Vincent Gardner, a recipient of America's highest theater award. He could always adjust Cher's slightly off-key rhythm with his own lines and movements, then smoothly return the favor, making it easy for Cher to pick up on. 2 more hours passed, and the camera moved to the bedroom. The lighting crew had set up the fluorescent lights. Action. Ross, 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 Cosmo called his wife's name, entering the bedroom with his daughter. Who died? Loretta's mother woke with a start, her first thought being that someone had died. Olympia Dukakis turned on the bedside lamp, the light assembly pausing for half a second via a single component, giving the audience the sense of time lag between switching it on and off. While there's no time lag between switching on and off in everyday life, audiences are more accustomed to this trope in movies. No one died. Loretta is getting married, again. Rose was also taken aback, then asked, Johnny? Johnny Camarelli. The mother certainly knew her daughter better than the father. Do you love him? No. Oh, that's good. If you loved him, he would keep tormenting you because he knows he can. As she spoke, Olympia Dukakis, who played Ross, glanced at Vincent Gardner, who played Cosmo, behind her. Tisk. Ronald saw it clearly from behind the camera. Olympia Dukakis's rhythm was even more perfect than Vincent Gardner's. She was talking to her daughter in bed, and she was also subtly mocking her husband Cosmo. Maintaining the rhythm in a 3-person dialogue scene is many times more difficult than in a 2-person scene. Olympia Dukakis skillfully distributed attention between her husband and daughter, instantly drawing all the audience's attention to herself. This ability to subtly steal the show was quite impressive. And Cher, who played the daughter, didn't seem bothered by the scene stealing. The better Olympia Dukakis's reaction, the stronger Cher's reaction would be later. This reaction was naturally brought up by Dukakis. So, do you like him? Ross asked Loretta as second question. I like him. He's a very sweet person. Mother Rose smiled happily. Having a son-in-law who loves her daughter more than her daughter loves her boyfriend is truly wonderful. This time, I want to get married in a church, and I want a formal wedding banquet, Loretta told her mother. Huh, who's going to pay for that? Olympia Dukakis's eyelids twitched slightly, her attention immediately drawn to her husband Cosmo, who was standing in the background. This effortless performance, captivating the audience with a blink of an eye, is truly excellent. Ronald was increasingly satisfied with the casting of Julia Taylor. A good casting makes acting guidance during filming much easier. Dad has to pay for his daughter's wedding. I won't. I don't have any money. Cosmo refused to listen and immediately left, making a hasty exit from the set. You're not short of money, you're just stingy. You're richer than President Roosevelt, but you won't part with a single penny, Mother Rose complained about her husband. It's a father's responsibility. The father pays for his daughter's wedding. Cosmo's men have already escaped to the stairs. I have no money. I won't pay. I told myself I'd done what I had to do. I told myself not to be a fool. It's easy to have fun and act cool on the court. That old song started playing again. It was the recording crew playing a recording outside the wall. He went to listen to that damn Vicky Carr song again. He went to bed and didn't even touch my face. Olympia Dukakis made a shrug on the bed, indicating his dissatisfaction. This is what Rose was talking about earlier. Rose deeply loves Cosmo, so this way Cosmo can anger her. If she had married someone she didn't love, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Cut. Ronald's approach to filming these veteran Broadway actors was very simple. They respected the director and the script, never changed their own lines, and memorized all their lines before coming to the set. Ronald had read their scripts. The lines were filled with context, emphasis, and rhythmic markings. With these core actors supporting them, the filming was gradually getting better. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 769. Even minor characters can shine. Although Ronald had decided to move the indoor scenes to Toronto, Canada, some scenes that transitioned between indoor and outdoor settings would still be filmed in New York. There was a technical challenge in separating the indoor and outdoor scenes, shooting them on location in New York and in a Toronto studio, and then combining them in the editing room. The difference lies in the color temperature of the indoor and outdoor lighting. This results in different color styles on different types of film. The balanced color temperature of an outdoor shot under natural light is noticeably different from that under artificial lighting indoors. To ensure the edited footage doesn't feel jarring to the audience, complex color grading is required in post-production. Especially with such a large difference between natural and artificial light, the audience might still feel a jarring transition, as if they've entered another film. This is a situation any film director should try to avoid, because such abrupt transitions pull the audience out of the carefully crafted dreamscape of the film, making them think, this is a movie, and significantly lowering the viewing experience. So, even with the union representative's unpleasantly rigid face, Ronald went to the pre-rented 502 Henry Street in Brooklyn, a corner bakery, to begin filming the first challenging scene. Martin Scorsese's parents, Charles and Catherine Scorsese, dressed in Italian-style coats, were waiting inside the small bakery for their makeup. They had both been actors, but their main profession was running a dry cleaner in Little Italy, Manhattan. Charles ironed clothes, and Catherine hemmed trousers, raising the important American director Martin Scorsese. They had both made cameo appearances in their son's films. In Taxi Driver, a photo of them together was published in the newspapers as the parents of Jodie Foster's character. Charles also played a named role in Raging Bull. However, the couple had never actually appeared as a married couple on screen. Ronald noticed their slight nervousness but didn't mind. Anyway, they're two very minor roles, not really the focus of the audience's attention. Their main purpose is to introduce Loretta, played by Cher, and the story of her going to Johnny's brother's Camarelli Bakery. Wonderford, Ronald, seeing their attire, Charles in a top hat and Catherine in a fur-collared down jacket, rushed over to shower them with compliments. Fantastic. Now I know where Marty's artistic talent comes from. Ha ha. Mrs. Scorsese, being more outgoing, laughed heartily at Ronald's joke. Later, the camera will give you a close-up, and then the girl playing the bakery clerk will hand you bread. Mrs. Scorsese will take it, and she'll say goodbye. Just treat it like you normally go to the bakery to buy bread. Ignore this big guy. Ronald patted the close-up shot of the large machine propped up behind the counter. It was quite a large machine. Amateur actors were bound to be a little nervous. Just call me Catherine. Marty even cast me as the lead in his short film. I know what to do. Mrs. Scorsese was quite pleased. Both of them had close-ups this time. Her son's friend was truly excellent, far more important than the role he himself gave his parents. Action. After adjusting the lights, Ronald called for action. Thank you, Mrs. Foggage. Here's your bread. See you tomorrow. Catherine Scorsese took the bread. Facing the intense close-up, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Her throat was a little itchy, and her voice became softer. Goodbye. Charles Scorsese became even more nervous, involuntarily swallowing. He turned and left first, followed by Catherine with the bread. Ring ring ring, the doorbell rang. Cher, playing Loretta, still wearing that uninteresting dark gray coat and black boots, brushed past the Scorsese couple and entered. Cher walked to the counter, entering the close-up shot. Ronald looked at the monitor and nodded to the director of photography, David Watkins, indicating that it was fine and there was no need to stop. Is Ronnie Camarelli in? He's in the bakery. What do you want with him? The clerk behind the counter asked, her tone tinged with hostility. I need to talk to him. Cher, playing Loretta, was far more experienced than the young clerk. She knew where this hostility came from, and she felt a surge of curiosity about Ronnie, her younger brother whom her fiancé Johnny hadn't seen in years, someone she hadn't met yet. A disheveled female clerk emerged from behind the counter, bypassing Loretta. Physically, she was a typical Italian-American girl, walking somewhat stiffly. She wore a floral jacket over a white shirt, a green long skirt, gray wool socks, and heavy, thick-heeled shoes. She looked like a young girl just beginning to experience romantic feelings, not yet very stylish, but undeniably youthful. The clerk reached the door, turned back, and nodded to Loretta, gesturing for her to follow her to the bakery across the street to see Ronnie Camarelli, who was baking bread there. Cut. Ronald was very satisfied with the scene between the two. After consulting David Watkins, he kept the take for printing. "How was my performance?" the shop assistant ran over, her big eyes wide as she asked Ronald for his opinion in a coquettish manner. She was a far cry from her previous wooden demeanor. "Very good, perfect." Ronald smiled and patted the actress's head. She was none other than Diane Lane, who had been making a cameo appearance as the shop assistant for the past 2 days. Ronald was generous with his praise. Diane's acting had exceeded his expectations. With makeup, Diane not only looked like an Italian girl, but her gait was also clearly carefully designed, showing great attention to detail. The way she acted opposite Cher clearly conveyed the anger that the girl herself knew about her crush when another woman came to see her. But when she heard that the other woman needed to see Ronnie, she quickly fulfilled her duties as a shop assistant, without acting on her own initiative. She was very much like the obedient girl working in a relative's or friend's shop. This performance went far beyond what's typically expected of a cameo role. Ronald was deeply impressed by Diane's serious preparation for the role. If Coppola hadn't delayed her for 3 films, Diane, with her acting skills, looks, and existing fan base, would undoubtedly be a leading lady in every big-budget production. This role is a bit too young for you, but because it's a love story between middle-aged people, so, Ronald admired Diane's performance. Her acting, even in a small role, greatly enhanced the film's captivating quality. As Roger Coleman's protégé, Jonathan Demme, said, "The whole film is a unified whole. Any small role, if played by an actor beloved by the audience, can elevate the film's overall quality." While it wasn't intentional to use high-caliber actors in low-profile supporting roles, the actual effect is that in Moonstruck, any supporting actor could deliver a performance worthy of a lead role in another film. "Don't say that, I'm already very happy. This role is really fun to play. It's hard on you to wear such an ugly outfit." Ronald straightened her collar, indicating that he was going to continue. "Oh." Diane stopped chatting with Ronald and ran to the side to wait for the next shot. Her eyes kept darting to Ronald. "Brother Ronnie is really a good friend." Diane was actually quite happy. This small role was not a simple cameo. And it wasn't just a decorative role, but a role with substance. Although the makeup didn't highlight her beauty, and she didn't have any pretty clothes to wear, the 3 simple scenes would leave a very deep impression on the audience. It could be said that of all the small roles in this movie, this role was the most memorable for the audience. She had already acted in several mediocre movies, and with a movie where she could fully showcase her acting skills, maybe some film critic would recognize her and mention her name. The next scene was an outdoor shot on the roadside. Diane's character, Chris, reluctantly took a woman, Loretta, to meet Ronnie, whom she had a crush on. Stepping out of the store, she strode ahead, not wanting to speak to Loretta. This awkward state of mind made her walk stiff, as if she were trying to escape the undeniable reality that Ronnie, whom she secretly loved, was seeing other women. Cher, playing Loretta, followed behind. The two turned a corner, crossed another street, and entered the roasting room through a basement entrance. Cut. "Great, excellent. Let's do another take." To be on the safe side, Ronald called for a second take. Actually, from a performance standpoint, it wasn't necessary. Scenes performed without careful rehearsal are the most emotionally charged. Even standing far behind the camera, Ronald could smell the reluctance emanating from Diane. Soon it was lunchtime, and the Actors Union representative pointed to his watch, signaling Ronald to stop filming to ensure the right of all the actors and crew to eat. Ronald, no longer wanting to argue, pulled down his New York Yankees baseball cap, sat in the director's chair, and closed his eyes to rest. Diane brought him a hamburger and a can of Coke, nudging him. Ronald woke up, picked up his hamburger and Coke, made a toasting gesture with Diane, and began to eat heartily. "Cheers," Diane laughed, actually clinking her Coke can against Ronald's, then taking a couple of sips herself. "Oh, it's impolite to disturb someone's sleep, beautiful lady." Beside him was the director of photography, David Watkins, who was genuinely asleep in his chair. "Sorry, we woke you up," Ronald apologized to the witty Watkins. Ronald knew about this eccentric old man, who preferred classical music to cinematography, from their collaboration on a Saab commercial in Sweden and Walter Murch's return to Oz in Britain. On set, he particularly enjoyed taking naps whenever he could. This is also because Watkins' skill level is so high, he can come up with a lighting plan just by glancing at it, and the lighting crew can immediately meet the requirements. Of course, this is also due to David Watkins' unique thinking habits. He always prefers to simplify things rather than complicate them. For example, for an indoor lighting setup, he prefers to simplify it to a single light source to achieve the desired effect, rather than a complex multi-light source system. Hollywood's layered lighting style requires relighting to maintain consistency even when the camera is tilted by 15 degrees. But with a single light source lighting method, no matter how the camera moves indoors, there's no need to rearrange the set. Diane looked at Watkins, then at Ronald, completely bewildered. Mr. Watkins, do you always sleep on set? Coppola's crew, when he and the cinematographer knew they were working with Steve Barron, practically spent every break between takes discussing lighting and camera movement. Of course, what else can you do on set without getting more tired? Only sleeping. Ha ha ha. Diane burst into laughter. Mr. Watkins is a very philosophical man. His invention, the dot matrix light source, also called the Wendy lamp, allows us to relight scenes without having to walk 5 meters when shooting night scenes, saving countless anxious directors. Ronald explained Watkins' philosophy to Diane. Not all directors of photography can fall asleep on set. By the way, Ronald, when I was talking with Murch before filming started, he mentioned that your factory is now handling his editing tapes. You also invented and manufactured a kind of lamp. Hearing Ronald mention his beloved invention, the Wendy lamp, David Watkins, no longer dozing off, leaned closer to ask Ronald. It's not an ordinary lamp. It simulates the effect of lightning. It's much brighter than the electrical short circuit method commonly used in Hollywood now. It reproduces very well on film, and some Broadway stages are using it too, Ronald replied, looking at Watkins. Well, most of my Wendy lights are handmade now. Could you collaborate with me, like you and Murch did? Of course. If you're willing, you can use your patents as equity, and then we can partner up and sell your Wendy lights to all the Hollywood film crews that need to shoot night scenes. Would that be great? Ronald perked up at the prospect of another small business opportunity. After discussing it with Watkins, they finalized the collaboration. Then they each called their own people to discuss the details. Looks like I can go see more operas and listen to more symphonies in the future. I can also get my hands on the recording of Rubinstein's performance of Rachmaninoff's first concerto. David Watkins had talked a lot with Walter Murch about Moonlight Serenade before. He was surprised to find that Murch, who is in poor financial condition due to his failed directing career, showed him a family photo in which his children were all wearing decent public high school uniforms. After chatting with him, I learned that he had partnered with Ronald using his invention, earning some money through profit sharing. After paying off some loans, he could even change his children's schools. Watkins trusted Murch, a fellow tech genius, but unlike Murch, he hadn't mentored Ronald. Today, he took the opportunity to express his desire to partner, and to his surprise, Ronald and Watkins hit it off immediately. I don't know why this small invention could generate such a good profit. Ronald was also happy, having another good product, and targeting the same market, allowing for shared marketing and distribution costs. Lightning lamps, editing tape, set tape, Wendy lights. The common thread among these products is that users don't pay for them themselves, but rather for work purposes. For them, it saves them trouble, and they can come up with many reasons to get the studio to pay. The studio doesn't care about these small amounts of money, as long as the products are good, can speed up efficiency, and prevent accidents. The cost savings from skipping a day of filming are dozens of times the price of the equipment. The crew members changed shifts and gradually returned, preparing to film the scenes in the basement drawing room. Diane boarded the public trailer, preparing for her afternoon scenes. Before getting on, she glanced at Ronald one last time. He was actually very kind and brought good luck to those around him. Many people who were with him became wealthier. No wonder he was so popular in Hollywood. Action. 2 hours later, the lighting crew had set up the lights, and David Watkins gave Ronald an okay sign. Action. Ronnie, Diane's character, Chris, the shop assistant, pushed open the oven door. The camera gradually pulled back, revealing more of the oven's environment. It was a rather rough place. The oven on the wall was filled with baguettes, a special batch made for filming. Someone's looking for Ronnie, Chris, played by Diane, let Loretta into the oven, standing by the door, her brow furrowed, wondering what the relationship was between Loretta and her crush, Ronnie. Although it was late autumn, everyone inside was wearing t-shirts and sweating. The makeup artist sprayed water on them, creating the effect of them being drenched in sweat. On the other side, Nicolas Cage, wearing only a tank top, his thick chest hair peeking out, his messy hair standing on end, looked like a volcano bursting with hormones. "Are you here in place of my brother Johnny?" He coldly stared at Loretta. In the shot, Cher, playing Loretta, walked towards the camera from the doorway, with Chris standing nervously behind her. David Watkins used the hyperfocal technique introduced to Hollywood by Orson Welles, creating a deep focus effect. In today's popular cinematic aesthetics, many scenes, when the focus is on a person close to the lens, use a shallow focal length lens to blur the background and surroundings. However, in this scene, Watkins went against the grain, using the deep focus effect popular in the early 1930s with black and white sound films, keeping both distant background figures and nearby figures in focus. The subtle shifts in Loretta's expression during her conversation with Ronnie, and the subsequent reaction of Chris, the shop assistant, after overhearing their exchange, were all captured flawlessly. Although Ronald, on a small monitor, couldn't clearly see their expressions, when the film was developed, printed, and projected onto the big screen, the faces of Cher and Diane would become the focus of the audience's attention. Therefore, Watkins deliberately positioned the two actresses on the same axis, slightly offset, so that on the big screen, the audience wouldn't have to constantly scan their faces. Focusing on a single area of the screen would reveal the characters' different emotional states. In films that rely on plot and acting, this narrative technique is crucial. Deliberate design and arrangement, along with the collaborative execution of masterful figures during filming, are essential to delivering an effect where the audience effortlessly understands the director's message. "Yes," Loretta approached, speaking to Ronnie, the character behind the camera. "What are you doing here? I'm marrying Johnny, so I wanted to invite you to the wedding." "So, you're marrying my brother Johnny?" "I'm dead. My brother Johnny took my life." "Excuse me." Loretta, played by Cher, wore a bewildered expression on camera. She had invited her fiancé's brother to the wedding, and now he was talking about life. "I don't understand what you're saying." Loretta didn't understand, but deep down, she seemed to understand that Ronnie's primal impulses and desires had been destroyed by Johnny. Johnny's getting married. Now he has meaning in his life, and I don't. He's taken it all away. "I'm not here to upset you," Loretta was about to explain when she temporarily snapped out of the radiance of Ronnie's vibrant energy and regained her senses. She was just there to attend the wedding of her fiancé's eccentric younger brother. "What life?" Nicolas Cage suddenly raised his voice. "What life is? They all say bread is life, but I'm in this sweltering little house, making bread, bread, bread." Cage angrily pulled baguettes from the oven and threw them into a basket. "I'm here every day, sweating and shoveling this stinky dough in and out with a spatula. Where is my life? You want me to go to your and my brother's wedding? Humph. Sweetheart? Where is my wedding? Chris, give me the biggest bread knife on the wall. I'm not doing this anymore." Diane, playing Chris, stood there, almost moved to tears by Ronnie. How could a man like this not have a single woman who loves him? "No, Ronnie, I won't give it to you," Diane shouted from there, speaking in her newly learned Italian accent. "Chris, give me the knife. I want my—" "Maybe I should have come another time." Cheryl was stunned, unsure if Ronnie was serious or just joking. "No, I want you to stay here and watch," Nicolas Cage said fiercely to Cheryl. "Do you know me?" Cheryl shook her head. "It's no one's fault, it just happened." Nicolas Cage took off his left glove, revealing a wooden prosthetic hand. "5 years ago, I got engaged, and my brother Johnny came to see me. He asked me to buy some bread. I got distracted while talking to him, and the toaster cut my hand. Funny, right? My fiancé left me after finding out I was crippled. That's the misfortune between you and Johnny? But it's not Johnny's fault, is it?" "It's no one's fault, just bad luck." Cheryl, playing Loretta, heard the brothers' unresolved issues for the first time. "I don't care," Nicolas Cage suddenly erupted, smashing the bucket of flour in front of him. "I have no hands. I have no wife. Johnny still has his hands. Johnny still has his wife. You want me to just reconcile with him like this and go to his wedding?" Loretta was stunned. She had never encountered a man with such raw, primal instincts in her life. She wasn't worried at all that he would hurt her, Instead, she felt sympathy for his misfortune. It's just a matter of time. A man opens his eyes in the morning and kisses his dreams goodbye. Nicolas Cage calmed down, as if his outburst had exhausted all his energy. He spoke softly to Loretta, as if speaking to himself. Everyone in the oven was shocked by this stark contrast. Ronnie, a man who, after being disabled in an accident and having to give up his dreams, became someone shoveling dough in the oven every day, it was a huge tragedy. The camera focused on several people, capturing their reactions. Cherry's shocked face was expressionless, but the surging impulse within her threatened to overwhelm her reason. Like Ronnie, she too had given up her dreams because she was called a jinx. Chris's eyes were red, and she tried her best to hold back her tears. The man she secretly loved was indeed a man with big dreams. How pitiful. Finally, a tear broke through the barrier in her eye socket and streamed down Diane's left eye. The tear had gathered all her strength, so much so that it instantly broke through the resistance of her cheekbone, lips, and chin, falling to the ground. I love him, but I never told him because after he lost his fiancée and a hand, he could no longer love anyone. Cut, clap, clap, clap. After a few seconds, everyone, led by Ronald, began to applaud, applauding this wonderful performance. All the actors were perfect. It was a perfect performance. Not only were the performances of the two leads excellent, but even the small role played by Diane was superb, highlighting the very abnormal and incomprehensible plot of the male and female leads' first encounter and sudden spiritual connection, as if they were longtime lovers, from an observer's perspective. Ronnie Camarelli is a man with dreams, but his disability has cost him his fiancée and his aspirations, leaving him only able to work in his family's bakery business. Loretta, too, once had dreams, but societal pressures and prejudice against widows have suppressed them for a long time. In a particular moment, Ronnie's monologue, where he bursts forth to express his innermost feelings, deeply moves the audience. Nicolas Cage, in particular, with this performance reminiscent of early German expressionist films like Metropolis, desperately questioning his wooden prosthetic hand, I have no wife. Without Cage's exceptionally powerful acting, the effect would have been far less impactful. Such illogical characters and plots require compelling, unconventional reasons to drive them. This explosive energy is precisely what's needed for moments that require a shock to the audience. Moreover, this kind of madness requires a delicate balance. After his outburst, Cage immediately expends his energy, turning to a low, somber tone, allowing the audience to not only be shocked but also understand the reasons behind Ronnie's sudden madness. This delicate balance between madness and sanity is something few actors can achieve with ease. If Cage hadn't been influenced by his uncle Capella, watching Metropolis daily to hone his acting skills, he wouldn't have been able to pull it off so flawlessly. Seeing David Watkins give Ronald another okay sign, the actors calmed down and began hugging and congratulating each other. Ronald also breathed a sigh of relief. The second most difficult scene, thanks to the actors' explosive performances, was finally filmed. Ronald picked up a baguette, broke it open, and found the freshly baked baguette incredibly crisp and delicious. He broke off a small piece and handed it to Diane, considerately offering her a handkerchief to wipe her eyes. I didn't expect your explosive acting to be so good, Ronald exclaimed, surprised. He realized that supporting roles are actually harder to play than leads. Leads, after all, have a natural build-up and the stimulation of their co-stars' reactions. Supporting roles, however, have no backstory, no scenes with co-stars to provide stimulating reactions. They rely entirely on their imagination. And they have to deliver a high-level performance right from the start. Diane's performance was on par with those veteran Broadway actors. I was acting in La Mama, an experimental theater company off-Broadway, when I was 4, and I even acted with Meryl Streep, so you're a veteran actor too, the young kind. Ronald laughed heartily, ruffling Diane's hair. Diane finished her scenes and went home to reunite with her father, Bert. The crew then filmed several exterior scenes at the Metropolitan Opera and a Catholic church in New York. Because of a one-night stand with her fiancé's brother, Loretta went to the church to confess. The priest severely criticized Loretta, punishing her by making her recite 2 verses of the Rosary to atone for her sins. At the church, her mother covered up for her not coming home the night before and her one-night stand with Ronnie. Loretta was shocked to discover that her mother had found out about her father, Cosmo's, affair. Afterwards, Loretta and Ronnie went on a date and went to the opera. At the opera house, Ronald discovers his father and lover are also there to see La Bohème, and the two men understand each other implicitly. Cosmo complains to his daughter, "You're engaged now," only to be met with her retort, "You're married now." Ronald was thoroughly amused while filming these scenes. Screenwriter Stanley Shanley's writing is truly powerful. With just a few strokes, he perfectly captures the essence of Italian life. This film will be very different from other films depicting Italian-American life. There are no gangsters or song and dance numbers, yet it's immediately clear that it tells an Italian-American story. Soon, the location shooting in New York is finished. The union representatives are very strict. With Christmas and New Year's holidays approaching, the crew cannot work overtime in New York. Ronald has no choice but to dismiss the crew a day early, and everyone goes home for the holidays before flying to Toronto in the new year to film in a place without a union. Chapter 770 Christmas Charity Gala. The film crew was on holiday, and Ronald wanted to continue preparing for filming in Toronto, but almost everyone was under union control and had gone home for Christmas, leaving him with no crew or actors. Ronald also slipped away to Tattville, a town at the southern tip of Staten Island, to spend Christmas with his Aunt Karen and Donna. Constantly away filming and busy with promotional marketing, Ronald hadn't had a quiet meal with his family in a long time. Donna was starting to consider her post-graduation plans. Physics wasn't as popular as it had been 20 years ago, and Donna was considering other industries, such as finance or computer science, which also required strong mathematical skills. Ronald, of course, strongly supported this. His aunt didn't need her to work to earn money anymore, and choosing a career based on her interests was the most important thing. Ring 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 ring. While chatting with his family about everyday things, the phone rang again at Ronald's house. "Can't you let me have a proper Christmas with my family?" Ronald was annoyed. It was Nisita calling, urging him to attend the MGM Films premiere and some charity events. "Ronald, that's not fair to me. I didn't spend Christmas with Paula either. MGM invited you to some events to build up resources for your current film. If you don't want a lot of celebrities and socialites to show up when Moonstruck is released, okay, I'll go." Calling Bud, Ronald returned to Manhattan. Last year, MGM filmed a co-production on location at the Great Wall, a film about an elderly Chinese American returning to his childhood city, depicting the cultural clash between the two countries and the elderly man's reminiscences. It didn't do well at the box office there. This year, they came to America to try their luck. The film's English title is The Great Wall, and Ronald attended a promotional reception for the film in Manhattan. Now, the two countries on opposite sides of the Pacific have strong reasons and motivations for growing closer, and the people are filled with curiosity and goodwill towards each other. Therefore, Hollywood is also very curious about films shot on that land. Before major studios and directors like Spielberg and Bertolucci were granted permission to film in the heart of the two largest cities this year, a small independent producer had quietly entered the scene last year. The director and lead actor was an elderly man named Wang Zhangfang, who had spent his childhood in the capital. He also cast Lee Kinkin, a student from a film academy, as the female lead. A young man named Wang Zio, from a song and dance troupe in a southern province, was cast as the second male lead. Released in China in 1985, the film failed to generate any audience enthusiasm due to its focus on daily life in the capital, resulting in a box office failure. Wang Zhangfang then arranged for English subtitles to be added to the prints, and this year he secured a release in America. This time, he found the key to success. The people of America are wealthy, and a Great Wall ranked 18th in its opening weekend. Although the box office was low, it more than compensated for the extremely low cost of filming and printing there. Roger Ebert, a renowned film critic for the Chicago Sun-Times, gave the film 3 stars and specifically recommended it, stating that the greatest pleasure in watching this film is seeing the different interpretations and attitudes of people from two countries towards life in their respective countries. With this positive response, MGM did considerable marketing for the film. First, it competed at the Sundance Film Festival, led by Robert Redford, but did not win a jury prize. However, its popularity across the Pacific was high enough that Redford awarded it a special jury prize. This prize, which doesn't exist in normal competitions, was a special designation, more for the film's prestige as the first movie filmed on the Great Wall than for the film itself. With this prestige, the Great Wall continued to participate in film festivals throughout America and engage in public relations with film critics associations in major cities. However, despite the added benefit of its location, the film itself, shot in Chinese, was not very popular. It only won one award, Best Foreign Language Film, from the Kansas City Film Critics Circle. After many twists and turns, it finally arrived in New York at the end of 1986 to compete with the New York Film Critics Circle. Ronald watched the film. As a reincarnated Chinese, he was curious about what the other side of the Pacific looked like. Plus, he spoke Chinese, so watching the cityscapes on screen was quite interesting. Various courtyard houses, old-style buildings, Soviet-style houses, and the distinctive skyline of tall poplar trees captivated Ronald. So, the movie was good, wasn't it? We also noticed a surge of interest in Chinese people in America right now, with more and more Chinese studying here, which is why we imported it, a senior manager from MGM, responsible for distribution, said, grateful for Ronald's attendance at the screening and proactively greeting him. I heard this movie ranked 18th at the box office. Ronald was actually quite surprised that the film was even shown in America. Foreign language films, with subtitles, were increasingly disliked by young Americans. Unlike the 1970s when America was on the defensive during the Cold War, the 1980s saw America regain its advantage. Perhaps fueled by Ronald's Top Gun, young people generally felt that America was the best country in the world and didn't need to understand how people in other parts of the world lived. We're no longer participating in the box office charts. This film is mainly being shown in Chinatown cinemas in major cities across the U.S. The Chinese community there hasn't seen footage of their hometown for decades, so their enthusiasm for watching it is very high. Also, there are various art house cinemas, where some university students and foreign film enthusiasts enjoy watching foreign language films like this. We plan to submit the film to the California Independent Film Festival next March, where only independent films are competing. Oh, you're really amazing, Ronald, already thinking about how to replicate director Wong's Ghost project, first praised the other's approach and then asked for advice. This senior manager was also very willing to exchange ideas with Ronald, and could serve as his marketing director when he was currently filming Moonlight Seduction is released. The two chatted quite congenially, discussing many details of film promotion. Ronald also shared his views on the film's performance. A foreign film always needs to have selling points to attract audiences and gain word of mouth. This film, overall, lacks stars and doesn't have a particularly interesting story. Only Chinese audiences are interested in the everyday life depicted in the film. And their casting is a bit problematic. Some of the Asian actors clearly haven't been there, they've been American since birth. Ronald, getting into the conversation, shared his observations. Oh? Why? Tell me, who were born and raised in America? The marketing manager was still skeptical. First of all, the lead actor and director, Wang Xiangfang, is from there and has lived here for decades. Li Keqian is definitely from the capital, and Wang Xiao is from the south. As for Calvin Han Yi, he clearly grew up on the West Coast. Oh, that's right. I have their background information. How did you get it? The director's eyes. Ronald pointed to his own eyes. Of course, he wouldn't say that he had lived two lives and could naturally distinguish things just by seeing so much. Perhaps it was the difference in food and language, but there were subtle differences in the distribution of facial muscles between Chinese Americans raised in the two places. And the people from the two major cities in the north and south of the other side of the strait had very different temperaments, which were also easy to distinguish at a glance. I really admire you. It seems that being a director really requires a lot of talent. Ha ha ha. By the way, my name is Michael Gray. It's nice to talk to you about movies, Ronald. How is the filming progress of your new film? I finished filming the scenes in New York. By the way, my movie will be released in the second half of next year. Will you be in charge of the film's marketing? Ronald had finally found a marketing manager he could talk to who also had a unique understanding of distribution. Of course, if you'd like, I'd be very happy to. Michael Gray had achieved his goal. He took 2 cocktails, clink glasses with Ronald, and wanted to continue the conversation. Ronald, we have to go, Nisida intervened, and Ronald had to rush off to another Christmas charity gala. There were many socialites and celebrities from various industries there. Ronald's fame was gradually expanding beyond Hollywood, and this kind of charity gala was a great opportunity. Okay, let's keep in touch. Rick is my boss, I have to follow his orders. You can call him, we're always traveling for filming, he can find me there, this is my number. If you need Ronald, just call me. I'm his housekeeper. Next, Ronald went to the St. Regis Hotel. This place, originally a social hub for New York's wealthy, now houses independent designer suites from brands like Tiffany, Dior, and others. In the banquet hall, everyone sat at round tables. Ronald arrived late and joined a table with Wall Street bankers. The lighting wasn't bright enough, he could only see a few people at adjacent tables. Ronald chatted with the bankers. They were all very sociable and enjoyed their first meeting. I said, "My kid is obsessed with fighter jets. Could you get me an autographed picture of Tom Cruise?" This was someone with a little fan. Fighter dogfights are exciting. We need more people like that. Here, we emphasize the winning mentality. We always have to win. This was someone who liked Ronald's movies. Let me give you a heads up. Which Hollywood movies are profitable? There are many funds investing in Hollywood right now, and we don't want to miss this opportunity. This was someone who wanted to make money. Regarding this, you might not believe it. I don't know either. It seems nobody in Hollywood knows either. A movie's box office is a mystery. Ronald shrugged, indicating he didn't know either. Is there really no secret? I've heard that stars are box office guarantees. Is that true? Many of you Wall Street bankers think so, but I have to say, stars do make movies that fail at the box office. Hey, that's true. Even big stars make movies that nobody watches. The bankers resonated with Ronald's statement. You know, we have this unlucky guy who, for some reason, invested in a single film. The lead actor was Al Pacino, who became famous because of Scarface, and the director was Hugh Hudson, who won an Oscar for Best Picture. And what happened? That big-budget production, Revolution, with a budget of $30 million, didn't even gross $500,000. Nobody's ever seen that unlucky guy fail, Larry. Some people say he jumped off a building. That's how it is in our line of work. We call countless clients every day. If you don't close a deal, nobody answers your phone. If you lose a lot of money, your business card will be thrown out of the business card holder on your desk. At that point, we'd better pray we've earned enough commissions to retire. Otherwise, we'll be stuck shoveling horse manure in Kansas. Ha ha ha, Ronald clinked glasses with him. These bankers were funny and pleasant to talk to, and Ronald found it quite enjoyable to chat with these intelligent people. Let go. Just as Ronald was about to continue chatting with them, a woman at a nearby table suddenly exclaimed. It was a beautiful model, wearing a backless short dress and a bow tie, dressed somewhat like a waitress. Actually, she was hired by the organizers to fill in the empty seats and chat with everyone to avoid awkward silences. For many aspiring print models, this was a good job, the pay was good, and they could meet some successful people. This model was a little different from the other models. She wasn't the typical thin print model. She looked to be 5 feet 9 inches, 1.75 meters, and weighed close to 110 pounds, which was thin by average standards. She was unusually voluptuous for a model. Moreover, she had a mole near the corner of her mouth, which was rare in the modeling industry. Most models were required not to have too many personal characteristics. After all, they were models selling fashion, and models were more like walking mannequins. Cindy. Ronald recognized the blonde, red-lipped woman as Cindy Crawford, the model he had recommended for the opening scene of The Secret to Success, a shot on the streets of New York. He spoke up to help her out. Cindy had no choice. Unwanted groping was inevitable in these kinds of situations. Usually, they would just get away and move on. But today, the man was a European designer who, relying on his power in the modeling world, kept groping Cindy's buttocks. Cindy Crawford tried to get away from him. She didn't want to climb the ladder this way. But the designer saw that she wanted to leave and suddenly swept her up in his arms, forcing her to sit on his lap. Ronald, Cindy recognized the gentlemanly Ronald. When he introduced her to the film crew years ago, he hadn't demanded anything in return. Cindy immediately agreed. Then, before the designer could react, she quickly walked over to Ronald. The designer, with his ponytail, saw that someone recognized the model and that she had obediently walked over. And suddenly felt his pride wounded. Who is that? Why are the models so afraid of him? The other customers don't like this guy. That's Ronald Lee, the famous Hollywood director, a film director? So what? Models are meant to work in the fashion industry. What good is it for Isabella Rossellini to have a boyfriend making movies for her? In the end, she'll still have to come back and shoot ads for Lancome. Ronald stood up, took Cindy Crawford's hand, and led her to his table. A banker offered her a seat. Thank you all. You are all knights of America, rescuing me from the monsters of Europe, Cindy Crawford was very eloquent, thanking Ronald and the bankers profusely. However, her hand remained firmly clasped around Ronald's. Ha. The bankers, unlike the designer, weren't as rough around the edges. They primarily communicated verbally around the beautiful model. Ronald felt Cindy Crawford's hand tightly gripping his. He glanced at Cindy several times, receiving a warm but understated look in return. After a while, Ronald saw Nisida signaling to him from the corner, so he excused himself. The bankers exchanged business cards with Ronald for a while, and Cindy Crawford also stood up, taking Ronald's arm to leave with him. The designer, seeing his prey about to leave, filled with intense dissatisfaction, he glared fiercely at Ronald, standing up to stop him. Ronald, sensing his intention, glanced over and smiled contemptuously. These Europeans were so clueless, putting on this act even in this situation, a blatant display of arrogant narcissism. Seemingly enraged by Ronald's contempt, the designer wanted to come over and reason with him. However, the hotel's banquet seating was cramped, and he couldn't squeeze in. Seeing Ronald starting to move away, he angrily gave Ronald the middle finger. Just then, the banker with children was using a Polaroid camera to photograph the celebrities at the banquet. Seeing this, he snapped a picture of the designer. He quickly shook the camera, and the photo developed rapidly, capturing the designer's indecent gesture. Taking the photo from the man, Ronald thanked him and then called over Nisida, handing him the picture. "Help me process this, okay? I've booked a suite for you at the Four Seasons Hotel. Cindy knows what to do. She hasn't repaid your help yet. If you have other opportunities to appear on camera, feel free to help her out. If not, it's okay if you don't." Ronald nodded to indicate he understood, took the beautiful Cindy's hand, and left the St. Regis Hotel. They got into Bud's car and drove towards the Four Seasons Hotel. The humiliated designer was drinking alone when two hotel waiters surrounded him on either side. Then a manager showed him a photo of himself looking disheveled. "Sir, you don't have our invitation. Please leave, I came with people from a fashion magazine." Before he could protest, the two waiters dragged him out, pushed him to the hotel door, and shoved him outside. Damn it, the designer, who had drunk a little too much, stumbled and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. "Your coat." Once inside the hotel suite, Cindy Crawford returned Ronald's jacket to him. It had been a bit chilly outside, so Ronald had draped the short coat over Crawford, covering the skin exposed by her backless dress. Cindy maintained the style of a pretty small-town girl from Illinois, yearning for the big city, yet confident in grand occasions and discerning with men. She took off her high heels and walked slowly barefoot on the carpet. "I don't mind women wearing high heels," Ronald joked. Ha. Cindy was overjoyed. "My agent also said I might not be suited for the film industry. There aren't many male actors I can work with. You have great potential, a unique charisma. I think even if you don't want to be an actress, people will come knocking on your door in the future." Ronald looked at Cindy's figure. Through rigorous training, she had a tall and straight posture, and her figure wasn't like that of a typical model. She was very well endowed. And that beauty mark was a rare asset for a film actress, unforgettable at first glance. Even more unique was Cindy's relaxed attitude towards walking the runway. She wasn't nervous at all. Whether walking the catwalk, posing for photos, or working on jobs at a gala, she always had a nonchalant attitude. This unique charisma was also quite suitable for acting. At least she could relax, something many pretty girls couldn't overcome. Really? Actually, after filming The Secret to Success, the director scolded us several times. "I thought I didn't have any talent," Cindy said, somewhat skeptical. "Really? I have a director's eye," Ronald laughed. "If you become famous in the modeling industry," seeing Cindy Crawford frown slightly, Ronald adjusted his words, "once you become famous in the modeling industry, you'll get a lot of offers like this. You'll see, models transitioning to film and television is common practice in America." "I haven't thanked you yet." Cindy finally approached Ronald, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him on the lips barefoot. It feels pretty good." Ronald, looking at the beauty in his arms, even with his vast experience, was slightly mesmerized by this long-haired, red-lipped beauty. When he came to his senses, it seemed she was waiting for him to make a further move. "Actually, you don't have to do this." "What do you mean, don't have to do this?" "I like you, Ronald. We models are often bullied, and we always dream that one day a knight will come back to save us. Today, you are that knight. Fulfill my high school fantasy." Cindy had the fiery spirit of a Midwestern girl. After saying that, She jumped up, wrapped her legs around Ronald, and clung to him. Ronald lowered his head and gave her a long kiss. The beauty in his arms seemed to tremble with excitement from the sudden passion, her legs continuing to clench. Ronald had no choice but to quickly carry her into the bedroom. After a long time, Cindy was very satisfied. Her legs were still tightly wrapped around Ronald, as if she hadn't had enough. "By the way, I don't think I've seen you in any magazines yet," Ronald hugged Cindy and whispered in her ear. "I've already had quite a few, but none on the cover. I still lack exposure, the average reader doesn't know me very well, but I think I'll be on the cover of a fashion magazine or a sports magazine sooner or later." "Oh, would doing a late-night talk show help?" Ronald thought of his friend David Letterman. He was always welcoming of moderately famous beauties on his show. "Really? Can you help me?" Cindy excitedly squeezed her legs together tightly. "Let me see what I can do." "Oh, I love you so much, Ronald." Again. Chapter 771, Chapter 401, Do you know what's most important for a director? Cindy exuded the fiery, carefree, and easygoing Midwestern style typical of small-town Illinois girls. It was Ronald's first time encountering a beautiful girl raised in the Midwest. This reminded him of Chris Columbus's directorial debut, The Nanny, about to begin filming, and the protagonist, Nanny Chris Parker, who struggled against a flat tire, a car theft ring, and a faithless boyfriend while maintaining an optimistic spirit. Such a character, placed in other big cities, would likely seem a bit off to audiences. Only in the suburbs of Chicago, a major Midwestern city, would such behavior from a white girl be perfectly normal. Knowing that Midwestern girls like to keep their promises immediately, Ronald called David Letterman early the next morning. Letterman, who was still having breakfast and about to go on vacation, was caught by Ronald and, upon hearing that a beautiful model wanted to be on the show, readily agreed with a hearty laugh. Unlike other talk shows, Letterman's late-night show was later than Johnny Carson's Tonight Show. These late-night talk shows are mostly watched by single men. So having beautiful models and actresses on the show, Letterman telling off-the-cuff jokes, and guests playing along, either feigning embarrassment or boldly counterattacking, are all good ways to boost ratings. Okay, his name is Cindy Crawford, and he even received a college scholarship for outstanding performance. He's not one of those brainless bombshells. All done. Seeing Ronald's success, Cindy Crawford immediately kept her promise. She was so happy that she walked the runway for this man twice in her pajamas, then sat on Ronald's lap and danced. She always keeps her promises. Cindy, displaying her Midwestern girl style, sensed Ronald's reaction and immediately pulled him up, making 2 more trips early the next morning. An hour later, Ronald returned home to Staten Island and saw Donna eating cake and drinking milk for breakfast. Ronald smelled the cake, went over, and put one in his mouth. It's delicious. Did Tom send this? He remembers to send me a cake every Christmas. Yes, I told my classmates I got a cake from Tom Cruise, but they didn't believe me. Donna wrinkled her nose, then followed the scent of the perfume to Ronald. Your perfume smells really good, it seems new. Go take a shower, my mom's coming soon. Ronald chuckled and quickly went upstairs to shower. Having spent so much time with Cindy, he couldn't smell the perfume on him anymore. When Ronald came downstairs after his shower, Donna was already watching the morning news with Aunt Karen. The president is no longer immune to scandals. In the past month, affected by the Persianget scandal, his approval rating has dropped from 67% to 46%. The characteristic that political commentators always rave about, scandals never seeming to stick to the president, has failed this time. The president himself appointed a commission of inquiry chaired by former Senator John Toole, which will summon the president to Congress to explain whether the release of the Lebanese hostages was due to the private sale of advanced weapons, including two anti-tank missiles, to Persians in exchange for Persians exerting influence over relevant parties in Lebanon. Also summoned are CIA Director William Casey, Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger, National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane, and Assistant Secretary of State Elliot Abrams. Ronald grabbed a few more pieces of Tom Cruise cake and a glass of orange juice. He noticed that his aunt and Donna were focused on the television news and didn't ask about what happened last night. What happened? Why does it seem like the current president's cabinet is being held accountable? Ronald asked. The past few weeks have been busy filming, and I haven't been keeping up with the news much. Didn't you know? Last month, A Lebanese magazine revealed that the reason we were able to retrieve the hostages held at the Lebanese embassy was because we secretly sold advanced weapons to our enemy, Persia. Now everyone's calling this Persiagate, comparing it to the previous Watergate scandal. Donna, a university student, naturally pays close attention to these political events. She recounted to Ronald the details she'd learned from reading the magazine over the past few weeks. Apparently, the American military-industrial complex secretly sold high-tech weapons to the United States enemies, partly to exchange for the Lebanese hostages, and partly to use the proceeds to fund the Conrad anti-government forces in Nicaragua, hoping to overthrow the current government that supports the Zawi League. No wonder he flatly refused when I approached George Jr., wanting to capitalize on the Lebanese hostage release and push the Top Gun narrative. There were so many inside stories. Now that they've been revealed by the media, won't the president be impeached like he was during Watergate? Ronald recalled the incident from a few months ago. George Jr., being from a political family, was certainly in trouble now. Reporters would definitely be coming after him. Wait a minute, Ronald suddenly thought, how would George Jr. know the inside story? Could the vice president also? While stroking his beard, Ronald heard the news again reporting on the president and others testifying before the Towel Committee. When the president was asked, did you authorize the sale of advanced weapons to Persia in exchange for the hostages' release and funding the Conrad anti-government forces in Nicaragua? He first admitted it, then contradicted himself by saying he didn't remember. We find this claim hard to believe. Even if he truly knew nothing about this secret deal, his oversight of his national security advisor and the CIA director was clearly negligent, failing to fulfill the leadership responsibilities expected of a president. Vice President George denied any knowledge of the plan, claiming he only learned of it after seeing news reports that Saudi businessman Jamal Khashoggi, the arms dealer, was selling weapons to the enemies of the United States. He stated that he was deprived of his right to know, that he did not advise the president on whether to support or oppose the plan, and that he was not an insider. An Elephant Party politician who served as CIA director for 4 years, saying he's not an insider in the military-industrial complex. Donna astutely pointed out the absurdity in the vice president's testimony. Aunt Karen shook her head. She had long since given up hope on the hypocrisy of such professional politicians, but seeing her beloved president, who had declared war on the bureaucratic system and vowed to make America great again, involved in such a dishonorable affair was still disappointing. He seemed confused when he answered the questions, as if he didn't know where he was or what questions he was answering. Maybe he really meant it when he said he didn't remember? His subordinates didn't report it to him. Aunt thought for a moment, then found some reasons to say a few good words for the president she supported. Playing dumb, isn't that how politicians are? Donna persisted. Maybe he really doesn't remember. Ronald remembered that when he went to the White House in Camp David, the president seemed to have moments of forgetfulness. He had clearly seen him several times before, but the last time the president saw him, he seemed not to recognize him, and even First Lady Nancy reminded him. As people get older, they tend to forget things. The president is over 70 after all, and he even had surgery last year. Ronald comforted his aunt. Personagate continued to be widely discussed in the media, and the Democratic-controlled Congress began to use this major scandal to launch an attack on the president. For years, the president had been using the method of mobilizing voters to write letters to members of Congress, forcing them to pass the economic reforms he spearheaded. This time, however, the backlash was finally coming back. Whether it was members of the House of Representatives or senators, during the election season, they couldn't win without saying a few words of support for the president or his economic policies. Some challengers even disguised themselves as fans of the president, telling voters that if they were elected, they would vote for the president in Congress. The support for the president posed a significant challenge to those establishment lawmakers. Now it was finally the lawmakers' turn to attack the president. Didn't you claim that the government couldn't solve problems, that the government itself was the problem? It seems that after a few years as president, you've been assimilated by the government. Shouldn't that be addressed? However, this tactic of focusing solely on the president's problems has clearly backfired. Since the president's election, aside from other issues, the economy has indeed developed very well. The American people, considering the increase in income, can actually turn a blind eye to some things. Now those who have made a mess of the economy, those damn Donald Party members are trying again to use this ridiculous nonsense to attack the president to lead them to make money, and for a time, President Ronald S.R.'s approval rating actually rebounded. However, director Ronald J.R. no longer cares about these things. He only made a phone call to George J.R., saying that The Nanny's Adventures was about to start filming in Toronto, Canada, and that his Screen Fund III had provided a lot of support, and Ronald was calling to express his gratitude. Ronald was actually using the film to bring up the per-surrogate issue. What he really wanted to thank was the vice president's family, who were very kind and decisively told Ronald not to. The idea was to use the release of the hostages to promote Top Gun. Otherwise, getting caught up in political infighting, even just being caught by reporters asking sensitive questions, could easily lead to mistakes. Little George understood Ronald's true meaning and said that everything was taken care of. He also hoped that the first investment of the third fund would be a great success. Ronald needed to check on the film set and give him feedback so he could continue to build momentum for the next round of fundraising with Wall Street bankers. After a 2-day holiday, Ronald went to Toronto, Canada ahead of schedule. Most of the Moonstruck crew was still on vacation, while MGM, with top management in disarray and middle management in a state of neglect, coupled with union regulations, Ronald couldn't gather everyone on his own and had to wait until after the new year to resume filming. Coincidentally, besides his own Moonstruck crew, Chris Columbus, making his directorial debut, was also filming his new film The Nanny's Adventures in Toronto. Ronald took advantage of the time difference to visit the Nanny's Adventures crew and fulfill his duties as producer. The Nanny's Adventures crew was doing very well, everything was well prepared, and everyone was ready after the Christmas holidays. The crew had gathered in Toronto, ready to begin filming. Disney under Michael Eisner was efficient and disciplined, showing signs of a resurgence. The architecture and outdoor setups in the Toronto suburbs were largely similar to those in America. On the first day of filming, director Chris Columbus chose an outdoor scene with a very simple shot. Ronald, as producer, also came to the set to oversee things. Columbus was clearly well prepared. The opening shot he used wasn't difficult, a good choice for a young director taking on his first role, starting with something simple and gradually increasing in difficulty. First-time directors often have. There are two mindsets. One is a lack of confidence, unsure if their direction is up to par, so they hope an experienced person can be there to guide them and offer advice when problems arise. The other mindset is the opposite. They've prepared extensively for directing, meticulously considering every detail of the shoot. If a strong-willed producer with directing experience arrives and immediately rejects all their ideas, it becomes very awkward. Art doesn't have absolute right or wrong, everyone has their own perspective. If a producer doesn't respect the director, it severely damages the new director's confidence and authority on set. These two thoughts often intertwine. Sometimes the desire for the producer to come prevails, and sometimes it's better if they don't. All producers and directors have very complex feelings about the start of filming. Ronald smiled at Chris Columbus, who wore glasses. He knew Chris Columbus was the kind of director who had done a lot of preparation. His agent, Richard, had reported to him. He had prepared all the storyboards and done thorough preparation for the sets and locations. In fact, Ronald's confidence in Columbus was perhaps even stronger than his own. Director, something's happened, a production assistant rushed over, interrupting Chris Columbus, who looked at Ronald somewhat awkwardly, unsure how to communicate. What is it? Slow down. At this point, Chris Columbus calmed down and asked the production crew to explain the situation. It turned out that The Nanny's Adventures was being filmed in the Midwestern suburbs of Chicago. Chicago is located in Illinois, a long-established manufacturing hub, where businesses have shrunk significantly due to competition from Japanese companies. Poor profits have led to declining tax revenues. Some areas of Chicago have reached the point where even basic public utilities like public transportation, garbage disposal, and running water are struggling to keep up with budgets. Therefore, the first scene to be filmed today is of Elizabeth Shue, playing the nanny Chris Parker, leading children through streets littered with uncollected garbage. The film crew's set and props department had worked through the night, laying out trash cans, black garbage bags, and prop debris along the street where the trash cans were located. But Toronto isn't Chicago. The city's sanitation department has a very healthy budget. So, at 4 in the morning, before the film crew arrived, sanitation workers cleaned up and removed all the mess the set crew had made the night before. Now, the outdoor set was a very clean and tidy road. Chris Columbus was a little dumbfounded. He scratched his head, unsure what to do, and turned to look at Ronald. At this moment, He absolutely supported the producer on set. "You're the director, handle this yourself." Ronald put his hands behind his back, adopting an attitude of "this is your movie, I don't care." Chris Columbus laughed instead. He'd run into problems on the very first take, a bit too nervous. It wasn't a difficult task, so Columbus found the set and props, mobilized the crew's assistants, and went to find a lot of black garbage bags, placing them on the street to rearrange the mess. Action. Columbus quickly got into character, directing the team of dozens and starting to coordinate. Cut. "Great, let's do another take." Chris Columbus chatted briefly with the director of photography about camera positions, then announced they would continue shooting. "How did I do?" Half an hour of shooting passed quickly. The first scene was completed, and Chris Columbus came over to Ronald to ask about his performance. Now he felt very confident again, hoping Ronald wouldn't interfere with his smooth filming. "You did a great job, I can't think of anything to say." Ronald warmly shook hands with him. Although Columbus hadn't shot on film since graduating from university, his performance today showed that he was still a man with dreams. Chris Columbus gave a shy smile. He had a bit of an academic air about him. On set, he didn't rely on shouting, but he could still convince everyone, thanks to his familiarity with the film industry and thorough preparation. "I only have one thing to teach you, Chris," Ronald said, pleased to see Columbus's confidence. "What is it?" Columbus asked. Ronald led him aside, asked his assistant for a chair, and personally unfolded it for Chris Columbus, placing it on the floor. Then he looked at the name on the back of the chair. Director Columbus's name was prominently listed, even larger than the chairs of the two lead actors beside him. "Roger Coleman once taught me, the most important thing for a director is to have a chair ready, and to sit down whenever you have a spare moment." Ronald pulled Columbus over and gently pressed him into the chair. Really, being a director is really tiring. Without a chair, he quickly became too tired to speak. Then Ronald said to Columbus, "You already possess all the abilities of a director, I understand. So I won't bother you any longer. Give me a call if there's anything you can't handle." Then Ronald turned to the actors and crew and shouted, "This is the director's chair, none of you are allowed to take it." "Ha ha ha!" Everyone burst into laughter. Their eyes filled with even more admiration for Columbus than before. Chapter 772, 402 chapters, The Big, Round Moon. A few days later, on New Year's Day 1987, the second phase of filming for Moonlight Twilight officially began in a Toronto studio. All the indoor scenes were filmed there. After a day of rest, Ronald began to regain his rhythm, free from the interference of union representatives. The most troublesome thing about the union representatives was that some of them strictly adhered to the rules. For example, if the scheduled filming time was up and it was lunchtime, but the crew still had one shot to finish and needed to work overtime before eating, this was a perfectly normal request. The actor's condition was also gradually adjusted to be perfect through each take. If a difficult shot was encountered, it was normal for actors to shoot more than 10 takes. If they were interrupted for lunch, their condition would be nowhere near what it was after the hour of lunch and rest. The union also had its ways of dealing with this, unlike their British counterparts who were rigid and would leave as soon as afternoon tea time arrived, not staying a second longer, even if you were George Lucas. The two screenwriters' unions in the United States have a rule that if overtime is necessary for a take, the director can request an extra 15 minutes. This is a strict rule, and crew members and actors must comply unconditionally. The problem is that 15 minutes is only enough for 1.5 takes. If the lead actor needs touch-ups or to re-establish emotional depth, even one take might not be enough. If you don't finish shooting in the first 15 minutes, then sorry. The second 15 minutes requires the consent of the union representative and the main actors to continue. Moreover, double overtime pay must be paid to continue shooting. If you still haven't finished shooting in the second 15 minutes, then there is a third, final extension. This extension requires triple pay for all crew members that day. Once all 3 extensions are up, regardless of whether your actors are blessed by the god of film and about to shoot a memorable scene, sorry, that's it for today. Filming can continue. Filmmaking is a highly uncertain artistic creation process. Many brilliant shots are solutions found in the midst of actors and crew brainstorming, discussing, and even arguing with each other. Imposing a rigid, office secret work schedule is like forcing Michelangelo to paint the Sistine Chapel ceiling frescoes only during a set time each day. You might get a model of union support, but all the film's brilliance is almost entirely destroyed by this inflexible rule. So, in Toronto, Without the constant interruptions of annoying union representatives, the crew's creative inspiration flowed freely again. Historically, Toronto isn't a traditional filming location. Therefore, MGM's set design team found an empty warehouse on Leslie Street in Toronto and recreated Loretta Castorni's home with her parents. The ground floor had a living room with half a wall removed and a kitchen dining area. The second-floor staircase was also recreated in wood, with carpets and wallpaper typical of Brooklyn, New York. 2 more rooms were replicated from photographs of the old Brooklyn house. Ronald placed various Italian and Greek-style snacks, as well as traditional Canadian kebabs, out of the camera's view, provided with some low-alcohol and carbonated drinks. The aim was to allow the actors to enjoy their favorite snacks during breaks in filming, and if necessary, even have a drink to relax. This arrangement, similar to Broadway rehearsal space, allowed all the actors to relax considerably compared to the 5 weeks of filming in New York. The result of this relaxation was a better grasp of their characters and occasional flashes of inspiration for impromptu lines. Ronald was particularly satisfied with Fedor Shalyapin, who played Loretta's grandfather. Although deaf, he never lost his rhythm when filming scenes with him. That day, they filmed a scene of Loretta returning home for dinner. The old man did nothing but walk his dogs every day. Several of the large dogs were not purebreds, resembling strays he had picked up from the street. However, the old man treated them extremely well, taking them out twice a day to play and feeding them the best meat. His daughter-in-law, Rose, was responsible for all 3 meals a day for the family. That evening, Rose's brother and sister-in-law came over for dinner, and she prepared a delicious ground beef dish for them. Seeing the beef on his plate, the old man, taking advantage of his daughter-in-law's inattention, stood up, walked to the dog cage by the fireplace, and slipped the plate under the cage. The dogs began to eat happily. The old man then pretended nothing had happened and returned to the table, burying his head in the sand. His son, Cosmo, said to his wife, "Rose, I think my father needs a new plate." At that moment, Rose glanced over, while Fedor Shalyapin quickly lowered his head, avoiding his daughter-in-law's gaze. Rose scolded the old man for feeding his homemade food to the dogs, but still took a new plate from the corner of the long table and handed it to his sister-in-law, Rita. Rita was puzzled by the old man's actions, but seeing that Rose didn't complain, she could only wink and add some more beef and vegetables to the old man's plate before handing it over. Cut. Ronald was very pleased with the seamless performance of the main actors in this scene. The closeness and distance between members of this large family were portrayed so naturally by the excellent Broadway actors in the scene of feeding the dogs, making it feel like a real family. After the call to stop, the actors went to rest. Ronald specially asked his assistant to help the 81-year-old Fedor Shalyapin to a sofa prepared for him. As Fedor Shalyapin passed Ronald, he gave him a smug smile. Ronald returned the smile with 2 thumbs-ups, the old man pleased. Turning back, Ronald said to the cinematographer, David Watkins, "Do you know how he acted? I think he's quite deaf. Sometimes I call action and he doesn't even react. But in this shot, Olympia Dukakis, who plays Ross, gives him a look, and he catches it immediately. The rhythm and intensity are perfect. What's his secret? Why don't you ask him yourself?" David Watkins chuckled, joking with Ronald. "Maybe he'll be happy and share his acting secrets with you. Communicating with him is really difficult." Ronald chuckled as well. Fedor Shalyapin was indeed deaf. Sometimes you had to speak very loudly to him. Pay attention to his eyes in the next shot, and you'll see. "That's the benefit of years of acting experience," David Watkins said, not stating it directly but letting Ronald observe for himself. He then found a recliner and took a nap. Once the camera was back in position and the lighting was on, Ronald had his assistant wake David Watkins to continue filming. Rose's brother, Raymond, was played by Louis Gus, a Broadway actor. They were character actors. This is an old term used to describe actors who play supporting roles with distinct personalities. Compared to stars whose characters share similar traits, supporting roles often have diverse personalities, limited screen time, and the ability to convey these contrasting personalities to the audience within that limited time. Louis Gus did a great job. Rose's brother, Raymond, was overjoyed to hear that Loretta hadn't returned from dinner because she was preparing for her wedding. He was worried about his niece, who had been without a home since her husband's unexpected death. Intrigued, Raymond recounted a story from the past. While Cosmo was still dating his sister Rose, Raymond was awakened one night by something. He looked out the window and saw Cosmo standing in the moonlight, seemingly wanting to meet his sister. The moonlight that night was incredibly bright and large, appearing bigger than the house, as if it would crush Raymond's house. Standing beneath the moonlight was Cosmo. Rose enjoyed this story, watching her brother reminisce about his past romance with great pleasure, occasionally glancing at her husband Cosmo. They hadn't been intimate in a long time, and she wondered if this romantic recollection could rekindle her husband's romantic spirit. However, Cosmo wasn't interested. He didn't want to talk about his youthful infatuation with Rose. He had found a lover outside the marriage and felt both ashamed of the past and dissatisfied with his former shyness. So he told his wife's brother, Raymond, that there was definitely no such thing. Raymond must have been dreaming. No, it's not a dream, I'm perfectly lucid. I never told anyone when I was young, but the memory is so vivid. That night you were standing under the pure white moonlight, I remember it so clearly. I was a little angry then, thinking you brought that big, round moon to my house. The moonlight was so bright, shining through the window and waking me up. You must be dreaming. You sleep like a log. Cosmo knew that if they continued talking, Ross would definitely bring up his youthful memories, so he asked his sister-in-law Rita for a glass of red wine, poured himself a large glass, and took a big gulp. It's not a dream, you were clearly under the window in the moonlight. Raymond, like all older people, was particularly stubborn about his youthful memories. I don't want to talk about this. Cosmo took another big gulp of red wine. Then what do you want to talk about? Ross was a little annoyed by Cosmo's impolite attitude towards his brother, and even more annoyed that Cosmo was pretending not to understand. Cosmo seemed afraid to bring up their sweet and romantic memories from their youth. She drank heavily to cover it up, then used the excuse of being drunk to fall asleep easily, showing no interest whatsoever. Why are you drinking so much? Ross was annoyed when she saw Cosmo pouring more red wine into his glass, far exceeding the amount she was supposed to drink for dinner. At that moment, Ronald, behind the camera, turned and stared intently at Fedor Shalyapin, who played the old man. David Watkins reminded him to pay attention to the old man's eyes. Fedor Shalyapin saw Olympia Dukakis, who played Ross, pointing at her husband and gesturing for him not to drink too much, and knew it was time for his scene. He immediately stood up, grabbed the second bowl of beef, and then secretly got up to feed the dog. Old man. If you feed the dog the beef I made for you again, I'll kick you to death. Fedor Shalyapin walked to the doghouse, counted the time, and thought Dukakis's lines were almost finished. He turned back, carefully observing Dukakis's lips, and when they stopped moving, he immediately took the plate back to the table. Fedor Shalyapin feigned a wronged expression, avoiding his daughter-in-law's gaze, and slowly ate his beef with a spoon, pouting. Rose wore an extremely awkward expression. Her brother and sister-in-law were watching her. It was impolite to say such things to the old man, but she dared not voice her complaints about her husband, merely finding a scapegoat. Cut. Ronald burst into laughter. It turned out that Fedor Shalyapin relied on reading the lips of his fellow actors. Decades of stage experience allowed him to pinpoint the pauses in the dialogue, even without hearing the lines, from the lip movements and body language. His experience ensured his rhythm was never wrong, but rather remarkably precise. Bravo! Ronald led the applause. This scene involved multiple people eating, with complex staging, requiring attention to the expressions and reactions of many. Although not as complex as the final scene, it still consumed countless brain cells for him and David Watkins. Fortunately, he had given these Broadway character actors ample time to rehearse, allowing them to fully express themselves and not restricting the performance methods. Their improvisation today was outstanding. The subtle emotions between the multiple actors, building layer upon layer, truly allowed these veteran actors to perfectly showcase their life's work. Oh, several actors were also very excited. They had all been supporting actors on Broadway for decades, and today Ronald gave them the treatment usually reserved for lead actors. It was also the most enjoyable scene they had filmed in years. Olympia Dukakis, Vincent Gardner, who played Cosmo, Louis Gus, who played the brother, and Julie Boyceau, who played the sister-in-law and accent coach, all came up one after another to hug Ronald tightly. They were all amazed that the script was written by an Irish playwright in his 30s, and the director was the exceptionally young Ronald. How could he understand the delicate and restrained emotions that only middle-aged people possess so clearly? Moreover, Ronald did not have any of the arrogance of a Hollywood director, like Hitchcock, treating the actors like livestock. On the contrary, He showed great respect for his Broadway supporting cast, giving them ample time to rehearse amidst the hectic filming schedule and allowing himself room for improvisation. As long as it didn't deviate from the script's original intent, Ronald didn't demand a rigid, flawless execution, but rather respected the improvisational elements of each performance. That's what makes a theatrical performance so moving. I must say, it was truly a pleasure working with you. I hope there are directors like you on Broadway who respect actors so much, Dukakis said excitedly. She had originally joined the production to pay for her child's college tuition, but unexpectedly, she had gained one of the most satisfying filming experiences in recent years. Oh really? I heard Broadway doesn't welcome Hollywood directors, Ronald joked. No, you can do it. You're a really good director, the kind of director we actors are most satisfied with, the kind everyone knows about. But few are lucky enough to have met the so-called actor's director. Vincent Gardner, who plays Cosmo, is very certain. He's won a Tony Award on Broadway and has worked with many Broadway directors and writers. A director like Ronald, who understands actors' abilities, trusts them completely, and makes them shine, is every actor's dream. Okay, enough with the praise, let's move on to the sex scene. Ronald has the camera crew move to two other rooms in the studio where they're filming two sex scenes. One is Cosmo and Ross's sex scene. Olympia Dukakis, wearing a white nightgown, walks in from the bedroom. She looks at her husband Cosmo, who is already asleep in bed, walks to the bedside, and calls his name a few times. Perhaps he's drunk, or perhaps it's intentional, but Cosmo doesn't respond at all. Oh, you've had too much to drink. You don't sleep when you should, and you sleep when you shouldn't, Rose said with a hint of regret. She turned around, intending to go to the other side of the bed to sleep. But as she turned, she was captivated by the moonlight streaming through the window. Tonight's moonlight, just as her brother Raymond had described, was large, round, and bright. The translucent white curtains illuminated the room brightly. Rose slowly walked towards the window, each step so gentle, as if afraid the moonlight would notice and escape. But the moonlight was not stingy with her, gently shining on Rose, giving her white nightgown a touch of the sacred. This lighting arrangement was a masterpiece of cinematographer David Watkins. He placed a Wendy lamp, one of his own inventions, behind the window. The advantage of a Wendy lamp is that it provides parallel light, similar to sunlight and moonlight, so the light on a person's face doesn't change as easily as an electric light source. Rose, played by Dukakis, stared blankly at the moonlight. She slightly parted the curtains with her fingers, and the white moonlight shone on her face. A close-up shot was taken from the side. A wave of grievance and sorrow welled up inside her. Her husband, Cosmo, was definitely having an affair. An Italian woman's intuition was never wrong. But the moonlight still gently comforted her, smoothing away the tears that were about to spill. That's life. What family doesn't have some emotional problems? That's how Italians are. As long as it's for the harmony of the extended family, some things can be ignored. Cut, Ronald exclaimed in admiration. The transitions, the changes in rhythm, the veteran actors had mastered them perfectly. Their familiarity with the script was astounding. Every movement, every line, was just right. He didn't need to guide them at all. Dukakis hadn't fully recovered from the emotional turmoil. She came over and hugged Ronald, whispering her thanks in the director's ear. Thank you, I really enjoyed playing Rose, keep it up. We still have a restaurant scene. I still need your performance. Ronald told the actors to rest and then strolled to a nearby room. There was another bed scene there, between Rose's brother Raymond and sister-in-law Rita. Rita, Louis Gus, who plays Raymond, patted his wife Rita's body repeatedly on the bed. What's wrong? Rita asked groggily, while actress Julie Boyceau looked like she was being woken up. Get up, look at this moon, the one I told you Cosmo brought to our house. Raymond threw back the covers and walked to the window. It was the same Wendy's lamp. This time placed outside the room. Is he downstairs? Louis Gus pretended to look down. Sleeping downstairs, Rita, no longer sleepy, threw back the covers and asked Raymond, Cosmo, what's he doing here? I don't know, Rita suddenly laughed heartily. Raymond, you know what? The look on your face by the window just now, you looked like you were only 25. Hearing his wife's words, Raymond turned around, a wistful smile slowly appearing on his face. He smiled sweetly, slowly, step by step, walking towards the bed. Rita knew Raymond was thinking of his youth. What are you doing? What are you doing? Rita rolled up the covers and turned away. Raymond persisted, trying to turn his wife back. No, no, ha, get out, cut. Another perfect performance. These veteran actors are all highly skilled. Character actors can play different roles, so their grasp of the character, how to present a memorable character with minimal actions and lines, is the culmination of years of experience. For a moment, I thought you two were a couple, Ronald said, embracing the two veteran actors and congratulating them. Those details were amazing. How did you manage to act them out? Haha, Ronald, you'll understand when you get married. Many details are only understood by married couples, Julie Boyceau teased Ronald. The crew then moved to another set room. This was Ronnie's bedroom on the second floor of his bakery, where he and Loretta first met on the same night in the script. Hi, Cher, how's everything? Cher was a big star. She arrived in Toronto last, had the most luggage, and the most entourage. Ronald had to hire many assistants to help her settle in. Not bad. There aren't any good hairstylists here, so I had to bring my own. You'll have to reimburse him for his food, lodging, and airfare. Of course, I've arranged everything. Ronald knew how important celebrities were and had already made all the arrangements. This was a scene under the moonlight. Loretta cooked steak for Ronnie to persuade him to attend her and Johnny's wedding. Ronnie ate with great relish, thinking she was a perfect woman. They drank some whiskey, and Loretta recounted her unfortunate past, while Ronnie remained fixated on losing his hand and his fiancée. Loretta wanted to tell Johnny that everyone has their own misfortunes and advised him not to be so fixated on them. Under the large, round moonlight, these two disillusioned men experienced a surge of emotion and passion. Ronnie was jealous of his brother, who had such a considerate, beautiful, and elegant woman. This woman was constantly telling him he shouldn't give up on himself. Ronnie, feeling resentful after being lectured by Loretta, flipped the table, startling Loretta. Loretta didn't actually love Johnny. She craved a whiff-like masculine allure, which she found in this younger brother. They looked at each other, then suddenly embraced and kissed. Nicolas Cage scooped up Cher and carried her into the inner room, placing her on the bed. I don't care anymore, come on. Cher still made a gesture with her 5 fingers together. She had longed for this kind of purity and desire for a long time, and had never felt it with Johnny. Besides, the moonlight was so beautiful. What about Johnny? Ronnie asked while kissing Loretta. Don't you hate him? Take revenge on him with me, get my heart, and let Johnny only have my body. My heart died before I met you, Ronnie said, looking at Loretta in his arms. Me too, cut. Ronald led everyone in applause. Cage even bowed to the crowd. Bravo, bravo, Ronald praised loudly. Then he turned to the director of photography, David Watkins, and whispered, it's still far from those Broadway character actors, Ronald. The audience can see a macho man kissing Cher. What more could you ask for? Yeah. After filming the 3 sex scenes, they still had to work on the bright moon scene in all 3 scenes, which would be edited together later. David Watkins was prepared, having crafted a large moon out of paper and used small yellow lights to create a parallel lighting effect. In a dark room, props had prepared different backdrops, one featuring the Brooklyn Bridge and the other the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. This old-fashioned filming method was common in Hollywood before the 1950s and is now rare. However, the script described a moon that was occasionally seen, larger than the buildings. Ronald had the second crew shoot several real-life scenes, but they weren't satisfied, so they had to use props to film the large moon. Although it was obviously fake, it didn't feel out of place in such a romantic scene. Action. Ronald had the props set off smoke to simulate rapidly moving clouds around the moon. The background was also softly lit, creating a scene reminiscent of a beautiful woman under the bright moon against a Manhattan skyline, seen from behind the camera. Cut. Change the Brooklyn Bridge backdrop. Ronald watched the busy props team changing the backdrop. The large moon still emitted a pale yellow light, illuminating Ronald's face. In this film, moonlight symbolizes the love and passion between the man and woman, acting as a catalyst for their union. This moon can transport viewers to that romantic state of mind, making the relationship between Loretta and Ronnie seem less abrupt. Therefore, whether the moonlight is romantic is crucial. Looking at the prop moon, Ronald was still quite satisfied with Watkins's work. It really is a big, round, and romantic moon. Chapter 773, Chapter 403, at this very moment. Filming progressed quickly. That day, the lead actress, Cher was finally getting a new hairstyle. Cher played Loretta, a dull, uninteresting, and conservative widow in the first half of the film. She often wore all black. Her hair, though slightly gray, was never dyed, and she simply wore a hairstyle common among elderly Italian women. Her clothes were also very conservative, predominantly black, with black boots, giving her an utterly unappealing appearance. However, after a passionate night with a testosterone-fueled Ronnie, her instincts as a beautiful woman awakened. Ronnie refused to let Loretta marry Johnny and then cut all ties. The next morning, he expressed his feelings, only to be slapped across the face by Loretta. Ronnie, played by Nicolas Cage, still insisted on continuing his relationship with Loretta, only to be slapped across the face again by Cher. "Wake up," he said. A moment of passion could not withstand the rational thinking of a middle-aged woman. The next morning, Loretta felt she couldn't face Johnny to tell him everything that had happened, and she didn't believe that Ronnie, who was much younger than her, could be her life partner. She wanted to wake him up and let this night remain a sweet memory for both of them. But Ronnie wasn't willing to give up. He offered to take Loretta to see Puccini's opera La Bohème. He promised to let her go and attend her and Johnny's wedding if she agreed to go with him, as if nothing had happened. Ronnie was confident. Going to the opera was a very formal social activity in Italy, and it evoked dramatic emotional reactions. Some people were naturally romantic and would be passionately moved by the opera, doing things they wouldn't normally do. Others, however, didn't react strongly to the opera, listening to it as just classical music without any extraordinary emotional response. Italian culture inherently possessed this romantic and passionate gene, often belonging to the former group. Although Loretta knew this was unreliable, her woman's intuition led her to agree. For someone of Italian descent, attending an opera is a big deal. Loretta saw a hair salon on the street and, on a whim, went inside. This was a very interesting transformation scene. Ronald felt that romantic films all needed such a process, where the less noticeable ugly duckling, with the help of friends and professionals, transforms into a swan. Because initially, the audience's impression is formed by the protagonist's makeup and appearance, this makeover not only amazes the male lead, Ronnie, but more importantly, it amazes the audience as well. "I need my own hairstylist, Ronald. And a manicurist, a makeup artist." Cherry began making many demands after arriving on set. "But this requires acting. Can your hairstylist act?" Ronald was also bewildered by the star's demanding requirements regarding his appearance. You can't say Cherry's demands were excessive. She had already sacrificed her image and played the ugly duckling in the first half of the film for the artistic effect. This transformation wouldn't allow her to dress up beautifully according to her own preferences, which would be a waste of the effort put into casting her as the female lead, as it was originally intended for some of Zouir's fans. However, her request was somewhat troublesome in terms of execution. This scene required filming Loretta's hair dyeing, perming, manicuring, eyebrow shaping, makeup, and a series of other actions. Some of the hairstyling and makeup processes needed to be shown on screen. Zouir insisted on having a dedicated team to do this, which would make the scene segmentation during filming very complicated. "Here's what we'll do. I'll give you a close-up, only showing the more beautiful left half of your face, with a camera only showing 3/4 of your face. Then, your official makeup artist and hairstylist will handle it, so that only their hands are on screen, preventing them from ruining the shot due to nervousness. As for the other shots, these are still the same actors who have been confirmed. I'll edit them together in post-production." Zouir discussed it with her personal team and agreed to Ronald's method. She first restored her hair to its original black color, and then had her favorite personal hairstylist start steaming her hair to restore its big, wavy style. Ronald and cinematographer David Watkins, who were good friends, watched from the sidelines. They exchanged a glance and went outside for a smoke, casually complaining about how demanding celebrities were. "You're very lucky," Ronald said. "Cher is one of the less demanding stars. I once filmed a romantic movie where the lead actress arrived and acted strangely. The director and I thought something terrible had happened to her, that she'd had a falling out with her film producer husband and was going to divorce him and leave the set. She spent 2 hours in the trailer and still wasn't in character. The director and I went up to check on her to see if we could still film that day. It turned out the actress said it was because her dog had suddenly died the night before." "That's because you didn't see her behavior beforehand," Ronald said, exhaling a puff of smoke. Cher had caused a scene on David Letterman's late-night talk show, and during script readings, She brought a bagel-making boyfriend, almost angering a group of Broadway's supporting actors. Luckily, I managed to get her new boyfriend to come to Toronto through MGM, otherwise our situation would be several times more difficult. We've been filming in Toronto for several weeks now, and I find the filming incredibly boring. A few long shots, a few close-ups, and not much dramatic conflict with the other characters. So far, the only dramatic conflict I remember vividly is slapping Nick Cage twice, in the studio. In the interior set of a hair salon, Cher was chatting with Olympia Dukakis, who plays her mother, complaining about director Ronald's lack of attention to her scenes. And Ronald never directs my acting. He never tells me how to act, he always lets me find my own feeling. Then he'll say, "You acted very well. Now let's try a different way of acting, and do it again." That's because he respects the actor's performances. After all, the character is brought to life through the actor's performances. Olympia Dukakis pursed her lips. While she had opinions about Cher's acting, she knew she was just a supporting actress and shouldn't bring her personal opinions into the professional work of the crew. Ronald is a good director who is tolerant and understanding of actors. Cher hadn't directed many films, so she didn't realize how difficult it was to find a director like him. Her previous 2 films were collaborations with renowned Hollywood directors. The Skywood Affair was directed by Michael Nichols, who also directed The Graduate, and The Mask was directed by Peter Bogdanovich. Both directors knew that Cher's character had a weakness in acting, so they often personally guided her on how to act in certain scenes. If necessary, they would use short takes to edit together the parts of her performance that were acceptable. However, on Broadway, a play is performed from beginning to end without the convenience of retakes. Cher was going to act in a play, and her acting skills still needed further training. One of Ronald's strengths as a director was that he gave actors room for improvisation. He encouraged them to have some inspiration within the context of the scene. Acting rigidly according to the script might get you an 80 or 90 out of 100, but to elicit a genuine reaction from your co-stars and achieve a perfect score, a little improvisation is essential. Actors are a very sensitive group of people, and Ronald never criticized them, always carefully protecting their confidence. Only when they felt comfortable could they have room to perform exceptionally well. Cher's rigid expectations of Ronald were a reflection of her own poor acting skills. Real actors, like those who had worked on Broadway for years, could analyze characters and devise suitable performance methods from scratch when they received a script. They didn't need a director's specific guidance. "Everyone says Ronald is amazing, but I don't see it at all," Cher said, beginning to doubt Ronald. Could this film really be as successful as he claimed? Did we mess up the filming? Will nobody watch it after it's released? I can already imagine what the critics will say. No, Dukakis was annoyed by her words. He had thoroughly enjoyed acting in this film. It would definitely be good. Action. Finally, when everything was ready, a steaming white towel was placed over Cher's head. Then her personal hairstylist removed the towel, revealing long, straight hair cascading down her forehead. The hairstylist parted the hair and began to style it. A close-up shot focused on Cher's more attractive left profile, as her hairstylist used tweezers to pluck a few stray hairs from the space between her eyebrows. "Ah!" Cher cried out in pain. "Cut. Very good, very good. Let's try a different approach now, let's do another take." Oh, Cher really had 2 eyebrows plucked and returned to her chair. Filming continued, and apart from Cher's scenes, the others' coordination became increasingly seamless. Ronald knew that Cher's acting skills were insufficient compared to Dukakis and the others. She couldn't be the core of the drama. Although she was the protagonist, in the dramatic conflict, she was a supporting character. The entire family actually revolved around the mother, Rose, played by Dukakis. But he couldn't let Cher act haphazardly, otherwise, her scenes with the other supporting actors would appear very jarring. A mediocre actor suddenly appearing among a group of veteran actors would disrupt the rhythm and settle emotions, dragging down the entire film. Ronald had no choice but to try to separate Cher's scenes into individual shots, minimizing her appearances with other family members, and then compensate with editing techniques. "This won't work," David Watkins worried. "What about the final scene?" "I can't help it," Cher even said. "There's the pressure of the shooting schedule. I can't stop and wait for Cher to finish training her acting. I have to use whatever I have." This approach made Cher even more skeptical of Ronald's abilities. She felt this shooting method was too simplistic, as she was always facing the camera alone. A long shot of her walking, then a medium shot, a close-up, then a close-up of a reaction, then back to an over-the-shoulder shot of dialogue. Compared to the two great directors he had worked with, Ronald's approach seemed less distinctive. Peter Bogdanovich always used classic film clips to guide his acting. Michael Nichols excelled at letting his actors improvise. Ronald? He used quite a lot of cuts. Oh my, Cher walked out of the hair salon, and two young Italian extras whistled at her. After her makeover, especially with her new long, wavy hair, high heels, and dress, Loretta's feminine charm finally began to shine through. The filming days passed, and finally, the wrap-up stage arrived. This was the most important ensemble scene in the film. All the clues were heading down a path of no return, and everything had to be resolved during a family breakfast. Therefore, there was no room for shortcuts. Cher had to be with the others, all within the frame at the same time. Ronald's pressure was mounting. This long breakfast scene was the most crucial scene in the entire film. If it wasn't filmed well, the movie would collapse. Action, cut, cut. You're in the frame, cut, cut. It's not your turn to move yet, cut. The boom is in. On the morning of the shoot, several takes didn't work. This scene is a showdown for everyone, the heart of the drama. It begins with Loretta confessing her love for her brother Ronnie, then Ronnie's visit to the family, and finally, the grandfather pressuring the father, Cosmo, to pay for his daughter's wedding. Then, the mother, Rose, exposes the father's affair. Just as everyone is resolving their conflicts, Loretta's fiancé, Ronnie's brother Johnny, returns from Italy. When no one knows how to tell him that Loretta won't marry him, Johnny unexpectedly announces he's calling off the engagement. The drama revolves around these characters, and once the actors are in character, their performances become unrestrained, rendering the original camera angles and shot composition unsuitable. After several unsuccessful takes, Ronald decides to stop filming and give everyone a half-hour break. You all go out first, let me think about this alone. After all the actors and crew have left, Ronald sighs deeply, wondering how to film this. Having filmed this kind of ensemble scene requiring precise control of movement, Ronald understands why directors consider dinner scenes the biggest challenge. The tension between multiple characters, to be conveyed in a single long take, requires not only flawless acting but also exceptional directing skills. If all else fails, try a shortcut to a close-up, David Watkins said to dejected Ronald, remaining in the room. No way, Ronald replied, covering his face. The overall tone of this film is medium-length shots of a few seconds to a dozen seconds. If the climactic scene at the end suddenly disrupts the editing rhythm, the audience will be pulled out of the story. Ronald faced a major challenge in his directing career. For the first time on set, he didn't know how to shoot. There's only one way to make it good, David Watkins said. A Briton, he had seen many theatrical performances in London's West End. You have to direct this scene like a play, have them rehearse until they're comfortable before filming. That way, I can re-edit the storyboards on set based on their most comfortable movements, preventing interference between the camera and the actors. Rehearsal, rehearsal, Ronald muttered to himself for half a minute. That's it, Ronald called everyone in and announced his decision. Rehearsals continued until everyone was emotionally engaged and familiar with their roles. Then, camera positions and storyboards were set up based on their most comfortable routes. The scene was rehearsed as a play first. Once it passed the stage play auditions, the camera would be brought in for filming. Wait, it's getting late. Let's stop here and continue tomorrow morning. Rehearsals had lasted all day, and Ronald was nearing despair. He even considered Watkins' first suggestion to use film editing techniques to get by. During rehearsals, Cher was demanding. Having worked with Oscar-winning directors like Peter Bogdanovich and Michael Nichols, she was uncomfortable with Ronald's approach of emphasizing actors' own understanding and performance rather than providing acting guidance. Throughout the play, she frequently interrupted rehearsals, demanding Ronald instruct her on how to act. Ronald patiently explained, but often after rehearsals resumed, Cher would stop again, demanding acting guidance. Even the Broadway character actors were exhausted. Especially Fedor Shalyapin, who played the old man, needed rest at 81. Ronald had no choice but to end rehearsals. For the first time since entering the industry, Ronald was behind schedule while filming a movie. The next morning, after the actors arrived, rehearsals continued. Cheryl's dissatisfaction with Ronald was evident on her face. She felt her performance was poor mainly because Ronald's guidance was insufficient. Meanwhile, the Broadway character actors and supporting cast, led by Olympia Dukakis, strongly supported Ronald, believing that the best directors were those who focused on achieving their desired effect without dictating the performance style, allowing actors some leeway. The stars and actors actually started arguing about whether Ronald was a good director. Olympia Dukakis was very dissatisfied with Cheryl's repeated disrespect towards Ronald. As noon approached, she couldn't hold back any longer and directly rebuked Cher. Even if Ronald is a novice director making his first film, as an actress, you should respect his position. Besides, he's a very talented and gifted director. He's the kind of director actors dream of meeting. It's our good fortune to have met him. You can't talk to a director like that, so condescendingly. HMPH, do you think I haven't worked with famous directors? Let me tell you, my first 2 films were directed by Oscar-winning directors. It's not like I haven't met good directors. Besides, film is an art form for stars. This isn't a Broadway theater. HMPH. Both actresses were getting angry, and they started arguing about acting skills, professionalism, and what constitutes respect for a director. Aren't you going to stop them? Cinematographer David Watkins quietly tugged at Ronald. I don't want to stop them. They're bound to argue sooner or later anyway. Ronald realized that the two had long disliked each other. Essentially, this was a difference in attitude between actors and stars towards the film industry. If we don't get to a conclusion today, I'm not feeding them. Ronald couldn't stand the lack of progress in the rehearsals anymore. Whether they argued or talked things out, they needed to reach a consensus on the dialogue and performance for this scene so he could continue filming. Okay, I'll go eat first, then go to sleep. Call me when they're done arguing. David Watkins strolled out leisurely. Several Broadway male actors simply handed water to the two actresses. They were used to arguments over artistic differences on Broadway, and this heated exchange was actually a good thing, if both sides prioritized the drama. Nicolas Cage, who had spoken up for Ronald the day before and suffered a setback with Cher, remained silent, simply watching from the sidelines. This made the argument even more intense, with everyone having their own opinions on the scene. However, the two seemed to show no signs of stopping. In fact, it seemed they had really gotten into a heated argument. When Cher was criticized for her acting, she blurted out that Dukakis had been on Broadway for so many years without ever landing a lead role. Meryl Streep, who entered Broadway later than Cher and co-starred with her in the previous Scott Wood affair, was already an Oscar-nominated actress. Dukakis, enraged, retorted that Cher was just a has-been singer with little understanding of filmmaking. A film only needed one good shot. He cited her performance in the Savoy affair, where she was cut into numerous short shots, implying that director Bogdanovich hadn't told him it was due to her poor acting. Fedor Shalyapin, playing the grandfather, was severely deaf but could read live movements. Seeing the two women arguing increasingly fiercely, he couldn't stand it anymore. In his long career, he had witnessed many arguments, even fights, arising from artistic disagreements. In this film, everyone was enjoying themselves, and the two actresses got along well. There was no need for it to escalate to this. Fedor Shalyapin stood up and gestured for them to stop. No one listened. Fedor Shalyapin, in desperation, slammed his fist on the table, and everyone finally stopped. Let's have a verbal discussion, not a physical one. Cheryl and Dukakis, startled by the loud bang of Fedor Shalyapin's table slamming, froze, their argument ceasing. They looked at each other. What had started as a discussion about the scene's direction had somehow escalated into a heated argument. The advice of an 80-year-old actor should be heeded. The two sat down at the table, looking at each other. The old man's words silenced the argument, and the other actors fell silent as well. Suddenly, everything was still. Ronald had a sudden epiphany. He immediately realized the situation was remarkably similar to the breakfast scene. Everyone had revealed their deepest secrets at the breakfast table. Shocked that others knew their secrets, each family member apologized for their past. Then they forgave each other, and the extended family was reunited. This was how Italian-American families resolve their conflicts, laying everything bare at the dinner table. Family members all have weaknesses, which are brutally torn apart at the dinner table, but in the end, eating their mother's cooking together, they still trust each other and move forward. David, Ronald suddenly shouted, David, come quick. David Watkins rushed in. Quickly, this is perfect timing. There's no time for storyboarding, don't waste this opportunity. Get the camera in position. Lights. Sound recordist. Script supervisor. Makeup artist, Ronald yelled. Calling everyone back. Let's start filming immediately. Chapter 774, 404 chapters, The Favor of the God of Cinema. Cher wore a black coat, revealing sexy black stockings, and red high heels adorned with red sequins. Combined with her long, wavy black hair and her more defined features enhanced by makeup, she was a classic example of a dark-haired beauty. Cher's facial features were perfectly suited for film. While her high cheekbones might be interpreted as harsh, the combination of eyeshadow and blush made them ideal for cinematic lighting, creating a striking three-dimensional effect. Her face naturally possessed shadows, requiring only a single light source, eliminating the need for complex lighting effects. All images on the movie screen are flat. The human brain needs to process and reconstruct the three-dimensional image of a face. The more sculpted a facial feature, the more attractive it is to the viewer's brain. Furthermore, the sophisticated lighting used in film production places far higher demands on actors to look beautiful on the big screen than on television. In a sense, an actor's suitability for the big screen is a matter of being chosen by the god of cinema. Only actors favored by the god of cinema have the potential to play leading roles. Cher struck a dance pose and turned into the frame from off-camera. She resembled Mimi, the protagonist of the opera La Bohème, deeply immersed in love. Olympia Dukakis entered the frame from another angle. David Watkins, as expected of a superb cinematographer, quickly arranged several cameras from different angles based on the rehearsal results, capturing the story unfolding around the long dining table from various perspectives. He also cleverly concealed the cameras so they wouldn't film other cameras. Sometimes, the blind spot was just a tiny space, only a few centimeters wide, but Watkins quickly found the best angle based on experience. The actors, still caught up in the earlier argument, could immediately transition into filming mode. "God, what happened to you?" The mother, Rose, seeing her daughter dancing wildly by herself, waving a scarf, couldn't help but ask the existential question. "I really don't know where to begin." Cher, playing Loretta, pulled out a chair and sat down at the table. "Your hair looks different too." Her mother, Rose, keenly noticed Loretta's change. "Mom, everything's different." Loretta had found true love while watching the opera last night, Ronnie, the one with the wooden hand. "Are you drunk?" Rose poured her daughter a hot coffee. "No, are you drunk?" Cheryl still harbored resentment towards Dukakis, and this question perfectly captured Loretta's romantic feelings after finding true love, coupled with a dissatisfaction towards anyone who doubted her. "No, but I have a hangover." Rose, like her husband Cosmo, had used alcohol to numb herself to fall asleep next to her cheating husband last night. "Where's Dad?" Loretta hadn't yet snapped out of her reverie. Upstairs, Rose poured herself another coffee. "Johnny Camarelli came last night." "What?" "He's not in Sicily." Loretta could no longer remain calm. She wasn't prepared to tell Johnny about everything with his brother, Ronnie. Johnny was supposed to wait until after his seriously ill mother's funeral before returning to New York to marry Loretta. Loretta still had time to figure out how to explain things to Johnny. Suddenly realizing she was about to face her fiancé Johnny, Loretta felt a surge of emotion and stood up. She hadn't even enjoyed a few hours of romantic bliss before the impending conflict terrified her. "He's not in Sicily. He came yesterday and chatted with everyone." "Impossible. He's in Sicily. His mother is dying, and he's there with her in her final moments," Loretta shouted vehemently in denial. People often deny facts when suddenly faced with something they can't accept. Loretta was very agitated and wanted to argue, to deny that Johnny had returned to New York. "No, he's back." "Impossible. He's in Sicily with his dying mother. His mother is better." "Impossible. She was seriously ill and dying." "It's a miracle," Ross said calmly. She hadn't completely shaken off the conflict with Cher. Her nonchalant tone was like that of a master actor watching an amateur singer trying to act, and even being unreasonable. "Miracle? Miracle my foot. This is the modern era. There are no miracles anymore." Cher seemed to be retorting to the so-called master actor, saying that in filmmaking, you only need to get one take right. While raising her voice and arguing with her mother, Loretta quickly grabbed a napkin from the table and started wiping her lipstick off. If Johnny came this morning, she didn't want him to find out about her affair with Ronnie. I think Sicily is still keeping to its old ways. It hasn't entered any modern era." Dukakis watched Cher's exasperated performance, slowly sat down, and answered calmly. "If you're good at acting, you don't need to put on such a show. He came directly from the airport. He wants to talk to you." Placing the coffee on the corner of the table, Her mother, Rose, looked at her daughter's deliberate makeup and already understood what was going on. "You have a love bite on your neck." Dukakis's voice suddenly rose. "What are you doing?" "Johnny's coming over this morning to talk to you." Cher, playing Loretta, jumped in surprise and looked at her reflection in the cupboard glass. Tisk, Ronald watched the whole scene from behind the camera. Indeed, the best performance is a natural one. Everyone's emotions had been built up during the morning's argument. There was no need for any mental preparation. The vivid emotions from their memories flowed effortlessly. Of course, Cher's performance was still a little lacking. Dukakis's speech was both emotional and rhythmic, each sentence perfectly timed at emotional turning points. Their rigorous Broadway training had made their delivery of lines exceptionally strong. "What the hell are you doing? You flushed your bright future down the toilet yourself." Dukakis became increasingly agitated, spreading her hands, palms up, and waving them up and down to reinforce her argument. "Quickly cover up the damn love bite mark. Cover it up with foundation, put on some makeup, okay, you have to help me." Cher pulled out a fluffy nightgown from behind the door, preparing to change out of her sexy outfit. Ring, suddenly the doorbell rang. The mother and daughter looked at each other, wondering if it was Johnny. "Oh, I'll go change, you go open the door," Cher said to Dukakis. Ring, the doorbell rang repeatedly outside. "Go open the door, Mom." Cher picked up her nightgown and went into the inner room. Up, Dukakis, playing the mother Rose, shook her head repeatedly, making meaningless comments about her daughter's infatuation, indicating her disapproval. Cut. Ronald was actually not very satisfied with Cher's performance. She hadn't consistently portrayed the panic of the protagonist, Loretta, when faced with this situation. Cher herself was a big star, so of course she wouldn't panic at all over such a small matter. But Loretta was just a small accountant, making a living by doing part-time accounting for Italian-American small business owners among her relatives and friends. Being caught red-handed by her fiancé would naturally make her even more nervous. But it didn't matter, Ronald thought. This kind of emotional state was rare, he should waste time on such trivial details. The scene was packed with plot twists, requiring multiple characters to undergo dramatic reversals within just a few minutes, keeping the audience on the edge of their seats. It was best to overlook Cheryl's minor flaws, at least her previous performances had been quite good. Next scene, Ronald quietly told the crew. Nicolas Cage appeared at the doorway, peering through the glass. Rose, the mother, saw that it wasn't Johnny, but another handsome Italian-American man, younger than her daughter. She knew what had happened. She opened the door and shouted to her daughter, "Not Johnny." Loretta opened the door, tilting her head as she came out. She had changed into comfortable, casual home outfit and socks. "Oh, it's Ronnie," Loretta sighed in relief. Nicolas Cage, playing Ronnie, sported a slicked-back hairstyle, his hair still sticking up a bit defiantly. His carefully chosen black trench coat made him look very handsome. "Is Johnny here?" Ronnie asked Loretta inside. "Not now, but he'll be here soon." Loretta felt a little relieved to see her lover arrive. "Good, now that he's here, we'll lay everything out on the table and make things clear." HMPH, looking at the two of them, their mother, Rose, was 7 or 8 parts certain of her suspicions. "Hi, I'm Ronnie, Johnny's brother, nice to meet you." Ronnie extended his hand to his mother, Rose, who was blocking the way in the corridor. "I'm Rose Castorni, Loretta's mother, nice to meet you." Rose ignored Ronnie, grabbing his trench coat collar to examine his neck. "You have a love bite mark too." "Oh." Loretta clutched her head. Rose had seen right through Ronnie in a flash. "Your mother is better now," Rose said, going to prepare oatmeal porridge, and incidentally telling her the news of her mother's miraculous recovery. "Ah, that's good, even though I'm not very close to him." You have to go, you can't stay here today." Loretta pushed Ronnie away. She didn't want to face her fiancé Johnny and her lover Ronnie directly. "I'm here to meet your family today," Ronnie had thought carefully before coming to Loretta's house. "Who wants oatmeal?" His mother, Rose, was preparing breakfast. "I'll have some." Ronnie pushed Loretta aside, walked to the table, and took off his coat. When it came to his other hand, the prosthetic hand made it inconvenient to remove the sleeve, so he used his teeth to hold the cuff off. Tisk, Ronald admired inwardly. Nicolas Cage had been inspired by a group of veteran actors. This little gesture perfectly suited Ronnie Camara's identity as someone with a wooden prosthetic hand. Acting is about acting out reactions, Frequently acting alongside excellent actors makes it difficult for talented actors not to improve. In acting, the effect of example far surpasses that of verbal instruction. The camera panned down the hallway, and Vincent Gardner, playing the father, Cosmo, walked in wearing a white shirt. This is where the difficulty of the scene lies. The characters enter the kitchen one by one, eating and chatting around the table. It's very much like the actors entering the stage through the entrance door. As the number of actors increases, the drama itself becomes more complex. Maintaining focus on only 2 or 3 characters, preventing audience attention from being overloaded, and ensuring a smooth viewing experience requires considerable skill from both the director and the actors. Cosmo sat down at one end of the long table, looking at Ronnie, scrutinizing the young man's wooden prosthetic hand. Then he looked at his daughter, Loretta. He had drunk quite a bit the night before and wasn't immediately clear about their relationship. Loretta didn't dare look at her father, keeping her head down and remaining silent. Cosmo had no choice but to ask Ronnie, "Are you Ronnie?" "Johnny's brother." "Yes, nice to meet you. I'm Ronnie Cameri, in Toronto, Canada." Without representatives from the Cinematographers Union supervising the set, the rule that the director of photography couldn't operate the camera himself was ignored. Cinematographer David Watkins stepped in himself, zooming in with a super close-up of Vincent Gardner's face as Cosmo. He used the zoom lens not for any zoom effect, but because the scene was crucial, and to save time, he wanted to prevent the actor's emotions from cooling down during shot changes. Zooming in and out allowed for shots at different focal lengths, essentially using a zoom lens as a prime lens. Vincent Gardner's acting was superb. He appeared stunned, but quickly grasped the relationship between the two. He had run into his daughter while attending the opera with his lover the previous day. He just hadn't expected that his daughter's lover was actually her fiancé's brother. Rose, the mother, brought oatmeal to everyone. Loretta, feeling the strange look from her father, couldn't stand it anymore. "Don't look at me like that, Dad. Keep going, keep this up." Ronald, behind the camera, was incredibly excited. He felt this shoot was divinely inspired, as if the god of film had accidentally opened his eyes and looked down into this Toronto studio. The shot was exceptionally good. He hoped the next actor would maintain it. If it were a continuous long take, that would be amazing. The actor's emotions would flow smoothly, and the audience's viewing experience would be much better. "Hi, good morning, Dad." Rose heard her grandfather, the old man, coming downstairs. Fedor Shalyapin, playing the old man, looked dissatisfied as he slowly walked into the kitchen and found his seat. "What's wrong, Dad?" Cosmo, the father, noticed his father's unusual state and asked what was wrong. "I'm old. When you're old, people dislike you. Even if you speak, no one takes you seriously." Another camera was shooting from a slightly upward angle, facing the old man directly. Fedor Shalyapin, shot from a low angle, is quite spirited, striking a pose befitting an old man. "Son, I have to say something. You have to pay for your only daughter's wedding. Your arrogance is ruining your family. That's all I have to say." He then pulls out a chair and sits down. This is the first unexpected twist in the scene. No one expected that in the end, it would be the slightly senile grandfather who would stand up for his granddaughter, using an old man's dignity to persuade his stingy son to agree to pay for her wedding. He hadn't even paid for Loretta's first wedding. "It's all right, Dad, I agree. If Loretta gets married, I'll cover all the wedding expenses." Vincent Gardner's face looks somewhat comical on camera. Cosmo's character is shrewd. He's just figured out his daughter's relationship with Ronnie and knows that Loretta and Johnny's marriage is likely to be called off, so his words are harmless. Who would want to marry their unfortunate widow daughter? Cheryl, playing Loretta, made a face at her father, Cosmo. She knew what he was thinking, but she was still happy to agree to her grandfather's request. For a moment, she felt that being Castorni was worthwhile. "Bravo, that makes sense now. Good, good." Grandpa was overjoyed, happy for his granddaughter Loretta and thrilled that someone would listen to him. Mother Rose served Grandpa a bowl of oatmeal, then sat at the other end of the long table, preoccupied, opposite her husband, Cosmo. While everyone was engrossed in eating their oatmeal, perhaps because of Cosmo's earlier concession to his father, or perhaps because of her daughter's question, Mother Rose frowned as she looked at the large family. Then, she clasped her hands together and, unexpectedly, asked her husband, Cosmo, a question that seemed to spring into her life. "Am I a good wife, Cosmo?" The husband, looked up in surprise, wondering why Rose had suddenly asked this. Of course, Rose got the answer she wanted, a slight smile appearing on her face before she regained her composure and, word by word, uttered the request she had long wanted to make, "I hope you will never see her again." The sounds of everyone scooping oatmeal from their plates with metal spoons suddenly ceased. Cameras on either side of the table captured Loretta and Ronnie's reactions. Loretta covered her head. She had spoken with her mother, Rose, at church, and Rose had mentioned knowing about Cosmo's affair. Ronnie, on the other hand, looked curious. It seemed the Castorni family's situation was no less chaotic than the Camarelli family's. Another camera focused on the old man at the other end of the table. Fedor Shalyapin was severely deaf. He hadn't heard Dukakis's lines at all. But everyone's reactions clearly told him that things had progressed to that point. He glanced to his left at Cosmo's reaction, then to his right at Rose's. The old man still needed his children's care, so he dared not speak and quickly lowered his head to drink his porridge. Ronald watched his father Cosmo's reaction, his performance impeccable. Rose neither asked Cosmo if he had a lover, nor who his lover was, how they met, or what they planned to do, questions only a vulgar woman would ask. Rose was very clever. After using the question of whether she was a good wife to corner her husband Cosmo, she directly stated her demand: Cosmo must never see that woman again. Usually, a husband caught cheating would either deny it, or simply find fault with his wife. But Cosmo had just said Rose was a good wife, leaving no such options. The expression on his face was less one of embarrassment and more one of shock. A mix of emotions surged onto his chubby face. Actor Vincent Gardner slowly stood up, looking at his wife's distressed face. Bang! He suddenly slammed his hand on the table. He had once been proud of his arrangement, a lover outside and a wife at home, perfectly planned. In the end, Rose knew everything, and every move he made was under her control. The old man was startled by his son's slap and fell backward in surprise. It wasn't the sound that startled him, but rather that Cosmo's hand had landed right next to his rice bowl. Fedor Shalyapin, his back to the camera, was a master of theatrics. After his initial surprise, unable to make out what was being said, he leaned back and continued eating his porridge. Tisk, Ronald scoffed. Even his back view could steal the show. Okay, Cosmo slammed his hand on the table, but his voice was soft. You still have to go to church to confess. Rose's face beamed with triumph. Her husband had promised to break off contact with his lover and go to church to confess his sins. In Italian culture, this was tantamount to a full admission of wrongdoing and a promise to never linger with that woman again. Cosmo shook his head and smiled bitterly. Men eventually realize that their lives are built on nothingness. Who could have known that yesterday's dream of one at home and another outside would be shattered like a piece of paper today? Olympia Dukakis's face suddenly became extremely agitated, tears welled in her eyes, and her chin trembled slightly with emotion. Rose, pausing between clenched teeth, finally spoke her heart. Your life isn't built on nothingness, TMO, Italian for I love you. Rose's voice trembled slightly as she uttered the Italian vow of love. Anch'io TMO, I love you too, Cosmo, hearing his wife's tearful declaration, felt a surge of emotion, as if he were back in his youth, standing outside her apartment building. He then blew Rose a kiss, his voice trembling with emotion. Rose sensed her husband's sincerity and held back the tears that threatened to spill. Meanwhile, Loretta, played by Cher, hadn't expected this unexpected turn of events. What was supposed to be her problem suddenly became her parents' arrival. She rolled her eyes and looked at Ronnie beside her. Ronnie immediately gave her a TMO look, which made Loretta roll her eyes again. Love was there, but what about Johnny? The doorbell rang again. It's Johnny, I'll go answer the door. Loretta covered her face, she had to face it eventually. I'll talk to him and explain. Ronnie, feeling sorry for his partner, went to open the door. No, I'll go. Loretta told Ronnie to sit down, and looked at her father, Cosmo. How am I supposed to tell Johnny? The old man was still looking at his family members with a puzzled expression, moving his mouth as if to speak, but unable to say anything, so he just lowered his head and continued drinking his porridge. To be honest, Loretta, they'll find out sooner or later, her father, Cosmo, said to his daughter based on his own experience. Oh, you're right, TMO, Dad, TMO, my little biscuits. Loretta was about to open the door when she found it already open, and standing there were her Uncle Raymond and Aunt Rita. They looked at Loretta, as if something big had happened. Aunt Rita looked at Loretta as if she had committed some serious crime. Is there anything you want to tell us, dear? Loretta looked puzzled. No, what is it? Uncle Raymond glanced at his wife, deciding to give his niece another chance. We just got back from the bank, so. Loretta still looked puzzled. Oh, my God, I forgot to deposit the cash from your shop. Loretta pulled out the cash from her bag. She was the accountant for her aunt and uncle's small shop, and yesterday was the day she was supposed to deposit the cash at the bank. She had been on her way to get her hair done and then had a date with Ronnie that evening, forgetting about it. God, thank goodness, her money is still there. Uncle and aunt walked towards Ross. Yesterday was a really strange day. We never doubted you, but yesterday was really strange. Sit down and have some coffee. The family realized it was a misunderstanding and, like Italians, gestured exaggeratedly to express their unnecessary worries. Aunt Rita, observant, noticed the strange expressions on everyone's faces. So what are we doing? Waiting for someone? Waiting for Johnny? Her mother Ross told her. Rita saw Ronnie, then looked at Loretta, and knew the problem lay with this young man. This is Johnny's brother, Ronnie Camarelli, Ross hinted to his sister-in-law, Rita. Oh, hello, I'm Rita Capomagi. Rita noticed the unusual relationship between him and her niece. She looked at Ross with a questioning gaze. Wasn't your daughter engaged to Johnny? Ross returned a look that said, you're right. Rita then looked at Cosmo, who nodded. Then came Loretta, who made a face. Finally, the confused old man appeared, looking left and right. Everyone was awkwardly silent, the atmosphere gradually freezing. The old man couldn't take it anymore and complained, can someone tell a joke? Everyone remained silent, except for Ronnie, who was amused by the old man's humor and laughed out loud. No one echoed him. For a moment, it was awkward. The doorbell finally rang. Feeling something was off about her today, Aunt Rita opened the door. Johnny Camarelli, Rita announced. Hi. Johnny chuckled awkwardly as he entered, always so cautious. Loretta, seeing Loretta, so different from before, so radiant, Johnny was taken aback. Ronnie, Johnny was surprised repeatedly. Are you here to reconcile with me, Ronnie? Yes, but not necessarily what you want. Ronnie stood up and said to his brother, he was there to steal the bride. Of course I want to reconcile with you. Johnny looked at Ronnie, somewhat relieved that he had agreed to attend his wedding. Didn't you say your mother was dying? How did she get better? Loretta asked Johnny. I told her I was getting married soon, and she got better. It's a miracle, Johnny replied. Of course it's a miracle. Ronnie knew perfectly well that his mother back in Palermo, Sicily, always liked to manipulate her son's behavior in this way. Johnny, I have something to tell you. Loretta stood up, deciding to face the situation she had created and, using her father Cosmo's strategy, tell the truth. Loretta, I also have something to tell you, but can we talk alone outside? Johnny also had something to say. No, I want to be with my family. Say what you have to say here. Danny Arrow, who played Johnny and was also a Broadway character actor, looked at Cher and solemnly stated his true feelings. Loretta, I can't marry you. Cher's change of expression was quite good. This statement greatly surprised Loretta. If I marry you, my mother will die? Johnny was particularly superstitious, and he had personally experienced Loretta's bad luck. His mother had almost died because of his engagement, so she rushed to break off the engagement. What are you talking about? Loretta was confused. What are you talking about? Ronnie was dissatisfied. Wasn't it good that Johnny was willing to break off the engagement? I reiterated my promise. He made a promise. This is the engagement ring. Loretta showed Ronnie and Johnny the engagement ring on her middle finger. My mother almost died, but now she's better. I can't marry you. Oh, Johnny, you're 42 years old and still being controlled by her. Ronnie couldn't stand his brother being controlled by their mother. And what about you? You're a son who doesn't love his own mother. Johnny was especially unhappy with his brother's rebellion against their mother. And what about you? You big liar, I have this ring as proof. You proposed to me, and now you want to back out. Loretta, I have to get my ring back. You, fine. Loretta slapped the ring off and threw it at Johnny. The engagement is off. Johnny didn't catch the ring, and it fell to the ground. He was also angry, not expecting to be subjected to such fierce insults. You'll understand later, Loretta. This is for your own good, Johnny said, pointing at Loretta. Loretta was enraged by Johnny's pointing finger at her. When you kick the bucket, I'll wear red to your funeral. Both of them were emotionally devastated and started hurling insults at each other. Loretta, Ronnie suddenly spoke. "What, will you marry me?" "What?" Johnny, who had just found the ring, looked up from his knees. He heard a strange question. His younger brother Ronnie had proposed to his ex-fiancée, Loretta. "Where's the ring? Where's the engagement ring?" Loretta was indignant. Neither of the brothers had prepared a ring for their proposal. "Johnny, can I borrow the ring?" Ronnie asked his brother. Johnny looked at his brother, then at Loretta. Although incredibly embarrassed, he still wanted to reconcile with his brother. After hesitating for a few seconds, he handed the ring to his brother. "Loretta Castorni, will you marry me?" Loretta's face brightened. "Yes, Ronnie, with my family as witnesses, I do marry you." "Oh, Loretta, do you love him?" Her mother, Rose, could see her daughter was deeply in love. "Yes, I love him so much." "Oh, that's terrible." Rose smiled bitterly, looking down. To love a man often means to forgive his shameful flaws. "Did you hear that? She loves me." Ronnie felt relieved. He hoped Loretta was marrying him for love. The two embraced happily, their eyes meeting for a moment before they kissed. Meanwhile, the cameras started filming the old man. He was nervously wiping his eyes with a tissue, as if he were crying. "What's wrong, Dad?" Cosmo asked. Fedor Shalyapin put down the tissue. "I'm confused," Cosmo nodded. Anyone would be confused in that situation. Cut, cut, cut. Ronald called a halt to filming. The actors seemed to freeze for a dozen seconds, unable to believe that such a difficult scene had been filmed in one take. Seeing David Watkins give him an okay sign, Ronald said, "That's a wrap, everyone, let's eat." It was nearly 2 p.m., and none of the actors had eaten. Ronald quickly had his assistant bring them food. Ugh, Ronald's own stomach rumbled loudly. Ha ha ha, the actors began to applaud, expressing their joy at such a brilliant scene. "How did you do that, Ronald?" Olympia Dukakis had thoroughly enjoyed his performance. The scene was captivating, with multiple plot twists and exceptionally well-developed acting. Even on Broadway, not every performance could be this captivating. "Perhaps the god of cinema answered my prayers and is now looking down upon us." Ronald didn't know why things went so smoothly. Maybe the actors were in perfect sync beforehand, or maybe everyone was starving and wanted to finish filming as quickly as possible to eat. Or maybe it was just a coincidence that everyone was at their best. The actors had eaten something, but Ronald hadn't had a chance to eat yet. He and the cruise technician started rearranging the camera positions. Then, Ronald directed the last scene of the film. The camera was right next to the kitchen door, filming a family celebrating Loretta and Ronnie's engagement with champagne. Everyone, following Italian tradition, added a sugar cube to their champagne and raised their glasses in celebration. Johnny sat alone, looking sullen. The old man brought him a glass of champagne. "Johnny, come on, for the family, don't you understand? We're all part of the family, for the family, for the family." Johnny wasn't there and was unhappy, so he raised his glass to celebrate with everyone. Glasses clinked together, and Ronald and David Watkins stepped back. The camera slowly moved out of the dining room and into the hallway of the living room. It slowly turned, focusing on the group photos on the wall. There were pictures of Loretta as a child, of Cosmo and Ross's wedding, and of Ross and his brother Raymond as children. The camera continued to move to the right, finally settling on a group photo, the first picture of the old man's parents after they immigrated to America from Palermo, Sicily. The two elderly people in the photo looked at their children and grandchildren, seemingly with contented smiles. The camera slowly zoomed in. Cut. "Oh, God." Finally finished, Ronald finally felt a sense of relief, but then a wave of dizziness washed over him, a lingering effect of not having eaten lunch and the intense mental work he'd done in the afternoon. Unlike actors who could easily grab a snack in the trailer, or the director of photography who could take a break to eat and catch up on sleep, Ronald had been constantly on edge, focused on the filming. The sudden release of this intense pressure made him feel dizzy. The low blood sugar caused him to stumble and nearly fall. "Are you alright?" David Watkins helped him up. "Give me a sugar cube, I think I'm having low blood sugar." Chapter 775, Chapter 405, Thor. A glass of sparkling wine with 2 sugar cubes was placed in front of Ronald, played by Olympia Dukakis, who played his mother, Rose. Ronald downed it in one gulp. The sparkling wine aided blood circulation, and the sugar quickly provided energy, and Ronald soon returned to normal. "Are you okay?" Dukakis asked the director with concern. The filming had been very enjoyable. Had the director exhausted himself filming? Scenes at the dinner table were always high-difficulty scenes that directors tried to avoid, and even stars like Cherry had different opinions. I probably haven't eaten. It's already 2:30. You guys should go get something to eat. There's a takeaway dinner tonight. Ronald waved his hand, indicating he was fine. In Toronto, the crew wasn't familiar with the local entertainment options, and most of the actors were middle-aged, lacking the party spirit of younger people. So, after filming the takeaway, instead of a wild party, they opted for a casual dinner. David Watkins, listening to the classical chamber music playing in the upscale restaurant, was delighted. "This is the most fun takeout event I've ever been to, haha. Pass me my salad," Ronald asked Nicolas Cage across the table for a plate he couldn't reach. The crew and actors, like the Italian family in the film, sat around several large tables, eating and chatting. Everyone was talking about their experiences making the movie and predicting what the reviews would say after its release. The Broadway actors still gathered together. They often worked together on Broadway, but movies, being a form of mass entertainment, held a certain anticipation for their release. Despite their Broadway fame, these actors weren't exactly household names, but movies were a different story. "Olympia, how did you come up with that improvisation, flushing the future down the toilet?" "Ha ha ha, sounds like something an Italian would say." Vincent Gardner, who plays the father Cosmo, asked Dukakis about details of the scene from that afternoon. Broadway actors usually discuss the day's performance after a show, but it's rare to see a film crew doing this kind of debriefing. "Ha ha ha, that's exactly what my mother said to me. She's Greek, but older people all talk about similar things." Dukakis has been on Broadway for decades, and both she and her husband are actors. But she's only gained acting skills. She hasn't played any leading roles or won any awards. The few films she's been in haven't caught the attention of critics. In middle age, with her children about to go to college, she finally seized the opportunity to earn money for their tuition. Her mother was angry at her for not living up to expectations and said some unpleasant things to her daughter. Like Italians, Greeks often have a tradition of large families. So even when their children are older, they are still complained about by their parents. Ronald picked up his glass. At a certain age, everyone becomes Italian. Cheers to family. The dinner ended, and the next day, the actors and crew went their separate ways. Only Ronald and cinematographer David Watkins remained in Toronto, waiting for the film reels. Toronto is one of Canada's film and television production centres, home to Medallion Film Labs, which was responsible for developing the film reels of Moonstruck shot there. Moonstruck was a production of MGM, and the first major film after more than a year of chaotic mergers. The project was decided when Weintraub was still in charge, so all the technical preparations were top-notch. Therefore, they used the Technicolor process, the industry's highest quality color printing technology. This color film is the oldest color printing process in Hollywood history, used early on in blockbusters like Gone with the Wind. In the 1950s, Technicolor saw further technological advancements, achieving the highest color reproduction among all color printing processes. Many of Marilyn Monroe's films were shot using Technicolor, allowing American audiences to appreciate the true allure of this sex symbol decades later. However, the drawback of this process is its high cost. It requires printing the three primary colors separately and then applying color dyes. While it preserves the film for a long time without the fading problems of ordinary color film, it's generally unaffordable for small productions. A recent notable blockbuster using Technicolor is Coppola's Apocalypse Now. The following day, Walter Murch, invited by Ronald to be his film editor again, arrived in Toronto. He, along with David Watkins and Ronald, went to the Medallion Labs to see the final print. "You've come at the right time." The sample prints from filming were all quickly printed using a simplified process. "Like you, I've never seen a real Technicolor final print," Ronald whispered to Walter Murch in the screening room. "Let me check the results. I just came from New York. The exterior scenes you filmed in New York were developed at the Technicolor New York factory. Although both sides used the same process parameters, the age of the equipment, the batches of chemicals and dyes, and the carelessness of the workers can cause subtle differences that will need to be adjusted during post-production color grading. MGM has invested heavily to make this remake a big splash. They have people specifically monitoring the printing plant. I only trust my own eyes when it comes to any process involving human involvement." The film sample footage played back on the screen, and Walter Murch was very satisfied with the technical level of the Toronto factory. Actually, the craftsmanship and the experience of the workers here are even better than at the Technicolor factory in New York. You know, my father is Canadian, and I never imagined their technical level was any less than that of America. The people or crew hired here are also very capable. Another film I produced, Disney's The Nanny, almost had a shooting accident because the Toronto sanitation workers were too dedicated. Ronald told Murch a joke about how the trash arranged by Chris Columbus's character was cleaned up by Toronto sanitation workers in the morning. Our new generation of Americans has really lost this spirit of conscientiousness. If it weren't for Canada's small population, Walter Murch shook his head. Ronald couldn't help but chuckle. One of the signs of getting old is disapproval of the next generation. The sample footage was of the dinner table scene shot on the last day. A dozen minutes of film, shot simultaneously by several cameras, was shown on the screen. This scene has the flair of a master, Walter Murch praised Ronald's filming. It was all Mr. David Watkin who arranged the camera positions. If it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't have been able to capture the actor getting into character. Yes. Very lucky kid. David Watkin was also very satisfied with his shot. I felt like the god of cinema was watching you at that moment. What did you feel, me? I don't know, Ronald said, seeing Murch and Watkin looking at him with great interest. They had both been in the film industry for decades and knew that this kind of feeling was rare and precious. Ronald then recalled the feeling at the time. I felt like I entered a zone, a state. It was as if this scene was meant to be in the movie, as if I was just filming it. Maybe you really were possessed by someone. David Watkin was a mystic. He was just completely absorbed, in a state of autopilot. The subconscious mind is incredibly powerful. Sometimes your conscious mind hasn't even figured it out, but your subconscious has already figured it out clearly, and it will take over your creation at the right time. Many artists have had similar experiences. My father was a painter, and I've seen him go through that. Francis Ford Coppola also had moments like that. When he was filming The Godfather, some scenes were like divine intervention. Walter Murch, who came from the hippie era, was adept at this kind of inspirational talk. Ronald was pleased with the praise from the two seasoned experts. Walter Murch took the developed film back to Los Angeles. In the editing room there, he would begin the work of synchronizing the audio and video and the rough cut. Ronald took a vacation there. He liked Toronto very much. There were still many Chinese immigrants there, and some Cantonese restaurants were quite good, more to his liking than those in New York and Los Angeles. In particular, the tradition of having dim sum in the morning was completely preserved. Eating some Chinese dim sum every day, brewing a pot of black tea, made Ronald linger there for a while. Good times are always fleeting. A few days later, Ronald received a call for help from Chris Columbus, the director of The Nanny's Adventures. After reviewing some of Columbus's directing skills from the first day of filming, Ronald knew he could trust Columbus's directing abilities. To reassure him, he had told Columbus to call him if anything came up, and he would help resolve it. Unexpectedly, Columbus actually had a problem that even Disney couldn't solve, and he called for help. What happened? Upon arriving at the set, Ronald found Chris Columbus and asked what specific problems he couldn't handle and needed his intervention. I have two problems I can't solve, and time is of the essence, so I'm calling for your help. Columbus adjusted his glasses. He wasn't one to ask for help at the first sign of trouble. These two issues were simply beyond his capabilities and had time constraints, preventing him from taking his time. Tell me, one at a time. It turned out that the script for The Nanny's Adventures contained two interesting scenes that encountered unavoidable problems during filming. The first problem was that after escaping from a gang of car thieves, the female lead, Chris Parker, learned that her car had been taken to a repair shop. The youngest girl in the nanny Parker's care, named Sarah, is a huge fan of the comic book character Thor. Upon seeing Mr. Dawson, the mechanic, she mistakes him for Thor. Dawson, impressed by her imagination, lets them take the car home for as little as possible, provided they pay for the tire repair. However, Chris Parker can only afford the $45 needed for the repair, not the $50. Sarah gives Dawson her own Norse helmet, inspired by Thor's belief in her. Amused by her innocence and kindness, Dawson returns the car to them. The production team originally invited a Canadian bodybuilding champion and rock singer John Michael Thor to play Mr. Dawson. The actor's name is Thor, creating a double joke, similar to Thor's name in the comics. However, as filming approached, John Michael Thor's true colors were revealed. He harassed actresses and female staff, forcing director Chris Columbus to fire him. This left the scene without a suitable actor to play Thor. If the script were revised and a different actor were cast instead of the comic book Thor, then the setup of little Sarah wearing Thor's helmet and carrying Mjolnir would be pointless. That's easy to solve, just change the actor, Ronald asked. John Michael Thor is a very famous man. He's a double bodybuilder from Canada and America, and the lead singer of the famous rock band Thor, the Rock Warrior. If we just use any actor, there won't be the same audience-pleasing effect. It also loses its marketing advantage. Chris Columbus explained the difficulty. The scene was about to be filmed, and they needed to find a replacement actor with some appeal. Who have you got your eye on? Ronald understood. Columbus lacked connections in the industry and couldn't find a suitable candidate quickly enough, while still needing to continue directing. As the producer, Ronald felt it was his duty to help solve these kinds of problems. Columbus didn't speak, just stared at Ronald. Ronald hadn't expected Chris Columbus to have him as a cameo as Thor. You're tall and photogenic. Plus, your cameo will be a great talking point for the audience. I don't have time to find a new actor right now, so you're the best candidate to fill in, Chris Columbus explained. Okay, but I have very little acting experience, so don't expect too much. It's fine, it's just one entrance shot and some medium shots. Seeing that Ronald had agreed to the cameo, Columbus immediately had his assistant finalize the shooting schedule and then took Ronald to costume fitting. The hairstylist put a blonde wig on Ronald, which, combined with his 6'2" height, gave him a dashing air. Another costume designer came over and dressed Ronald in blue-collar worker jeans, a blue vest, and black leather boots, making him look exactly like a handsome mechanic from a repair shop. "Oh, you really are perfect for a blue-collar role," the makeup artist said, admiring Ronald's muscular chest and abdomen as he did his makeup. "There's one more thing." Ronald waved for the makeup artist to move aside and started talking to Columbus about another problem. Columbus looked at Ronald's makeup, took a few Polaroid photos, and was very satisfied. "There's one more thing, the Playboy cover photo for the female lead, Elizabeth Shue, huh?" Ronald thought to himself, I haven't heard of Shue doing a Playboy photoshoot. It turns out this was also part of the movie's plot. The nanny, Chris Parker, accidentally stumbles into a car thief's hideout. On their table is a Playboy magazine, and the cover girl looks remarkably like Parker. Brad, the eldest son of the neighbor who already has a crush on Chris Parker, secretly takes the magazine, and almost gets caught because of it. The cover photo was originally intended to be a fake one featuring Elizabeth Shue. However, since the Playboy name appears, the consent of Hugh Hefner, the Playboy magazine's model, is required. For some reason, Hefner initially agreed to a symbolic price to transfer the magazine's name rights to the film, but then Playboy backed out. Disney executives couldn't find Hefner for a while. Columbus knew Ronald's reputation in the industry was far greater than he imagined, so he asked Ronald to give it a try. If that didn't work, he'd have to remove the Playboy moniker from the magazine cover. "No big deal, I'll ask around," Ronald said, confident that with his standing in the industry, this was a piece of cake. "Oh, you really look like Thor." The young actress playing Sarah, a Thor fan, was named Maya Bruton. She and Ronald had crossed paths before. In the 1985 blockbuster Back to the Future, she played the sister of Michael J. Fox's character, Marty. Maya Bruton had read many Thor comics for the role, and Ronald's appearance really did resemble Dr. Donald Black, Thor's alter ego in the comics. Really? Maya, young actors are usually very cute, outgoing, and good at communicating. Ronald really liked Maya Bruton's innocence. "You can call me Sarah. I feel like I perform better when I'm in character on set." Maya Bruton tilted her head, looking at Ronald with the seriousness of a real actor. "Okay, Sarah." Ronald had no choice but to go along with the young actress's wishes. It would be terrible if they weren't in a good mood and couldn't act. "Ronald, Elizabeth Shue, wearing a yellow camel hair coat, the same one she wore in the movie, greeted Ronald with a smile. "Hi, Elizabeth." Ronald went up and hugged her. "When do we start?" "I'm still a little cold in this." In January in Toronto, it was still a bit chilly in a vest. "Soon, you and Shue and the kids can go through the scene in a bit." Chris Columbus came up to give Ronald some instructions. Dawson is a blue-collar worker, only interested in money and goods. He won't give Chris the car if he doesn't get paid. But Sarah is naive, thinking Dawson is the real Thor. Even though Dawson denies it, Sarah thinks he's a superhero who doesn't want to reveal his identity, Ronald nodded frequently. Chris Columbus liked to explain the character's background and psychological state to the actors before rehearsals. Every director has a different working method, and Ronald had to respect the director's arrangements. So he's a mechanic who hasn't received much education, but is straightforward, willing to spend time with children, and kind-hearted, seemingly cold but actually warm-hearted. Okay, just a bit silly, but kind-hearted, Ronald summarized in his mind. Okay, action. Columbus announced the start of filming for the Thor scene. Hiss, a plume of white steam rose from Ronald's feet. Thor's entrance shot really looked like a superhero comic book entrance. He slowly descended from a platform, with steam below to enhance the atmosphere. Cough cough, Ronald choked and coughed. Cut. Columbus was displeased with Ronald's mistake. Ronald, you'll have to bear with it. We don't have more time or a budget to make special props. Okay, I wasn't paying attention just now. It won't happen again. Ronald apologized repeatedly, gripping a car repair hammer tightly in one hand, holding it to his chest, making a solemn expression, then standing on the platform, leaning back slightly to avoid the steam. Hiss, another plume of steam rose, and Ronald struggled to maintain his serious demeanor. Elizabeth Shue, playing the nanny, handed over a wad of cash. Ronald smiled at Shue and counted the money. Here's only $45. I believe in cash on delivery. You won't be able to drive this car away tonight without $50. I'm sorry, a lot has happened tonight. This is all I have, Shue's nanny said helplessly. They had escaped from a den of thieves, participated in a blues competition, and finally found their car with great difficulty. I'm sorry too, Ronald said, switching the hammer to his other hand. Are you fighting against the forces of darkness? Sarah, wearing a toy Thor helmet and holding a plastic Thor's hammer, suddenly stepped forward and asked Ronald, playing Thor. What are you talking about? Ronald, gripping his hammer, feigned confusion. Mr. Dawson, she mistook you for someone else. Elizabeth Shue's nanny quickly pulled Sarah away, a little afraid of Dawson. No, I'm not mistaken. He is Thor, the god of thunder. This is his protective identity. Sarah, still struggling in the nanny's arms, managed to blurt out Dawson's true identity, as she believed it. Stop fooling around, let's go. Sarah's brother, Brad, pulled his sister away. Things would be bad if they angered Dawson. Don't listen to her nonsense. He also said you're a homo. Listen, kid, are you kidding me? Ronald grabbed Keith Coogan, the actor playing Brad, by the collar and lifted him up with one hand. No, sir, I didn't, Brad quickly denied, pulling his sister back. A smile appeared on Sarah's face. She felt Thor should be this powerful. But, Mr. Thor, shouldn't you protect the weak? We really don't have any money. Protect the weak. Ronald looked at the Thor helmet Sarah was wearing. This little girl genuinely believed in these things. It wouldn't be good if she became disillusioned with superheroes at such a young age. Hey, Ronald pulled his car keys from his jeans and tossed them to Elizabeth. Thanks, Thor. Sarah was overjoyed that Elizabeth caught the keys. Sir, may I have your address? I'll mail you a $5 check. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Ronald raised his hammer, gesturing for them to hurry. Cut. Chris Columbus called a halt, looking pleased and satisfied with Ronald's performance. Very good, very good. Now, let's try a different approach. Ronald, try being a little more ruthless. She hadn't expected this directorial tactic to be used on her. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.